Cornish Characters and Strange Events. By Sabine Baring-Gould. Preface. Cornwall, peopled mainly by Celts, but with an infusion of English blood, stands and always has stood apart from the rest of England, much, but in a less degree, as has Wales. That which brought it into more intimate association with English thought, interests, and progress was the loss of the old Cornish tongue. The isolation in which Cornwall had stood has tended to develop in it much originality of character. And the wildness of the coast has bred a hardy race of seamen and smugglers. The mineral wealth, moreover, drew thousands of men underground, and the underground life of the mines has a peculiar effect on mind and character. It is cramping in many ways, but it tends to develop a good deal of religious enthusiasm. That occasionally breaks forth in wild forms of fanaticism. Cornwall has produced admirable sailors, men who have won deathless renown in warfare at sea, as Old Dreadnought, Boscawen, Pellew, Lord Exmouth, etc. And daring and adventurous smugglers, like the King of Prussia, who combined great religious fervor with entire absence of scruple in the matter of defrauding the king's revenue. It has produced men of science who have made for themselves a world fame, as Adams the astronomer, and Sir Humphrey Davy the chemist, men who have been benefactors to their race, as Henry Trengrouse, Sir Goldsworthy Gurney, and Trevithick. It has sent forth at least one notable painter, the miner's boy Opie, and a dramatist, Samuel Foote, and a great singer in his day, in Cleaton. But it has not given to literature a great poet. Minor rhymes have been produced in great quantities, but none of great worth. Philosophers have issued from the mines, as Samuel Drew, eccentrics many, as Sir James Tillie, John Nill, and Daniel Gum. And Cornwall has contributed a certain number of rascals, but fewer in number than almost any other county, if we exclude wreckers and smugglers from the catalogue of rascality. Strange superstitions have lingered on, and one very curious story of a girl fed for years by fairies has been put on record. It is somewhat remarkable that Cornwall has produced no musical genius of any note. And yet the Cornish man is akin to the Welshman and the Irishman. Cornwall has certainly sent up to London and Westminster very able politicians, as Godolphin, Sir William Molesworth, and Sir John Eliot. It furnished Tyburn with a victim, Hugh Peters, the chaplain of Oliver Cromwell, a strange mixture of money-grasping, enthusiasm, and humour. It has been the object of the author, not to retell the lives of the greatest of the sons of Cornwall, for these lives may be read in the Dictionary of National Biography. But to chronicle the stories of lesser luminaries concerning whom less is known and little is easily accessible. In this way it serves as a companion volume to Devonshire characters, and Cornwall in no particular falls short of Devonshire in the variety of characters it has sent forth, nor are there stories of less interest. The author and publisher have to thank many for kind help, Mr. Percy Bate, Mr. T. R. Bolitha, Reverend A. T. Boscawen, Mr. J. A. Bridger, Mr. T. Walter Brimacombe, Mr. A. M. Broadley, Mr. R. P. Chope, Mr. Digby Collins, Mr. J. B. Cornish, Mrs. Corydon of Pengelly Castle, Miss Loveday E. Drake, Mr. E. H. W. Duncan, F.S.A., Mr. J. D. Enis of Enis, the Reverend William Iago, Mrs. H. Forbes Julian, Mrs. de Lacy, the Reverend A. H. Mallon, Mr. Lewis Melville, Mr. H. Norway, Captain Rogers of Penrose, Mr. Thomas Seckham, Mr. Henry Trengrouse, Mr. W. H. K. Wright and Mr. Henry Young of Liverpool, and last, but not least, Miss Windeat Roberts for her admirable index to the volume. The publisher wishes me to say that he would much like to discover the whereabouts of a full-length portrait of Sir John Call, with a view of Bodmin Jail in the background. S. Baring-Gould. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. William Pengelly, Geologist. William Pengelly was born at East Looe on January 12, 1812, and was the son of the captain of a small coasting vessel and nephew of a notorious smuggler. The Pengelleys had, in fact, been connected with the sea for several generations. His mother was a proud of the same family as the famous watercolor artist. As a child his career was almost cut short by fire. An aunt came to stay with the Pengelleys, arriving a day before she was expected. Early on the following morning, when sitting in her bedroom window, wrapped in a thick woolen shawl, she saw her little nephew William rush out of the house enveloped in flames. She hurried after him, and managed to smother the fire with her woolen garment, and thus saved the child's life, though she was herself so badly burnt that she carried the scars to her dying day. The little boy had risen early, and had kindled a fire so that he might go on with his lessons before anyone else was astir in the house, with the result that he set light to his clothes, and except for the premature arrival of his aunt, must certainly have been burnt to death. At the age of 12 he went to sea. He says, "Our voyages were short. I do not remember an instance of being at sea more than 3 consecutive days, so that, except when windbound, we were almost always taking in or taking out cargo. The work was hard, but the food was abundant, and on the whole the life, though rough, was not unpleasant. To me, thinking nothing of the pecuniary aspects of the question, the most enjoyable occasions were those which fierce contrary winds brought us, when we had to seek some harbor of refuge. These were by no means necessarily holidays, for, if the weather were dry, advantage was taken of the enforced leisure to give our craft a thorough cleaning, or to repair her rigging, or to make up the books. Moreover, the crew employed me to write letters to their wives from their dictation. These epistles were generally of a remarkable character, and some of them remain firmly fixed in my memory. The foregoing labors disposed of, and foul winds still prevailing, we had a washing day, or, better than all, a bout of tailoring, which did not generally get beyond repairing. Though occasionally the ambitious flight of making a pair of trousers was attempted. On tailoring days it was understood that my clothes should be repaired for me, in order that I might read aloud for the general benefit. We assembled in our little cabin, where the stitching and smoking went on simultaneously, and with great vigor. My poor library consisted of a Bible, the 8th volume of the Spectator, Johnson's English Dictionary, a volume of the Weekly Miscellany, the History of John Gilpin, Baron Munchausen's Travels, Walkingham's Arithmetic, and a book of songs. My hearers were not very fastidious, but allowed me to read pretty much what I pleased, though, truth to tell, the Spectator was not a favorite. Some portions of it were held to be nonsensical, and others were considered to be so lacking in truthfulness that it was generally termed the lying book. This ill repute was largely due to the story of Fadlala, No. 578. Walkingham was by no means unpopular. I occasionally read some of the questions, and my shipmates endeavored to solve them mentally. And as the answers were all given by the author, I had to declare who had made the nearest guess, for it was very often but little more. Of all the questions, none excited so much interest as that which asks, what will be the cost of shoeing a horse at a farthing for the first nail, 2 for the second, and so on in geometrical progression for 32 nails? And which gives for the answer a sum but little short of £4.5 million sterling. This was so utterly unexpected that it went far to confer on Walkingham the same name that Fadlala had given to the Spectator. William Pengelly tells a curious story of his father, Richard Pengelly. After completing his 15th year he was thinking of going to sea. When he was 16, his father, who was a sailor, was drowned almost within sight of his home. The effect on the boy was to make him pause, and on his friends, to urge him to give up the idea. For some months these influences kept him quiet, but at length his restlessness returned so strongly, that he would have gone to sea at once, had he felt satisfied that his father would have approved the step. To ascertain this point he prayed frequently and earnestly that his father's spirit might be allowed to appear to him, with a pleasing or frowning aspect, according as he might approve or disapprove. At length he believed his prayer to have been answered, and that when in the field ploughing he saw his father, who passed by looking intently and smilingly at him. This decided him. He became a sailor at 17, and as such died at a good old age. One bitterly cold night at sea, young Pengelly and some other of his shipmates having closed the cabin door, lit a charcoal fire, and speedily fell asleep, succumbing to the fumes of carbonic acid. Happily one of the crew who had been on deck entered the cabin. He found the greatest difficulty in awakening his comrades to sufficient consciousness to enable them to stumble up the ladder to get a breath of fresh air, for their sleep had well nigh become that of death. The strong and hardy seaman soon recovered, but the boy was so seriously affected that, long after he had been carried upon deck, he could not be roused, and was only restored to consciousness by means of prolonged exertions on the part of his shipmates. His earliest geological experience was made when a sailor boy weatherbound on the Dorsetshire coast, and he was wont to relate it thus. I received my first lesson in geology at Lyme Regis, very soon after I had entered my teens. A labourer, whom I was observing, accidentally broke a large stone of blue lias and thus disclosed a fine ammonite, the first fossil of any kind that I had ever seen or heard of. In reply to my exclamation, "What's that?" the workman said, with a sneer, "If you had read your Bible you'd know what 'tis." "I have read my Bible. But what has that to do with it? In the Bible we're told there was once a flood that covered all the world. At that time all the rocks were mud, and the different things that were drowned were buried in it, and there's a snake that was buried that way. There are lots of and other things besides, in the rocks and stones hereabouts. A snake. But where's his head? You must read the Bible, I tell ye, and then you'll find out why 'tis that some of the snakes in the rocks ain't got no heads. We're told there, that the seed of the woman shall bruise the serpent's head, that's how 'tis. When in his 16th year William Pengelly lost his younger brother, and after that his mother would not suffer him to go to sea. Some years were spent at Loo in self-education. While still quite young he was induced by a relative of his mother to settle at Torquay, at that time a small place, but rapidly growing and attracting residents to it. Here he opened a small day school on the Pestalozzian system, and was one of the first to introduce the use of the blackboard and chalk. The school opened with 6 scholars, but rapidly increased to about 70. It was now that scientific studies began to occupy Pengelly's attention, and above all, geology. In 1837 he married Mary Ann Mudge, whose health was always delicate. Little by little his renown as a geologist spread, and he did not confine himself to the deposits in Devonshire, but travelled to Scotland and elsewhere to examine the rocks, and to meet and consult with eminent scientists. In 1846 his private pupils had grown so numerous that he was able to give up his school altogether and become a tutor of mathematics and the natural sciences. He tells a very amusing story of a visit made during holiday time to an old friend. I one day learned that my road lay within a couple of miles of the rectory of my old mathematical friend D. We had been great friends when he was a curate in a distant part of the country, but had not met for several years, during which he had been advanced from a curacy of about £80 to a rectory of £200 per year, and a residence in a very secluded district. My time was very short, but for Auld Lang Syne, I decided to sacrifice a few hours. On reaching the house Mr. and Mrs. D. were fortunately at home, and received me with their wonted kindness. The salutations were barely over, when I said, "It is now 6 o'clock. I must reach Wellington tonight, and as it is said to be fully 8 miles off, and I am utterly unacquainted with the road, and with the town when I reach it, I cannot remain with you 1 minute after 8 o'clock. "Oh, very well," said D., "then we must improve the shining hour. Jane, my dear, be so good as to order tea." Having said this he left the room. In a few minutes he returned with a book under his arm and his hands filled with writing materials, which he placed on the table. Opening the book, he said, "This is Hind's trigonometry, and here's a lot of examples for practice. Let us see which can do the greatest number of them by 8 o'clock. I did most of them many years ago, but I have not looked at them since. Suppose we begin at this 1 foot, which he pointed out, and take them as they come. We can drink our tea as we work, so as to lose no time." "All right," said I, though it was certainly not the object for which I had come out of my road. Accordingly we set to work. No words passed between us. The servant brought in the tray, Mrs. D., handed us our tea, which we drank now and then, and the time flew on rapidly. At length, finding it to be 7:45. "We must stop," said I, "for in 1/4 I must be on my road." "Very well. Let us see how our answers agree with those of the author." It proved that he had correctly solved one more than I had. This point settled, I said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye. Do come again as soon as you can. The farmers know nothing whatever about trigonometry." We parted at the rectory door, and have never met since, nor shall we ever do so more, as his decease occurred several years ago. During my long walk to Wellington my mind was chiefly occupied with the mental isolation of a rural clergyman. In 1851 he lost his wife, and some years after both his children by her. In 1853 he married a Lydia Spriggs, a Quakeress. William Pengelly's scientific explorations may be divided under 3 heads. The first was his minute and accurate examination of the deposits that form Bovey Heathfield, where there are layers of clay, sand, and lignite. He was able to extract numerous fossil plants, and thereby to determine the approximate age of the beds. Next he took up the exploration of ossiferous caves, and he began this work with that of Brixham, in Windmill Hill. The floor of this cavern was excavated in successive stages or layers, starting from the entrance. Bones were found in the stalagmite and in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th beds, and worked flints in the 3rd and 4th beds only. But where the 3rd bed filled the cavern up to the rock, its upper portion contained neither bones nor flints. The bones were those of the mammoth, the rhinoceros, the urus, hyena, cave lion and cave bear, etc. But by far the most laborious scientific undertaking of Pengelly's life was the exploration of Kent's Cavern, near Torquay. This cave was known as far back as 1824, when a Mr. Northmore, of Cleve, near Exeter, made a superficial examination of it to ascertain whether it had been a temple of Mithras, and quite satisfied himself on this point. He was followed by Sir W. C. Trevelyan and by the Rev. J. McHenry. But it was not till 1865 that a complete, scientific, and exhaustive exploration was undertaken by the British Association, which made a grant of £100 for the purpose. Mr. Pengelly was appointed secretary and reporter to the committee for the examination of the cave and its deposits. It was found that the floor of the cave exhibited the following succession: 1. Blocks of limestone sometimes large, clearly fallen from the roof. 2. A layer of black mold ranging from a few inches to upwards of a foot in depth. 3. Beneath this came a floor of granular stalagmite, about a foot in thickness, formed by the drip of water from the roof. 4. A red loam containing a number of limestone fragments. 5. A breccia of angular fragments of limestone and pebbles and sandstone embedded in a reddish sandy calcareous paste. On June 19, 1880, the exploration of Kent's Hole was brought to an end. It was the most complete and systematic investigation of a cavern that had ever been undertaken, and on a much greater scale than that at Brixham. A task of this kind is peculiarly exacting. It cannot be entrusted to workmen. It cannot be left to a committee whose members pay but intermittent visits. It demands the constant oversight of one man, and this superintendence was given to Pengelly. The total amount spent on this exploration was £2,000. Pengelly states in one of his papers that in the 15¼ years during which the excavation was in progress he visited Kent's Hole almost daily, and spent over the work, on an average, 5 hours a day. Above the stalagmite, and principally in the black mold, have been found a number of relics belonging to different periods, such as socketed Celts, and a socketed knife of bronze, and some small fragments of roughly smelted copper. About 400 flint flakes, cores, and chips, a polishing stone, a ring, made of Kimmeridge clay, numerous spindle whorls, bone instruments terminating in comb-like ends, pottery, marine shells, numerous mammalian bones of existing species. And some human bones, on which it has been thought there are traces indicative of cannibalism. Some of the pottery is distinctly Roman in character, but many of the objects belong, no doubt, to pre-Roman times. What was found beneath the stalagmite belonged to a long anterior period, where it had lain sealed up for, at the very least, 2,000 years. In this deposit of the cave earth were found a large number of chips, flakes, and implements of flint and chert, stones that had served as pounders, and some pins, needles, and harpoons of bone. Some mammoth bones were found in Kent's cavern, and those of the cave lion, the saber-toothed tiger, the glutton, cave bear, woolly rhinoceros, horse, reindeer, and beaver. Mr. W. Pengelly died on March 17, 1894. A writer in the Transactions of the Devonshire Association for 1894 says, "For science he lived, and for science he labored, even long after the age when the average man seeks rest and quiet." Starting out in original lines of thought, and untrammeled by traditions of years long ago, he met with many rebuffs, and the conclusions which he derived from his investigations and minute and patient inquiry were almost laughed to scorn. But he adhered to his work and clung to his beliefs, with enthusiastic devotion, and in the end he lived to see even those who had originally stoutly opposed his views convinced of their verity and their inestimable value to archaeological and geological science. Pengelly himself left this piece of advice to the student. Be careful in scientific inquiries that you get a sufficient number of perfectly trustworthy facts, that you interpret them with the aid of a rigorous logic. That on suitable occasions you have courage enough to avow your convictions, and don't be impatient, or annoyed, if your friends don't receive all your conclusions, or even if they call you bad names. It must be remembered that Pengelly and Sir Charles Lyell were those who startled English minds with the revelation of the enormous period of time in which man had lived on the earth, and of the slow progression of man through vast ages in the development of civilization. How that he began with the rudest flint implements, and progressed but very slowly to the perfection of these stone tools, how that only in comparatively recent times did he discover the use of metals and pottery. How of metals he first employed bronze, and not till long after acquired the art of smelting iron and fashioning tools and weapons of iron. All this startled the world, and men were very unwilling to accept the doctrine propounded and to acknowledge the facts on which this doctrine was based. The Life of William Pengelly was written by his daughter Hester Pengelly, and published by Murray, 1897. Reference has been made as well to the obituary notice in the Transactions of the Devonshire Association for 1894. Sir Charles Wills, K.B. Sir Charles Wills belonged to a very ancient and widely ramified family in Cornwall. The first, however, of whom anything authentic is known was Anthony Wills, of Saltash, who died in 1576. They were settled at Landrake, at Morval, Botasfleming, Wivelscombe, Exeter, and Gorin. Anthony Wills, of Gorin, youngest son of Diggory Wills, of Botasfleming, had a son, Anthony Wills, who was the father of the Right Honourable Sir Charles Wills, K.B. General of His Majesty's forces, baptized at Gorin October 23, 1666. Sir Charles had two brothers, Richard, of Acombe, in the county of York, and Anthony, of the Inner Temple, who died in Ireland 1689. The arms of the family are, Arg. 3 griffins passant, in pale, S.A., within a boyering railed of the last bezantee. Sir Charles was a subaltern in 1693, when serving in the Low Countries under William III. The king went to Holland at the end of March in that year, and returned on the last day of October, when the armies went into winter quarters. Wills was in the Battle of Landen and at the Siege of Namur. On the October 13, 1705, he was appointed colonel of the 30th Regiment, and sailed with it to Spain. He acted as quartermaster general to the troops in that country, was present at Lenda, Almanza, and Saragossa, and was made prisoner in 1711 with the army under General Stanhope, but was released at the end of the war. He had been appointed brigadier general in 1707, major general on January 1, 1709, and lieutenant general November 16, 1710. After the peace of 1715, being in command of the troops in the Midland district, he marched northwards to meet the rebels from Scotland, and he and General Carpenter met them at Preston. Preston was a town both Jacobite and Roman Catholic. And in it was the army of the Pretender, composed of Scottish Highlanders and Lancashire gentry and their retainers. General Carpenter, who had been marching into Scotland, turned back into Northumberland, and by forced marches had reached Durham, where he combined with General Wills, who had been sent some time before into the north to quell the many riots that prelude the insurrection. Wills concentrated 6 regiments of cavalry, for the most part newly raised, but commanded by experienced officers, at Manchester, whence he moved to Wigan. There it was arranged that Wills should march straight upon Preston, while Carpenter, advancing in another direction, should take the insurgents in flank. As the Hanoverians approached, General Forster, who commanded the Jacobites, gave satisfactory evidence that he was no soldier. He fell into a fright and confusion, and betook himself to bed. But Lord Kenmure roused him, and in a hurried council, where all the gentlemen had a voice, and where those spoke loudest who knew least of war, a plan of defending Preston was adopted. But the plan, at least as executed, consisted merely in throwing up some barricades in the streets and in posting some men in defence of them. Brigadier Mackintosh either knew not the ground or his better judgment was overruled. For Preston offered many advantages as a defensive position which were altogether neglected. In front of the town was a bridge over the Ribble, that might have been held by a handful of men, and from the bridge to the town, for a distance of a mile, the road ran through a hollow between steep banks for a mile. But river, bridge, and road were all left undefended. When Wills rode up to the bridge and saw that it was unprotected, he could hardly believe his eyes. And then he concluded that the insurgents must have abandoned Preston and begun their retreat into Scotland, so that there would be no fighting that day. But as he came to the outskirts of the town, he heard a tumultuous noise within, and saw the barricades that Forster had thrown up, and was saluted by a shower of bullets. He ordered his dragoons to dismount and attack 2 of the barricades. This service was gallantly performed, but the regulars were sorely galled by a fire from the houses as well as from the barricades. As night was falling, Wills withdrew his men, after they had suffered considerable loss. Early on the following morning General Carpenter came up with a part of his cavalry. And then Forster, who had scarcely lost a man, and whose force more than doubled that of the regular troops, lost heart entirely, and without consulting his friends, sent Colonel Oxburgh to propose a capitulation. General Wills, irritated at the loss he had sustained on the preceding evening, seemed at first disposed to reject the proposition altogether. But at last he agreed that, if the rebels would lay down their arms and surrender at discretion, he would protect them from being cut to pieces by the soldiers, until further orders from the government. When Oxburgh's mission was known in the town, and the result of it, the more warlike portion of the insurgents were indignant and railed against the coward Forster. And so incensed were they against him that, according to an eyewitness, if he had ventured into the street, he would infallibly have been torn to pieces. The brave Highlanders, seeing that nothing was to be expected from the Lancastrian boors who had joined them, proposed rushing with sword in hand and cutting their way through the king's troops. But their leaders thought this too hazardous a proceeding and counselled surrender. They gave up Lord Derwentwater and Colonel Mackintosh as hostages, and induced the clans to lay down their arms and submit. Including English and Scotch, only 17 men had been killed in the defence of Preston. The Lancastrian peasants got away out of the town, but 1,400 men were made prisoners by 1,000, or at the outside 1,200 English horse. Among those captured were Lords Derwentwater, Widdrington, Nithsdale, Winton, Carnwark, Kenmure, Nairn, and Charles Murray. There were others, members of ancient and honourable families of the north, of Scotland, and of Lancashire. The invasion of England by the Jacobites had thus ended ingloriously. The noblemen and gentlemen of rank and influence who were taken were sent to London in charge of Brigadier Panter and 100 men of Lumley's horse. On January 5, 1716, Wills was appointed to the colonelcy of the 3rd Regiment of the Line, and on the death of Lord Cadogan was transferred in August, 1726, to that of the 1st Regiment of Foot Guards. It was customary at all times for the King's Company of the 1st Guards to fly the royal standard, which was carried by that company on all state occasions. It was of crimson silk throughout, with the king's cipher and crown in the middle and the arms of the 3 kingdoms quartered in the 4 corners. The staff of this standard was also more ornamented than that of the other 27 companies. The lieutenant colonel's colors were also of crimson silk throughout. These colors were renewed every 7 years. In 1723 the king went to Hanover, when a camp was formed in Hyde Park under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Wills. He had been elected MP for Totnes in 1714, and he represented that borough till 1741. In 1725 he was made Knight of the Bath and Privy Councillor. In 1733, in consequence of the increase of smuggling carried on even in London, Strickland, Secretary for War, addressed a letter in the form of a warrant to the Governor of the Tower and to the officers in command of the Guards, authorizing them to furnish detachments of men to assist in securing contraband goods. And in consequence of the increase of the duties to be performed by the men of the Foot Guards, their establishment was raised in 1739 by 10 men per company. In 1740, as the political horizon on the continent was threatening, Walpole had to choose between declaring war with Spain and resigning. He disapproved of war, but rather than resign declared it. The people of London were delighted and rang the bells in the steeples. "Ah," said Walpole, "they are ringing the bells now, they soon will be wringing their hands." Camps, in anticipation of hostilities, were ordered to be formed in various parts of England. In March orders were conveyed to Sir Charles Wills and others to direct their officers to provide themselves with tents and everything needful for encamping, and those troops under Sir Charles were to occupy Hounslow. He superintended the formation of the camp where the whole of the horse and foot guards were to assemble, and previous to departing they paraded in Hyde Park, on June 15, under Sir Charles, who had a lieutenant general and a major general on the staff with him. Thence he proceeded to the encampment on the heath marked out for the purpose. The 24 companies of the 1st Guards under the command of Colonel Richard Ingoldsby, 2nd Major of the regiment, remained encamped on Hounslow from June 16 for several months, in fact, till the middle of October. Sir Charles Wills was now filling the post of General Commander of the King's forces, but had been failing in health and strength, and soon became quite unable to take any active work. And he died on December 25, Christmas Day, 1741, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. He had never been married. He had purchased land at Claxton, and this and all he had he bequeathed to Field Marshal Sir Robert Rich, Bart. of Wroxhill, in Suffolk, Governor of Chelsea Hospital. Lieutenant Goldsmith and the Logan Rock. In the parish of Levon is a promontory running out into the sea, once cut off by embankments on the land side, and converted into a cliff castle, that bears the name of Trerindinas. The headland presents a succession of natural piles of granite tors, the first of which, rising perpendicularly, is crowned by the far-famed Logan Rock, a mass weighing about 90 tons, and so exactly poised upon one point that any one, by applying his shoulder to it, could make the whole mass rock sensibly. Not only so, but in a high wind it could be seen rolling on its pivot. Dr. Borlase, in his Antiquities of Cornwall, 1754, says, in the parish of Levon, Cornwall, there is a promontory called Castle Trerin. This cape consists of 3 distinct groups of rocks. On the western side of the middle group, near the top, lies a very large stone, so evenly poised, that any hand may move it to and fro. But the extremities of its base are at such a distance from each other, and so well secured by their nearness to the stone which it stretches itself upon, that it is morally impossible that any lever, or indeed force, however applied in a mechanical way, can remove it from its present situation. This overbold statement, added to the persistence of the people of the neighborhood, that no man could throw the Logan Rock from its balance, stirred up a silly young lieutenant, Hugh Colville Goldsmith, of HMS Cutter Nimble, on the preventive service, lying off the Land's End on the lookout for smugglers, to attempt to do what the popular voice declared to be impossible. Lieutenant Goldsmith was a nephew of the famous Oliver Goldsmith, and had consequently some flighty Irish blood in his veins. On April 8, 1824, says the Gentleman's Magazine, a party of sailors belonging to H.M. Cutter Nimble, commanded by Lieutenant Goldsmith, came on shore for the purpose of removing from its situation that great curiosity the logging, rocking, stone, and which object they were unfortunately enabled to accomplish. This mass of granite, which is nearly 100 tons weight, was one of the 3 objects that excited the curiosity of every visitor to the west part of Cornwall. It stood on the summit of a mass of rocks at the land's end, and was so poised on a natural pivot, that the force which a man could exert was sufficient to cause it to vibrate. In this situation it remained from a period anterior to our authentic records, as it is noticed by our earliest writers, until the barbarian above mentioned, in sheer wantonness, removed it from its place. This act of vandalism has excited the greatest indignation at Penzance, as it will in every part of Cornwall, and throughout the kingdom. It appears that Lieutenant Goldsmith landed at the head of 14 of his men, and with the assistance of handspikes and a hand's crew, called by the sailors Jack-in-the-Box, with much labor and perseverance threw over the stone. What renders the act most atrocious is, that 2 poor families, who derived a subsistence from attending visitors to the stone, are now deprived of the means of support. It was found that the handspikes and jack were of no avail. Accordingly Goldsmith made his 14 men put their shoulders to the stone and bring it into such violent oscillation that at last it toppled over. The Logan stone, thus displaced, would have rolled down from the tor on which it had rested and have shot into the sea, had it not happily been arrested by a cleft in the rock. The indignation of the people was great, so that the life of Lieutenant Goldsmith was threatened by the sturdy fisherman, should he land. But the desire to land was taken from him, for the whole county was roused, and a gathering of the magistrates was summoned to consider what could be done, and to memorialize the Admiralty against the perpetrator of this wanton act of mischief. Happily Mr. Davies Gilbert was at the time in London, and he at once proceeded to the Admiralty and complained of the vandalism perpetrated, and requested that the lieutenant should be ordered to replace the block as found, and that the proper apparatus, capstan, blocks, chains, etc., should be furnished by the dockyard at Devonport. This was undertaken, and orders were dispatched to Lieutenant Goldsmith that he must either restore the Logan rock to its old position, at his own cost, or forfeit his commission. As the expense would be wholly beyond his means, Mr. Davies Gilbert very liberally subscribed £150 for the purpose. A writer, Lieutenant L. Eady, in the Western Antiquary for 1887, says, in his trouble he appealed to my grandfather, Mr. William Eady, for advice and assistance, stating that the Admiralty had called upon him either to replace the stone or forfeit his commission. My grandfather, ever ready to render assistance to any one in trouble, readily assisted, and having travelled into Cornwall, as a friend, and seen the damage done, applied to the Admiralty for the loan of plant and men. Their lordships complied with the request, but stipulated that the cost must be entirely defrayed by Lieutenant Goldsmith. We will now see what Goldsmith had to say for himself. The following is an extract from a letter written by him to his mother, dated April 24, 1824. The facts in question, my dear mother, are these: on the 8th of this month we were off the Land's End, near the spot where the rock stood. Our boats were creeping along shore beneath it for some goods which, we suspected, might be sunk in the sands near it. I took the opportunity of landing to look at the Logan rock with my mate. And hearing that it was not in the power of men to remove it, I took it into my head to try my skill, and, at this time, 4:30 p.m. The boats having finished what they had to do, and it blowing too fresh for them to creep any longer, I took them and their crew with me, and, having landed at the foot of the rocks, we all scrambled up the precipice. We had with us, at first, 3 handspikes, with which we tried to move the rock, but could not do it. By move the rock he really means, displace it. A child could move it on its pivot. The handspikes were then laid aside, and the 9 men who were with me took hold of the rock by the edge, and with great difficulty set it in a rocking motion, which became so great that I was fearful of bidding them try to stop it lest it should fall back upon us, and away it went unfortunately, clean over upon its side, where it now rests. There was not an instrument of any kind or description near the rock when thrown over, except 1 handspike, and that I held in my hand, but which was of no use in upsetting the rock. And this is the truth, and nothing but the truth, as I hope for salvation. For my part, I had no intention, or the most distant thought, of doing mischief, even had I thrown the rock into the sea. I was innocently, as my God knows, employed, as far as any bad design about me. I knew not that the rock was so idolized in this neighborhood, and you may imagine my astonishment when I found all Penzance in an uproar. I was to be transported at least, the newspapers have traduced me, and made me worse than a murderer, and the base falsehoods in them are more than wicked. But here I am, my dear mother, still holding up my head, boldly conscious of having only committed an act of inadvertency. Be not uneasy, my character is yet safe, and you have nothing on that score to make you uneasy. I have many friends in Penzance, among them the persons most interested in the rock, and many who were most violent now see the thing in its true light. I intend putting the bauble in its place again, and hope to get as much credit as I have anger for throwing it down. 1. The letter is disingenuous, and is the composition of a man impudent and conceited. He knew the estimation in which the Logan rock was held, and it was because Borlase had pronounced it impossible of displacement that he resolved to displace it. He pretends that he tried to move it, whereas from the context it is clear that he intended to throw it down, and for this purpose had brought the handspikes. He boasts vaingloriously of his intention of replacing it and gaining glory thereby, and never says a word about his having been given by the Admiralty the alternative of doing that or losing his commission. Nor does he mention the generous help he received from Mr. Gilbert and his kinsman Mr. Eady. On November 2, in the presence of vast crowds, ladies waving their handkerchiefs, and men firing feux de joie, the block was raised, Mr. Goldsmith, his natural conceit overcoming his sense of vexation, superintending the operation. But, although replaced, it was no longer so perfectly balanced as before. As one wrote who was present at the time, it rocked differently, though well enough to satisfy the people. An account of the feat, written in the true style of the penny a liner, appeared in the Royal Cornwall Gazette of the November 6. The Logan rock is in its place, and logs again. Lieutenant Goldsmith has nobly repaired the error of a moment by a long trial of skill and energy and courage. I say courage, for it was a work of great peril. And wherever danger was, there he was always foremost, under the weight of the mass of machinery, and on the edge of the precipice. I shall content myself with barely observing, as a proof of the skill of applying the complicated machinery employed, that many engineers had their doubts whether it could be so applied, and even when erected, they doubted whether it would be efficient. The moment, therefore, on Friday last, when the men took their stations at the capstans was an anxious one, and when, after 20 minutes' toil, Lieutenant Goldsmith announced from the stage, "It moves, thank God." A shout of applause burst from all who beheld it. Endeavor to conceive a group of rocks of the most grand and romantic appearance, forming an amphitheatre, with multitudes seated on the irregular masses. Or clinging to its precipices, conceive a huge platform carried across an abyss from rock to rock, and upon it 3 capstans manned by British seamen. Imagine the lofty masts which are seen rearing their heads, from which ropes are connected with chains in many a fold and of massive strength. A flag waves over all, the huge stone is in the midst. Every eye is directed to the monstrous bulk. Will it break its chains? Will it fall and spread ruin? Or will it defy the power that attempts to stir it? Will all the skill and energy, and strength and hardihood, have been exerted in vain? We shall soon know. Expectation sits breathless. And at last it moves. All's well. Such was the first half-hour. In 2 hours it was suspended in the air, and vibrated, but art was triumphant, and held the huge Leviathan fast. I will not detail the labor of 2 successive days. But come to the last moment. At 20 minutes past 4 on Tuesday afternoon a signal was given that the rock was in its place and that it logged again. This was announced by a spectator. But where was Lieutenant Goldsmith? Why does not he announce it? He has called his men around him, his own and their hats are off, he is addressing them first, and calling upon them to return thanks to God, through whose aid alone the work had been done, a work of great peril and hazard, and by his blessing without loss of life or limb. After this appropriate and solemn act, he called upon them to join in the British sailors' testimony of joy, 3 cheers, and then turned with all his gallant men to receive the re-echoing cheers of the assembled multitude. That Lieutenant Goldsmith, whose character, like the rock, is replaced on a firm basis, may have an opportunity of exerting his great talents and brave spirit in the service of his profession, is the sincere wish of all this neighborhood. Lieutenant L. Eady, in his communication to the Western Antiquary above quoted, says, the result of this foolhardy act was that Lieutenant Goldsmith was pecuniarily ruined, whilst the natives of the locality reaped a rich harvest by pointing out the fallen stone to visitors. The Cornish are a forgiving people, and it was actually proposed after the re-erection of the stone to give to Lieutenant Goldsmith a dinner and a silver cup. Lieutenant Hugh Goldsmith had been born at St. Andrews, New Brunswick, April 2, 1789, so that he was aged 35 when he performed this prank. He died at sea off St. Thomas, in the West Indies, October 8, 1841, without having obtained advancement. Hugh Peters, the Regicide. The life and character of this man present unusual difficulties. On one side he was unduly lauded, he was represented, especially by himself, as a paragon of all virtues. On the other he was decried with virulence, his past life raked over, and every scandal brought to the surface and exposed to public view, and we cannot be at all sure that all these scandals laid to his charge were true. We do not know much about his origin, and why he was named Peters. He was the son of a Thomas Dick Wood, alias Peters, and Martha, daughter of John Treffry of Treffry. This Dick Wood, alias Peters, is said to have been a merchant of Foy, descended from Dutch ancestors who had escaped from Antwerp for their adherence to the Reformed religion, and Hugh Peters was born in 1599. But Dick Wood is not a Flemish or Dutch name. Henry Peters, M.P. Foy, who died in 1619, married Deborah, daughter of John Treffry of Place, in 1610, and had one son, Thomas, who was thrown into prison by Cromwell for his loyalty to King Charles. Neither Hugh Peters nor his father with the alias appears in the well-authenticated pedigree of the family of Peters of Harlan. It may be suspected that the father of Hugh Peters was a bastard of one of the Peters family. Be that as it may, Hugh Peters was sent to Trinity College, Cambridge, at the age of 14, his elder brother at the time was a student at Oxford, and he took his degree of B.A. in 1616. For a time he led a rather wild life and joined a party of comedians. Dr. William Young says that he joined a common society of players, when, after venting his frothy inventions, he had a greater call to a higher promotion, namely, to be a jester, or rather a fool, in Shakespeare's company of players. Shakespeare died in 1616, so this must have been his company continuing to bear his name. He, however, became converted by a sermon he heard at S. Faith's, and deserted his companions and employments, and returning to his chamber near Fleet Conduit, continued between hope and despair a year or more. He was ordained deacon December 23, 1621, and priest June 8, 1623, by Mountain, Bishop of London, and took his M.A. degree in 1622. He was licensed to preach at S. Sepulchres. He says of himself, "To Sepulchres I was brought by a very strange providence. For preaching before at another place, and a young man receiving some good, would not be satisfied, but I must preach at Sepulchres, once monthly, for the good of his friends, in which he got his end, if I might not show vanity." And he allowed £30 per ann to that lecture, but his person unknown to me. He was a chandler, and died a good man, and member of Parliament. At this lecture the resort grew so great, that it contracted envy in anger. Though I believe above 100 every week were persuaded from sin to Christ, there were 6,000 or 7,000 hearers, and the circumstances fit for such good work. How 6,000 or 7,000 persons could be got into St. Sepulchre's church passes one's comprehension. According to his own account, he got into trouble through nonconformity. Ludlow, in his memoirs, says that Peters had been a minister in England for many years, till he was forced to leave his native country by the persecution set on foot in the time of Archbishop Laud against all those who refused to comply with the innovations and superstitions which were then introduced into the public worship. There is, however, another and less creditable explanation. He is said to have become entangled in an intrigue with a butcher's wife. But how far this is true, and whether it be malicious scandal, we have no means of judging. He had, however, married the widow of Edmund Reed, of Wickford, Essex, and mother of Colonel Thomas Read, afterwards governor of Stirling, and a partisan of Monk at the Restoration. Mrs. Edmund Reed also had a daughter, Elizabeth, who in 1635 married the younger Winthrop, governor of Connecticut. From London Peters went to Rotterdam, where, if Young may be trusted, he paid such court to and attempted such familiarities with a Mrs. Franklin, that she complained to her husband, whereupon Mr. Franklin entertains Peters with crabtree sauce. At Rotterdam he became preacher in the English chapel. What had become of his wife, whether she remained in England or accompanied him to Holland, we are not informed. It will be well here to say a few words on the condition of religion in England at the time. The plan of Henry VIII had been to make the Church of England independent of the Pope, but to remain Catholic. At his death the Protector and the Duke of Northumberland, after the fall of Somerset, had encouraged the ultra-Protestants. The churches had been plundered, chantries and colleges robbed, the Mass interdicted, and the wildest fanaticism encouraged. As Froude says, 3/4 of the English people were Catholics. That is, they were attached to the hereditary and traditionary doctrines of the Church. They detested, as cordially as the Protestants, the interference of a foreign power, whether secular or spiritual, with English liberty. A more disgraceful page of history has never been written than that regarding the two protectorates during the minority of Edward VI. The currency was debased, peculation was rife. Amidst the wreck of ancient institutions, says Froude, the misery of the people, and the moral and social anarchy by which the nation was disintegrated. Thoughtful persons in England could not fail to be asking themselves what they had gained by the Reformation. The movement commenced by Henry VIII, judged by its present results, had brought the country at last into the hands of mere adventurers. The people had exchanged a superstition which, in its grossest abuses, prescribed some shadow of respect for obedience, for a superstition which merged obedience in speculative belief. And under that baneful influence, not only the higher virtues of self-sacrifice, but the commonest duties of probity and morality, were disappearing. Private life was infected with impurity to which the licentiousness of the Catholic clergy appeared like innocence. The government was corrupt, the courts of law were venal. The trading classes cared only to grow rich. The multitude were mutineers from oppression. The better order of commonplace men, who had a conscience, but no special depth of insight, who had small sense of spiritual things, but a strong perception of human rascality, looked on in a stern and growing indignation, and, judging the tree by its fruits, waited their opportunity for action. When Mary came to the throne there was an immense outburst of enthusiasm. The time of the Protestant protectorates was looked back on as a bad dream. In spite of the fact that England was under an interdict, the Mass was restored, and no rector or vicar cared a straw for the papal bull, nor indeed did Mary, who heard Mass in the chapel of the Tower, and afterwards in St. Paul's. If Mary had only accepted the advice tendered to her by Charles V, she would have reigned as a popular monarch, and have settled the condition of the Church of England on lines that commended themselves to nobles, commons, and clergy alike. Catholic but not papal. But she had looked too long to the See of Peter as her support, and she managed completely to alienate the affections of her people. The fires of Smithfield brought the fanatics who had been discredited in the former reign into favor once more. And when Elizabeth came to the throne, and had been deposed by Pope Pius V, and her subjects released from allegiance to her, and plots formed for her assassination, under favor of the Pope, the religious sentiment in England was cleft as with a hatchet, some who loved the religion of their fathers were constrained against their will and consciences to become papists, and others became wild and reckless fanatics in a Puritan direction. Between these two parties sat the vast bulk of the English people, looking this way, that way, and deeming all religion foolishness, and self-interest the only thing to be sought after. All the foundations of the religious world were out of course. The via media is all very well in theory and when well trodden, but when it is experimental, and one road to the right leads to Rome and that to the left to Geneva, the via media may be taken to lead nowhere. And those who tread it have to do so uncertainly. A session between two stools is precarious, and the Church of England had been forced by the folly of Mary to adopt this position. The consequence was that in the reigns of Elizabeth and James and Charles I there was no enthusiasm in the clergy of the Church. The bishops were grasping, self-seeking worldlings. Matthew Parker, Archbishop of Canterbury, was the best among an ignoble crew. When he died, says Froude, he left behind him enormous wealth, which had been accumulated, as is proved from a statement in the handwriting of his successor, by the same unscrupulous practices which had brought about the first revolt against the Church. No Catholic prelate in the old easy times had so flagrantly abused the dispensation system. Every year he made profits by admitting children to the cure of souls, for money. He used a graduated scale in which the price for inducting an infant into a benefice varied with the age, children under 14 not being inadmissible, if the adequate fees were forthcoming. 2. The great majority of the nobility and gentry of England clung to the doctrine and ceremonies of the ancient Church, and yet were united in determination to oppose the papal claims. Benefices in their presentation were held by priests who said the communion service, which was but the Mass in English, with the ancient vestments and ritual. And others, next door, were held by men who could hardly be compelled to wear even the surplice, and who celebrated the Eucharist but once in the year. The Church was a hodgepodge of conflicting doctrines and ceremonial. As Froude says, so long as a single turn of the wheel, a violent revolution, or the Queen's death, might place a Catholic, Papist, on the throne, the established Church held a merely conditional existence. It had no root in the nation, for every earnest man who was not a Puritan was a Catholic. And its officers, for the most part, regarded their tenures as an opportunity for enriching themselves, which would probably be short, and should in prudence be made use of while it remained. Benefices were appropriated to laymen, sold, or accumulated upon favorites. Churches in many places were left unserved, and cobblers and tailors were voted by the congregations into the pulpits. The bishops, said Cecil, had no credit either for learning, good living, or hospitality. The Archbishop of York had scandalized his province by being found in bed with the wife of an innkeeper at Doncaster. Other prelates had bestowed ordination on men of lewd life and corrupt behavior. The Bishop of Lichfield had made 70 lewd and unlearned ministers, for money, in one day. 3. Bishop Barlow, of S. David's, had torn the lead roof off his palace and the castle at Lawhaddon to provide dowers for his daughters, and would have unroofed his cathedral had he not been prevented by Elizabeth, because in it was the monument of Edmund, Earl of Richmond, the father of Henry VII. When translated to Bath and Wells he destroyed the Lady Chapel, the finest perpendicular building in the west of England, surpassing even Sherborne and Bath, and sold it, lead, roof, stones, and all. Some of the clergy were mere temporizers, without convictions, taking their colour from their patrons, and ready to believe or pretend to believe this or that, as suited their pockets. The majority were indifferent, ignorant, not knowing where they stood. Many had thrust their way into holy orders for the sake of the loaves and fishes that might be obtained in the established church, with no work to do, without education, without zeal, without convictions. And consequently totally without the least enthusiasm, without any fixed principles. Laud and the Star Chamber sought to produce conformity by cutting off ears and slitting noses. But what Laud failed to see was that the only men in religious England who knew their minds, who had any fixed principles in religion, were the Papists and the Puritans. What they should have done, but what probably they could not do, was to inspire the clergy of the Church with zeal and enthusiasm. But the clergy could not catch the fire from off the altar. They had entered orders for the sake of a rectory, a glebe and tithe, and cared for nothing else. If 1/2, nay, 1/4, of the charges brought against them by the triers be true, they were a most unworthy set. In Elizabeth's reign there had been a difficulty in filling the benefices, and any Jack and Tom who could gratify the bishop and could read was ordained and appointed to a benefice. And these were the men to maintain the doctrine of the universal church and apostolic tradition against fiery enthusiasts on one side who took their own reading of Scripture for divine inspiration, and on the other against the papists who set their back against the rock of Peter. With churches picked bare, with sermons without fire, services performed without dignity, often with indecorum, without religious instruction from teachers who did not know what to teach. It is no wonder that the people turned away to hot gospelers and tub-thumpers who, if they could not kindle in them love and charity, could set them on fire with self-righteousness and religious animosities. At Rotterdam Peters threw over creed and liturgy of the Church of England, and leaving the English chapel, became co-pastor with Dr. William Ames of an independent meeting house at Rotterdam, and Ames died there in his arms. In Holland Peters made the acquaintance of John Forbes, professor of divinity in the University of Aberdeen, a great Hebraist. In a pamphlet published by Peters in 1646 he says, "I lived about 6 years near that famous Scotsman, Mr. John Forbes, with whom I travelled into Germany, and enjoyed his society in much love and sweetness constantly, from whom I received nothing but encouragement, though we differed in the way of our churches." After Peters had spent 6 years in the United Provinces, he suddenly threw up his pastoral charge and departed for New England, with £500 in his pocket, which his friends furnished, and a young waiting-maid, Mary Morell, whom he shortly after married to one Peter Folger. In this year, 1635, says one account, came over that famous servant of Christ, Mr. Hugh Peters. He was called to office by the Church of Christ at Salem, their former pastor, the Reverend Mr. Higginson, having ended his labors resting in the Lord. Salem had been planted but a few years before, the first colonists in Massachusetts having settled there in 1628. Here he remained for over 7 years, combining his duties as a minister of religion and trading, so that he was spoken of as the father of our commerce and the founder of our trade. He was also a militant Christian, and was present in the fighting against the Pequot Indians. Concerning the prisoners taken, Hugh Peters wrote, "Sir, Mr. Endicott and myself salute you in the Lord Jesus, etc. Sick. We have heard of a divisioning of women and children in the bay, and would be glad of a share, viz. a young woman or girl, and a boy if you think good. I wrote to you for some boys to Bermuda. Hugh Peters." These prisoners were used as slaves, and sold just as were the Negroes later. Peters, we are informed, was not friendly to the notion of converting the Indians to Christianity. He would entertain compunction about enslaving them should they embrace the gospel. However, money was sent over from England for this purpose, and, at the suggestion of Peters. In the colonial state papers, Saintsbury, America and West Indies, 1661-8, page 86, is this passage: "Through the motion of Hugh Peters, England contributed £900 per annum to Christianize the Indians of New England." Which money found its way into private men's purses, and was a cheat of Hugh Peters. In New England Peters married a second wife, in 1639, another widow, by name Deliverance Sheffield. In 1641 he left for England, deputed by the colony to act as ambassador at the court of Charles I, to endeavour to procure some mitigation of the excise and customs duties, which weighed heavily on the colonists. But on reaching England he found that the Crown and the Parliament were at variance, and he did not care to return to America and to his wife whom he had left there, but elected to be the stormy petrel of the rebellion, flying over the land, and, as Ludlow says, advising the people everywhere to take arms in the cause of the Parliament. He was appointed chaplain to a brigade of troops sent into Ireland against the rebels, and he had no hesitation in wielding the sword as well as the tongue, the latter to animate the soldiers, the former to extirpate the Baal worshippers. Then he hastened to Holland, where he collected £30,000 for the relief of the Protestants of Ireland who had been plundered and burnt out of their homes by the rebels. When Peters had effected his various purposes in Ireland, he returned to England, and made his report of the condition of affairs there to Sir Thomas Fairfax and Cromwell. In 1643 he was appointed, or thrust himself forward, to minister to Challoner on the scaffold, as that man had been condemned to death for participation in Waller's plot. So again in 1644 he was on the scaffold haranguing and praying for and at Sir John Hotham, who probably would have preferred to die in quiet. Peters was now engaged as chaplain to the parliamentary forces, and especially as a conveyor of dispatches, for all which he received liberal payment. He was with the Earl of Warwick at the taking of Lyme, and was dispatched by that nobleman to London to give an account of the affair in Parliament. On another occasion he was entrusted with letters from Sir Thomas Fairfax relating to the capture of Bridgewater, on which occasion he was voted a sum of £100. In the same year, 1645, he was commissioned by Sir Thomas to report the taking of Bristol. In March of that year Hugh Peters was with the army in Cornwall, and harangued at Bodmin against the Crown and the Church, and exhorted all good men and true to adhere to the cause of the Parliament. Peters had uniformly, since he had been in the Low Countries, postured as an independent hot and strong. Hitherto the Presbyterians had the prevailing party in Parliament, and among the discontents in the country, but now the Independents began to assert themselves and assume predominance. Their numbers were greatly increased by the return of the more fiery spirits who had, like Peters, abandoned England during the supremacy of Laud. Many of these, coming back from New England, had carried the doctrines of Puritanism to the very verge of extravagance, and not the least fiery and extravagant of these was Hugh Peters. These men rejected all ecclesiastical establishments, would admit of no spiritual authority in one man above another, and allowed of no interposition of the magistrate in religious matters. Each congregation, voluntarily united, was an integral and independent church, to exercise its own jurisdiction. The political system of the Independents was one of pure republicanism. They aspired to a total abolition of monarchy, even of the aristocracy, and projected a commonwealth in which all men should be equal. Sir Harry Vane, Oliver Cromwell, Nathaniel Fiennes, and Oliver St. John, the Solicitor General, were regarded as their leaders, and Hugh Peters as their prophet. Peters brought the news to Parliament of the capture of Winchester Castle, for which service he was paid £50. When Dartmouth was taken, he hastened thence to London, laden with crucifixes, vestments, papers, and sundry church ornaments, of which he had despoiled the beautiful church of St. Saviour's. And received in recompense from the Parliament an estate of which the House had deprived Lord Craven. When the city of Worcester was besieged in the year 1646 by the parliamentary forces, the governor consented to surrender on condition that passes were given to the soldiers and to the principal inhabitants. Peters negotiated the surrender. A Mr. Habington, who wrote an account of the siege at the time, and who died in the ensuing year, relates that on the July 23, 1646, many gentlemen went to 6 o'clock prayers at the cathedral to take the last sad farewell of the church services. The organs having been removed 3 days before, and that at 10 o'clock in the morning the several regiments marched forth, and all the gentlemen with the baggage. And that at 1 o'clock Peters brought them their passes, and importuned every one individually to pass his word not again to bear arms against the Parliament. Hugh Peters was now such a favourite with the Parliament that they made an order for £100 a year to himself and his heirs for ever. Later an additional £200 per annum was voted to him, and all this in addition to his pay as preacher, and to sundry grants as bearer of news from the army. He was also accorded Archbishop Laud's library. Nevertheless, as he lamented in his legacy of a dying father, he found it impossible to keep out of debt. There is this in Peters' favour to be urged, that he opposed the execution of Archbishop Laud, and urged that instead he should be sent to New England. So he begged the life of Lord George Goring, Earl of Norwich, and of the Marquis of Hamilton, and again of the Marquis of Worcester. The Presbyterians were in force in the House of Commons, but the army was composed mainly of independents, worked up to enthusiasm by their preachers. It had been 6 months in the field in the summer of 1648, engaged against the Cavaliers and Scots. The soldiers were thoroughly incensed against the king, and they had no respect for the Presbyterians. Their officers resolved on assuming the sovereign power in their own hands, and bringing the king to justice, and converting the government into a commonwealth. To accomplish this they presented a remonstrance to the Parliament by 6 of their council on November 20, demanding, 1. That the king be brought to trial for high treason. 2. That a day be set for the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York to surrender themselves, or to be declared incapable of government, and that in future no king should be admitted but by the free election of the people. The Commons were struck with dismay, and deferred debate on the remonstrance for 10 days. But the officers dispatched Colonel Hughes to the Isle of Wight with a party of horse to secure the king's person, and to bring him to Windsor, in order to his trial. The officers then, on November 30, sent a declaration to the House to enforce their late remonstrance, and requiring the majority in the House to exclude from their councils such as would obstruct the king's trial. On December 2 Fairfax arrived in London at the head of the army, and the House of Commons found itself cornered by the armed force. Nevertheless, they had the courage to vote that the seizure of the king, and the conveying him a prisoner to Hurst Castle, had been done without their advice and consent. The officers were resolved to carry their point. A regiment of horse and another of foot were placed at the door of the Parliament House, and Colonel Pride entered and took into custody about 40 of the members who were disposed to obstruct the cause the army sought to pursue, and denied entrance to about 100 more. Others were ordered to leave, and the number of those present was thus thinned down to 150 or 200, most of them officers of the army. The secluded members published a protestation against all these proceedings as null and void till they were restored to their places, but the Lords and Commons who remained in the House voted their protestation false, scandalous, and seditious. The army, having vanquished all opposition, went on to change the whole form of government, and to make way for it determined to impeach the king of high treason, as having been the cause of all the blood that had been spilt in the late war. There was commotion in the House and in town and the country. In the House some declared that there was no need to bring the king to trial, others said that there existed no law by which he could be tried, but all this was overruled. Meanwhile Hugh Peters was not idle. In a sermon addressed to the members of the two houses a few days before the king's trial he said, "My lords, and you noble gentlemen, it is you we chiefly look for justice from. Do you prefer the great Barabbas, murderer, tyrant, and traitor, before these poor hearts, pointing to the red coats, and the army who are our Saviour?" In another sermon before Cromwell and Bradshaw he said, "There is a great discourse and talk in the world, what, will ye cut off the head of a Protestant prince? Turn to your Bibles, and ye shall find it there, whosoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. I see neither King Charles, Prince Rupert, nor Prince Maurice, nor any of that rabble accepted out of it." Evelyn in his diary, under date 17th January, 1648-9, says, "I heard the rebel Peters invite the rebel powers met in the Painted Chamber to destroy his Majesty." Bishop Burnet says, that he, Peters, had been outrageous in pressing the king's death with the cruelty and rudeness of an inquisitor. Prynne, one of the secluded members, published a brief memento to the present unparliamentary junto, touching their present intentions and proceedings to depose and execute Charles Stuart, their lawful King of England. The officers now decided to gain the approval of the ministers, Presbyterian, in London, or at least persuade them to remain neutral. Hugh Peters was selected for the purpose, and he went among them, but all his efforts were fruitless. They declared unanimously for the release of the king. He then invited several of them, Calamy, Whitaker, Sedgwick, etc., to a conference with some of the officers. But instead of attending, the ministers assembled in Chowne College and drew up a serious and faithful representation of the judgment of the ministers of the gospel within the province of London, dated 18th January, 1648-9. In this they protested against the coercive measures adopted toward the Parliament, and bade them beware of proceeding to extremities. Examine your consciences, if any number of persons of different principles from yourselves had invaded the rights of Parliament, imprisoned the king, and carried him about from place to place, and attempted the dissolution of the whole government. Whether you would not have charged them with the highest crimes. This was subscribed by 47 ministers. A second paper, a vindication of the London ministers from the unjust aspersions. As if they had promoted the bringing of the king to capital punishment, appeared shortly after, signed by 57 ministers. Even the independent preachers shrank from approving the proceedings of the Council of Officers in the trial of the king, with the exception of Hugh Peters and John Goodwin. Some of the independent ministers in the country joined the Presbyterians in protesting against them. But it was all in vain. The king was tried and sentenced to death, and executed on January 30, 1649. Rumor had it that the masked executioner was none other than Peters himself. This he denied, asserting that on the day of the king's death he was ill in bed. He had certainly been about and preaching not many days before. Who the executioner was never discovered, and Peters was not charged as such when tried for his life in 1660. In Epuli Thyesti, printed in 1649, Peters is accused of having been the executioner of King Charles. There's Peters, the denier, nay, 'tis sad. He that, disguised, cut off his master's head. That godly pigeon of apostasy does buzz about his anti-monarchy, his scaffold doctrines. But there was an element of kindness in Hugh Peters that induced him to do gracious acts even to those whom he hated. Whitelock assures us that, at a conference between him, Peters, and the king desired one of his own chaplains might be permitted to come to him on the occasion of his execution. He had refused the ministrations of the Presbyterian divines, and thereupon the Bishop of London was ordered to go to his Majesty. On a former occasion a message from the Queen was allowed to be transmitted to the king through the instrumentality of Peters. In his letter to his daughter Peters says, "I had access to the king, he used me civilly, I, in requital, offered my poor thoughts 3 times for his safety." It was an impertinence in the man to approach the king, when he had stirred up the army to demand his death, and had raced about London endeavouring to get the approval of the sentence from the ministers. Although we cannot believe that Hugh Peters was the executioner of Charles, yet he cannot be acquitted of being a regicide, on the same principle as the trumpeter in the fable was condemned to be hanged. His plea that he had not drawn a sword in the battle was not held to justify him, he had sounded the charge and summoned to the battle. Peters was one of the triers appointed by Cromwell to test the parochial clergy, and to eject from their living such as did not approve themselves to their judgment as fitting pastors to the flock either by their morals or theological opinions. Every parishioner who bore a grudge against his pastor was invited to lay his grievances before the Grand Committee. Lord Clarendon says, petitions presented by many parishioners against their pastors, with articles of their misdemeanors and behaviors, were read with great delight and promptly referred to the Committee about Religion. The matter of these accusations was for the most part, as Clarendon informs us, bowing at the name of Jesus, and obliging the communicants to the altar, i.e. to the rails which enclosed the communion table, to receive the sacrament. What the Puritans desired was that the minister should walk about the church distributing to the people in the pews. The observance of all holy days except Sundays had already been forbidden. A priest who said service on Christmas Day or Good Friday was certain of deprivation. But the great question put to each rector or vicar was, whether he had any experience of a work of grace in his heart, and the answer to this determined whether he should be allowed to hold his cure or be thrust out. Apart from all question of moral fitness. That there were a host of lukewarm, indifferent men in the ministry, caring little for religion and knowing little, without fixed convictions, cannot be wondered at, after the swaying of the pendulum of belief during the last reigns. And these would be precisely the men who would be able volubly to assert their experience of divine grace, and abandon doctrines they never sincerely held and ceremonies about which they cared nothing. There were vicars of Bray everywhere. Butler hits off the work of the triers in Hudibras, whose business is, by cunning sight, to cast a figure for men's light, to find in lines of beard and face the physiognomy of grace. And by the sound and twang of nose. If all the sound within disclose. Free from a crack or flaw of sinning. As men try pipkins by the ringing. Peters was next appointed a commissioner for the amending of the laws, though he had no knowledge of law. He said himself, in his legacy, "When I was a trier of others, I went to hear and gain experience, rather than to judge. When I was called to mend laws, I rather was there to pray than to mend laws." Whitelock says, "I was often advised with by some of this committee, and none of them was more active in this business than Mr. Hugh Peters, the minister, who understood little of the law, but was very opinionative, and would frequently mention some proceedings of law in Holland, wherein he was altogether mistaken." Peters was chaplain to the Protector, and certainly in one way or another made a good deal of money. Dr. Barwick in his life says, 5. The wild prophecies uttered by his, Hugh Peters, impure mouth were still received by the people with the same veneration as if they had been oracles. Though he was known to be infamous for more than one kind of wickedness. A fact which Milton himself did not dare to deny when he purposely wrote his Apology, for this very end, to defend even by name, as far as possible, the very blackest of the conspirators, and Hugh Peters among the chief of them. Who were by name accused of manifest impieties by their adversaries. Bishop Burnet says as well, he was a very vicious man. Peters by his wife, his second wife, Deliverance, the widow of a Mr. Sheffield, became the father of the Elizabeth Peters to whom he addressed his dying father's last legacy. The Dutch having been disconcerted by the defeats of their fleets by Admiral Blake, and the messengers they had sent to England having failed to satisfy Cromwell. In the beginning of the year 1653 they commissioned Colonel Dolman and others to learn the sentiments of the leading men in Parliament, and to gain over to the cause of peace Hugh Peters, as Cromwell's influential chaplain. Peters had always entertained a tenderness for the Dutch, and he interceded on their behalf, and the Dutch gave him £300,000 wherewith to bribe and purchase the amity of Parliament and the Protector. That a good share of this gold adhered to Peters' fingers we may be pretty confident, and indeed it was intended that it should do so. The attempt, however, did not succeed, and when the negotiations were broken off, the Dutch fitted out another fleet under Van Tromp, De Witt, and De Ruyter, and appointed 4 other deputies to go upon another embassy to England. These men arrived on July 2, 1658, and all joined in one petition for a common audience, praying thrice humbly that they should have a favourable answer, and beseeching the God of peace to cooperate. 6. These ambassadors, like the foregoing, sought out Peters and engaged his services. After several interviews, peace was at last concluded May 2, 1654. In the justification of the war, by Stubb, is an engraving that represents the 4 deputies presenting their humble petition to Peters. In 1655 feeling in England was greatly stirred by the account that reached the country of the persecution of the Waldenses in the valleys of Piedmont. Cromwell at once ordered a collection for the sufferers to be made throughout the kingdom, and it amounted to upwards of £38,000. In this Peters took an active part. Ludlow says, he was a diligent and earnest solicitor for the distressed Protestants of the valleys of Piedmont. Soon after the affair of the persecuted Waldenses was concluded the Protector formed an alliance, offensive and defensive, with the French, in which it was agreed that Dunkirk should be delivered up to him. In consequence of this agreement 6,000 men were sent over to join the French army, and Peters received a commission to attend them thither. The town of Dunkirk, in consequence of this league, was taken from the Spaniards, and on the 26th of June, 1658, was delivered to Colonel Lockhart, Cromwell's ambassador at the French court. Lockhart wrote the following letter to Secretary Thurlow. Dunkirk, July 8-18 th, 1658. May it please your lordship. I could not suffer my worthy friend, Mr. Peters, to come away from Dunkirk without a testimony of the great benefits we have all received from him in this place, where he hath laid himself forth in great charity and goodness in sermons, prayers, and exhortations. In visiting and relieving the sick and wounded. And, in all these, profitably applying the singular talent God hath bestowed upon him to the chief ends, proper for an auditory. For he hath not only showed the soldiers their duty to God, and pressed it home upon them, I hope with good advantage, but hath likewise acquainted them with their obligations of obedience to his Highness's government and affection to his person. He hath laboured amongst us here with such goodwill, and seems to enlarge his heart towards us, and care of us for many other things, the effects whereof I design to leave upon that providence which has brought us hither. Mr. Peters hath taken leave at least 3 or 4 times, but still something falls out which hinders his return to England. He hath been twice at Berg, and hath spoke with the Cardinal, Mazarin, 3 or 4 times. I kept myself by, and had a care that he did not importune him with too long speeches. He returns, loaden with an account of all things here, and hath undertaken every man's business. I must give him that testimony, that he gave us 3 or 4 very honest sermons. And if it were possible to get him to mind preaching, and to forbear the troubling himself with other things, he would certainly prove a very fit minister for soldiers. I hope he cometh well satisfied from this place. He hath often insinuated to me his desire to stay here, if he had a call. Some of the officers also have been with me to that purpose, but I have shifted him so handsomely as, I hope, he will not be displeased. For I have told him that the greatest service he can do us is to go to England and carry on his propositions, and to own us in all other interests, which he hath undertaken with much zeal. This letter lets us see what were some of Peter's weaknesses. He was vastly loquacious, so that Colonel Lockhart had to see to it that he did not importune the Cardinal with too long speeches, and he was conceited, self-opinionated, and meddlesome, interfering in matters beyond his province. So that the Colonel was heartily glad to be rid of him from Dunkirk. That there was humour in Hugh Peters, not unfrequently running into profanity, would appear from a work, The Tales and Jests of Mr. Hugh Peters, collected into 1 volume. Published by one that hath formerly been conversant with the author in his lifetime, dedicated to Mr. John Goodwin and Mr. Philip Nye. London, 1660. These appeared in the same year under a different title, Hugh Peters, His Figaries, or His Merry Tales and Witty Jests both in City, Town, and Country. It was reprinted by James Caulfield in 1807. A few of these will suffice. Peters had preached for 2 hours, the sands in the hourglass had run out. He observed it, and turning it over, said to his hearers, "Come, let us have another glass." Once he preached, "Beware, young men, of the 3 W's, wine, women, and tobacco." Now tobacco, you will say, does not begin with a W. But what is tobacco but a weed? Another of his jests in the pulpit was, "England will never prosper till 150 are taken away." The explanation is LLL, lords, lawyers, and Levites. Preaching on the devil's entering into the swine, S. Mark v. 23, he said that the miracle illustrated 3 English proverbs. 1. That the devil will rather play at small game than sit out. 2. That those must needs go forward whom the devil drives. 3. That at last he brought his hogs to a fair market. It was a favourite saying of Peter's that in Christendom there were neither scholars enough, gentlemen enough, nor Jews enough, for, said he, if there were more scholars there would not be so many pluralists in the church. If there were more gentry, so many born would not be reckoned among them, if there were more Jews, so many Christians would not practice usury. One rainy day Oliver Cromwell offered Peters his greatcoat. "No, thank you," replied his chaplain. "I would not be in your coat for £1,000. Discoursing one day on the advantage Christians had in having the gospel preached to them, "Verily," said he, "the word hath a free passage amongst you, for it goes in at one ear and out at the other." Preaching on the subject of duties, he said, "Observe the 3 fools in the gospel, who, being bid to the wedding supper, every one had his excuse. 1. He that had hired a farm and must go see it. Had he not been a fool, he would have seen it before hiring it. 2. He that had bought a yoke of oxen and must go try them. He also was a fool, because he did not try them before he bought them. 3. He that married a wife, and without compliment said he could not come. He too was a fool, for he showed that one woman drew him away, more than a whole yoke of oxen did the former. Peters, invited to dinner at a friend's house, knowing him to be very wealthy and his wife very fat, said at table to his host, "Truly, sir, you have the world in the flesh, but pray God you get not the devil in the end." The copy of the Tales and Jests of Hugh Peters in the British Museum has notes to some of them, showing that the writer regarded a certain number as genuine anecdotes of Peters. Most of the others are either older stories, or else have little or no wit in them. The above anecdotes are some of those thus noted. That Hugh Peters was a wag Pepys lets us know, for he speaks of a Scottish chaplain at Whitehall, after the Restoration, a Dr. Creighton, whose humour reminded the diarist of Peters, the most comical man that ever I heard. Just such a man as Hugh Peters. At the Restoration he was executed as a regicide. He was not directly implicated in the king's death, and all that he could be accused of was using words incentive to regicide. That he had been the executioner was not charged against him. There was no evidence. The accusations Hugh Peters had to meet were that he had encouraged the soldiers to cry out for the blood of the king, whom he had likened to Barabbas. That he had preached against him, that he had accused the Levites, lords, and lawyers, the 3 L's, or the 150, in allusion to the numerical value of the numbers, as men who should be swept out of the commonwealth. That he had declared the king to be a tyrant, and that the office of king was useless and dangerous. Peters pleaded that he had been living 14 years out of England, and that when he came home he found that the Civil War had already begun. That he had not been at Edgehill or Naseby, that he had looked after 3 things only: the introduction into the country of what he considered to be sound religion, the maintenance of learning, and the relief of the poor. He further stated that on coming to England he had considered it his duty to side with the Parliament, and that he had acted without malice, avarice, or ambition. The jury, with very little consultation, returned a verdict of guilty, and he was sentenced to death. On the October 16th Coke, the solicitor for the people of England who had acted against the king at his trial, and Hugh Peters, who had stood and preached that no mercy should be shown him, were to die. On the hurdle which carried Coke was placed the head of Harrison, who had been executed the day before, a piece of needless brutality, which the people who lined the streets indignantly resented. On the scaffold Coke declared that for the part he had borne in the trial of Charles I he in no way repented of what he had done. Hugh Peters was made to witness all the horrible details of Coke's execution, the hanging, the disemboweling. He sat within the rails which surrounded the scaffold. According to Ludlow, when this victim, Coke, was cut down and brought to be quartered, one Colonel Turner called to the sheriff's men to bring Mr. Peters to see what was doing. Which being done, the executioner came to him, and rubbing his bloody hands together, asked him how he liked that work. He told him he was not at all terrified, and that he might do his worst, and when he was on the ladder he said to the sheriff, "Sir, you have butchered one of the servants of God before my eyes, and have forced me to see it, in order to terrify and discourage me. But God has permitted it for my support and encouragement." A man upbraided Peters with the king's death. "Friend," said Peters, "you do not well to trample upon a dying man, you are greatly mistaken, I had nothing to do in the death of the king." As he was going to the gallows, he looked about him and espied a man with whom he was acquainted, and to him he gave a piece of money, having first bent it. And he desired the man to carry that piece of gold to his daughter as a token, and to assure her that his heart was full of comfort, and that before that piece would reach her hand he would be with God in glory. Then the old preacher, who had lived in storms and whirlwinds, died with a quiet smile on his countenance. That a considerable portion of the community regarded the execution of the regicides as a crime, and those who suffered as martyrs, would appear from the pains taken to vilify their memory when dead, and attempts made to justify their execution. The authorities for the life of Hugh Peters are mainly, Memoirs of Edmund Ludlow, 1771, b. Whitelock's Memorials of English Affairs, 1732, Rushworth's Collections, 1692, Bishop Burnet's History of His Own Time, 1724. John Thurlow's Collection of State Papers, 1742, J. B. Felt's Ecclesiastical History of New England, 1855, Benjamin Brooks' Puritans, 1813, Volume 3, The Trial of Charles I and of Some of the Regicides, in Murray's Family Library, 1832, the Rev. Samuel Peters. A History of the Reverend Hugh Peters, New York, 1807, an historical and critical account of Hugh Peters, with portrait, London, 1751, reprinted 1818, Felt, Joseph B., Memoir, A Defense of Hugh Peters, Boston, 1857. Column, Colonel, The Prince of Army Chaplains, London, 1899, also Gardeners, S.R. History of the Commonwealth, and the Dictionary of National Biography, Passim. James Polkinghorne, The Wrestler. James Polkinghorne, the noted champion wrestler of Cornwall, was the son of James Polkinghorne, who died at Creed, March 18, 1836. The wrestler James was born at S. Cavern in 1788, but there is no entry of his baptism in the parish register. Cornish wrestling was very different from that in Devon. It was less brutal, as no kicking was allowed. The Devon wrestlers wore boots soaked in bullock's blood and indurated at the fire, and with these hacked the shins of their opponents, who wore as a protection skillebags, or bands of hay twisted and wrapped round their legs below the knee. I have so fully described the wrestling in my Devonshire characters and strange events, that it is unnecessary here to go over the same ground more than cannot be helped. There was a Cornish jingle that ran as follows. Chasewater boobies up in a tree. Looking as wished as ever could be. Truro men, strong as oak. Knock 'em down at every stroke. That had reference to the wrestling matches. In 1816 Polkinghorne, who had become the innkeeper of the Red Lion, S. Colum Major, wrestled with Flower, a Devonshire man of gigantic stature, and threw him. Then Jackman, another Devonian, challenged Polkinghorne, and he was cast over the head of the Cornish man, describing the flying mare. But the most notable contest in which Polkinghorne was engaged was with Abraham Cann, the Devonshire champion. The match was for £200 a side, for the best of 3 backfalls, and it took place on October 23, 1826, on Tamar Green, Morristown, Plymouth, in the presence of 17,000 spectators. I have quoted the account already in my Devonshire characters, but cannot omit it here. Tamar Green, Devonport, was chosen for the purpose, and the West was alive with speculation when it was known that the backers meant business. On the evening before the contest the town was inundated, and the resources of its hotels and inns were taxed to the utmost. Truculent and redoubtable gladiators flocked to the scene, kickers from Dartmoor, the recruiting ground of the Devonshire system, and bear-like huggers from the land of Tray, Pole, and Pen, a wonderful company of tried and stalwart experts. 10,000 persons bought tickets at a premium for seats, and the hills around swarmed with spectators. The excitement was at the highest possible pitch, and overwhelming volumes of cheering relieved the tension as the rivals entered the ring, Polkinghorne in his stockings, and Cann with a monstrous pair of shoes whose toes had been baked into flints. As the men pealed for action such a shout ascended as awed the nerves of all present. Polkinghorne had been discounted as fat and unwieldy, but the Devonians were dismayed to find that, great as was his girth, his arms were longer, and his shoulders immensely powerful. 3 stone lighter in weight, Cann displayed a more sinewy form, and his figure was knit for strength, and as statuesquely proportioned. His grip, like Polkinghorne's, was well known. No man had ever shaken it off when once he had clinched. And each enjoyed a reputation for presence of mind and resource in extremity beyond those of other masters of the art. The match was for the best of 3 backfalls, the men to catch what hold they could. And 2 experts from each county were selected as sticklers. The feeling was in favour of Cann at the outset, but it receded as the Cornish man impressed the multitude with his muscular superiority. Repeatedly shifting their positions, the combatants sought their favourite holds. As soon as Cann caught his adversary by the collar, after a contending display of shifty and evasive form, Polkinghorne released himself by a feint. And, amid terrible shouts from the Cornish men, he drove his foe to his knees. Nothing daunted, the Devonian accepted the Cornish hug, and the efforts of the rivals were superb. Cann depended on his science to save him, but Polkinghorne gathered his head under his arm, and lifting him from the ground, threw him clean over his shoulder, and planted him on his back. The very earth groaned with the uproar that followed. The Cornish men jumped by hundreds into the ring, there they embraced their champion till he begged to be released, and, amid cheers and execrations, the fall was announced to have complied with the conditions. Bets to the amount of hundreds of pounds were decided by this event. Polkinghorne now went to work with caution, and Ken was conscious that he had an awkward customer to tackle. After heavy kicking and attempted hugging, the Cornish man tried once more to lift his opponent, but Ken caught his opponent's leg in his descent, and threw him to the ground first. In the ensuing rounds both men played for wind. Polkinghorne was the more distressed, his knees quite raw with punishment, and the betting veered in Can's favour. Then the play changed, and Can was apparently at the mercy of his foe, when he upset Polkinghorne's balance by a consummate effort, and threw him on his back by sheer strength, the first that the sticklers allowed him. Can next kicked tremendously. But although the Cornish man suffered severely, he remained dead game, and twice saved himself by falling on his chest. Disputes now disturbed the umpires, and their number was reduced to 2. In the 8th round Polkinghorne's strength began to fail, and a dispute was improvised which occasioned another hour's delay. With wind regained and strength revived, the 10th round was contested with absolute fury. And, taking kicking with fine contempt, Polkinghorne gripped Can with leonine majesty, lifted him from the earth in his arms, turned him over his head, and dashed him to the ground with stunning force. As the Cornish man dropped on his knee the fall was disputed, and the turn was disallowed. Polkinghorne then left the ring amid a mighty clamour, and by reason of his default the stakes were awarded to Can. The victor emerged from the terrific hug of his opponent with a mass of bruises, which proved that kicking was only 1 degree more effective than hugging. A more unsatisfactory issue could hardly have been conceived, and the rival backers forthwith endeavoured to arrange another encounter. Polkinghorne refused to meet Can, however, unless he discarded his shoes. 7. Various devices were attempted to bring them together again, but they failed. Each had a wholesome dread of the other. An account of the contest was written as a ballad and was entitled A New Song on the Wrestling Match between Can and Polkinghorne, that was to be sung to the tune The Night I Married Susie, or else to The Coronation. Full accounts are to be found in the Sporting Magazine, London, LXV, 165-6, LXAX, 55-6, 215, 314-16, 344. In the Annual Register, Chronicle 1826, 157-8. Polkinghorne died at S. Colum, on September 15, 1854, at the age of 76, 28 years after his match with Can. He was buried on September 17. Henry Trengrouse, Inventor. Helston is a quaint old town, once of far more importance than at present. It possessed an old castle, that has now disappeared. It was one of the 6 Stanary towns, and prior to 1832 returned 2 members to Parliament. It still glories in its furry day, when the whole town goes mad, dancing, in spite of Methodism. It has on some of its old house gables pixie seats, and it had a grammar school that has had notable masters, as Derwent Coleridge, and notable scholars, as Henry Trengrouse. It is the key and capital to that wonderful district, rich in geological and botanic and antiquarian interest, the Lizard. The great natural curiosity of Helston is Low Pool, formed by the Comer, a small river, penned back by Low Bar, a pebbleand ridge thrown up by the sea. The sheet of water lying between wooded hills abounds in trout, and white swans float dreamily over the still water. The banks are rich with fern, and yellow, white, and pink mesembryanthemum. Formerly the pool rose till it overflowed the lower parts of the town, now a culvert has been driven through the rocks to let off the water as soon as it has attained a certain height. Henry Trengrouse was born at Helston, March 18, 1772, the son of Nicholas Trengrouse, 1739-1814, and of Mary, his wife, who was a Williams. The family had been long among the freeholders of Helston, and possessed as well a small estate, Prisk, in the parish of Mullion, but the family name is taken from Trengrouse, the house by the Cross, in the same parish. Henry was educated in Helston Grammar School, and became, by trade, a cabinet maker. On December 29, 1807, when he was aged 35, a rumor spread through the little town that a large frigate, HMS Anson, had been driven ashore on Low Bar, about 3 miles distant. Mr. Trengrouse and many others hastened to the coast and reached the bar. The Anson, 44 guns, under the command of Captain Lydiard, had left Falmouth on Christmas Eve for her station off Brest as a lookout ship for the Channel Fleet. A gale from the WSW sprang up, and after being buffeted about till the 28th, with the wind increasing, the captain determined to run to port. The first land they made was the Land's End, which they mistook for the Lizard, and only discovered their mistake when the cry of "breakers ahead" was heard from the man on the lookout. They were now embayed, and in face of the terrible storm it was impossible to work off, so both cables were let go. The Anson rode to these till the early morning of the 29th, when they parted, and the captain, in order to save as many lives as possible, decided to beach her on the sand off Low Pool. A tremendous sea was running, and as she took the beach only 60 yards from the bar, she was dashed broadside on, and happily for the poor fellows on board, heeled landwards. Seas mountains high rolled over her, sweeping everything before them. Then her masts went by the board, her main mast forming a floating raft from the ship almost to the shore, and over this scrambled through the maddened waves most of those who were saved. It was a terrible sight to witness for the hundreds of spectators who had by this time collected on the beach, but it was almost impossible for them to render any assistance. At last, when all hands seemed to have left the ship, 2 stout-hearted Methodist local preachers, Mr. Tobias Roberts, of Helston, and Mr. Foxwell, of Mullion, made an attempt to reach her, so as to see if any one remained on board. They succeeded, and were soon followed by others, who found several people, including 2 women and as many children. The women and some of the men were safely conveyed ashore, but the children were drowned. There were altogether upwards of 100 drowned, including the captain, who stood by the frigate to the last. The exact number was never known, as many of the soldiers deserted on reaching the shore. The survivors salved a good deal from the wreck, amongst which were watches, jewellery, and many articles of considerable value. They were placed all together in a bedroom of the old inn at Porthleven, with a soldier with drawn sword on guard. One of the beams that bent under such an unusual weight may be seen bowed to this day. A local militia sergeant was soon afterwards sent to Helston in charge of a wagon load of these valuable goods, and when halfway to his destination was accosted by a Jew, who offered him £50 in exchange for his load. "Here is my answer," said the sergeant, presenting a loaded pistol at his head, and the fellow hurriedly took his departure. Much indignation was raised at the time by the way in which the victims of the disaster were buried. They were bundled in heaps into large pits dug in the cliff above, without any burial service being performed over them. It was customary everywhere at that time for all bodies washed ashore to be interred by the finder at the nearest convenient spot. But as a result of the indecent methods of burial of the Anson victims, an Act of Parliament was framed by Mr. Davies Gilbert and passed on June 18, 1808, providing suitable interment in churchyards and parochial burying grounds for all bodies cast up by the sea. The Anson was a 64-gun frigate cut down to a 44, and had seen much service. Among many fights, she figured in Lord Rodney's action on April 12, 1782, formed part of the fleet which repulsed the French squadron in an attempt to land in Ireland in 1796, helped in the seizure of the French West Indies in 1803. And in 1807 took part in the capture of Curaçao from the Dutch. It was not long after her return from this latter place that she left Falmouth for the cruise on which she met her fate. 8. In 1902 the hull of the Anson, after having been submerged for 95 years, came to light again. She was found by Captain Anderson of the West of England Salvage Company, whose attention had been directed to the wreck by a Porthleven fisherman. Unfortunately at the time the weather was so stormy that Captain Anderson could not proceed with any efforts of salvage, and with the exception of one visit of inspection the interesting relic was left untouched. But in April, 1903, with a bright sky and a light breeze from the northeast, he proceeded to the spot and inspected the remains. The hull of the vessel was not intact, and several guns were lying alongside. One of these, about 10 feet 6 inches long, Captain Anderson secured and hoisted on to the deck of the Green Castle by means of a winch, and afterwards conveyed it to Penzance. It was much encrusted. Amongst the mass of debris also raised were several cannonballs. But to return to Henry Trengrouse, who had stood on the beach watching the wreck, the rescue of some and the perishing of others. Drenched with rain and spray, and sick at heart, Henry Trengrouse returned to his home, and was confined to his bed for nearly a week, having contracted a severe cold. The terrible scene had made an indelible impression on his mind, and he could not, even if he had wished it, drive the thought away. Night and day he mused on the means whereby some assistance could be given to the shipwrecked, some communication be established between the vessel and the shore. He was a great friend of Samuel Drew, whose life was devoted to metaphysics, and it was perhaps the contrast in the two minds that made them friends, one an idealist, the other practical. Trengrouse had a small competence, besides his trade, and he devoted every penny that he could spare to experiments, first in the construction of a lifeboat, but without satisfactory results. The King's birthday was celebrated at Helston with fireworks on the green. And as Henry Trengrouse looked up at the streak of fire rushing into the darkness above and scattering a shower of stars, it occurred to him, why should not a rocket, instead of wasting itself in an exhibition of fireworks, do service and become a means of carrying a rope to a vessel among the breakers? When a communication has been established between the wreck and the shore, above the waves, it may become an aerial passage along which those in distress may pass to safety. Something of the same idea had already occurred to Lieutenant John Bell in 1791, but his proposal was that a shot with a chain attached to it should be discharged from a mortar. Captain George William Manby had his attention drawn to this in February, 1807, and in August of the same year exhibited some experiments with his improved life-preserving mortar to the members of the Suffolk House Humane Society. By the discharge of the mortar a barbed shot was to be flung on to the wreck, with a line attached to the shot. By means of this line a hawser could be drawn from the shore to the ship, and along it would be run a cradle in which the shipwrecked persons could be drawn to land. Manby's mortar was soon abandoned as cumbrous and dangerous. Men were killed during tests, notwithstanding which he was awarded £2,000. The great merit of Trenrouse's invention was that the rocket was much lighter than a shot from a mortar, and was, moreover, more portable, and there was a special line manufactured for it that would not kink, nor would it snap. Because the velocity of the rocket increased gradually, whereas that from a discharge of a mortar was sudden and so great that the cord was frequently ruptured. The distinctive feature of Trengrouse apparatus consisted of a section of a cylinder, which is fitted to the barrel of a musket by a bayonet socket. A rocket with a line attached to its stick is so placed on it that its priming receives fire immediately from the barrel. 9. Whereas a metal mortar could not be conveyed to the cliff or shore opposite the scene of disaster without being drawn in a conveyance by horses, and where there was no road with the utmost difficulty dragged over hedges and ploughed fields by men. Not only so, but a shot discharged by Captain Manby's mortar was liable to endanger life. Wrecks generally happened in the dark, and then the shot would not be visible to those on the wreck. But Trengrouse's rocket would indicate its track by the trail of fire by which it was impelled, and could be fired from either the ship or the shore. Trengrouse expended £3,000 on his experiments, and sacrificed to this one object, that of saving life, his capital, his business, and his health. He cut off the entail on Prisk, which had belonged to the family for several generations, and sold it to enable him to pursue his experiments. There was much that was pathetic in his life. There were the long and frequent journeys to London from Helston, for days by coach, sometimes in midwinter and in snowstorms, with the object of inducing successive governments to adopt the rocket apparatus, meeting only with discouragement. Nor was this all. After all his own means had been exhausted, he received a legacy of £500 under a brother's will, and this sum he at once devoted to further endeavors with HM government for the general adoption of his rocket apparatus. The Russian ambassador now stepped forward and invited Trengrouse to Petersburg, where he assured him that, instead of rebuffs, he would experience only the consideration due to him for his inventions. But Trengrouse's reply was, "My country first," and that country allowed him, after the signal services he had rendered to humanity, to die penniless. His original design was to supply every ship with a rocket apparatus. As vessels were almost invariably wrecked before the wind, the line might the more easily be fired from a ship than from the shore. Trengrouse once met Sir William Congreve, who also claimed to be the inventor of the war rocket. And Trengrouse said to him in the course of their discussion, "As far as I can see, Sir William, your rocket is designed to destroy life, mine is to save life. And I do claim to be the first that ever thought of utilizing a rocket for the saving of human lives." 10. Trengrouse moreover invented the cork jacket or life preserver. This was a success, and has never been improved on. It has been the means of saving many hundreds of lives. He also built a model of a lifeboat, that could not be sunk, and was equal to the present lifeboats of the Royal Lifeboat Association in all respects except the self-righting principle. It was not until February 28, 1818, after many journeys to London, and much ignorant and prejudiced objection that he had to contend against, such as is found so usual among government officials, that Trengrouse was able to exhibit his apparatus before Admiral Sir Charles Rowley. A committee was appointed, and on March 5 it reported favourably on the scheme. In the same year the committee of the Elder Brethren of Trinity House reported in high terms on the invention, and recommended that no vessel should be without it. Thereupon government began to move slowly. In the House the matter was discussed and haggled over. One speaker exclaimed, "You are guilty of sinful negligence in this matter, for while you are parleying over this invention in this important subject, thousands of our fellow men are losing their lives." At last government ordered 20 sets of the life-preserving rockets, but afterwards resolved on making the apparatus itself, and paid Trengrouse the sum of £50, the supposed amount of profit he would have made on the order. £50 was all his ungrateful country could afford to give him. In 1821, however, the Society of Arts pronounced favourably on his apparatus, and presented Trengrouse with their silver medal and a grant of 30 guineas. Through the Russian ambassador, the then Tsar sent him a diamond ring, in consideration of the great advantage his apparatus had proved in shipwrecks on the Baltic and the Black Sea. Even this he was constrained to pledge, that he might devote the money to his darling project. With these acknowledgments of his services he had to rest contented. But ever the news of lives having been saved through his invention was a solace to an even and contented mind. Henry Trengrouse died at Helston on February 19, 1854. As he lay on his deathbed with his face to the wall, he turned about, and with one of his bright, hopeful smiles said to his son, "If you live to be as old as I am, you will find my rocket apparatus all along our shores." They were his last words. In a few minutes he had passed away. The rocket apparatus is along the shores at 300 stations, but not, as he had hoped, on board the vessels. He had despaired of obtaining that, yet that is what he aimed at principally. In April, 1905, owing to the loss of the Khyber on the Land's End coast, questions were asked in the House of Commons relative to wireless telegraphy between the lighthouses and the coast. On that occasion one of the most valuable suggestions was made by a shipping expert, who considered that the Board of Trade should make it compulsory that a light rocket apparatus should be carried by all vessels, so that, when in distress, if near the coast, the crew could send a rocket ashore. This marine engineer said, "On shore the rockets must be fired by practiced men, such as coastguards, because they have to strike a small object. But on a vessel they have only to hit the land, and if people are about, the line will quickly be seized and made fast. At present, too, horses and wagons have to be used, and sometimes it is difficult to find a road leading down to the spot from which help must be rendered. Probably for £20 an appliance could be kept on board a vessel which would send a line ashore in less time and with more certainty than at present. When a vessel is being blown ashore, I have seen rockets fired from the land return like a boomerang to the cliff on account of the strength of the gale. In my judgment, mariners should assist in their own salvation. On this Mr. H. Trengrouse, grandson of the inventor, wrote to the Cornish man, April 24, 1905. Your suggestion in the Cornish man of the 15th instant, that all vessels should be compelled by the Board of Trade to carry this apparatus, is very practical, and should, and I trust may, be soon adopted. It may interest your readers to learn that the inventor, my grandfather, the late Mr. Henry Trengrouse, of Helston, urged this upon successive governments without any encouragement whatever, and I on 2 occasions have also suggested it to the principals of the Marine Department of the Board of Trade, who have informed me of a strong opinion always entertained, that on the occasion of wreck, there would probably not be any one on board possessing sufficient knowledge of the use of the apparatus to render it of any value. Which seems very strange indeed, and might be readily obviated by, at least, the captain and officers of vessels being instructed in its use, surely simple enough. My grandfather devoted much time to make it so. And the advantage of an appliance for use on board is so palpable, and the loss of life during many years by its absence so considerable, that it is extremely gratifying to observe a renewed and increasing interest in the subject, which I hope, sir, as you state, being so important, may now be kept to the fore. I am, sir, your obedient servant, H. Trengrouse. That this admirable letter to the Cornish man should at the time produce no effect on the Board of Trade is what every one who has had any dealings with that board would predicate. At length, however, some goading has roused that obstructive, inert body into inquiring into this matter. I read in the Daily Express of January 27, 1908, the question whether the carrying of rockets for projecting lifelines should be made compulsory on all British ships is being investigated by a special committee appointed by the Board of Trade. One witness before the committee said that he had seen 50 men drowned within 60 yards of the shore in a gale, and that all might have been saved had the vessel been equipped with line-throwing guns. So, after the lapse of 86 or 7 years, and the loss of thousands of lives that might have been saved had not the Board of Trade been too inert to move in the matter, an inquiry has once more been instituted. Let us hope that after this inquiry the matter may not be allowed to fall again into neglect. That the rocket fired from the shore has been already the means of saving lives, the following report on it made to the Board of Trade, for the year ending June 30, 1907, will testify. During the year ended as above, 268 lives were saved by means of the life-saving apparatus, that is to say, 127 more than the number saved by the same means during the previous year, and 67 more than the average for the previous 10 years. The total number of lives saved by the life-saving apparatus since 1870 is 8,924. This number does not include the large number of lives saved by means of ropes and other assistance from the shore. After the loss of the Berlin, belonging to the Great Eastern Company, in 1907, the attention of the Dutch government was called to the advantage of having the rocket apparatus on board ship, and legal instructions were drafted, making it obligatory upon all vessels of over 200 tons gross to carry rocket apparatus. Henry Trengrouse's noble life was a failure in so far as that it brought him no pecuniary results, covered him with disappointment, reduced him to poverty. He received, in all, for his life's work, and the sacrifice of fortune and the landed estate of his ancestors, £50 from government, £31 10s from the Society of Arts, and a diamond ring that in his time of need he was constrained to pawn, and which he was never able to redeem. Russell Lowell puts these lines into the mouth of Cromwell, in his Glance Behind the Curtain. My God, when I read o'er the bitter lives of men whose eager hearts are quite too great to beat beneath the cramped mode of the day, and see them mocked at by the world they love, haggling with prejudice for pennyworths of that reform which this hard toil will make the common birthright of the age to come. When I see this, spite of my faith in God, I marvel how their hearts bear up so long. Nor could they, but for this same prophecy, this inward feeling of the glorious end, Henry Trengrouse married Mary, daughter of Samuel and Mary Jenken, November 19, 1795. She was born at S. Earth, September 9, 1772, and died at Helston, March 27, 1863. By her he had one son only who reached manhood, Nicholas Trevenant Trengrouse, who died at the age of 74. And one daughter, Jane, who married Thomas Rogers, solicitor, of Helston, Emma, who married a Mr. Matthews, and two, Mary Ann, who died unmarried, the first at the age of 80, the latter at that of 94. To Mr. Henry Trengrouse, the son of Mr. Nicholas T. Trengrouse, I am indebted for much information relative to his grandfather, as also to a lecture, never published, delivered in 1894 by the Reverend James Ninnis, who says in a letter to Mr. H. Trengrouse, Jr., most of the detail I have taken from notes of my father, dated 1878, he got them from conversation with your respected father. Mr. J. Ninnis' grandfather had stood on the beach by the side of Henry Trengrouse, watching the wreck of the Anson. A portrait of the Inventor, by Opie the Younger, is in the possession of the family at Helston, as is also the picture of the wreck of the Anson sketched at the time by Mr. Trengrouse. For permission to reproduce both I am indebted to the courtesy of the grandson of the Inventor. The Botathan Ghost. In April, 1720, Daniel Defoe published his history of the life and adventures of Mr. Duncan Campbell. In August a second edition was called for, of which some copies included a pamphlet that had been printed in June, Mr. Campbell's Packwit, for the entertainment of gentlemen and ladies, and this Packwit contains remarkable passage of an apparition, related by the Reverend Dr. Ruddle, of Launceston, in Cornwall, in the year 1665. It has been assumed that this ghost story was a bit of invention of the lively imagination of Defoe. Mrs. Bray in her Trelawney of Trelawn stated that the story could not be true, as no such a name as Dingley, which was that of the ghost, was known in Launceston. As it happened, James Dingley had been instituted to the vicarage of the very parish of South Petherwin, in which the ghost appeared, in the same reign in which the apparition occurred, and he assisted Ruddle in his ministrations in Launceston. And the name occurs to this day in the town and neighbourhood. In fact, Dingley, Petherbridge, and Dingley are bankers there. In the same heedless fashion Cyrus Redding wrote in 1842 that the story was told with so much simplicity of truth that it is difficult to believe that the tale is not, as novel writers say, founded on fact. And he goes on to state, no clergyman of the name of Ruddle had been incumbent in Launceston for 200 years past, at least in S. Mary's Church. Yet the monument of Parson Ruddle is in the church, and he occupied the living from 1663 to his death in 1699. Again, Samuel Drew, in his History of Cornwall, blunders as to the locality, making the apparition appear in the parish of Little Petherick, near Padstow. Next Mr. Hawker, of Morwenstow, fabricated a diurnal of Ruddle, which adopted Drew's error, and by altering the date made the story as given by him disagree with the facts as they stand upon record. The remarkable passage of an apparition was no invention of Defoe, it was a genuine narrative written by the hand of John Ruddle himself. This has been conclusively demonstrated by the late Mr. Alfred Robbins in the Cornish magazine, 1898. John Ruddle, M.A. of Caius College, Cambridge, was instituted to the vicarage of Alternon on May 24, 1662, and the incumbency of S. Mary Magdalene, Launceston, becoming vacant by the ejection of the independent intrusive pastor, Ruddle was appointed to it, and began his ministry at Launceston on ye feast of our Saviour's Nativity, 1663. At the same time he received the appointment to the Launceston Free School as master. Now it so fell out that he was invited on the June 20, 1665, to preach a funeral sermon on the occasion of the burial of John Eliot at South Petherwin. John was the son of Edward Eliot, of Trebersey, who was the third son of Sir John Eliot, who died in the Tower of London. After the conclusion of the service, Parson Ruddle was leaving the church, when an ancient gentleman addressed him, and, Ruddle says, with an unusual importunity almost forced against my humour to see his house that night. Nor could I have rescued myself from his kindness, had not Mr. Elliot interposed and pleaded title to me for the whole of the day. However, Ruddle promised to call on the old gentleman, whose name was Bligh, and whose house was Botathan. The Blighs were an ancient family, well connected and owning a good estate, but Botathan was not a house of any pretence, and it is now the dwelling of a farmer, and has not the appearance of having been the residence of a county family. On the following Monday John Ruddle went to Botathan, where he partook of an early dinner, and a neighbouring parson had been invited to meet him. After dinner this brother of the coat undertook to show me the gardens, when, as I was walking, he gave me the first discovery of what was mainly intended in all this treat and compliment. First he began to tell the infortunity of the family in general, and then gave an instance in the youngest son. He related what a hopeful, sprightly lad he lately was, and how melancholic and sottish he was now grown. Then did he with much passion lament that his ill humour should so incredibly subdue his reason. For, says he, the poor boy believes himself to be haunted with ghosts, and is confident that he meets with an evil spirit in a certain field about half a mile from this place as often as he goes that way to school. In the midst of our twaddle the old gentleman and his lady came up to us. Upon their approach, and pointing me to the arbour, the parson renews the relation to me. And they, the parents of the youth, confirmed what he said, and added many minute circumstances. In fine, they all three desired my thoughts and advice in the affair. Neither the parents nor the parson who made this communication believed that the boy saw anything, they shrewdly suspected that he was lazy, and made the apparition an excuse for not going to school. Ruddle, however, saw the boy, and was convinced of his sincerity. He told me with all naked freedom, and a flood of tears, that his friends were unkind and unjust to him, neither to believe nor pity him. And that if any man, making a bow to me, would but go with him to the place, he might be convinced that the thing was real. This woman which appears to me, saith he, lived a neighbour here to my father, and died about 8 years since. Her name, Dorothy Dingley. She never speaks to me, but passeth by hastily, and always leaves the footpath to me, and she commonly meets me 2 or 3 times in the breadth of the field. It was about 2 months before I took notice of it, and though the shape of the face was in my memory, yet I did not recall the name of the person, but I did suppose it was some woman who lived thereabout, and had frequent occasion that way. Nor did I imagine anything to the contrary before she began to meet me constantly, morning and evening, and always in the same field, the higher brown quartles, and sometimes 2 or 3 in the breadth of it. The first time I took notice of her was about a year since, and when I first began to suspect it to be a ghost, I had courage enough not to be afraid, but kept it to myself a good while, and only wondered very much about it. I did often speak to it, but never had a word in answer. Then I changed my way, and went to school the under horse road, and then she always met me in the narrow lane, between the quarry park and the nursery, which was worse. At length I began to be terrified at it, and prayed continually that God would either free me from it or let me know the meaning of it. Night and day, sleeping and waking, the shape was ever running in my mind, when, by degrees, I grew pensive, inasmuch that it was taken notice of by all our family. Whereupon, being urged to it, I told my brother William of it, and he privately acquainted my father and mother, and they kept it to themselves for some time. The success of this discovery was only this: they did sometimes laugh at me, sometimes chide me, but still commanded me to keep to my school, and put such fopperies out of my head. I did accordingly go to school often, but always met the woman by the way. When Parson Ruddle had heard this story he promised the boy to go with him next morning to the field, and went with the lad to the hall, whither the parents and the parson, the Reverend Samuel Williams, came to meet them from the parlour. They began at once to importune Ruddle about the interview and to pass remarks on the boy, who fled from them to his own room. The vicar of Launceston begged them to restrain their curiosity till he had made further investigation into the matter. The next morning, before 5 o'clock, the lad was in my chambers, and very brisk. I arose and went with him. The field he led me to I guessed to be 20 acres, in an open country, and about 3 furlongs from any house. We went into the field, and had not gone above a 3rd part before the spectrum, in the shape of a woman, with all the circumstances he had described her to me the day before, met us and passed by. I was a little surprised at it, and though I had taken up a firm resolution to speak to it, yet I had not the power, nor indeed durst I look back. Yet I took care not to show any fear to my pupil and guide, and therefore telling him that I was satisfied in the truth of his complaint, we walked to the end of the field and returned, nor did the ghost meet us that time above once. At our return the gentlewoman watched to speak with me. I gave her a convenience, and told her that my opinion was that her son's complaint was not to be slighted, yet that my judgment in his case was not settled. I gave her caution that the thing might not take wind, lest the whole country should ring with what we had yet no assurance of. In this juncture of time I had business which would admit no delay, wherefore I went to Launceston that evening, but promised to see them again next week. Yet I was prevented by an occasion which pleaded a sufficient excuse. However, my mind was upon the adventure. I studied the case, and about 3 weeks after went again, resolving, by the help of God, to see the utmost. The next morning, the 27th day of July, 1665, I went to the haunted field by myself, and walked the breadth of the field without any encounter. I returned and took the other walk, and then the spectrum appeared to me, much about the same place where I saw it before, when the young gentleman was with me. In my thoughts it moved swifter than the time before, and about 10 feet distant from me on my right hand, insomuch that I had not time to speak, as I had determined with myself beforehand. The evening of this day, the parents, the son, and myself being in the chamber where I lay, I propounded to them our going all together to the place next morning, and after some asseveration that there was no danger in it, we all resolved upon it. The morning being come, lest we should alarm the servants, they went under the pretence of seeing a field of wheat, and I took my horse and fetched a compass another way, and so met at the stile we had appointed. Thence we all four walked leisurely into the quarters, and had passed above half the field before the ghost made appearance. It then came over the stile just before us, and moved with that swiftness that by the time we had gone 6 or 7 steps it passed by. I immediately turned head and ran after it, with the young man by my side. We saw it pass over the stile by which we entered, but no farther. I stepped upon the hedge at one place, he at another, but could discern nothing. Whereas I dare aver that the swiftest horse in England could not have conveyed himself out of sight in that short space of time. 2 things I observed in this day's appearance. 1, that a spaniel dog, who followed the company unregarded, did bark and run away as the spectrum passed by, whence it is easy to conclude that it was not our fear or fancy which made the apparition. 2, that the motion of the spectrum was not by steps and moving of the feet, but a kind of gliding, as children upon ice or a boat down a swift river. But to proceed. This ocular evidence clearly convinced, but strangely frightened, the old gentleman and his wife, who knew this Dorothy Dingley in her lifetime, were at her burial, and now plainly saw her features in this present apparition. The next morning, being Thursday, I went out very early by myself, and walked for about an hour's space in meditation and prayer in the field next adjoining the quarters. Soon after 5 I stepped over the stile into the disturbed field, and had not gone above 30 or 40 paces before the ghost appeared at the farther stile. I spake to it with a loud voice, whereupon it approached, but slowly, and when I came near it moved not. I spake again, and it answered, in a voice neither very audible nor intelligible. I was not in the least terrified, and therefore persisted until it spake again and gave me satisfaction. But the work could not be finished at this time. Wherefore the same evening, an hour after sunset, it met me again near the same place, and after a few words on each side it quickly vanished, and neither doth appear since, nor ever will more to any man's disturbance. The discourse in the morning lasted about a quarter of an hour. These things are true, and I know them to be so, with as much certainty as eyes and ears can give me. And until I can be persuaded that my senses do deceive me about their proper object, and by that persuasion deprive myself of the strongest inducement to believe the Christian religion, I must and will assert that these things in this paper are true. It must be noted that Defoe in his printed account omits the names of the family of Bligh, and that he changes Dorothy Dingley into Mrs. Veal. Parson Ruddle's original MS is not in existence, it was probably given to Defoe. But a copy is preserved made by the son of the Reverend John Ruddle. Defoe was in Launceston acting as a spy for the minister Harley in August, 1705, and at that time he must have got hold of the MS. After the signature, John Ruddle, at the end of the narrative and the date is the sentence, "This is a copy of W.T. I found written by my father and signed John Ruddle. Taken by me, William Ruddle, who had become vicar of South Petherwin in 1695, and who became subsequently incumbent also of S. Thomas by Launceston." This copy bears the following attestation: "The readers may observe Whitey I borrowed the remarkable passage of ye grandson of John Ruddle who had it from his uncle William Ruddle. I think I'm exact in its transcription. I well know the S.D. John Ruddle to have had, and I dare say deserved, the character of a learned and eminent divine, and I also knew his son ye said William Ruddle, a divine whose character was so bright Whitey I have no room to add to its luster. And I hereby certify Whitey I copied this from ye very handwriting of the said William Ruddle. Quinto die Februarii anno DNI, 1730. James Wakeman. As Mr. Robbins says, the completeness of the body of proof of the Ruddle authorship leaves nothing therefore to be desired. Parson John Ruddle eventually became prebend of Exeter, and held the vicarage of Alternaun along with that of Launceston to his death. Ruddle does not state that the boy Bligh was his pupil at Launceston Free School, but one does not see to what other school he can have gone. And the readiness with which the lad opened his heart to him leads to the notion that they had some previous acquaintance. His way to Launceston would be over the common, on which stand 3 barrows, to the road at Penfoot, where he would strike the road. When he endeavoured to avoid the ghost he took the under-horse road between Quarry Park and the nursery. The quarry is still visible with a pool in it, and a stream flowing into it that rises on the moor where he saw the ghost, and under-horse road still bears its name. The lad endeavoured to take a short cut, though not as short as across the higher brown quarters, to reach the Launceston road without having to go through South Petherwin village. Parson Ruddle does not give the Christian name of the boy who saw the ghost, and we are thrown into perplexity at once. The ancient gentleman may have been Thomas Bligh of Botathan, Esq., but he was aged no more than 53. Colonel Vivian's pedigree of the Blighs in his Visitation of Cornwall is most unsatisfactory. Thomas Bligh was buried at South Petherwin, April 10, 1692. There is no entry in Vivian's pedigree of Walter Bligh, gentleman, who was buried January 29, 1667-8. Besides, there are many entries of an Edmund Bligh and Catherine, his wife, and their children. Thomas Bligh seems to have lived at one time at S. Martin's by Loo. Dr. Lee in his Glimpses of the Supernatural calls Dorothy Dingley, Dorothy Durant, but on what authority I do not know. There is an entry in the South Petherwin Register of the burial of Dorothy Durant, widow, May 1, 1677, but according to the story of the boy, Dorothy Dingley died in or about 1657. Unfortunately the South Petherwin registers do not go back beyond August, 1656, but there is no entry in them in 1656 or 1657 of the burial of Dorothy Dingley. The Dingleys had been settled in Lesant and Lincolnhorn from 1577, and owned the Place Hall in the latter parish, but they had connections in Worcestershire. And Dorothy was the youngest daughter of Francis Dingley, baptized at Cropthorne, in the latter county, in 1596. She married Richard, son of George Durant, of Blockley, Worcestershire. As no further trace of her can be found in the register there, it is not unfair to suppose that having kinsfolk in Cornwall she may have journeyed there, and both were buried at South Petherwin, Dorothy Durant, as already stated, in 1677. She was then aged 87. She cannot have been the ghost. But was the ghost that of her mother, a Dorothy, who came to South Petherwin with her, and died there about the year 1655? We cannot tell, as we do not know her mother's Christian name. Dr. Lee clearly confused the Dorothy Durant with the Dorothy Dingley, the ghost. The Reverend P. T. Pullman, vicar of South Petherwin, writes to me, in December, 1896, a labourer died here, aged 72. For upwards of 40 years he had worked at Botathan. He told me that one of the fields was called the Higher Brown Park. He did not know the name of Cortels, until the field was ploughed up. He told me there was a little path in it which they called Old Dorothy Dinglet's path, and that they used to frighten the farm apprentices with stories about her, but he had never met her himself. The farm has been sold of recent years. There is a part of the old house left used for a cider cellar. They call it Dorothy Dingley's chamber. The Reverend James Dingley was vicar of South Petherwin from 1682 until 1695. He was born 1655, just 10 years before the apparition was seen by young Bligh. Authorities: Robbins, A Cornish Ghost Story, in the Cornish Magazine, 1898, Robbins, Launceston Past and Present, 1889. The Portrait of the Rev. John Ruddle is in my possession. The descendants of Parson Ruddle or Ruddall are still on the land, but are in a humble condition. John Couch Adams, astronomer. Thomas Adams was a small tenant farmer in the parish of Lawn East, at Lidcott, renting under John King Lethbridge, Esq., of Tregear, in Lawn East. He married Tabitha Nill Grills, of Stoke Climsland, who inherited a very little land in this latter parish. Lawn East lies on the Inny River, that is to say, the village with its church occupies the southern slope of Lawn East down that falls to this beautiful stream. But Lidcott lies on the north side of the down, that rises to 800 feet above the sea, one long swelling mass of moor brown with heather, save when in August it blushes like a modest girl, the heather all a-rose with flower. For 3 miles the highway from Camelford to Launceston crosses this moor, one white strip drawn through a mass of umber. At night the sheep that grazed on the down would lie on the warm road, and many a time have the coach horses stumbled over them in the night. On this road, about the year 546, S. Samson was pursuing his way from Padstow, where he had landed, to Southill. He had with him a wagon drawn by horses he had brought with him from Ireland, and as he proceeded over the down he was aware of music and dancing on the left-hand side of the road in the direction of Tregear. And he found that the heathen people were having a festival about a rude upright stone. He stopped, harangued them, condemned their idolatrous practice, and with his own hand cut a cross upon the stone. It is possible that this is the very rude stone cross that still stands on the slope of the moor above Lidcott. John Couch, son of Thomas Adams and Tabitha, was born at Lidcott on January 5, 1819, but no notice of his baptism occurs in the parish register at Lawn East. Possibly he may have been taken to a Gloskery. He received his early education at a dame's school in his native parish, but was early employed by his father to tend the sheep on Lawn East Down. It was then and there, on that great upland stretch of moor, with a vast horizon about him, that, lying in the heather and looking up into the sky, the mystery of the heavenly firmament laid hold of him. He soon learned to distinguish the planets from the fixed stars. He watched the rising and the setting of the constellations, Charles's Wain revolving nightly about the extremest star in what he called the tail of the plough. Orion with his twinkling belt and curved sword, louting on one knee. To the west and south stood up against the evening glow the ridge of the Bodmin Moors, Brown Willie, Rough Tor, Kilmar, and Carridon. To the north nothing interrupted the view, for there lay the vast Atlantic, and on stormy nights the boom of its waves might be heard from that highway over the down. To the east and southeast the far-off range of Dartmoor, blue as a vein in a girl's temple, on a summer day. Many a chiding did John Couch get from his father for being out late at night upon the moor. The old farmer was unable to understand what the attraction was which drew the lad from home and from his supper, to be out, either lying on the road or leaning against the old granite cross, stargazing. Happily Mrs. Adams had a simple book on astronomy that had belonged to her father, and this her son Jack devoured, and now he began to understand something of the motions of the heavenly bodies. He established a sundial on the window-sill of the parlor, and constructed out of cardboard an apparatus for taking the altitude of the sun. His father, finding that his inclinations were not for farm work, sent him to study with a relative of his mother, the Reverend P. Couch Grills, who had a school at Devonport, but later moved to Saltash. All his spare time John Couch spent in reading astronomical works, which he obtained from the library of the Mechanics' Institute. He drew maps of constellations and computed celestial phenomena. A day long to be remembered by him as one of the happiest in his life was that in which he obtained a look through a telescope at the moon. "Why," he exclaimed, "they have Brown Willie and Rough Tor up there." His account of a solar eclipse viewed at Devonport through a small spyglass got into print in a London paper. After 3 weeks watching he caught sight of Halley's comet on October 16, 1839. His father now with considerable effort arranged to send him to the University of Cambridge, and he entered St. John's College as a poor sizar in October, 1839. He graduated as senior wrangler in 1843, and was first Smith's prizeman, and soon elected fellow and appointed tutor of his college. At the age of 22 he was struck with the disturbance in the course of the planet Uranus, and he perceived that this must be due to the attraction possessed by some other planet, as yet unseen and unsuspected. That produced these perturbations. How this led to the discovery of the planet Neptune shall be told from the reminiscences of Caroline Fox. 1847, October 7. Dined at Carclew, and spent a very interesting evening. We met Professor Adams, the Bullers, the Lord of the Isles, and others. Adams is a quiet-looking man, with a broad forehead, a mild face, and an amiable and expressive mouth. I sat by him at dinner, and by general and dainty approaches got at the subject on which one most wished to hear him speak. He began very blushingly, but went on to talk in most delightful fashion, with large and luminous simplicity, of some of the vast mathematical facts with which he is so conversant. The idea of the reversed method of reasoning, from an unknown to a known, with reference to astronomical problems dawned on him when an undergraduate, with neither time nor mathematics to work it out. The opposite system had always before been adopted. He, in common with many others, conceived that there must be a planet to account for the disturbances of Uranus. And when he had time he set to work at the process, in deep, quiet faith that the fact was there, and that his hitherto untried mathematical path was the one which must reach it. That there were no anomalies in the universe, but that, even here, and now, they could be explained and included in a higher law. The delight of working it out was far more than any notoriety could give, for his love of pure truth is evidently intense, an inward necessity, unaffected by all the penny trumpets of the world. Well, at length he fixed his point in space, and sent his mathematical evidence to Airy, the astronomer royal, who locked the papers up in his desk, partly from carelessness, partly from incredulity. For it seemed to him impossible that a man whose name was unknown to him should strike out a new path in mathematical science with any success. Moreover, his theory was, that if there were a planet, it would not be discovered for 160 years, that is, until 2 revolutions of Uranus had been accomplished. Then came Leverrier's equally original, though many months younger, demonstration, Gull's immediate verification of it by observation, and then the other astronomers were all astir. Professor Adams speaks of those about whom the English scientific world is so indignant in a spirit of Christian philosophy, exactly in keeping with the mind of a man who has discovered a planet. He speaks with warmest admiration of Leverrier, specially of his exhaustive method of making out the orbits of the comets, imagining and disproving all tracks but the right one, a work of infinite labor. If the observer could make out distinctly but a very small part of a comet's orbit, the mathematician would be able to prove what its course had been through all time. They enjoyed being a good deal together at the British Association meeting at Oxford, though it was unfortunate for the intercourse of the fellow workers that one could not speak French nor the other English. He had met with very little mathematical sympathy, except from Challis, of the Cambridge Observatory, but when his result was announced there was noise enough and to spare. He was always fond of stargazing and speculation, and is already on the watch for another planet. Bernard told us that when Professor Adams came from Cambridge to visit his relatives in Cornwall he was employed to sell sheep for his father at a fair. He is a most good son and neighbor, and watchful in the performance of small acts of thoughtful kindness. 1863, July 2. Have just returned from a visit to Professor Adams at Cambridge. He is so delightful in the intervals of business, enjoying all things, large and small, with a boyish zest. He showed and explained the calculating machine, French, not Babbage's, which saves him much in time and brain, as it can multiply or divide 10 figures accurately. We came upon an admirable portrait of him at S. John's College, before he accepted a Pembroke Fellowship and migrated thither. The first mention of the name of Adams as the discoverer of Neptune was by Sir John Herschel, in the Athenaeum, on October 3, 1845. And a letter from Professor Challis to that journal on October 17 described in detail the transactions between Adams, Airy, and himself. Naturally enough, the French were highly incensed at the notion that an obscure Englishman had forestalled Leverrier in the discovery, and Airy himself was annoyed at his own negligence in not looking into the memoir by Adams, and took up the matter with some personal feeling. It was certainly startling to realize that the Astronomer Royal had had in his possession data that would have enabled the planet to be discovered nearly a year before Leverrier had, by a different course of argument and calculation, arrived at the conclusion that there existed a planet which was the disturbing element in the orbit of Uranus. As to Adams himself, he had not a particle of conceit and pride in him, he did not care to have his name proclaimed as the discoverer. 40 years later, he said simply and characteristically that all he had wished for was that English astronomers to whom he had communicated the result of his calculations, pointing out the precise spot in the sky where a planet was to be found, would have taken the trouble to turn their telescopes upon that point and discover the planet, so that England might have had the full credit of the discovery. His long-suppressed investigation was not laid before the Royal Astronomical Society till November 13, 1846. The publication, of course, stirred up much controversy, and the scientific world was divided into Adamite and anti-Adamite factions. Adams refused knighthood in 1847, and declined the office of Astronomer Royal on Airy's retirement in 1881. John Couch had a brother, William Grills, also a man of some eminence in the scientific world. He was born at Lidcott February 12, 1836, and became Professor of Natural Philosophy and of Astronomy in King's College, London. I was wont, when at Cambridge, to meet John Couch Adams at Professor Challis, and also at the house of the Rev. Harvey Goodwin, afterwards Bishop of Carlisle. Professor Adams took some notice of me, as coming from his neighbourhood, though not on the Cornish side of the Tamar. He was a small man, as simple as a child in many things. Indeed, he struck me forcibly by his great modesty and sweetness of manner. He loved a joke, and would laugh heartily over the very smallest. He loved children, and would play with them in their little games with infinite zest. Professor Glaisher, whom I also knew, wrote of him, Adams was a man of learning as well as a man of science. He was an omnivorous reader, and his memory was exact and retentive. There were few subjects upon which he was not possessed of accurate information. Botany, geology, history, and divinity, all had their share of his care and attention. He was always happy to return to his humble father's farm. And after he was a noted man, on one of these occasions the old man sent him into Launceston with a drove of sheep to sell them in the market. He complied cheerfully, but how he succeeded in selling them I have not heard. This is the incident alluded to by Caroline Fox given above. The honours showered upon him, wrote Dr. Donald McAllister, left him as they found him, modest, gentle, and sincere. He was not a man who ever asserted himself. He married in 1863 Eliza, daughter of Halliday Bruce, of Dublin. He died of a sudden illness on January 21, 1892, and was buried in S. Giles Churchyard, Cambridge. Portraits were taken of him by Mogford in 1851, and by Herkimer in 1888. Both are in the combination room of St. John's College, Cambridge. A biographical notice of him was prefixed by Professor Glaisher to his scientific works, edited by W. G. Adams, in 1896-8. See also A. De Morgan's Budget of Paradoxes, 1872, and The Mechanics' Magazine, 1846. Daniel Gum. All that is really known of this eccentric character is found in a letter of J. B. to Richard Polwheel, dated September, 1814. His correspondent says, Daniel Gum was born in the parish of Lincolnhorne, in Cornwall, about the commencement of the last century, and was bred a stone-cutter. In the early part of his life he was remarkable for his love of reading and a degree of reserve even exceeding what is observable in persons of studious habits. By close application Daniel acquired, even in his youth, a considerable stock of mathematical knowledge, and, in consequence, became celebrated throughout the adjoining parishes. Called by his occupation to hew blocks of granite on the neighboring commons, and especially in the vicinity of that great natural curiosity called the cheese ring, he discovered near this spot an immense block, whose upper surface was an inclined plane. This, it struck him, might be made the roof of a habitation such as he desired, sufficiently secluded from the busy haunts of men to enable him to pursue his studies without interruption, whilst it was contiguous to the scene of his daily labour. Immediately Daniel went to work, and cautiously excavating the earth underneath, to nearly the extent of the stone above, he obtained a habitation which he thought sufficiently commodious. The sides he lined with stone, cemented with lime, whilst a chimney was made by perforating the earth at one side of the roof. From the elevated spot on which stood this extraordinary dwelling could be seen Dartmoor and Exmoor on the east, Hartland on the north, the sea and the port of Plymouth on the south, and S. Austell and Bodmin Hills on the west, with all the intermediate beautiful scenery. The top of the rock which roofed his house served Daniel for an observatory, where at every favourable opportunity he watched the motions of the heavenly bodies, and on the surface of which, with his chisel, he carved a variety of diagrams, illustrative of the most difficult problems of Euclid, etc. These he left behind him as evidences of the patience and ingenuity with which he surmounted the obstacles that his station in life had placed in the way of his mental improvement. But the choice of his house and the mode in which he pursued his studies were not his only eccentricities. His house became his chapel also. And he was never known to descend from the craggy mountain on which it stood, to attend his parish church or any other place of worship. Death, which alike seizes on the philosopher and the fool, at length found out the retreat of Daniel Gum, and lodged him in a house more narrow than that which he had dug for himself. Bond in his topographical and historical sketches of the boroughs of East and West Loo, 1873. Describes the habitation of Daniel Gum as seen by him in 1802. When we reached Cheese Ring, our guide first led us to the house of Daniel Gum, a stone-cutter, cut by him out of a solid rock of granite. This artificial cavern may be about 12 feet deep and not quite so broad. The roof consists of one flat stone of many tons weight, supported by the natural rock on one side, and by pillars of small stones on the other. How Gum formed this last support is not easily conceived. We entered with hesitation lest the covering should be our gravestone. On the right-hand side of the door is D. Gum, with a date engraved 1735, or 3. On the upper part of the covering stone, channels are cut to carry off the rain, probably to cause it to fall into a bucket for his use. There is also engraved on it some geometrical device formed by Gum, as the guide told us, who also said that Gum was accounted a pretty sensible man. I have no hesitation in saying he must have been a pretty eccentric character to have fixed on this place for his habitation, but here he dwelt for several years with his wife and children, several of whom were born and died here. His calling was that of a stone-cutter, and he fixed himself on a spot where materials could be met with to employ 1,000 men for 1,000 years. The Reverend Robert S. Hawker wrote an account of Daniel Gum for all the year round in 1866, and this has been reprinted in Footsteps of Former Men in Cornwall. He pretends that when he visited the Cheese Ring in 183-, there still existed fragments of Daniel Gum's thoughts and studies still treasured up in the existing families of himself and his wife. And he gives transcripts from these, and also from what must have been a diary. But Mr. Hawker embroidered facts with so much detail drawn from his own fancy, that his statements have to be taken with a very large pinch of salt. It must be remembered, in his justification, that his stories of Cornish characters were intended as magazine articles to amuse, but without any purpose of having them regarded as strictly biographical and historical. They were brief historical romances, and were not intended to be taken seriously. I will give but one quotation, and the reader can judge for himself therefrom whether it does not look like an extract made in Morwenstow. Mr. Hawker says. On the fly-leaves of an old account book the following strange statement appears, June 23, 1764. Today, at bright noon, I looked up and saw all at once a stranger standing on the turf, just above my block. He was dressed like an old picture I remember in the windows of S. Neots Church, in a long brown garment, with a girdle, and his head was uncovered and grizzled with long hair. He spoke to me, and he said in a low, clear voice, "Daniel, that work is hard." I wondered that he should know my name, and I answered, "Yes, sir, but I am used to it and don't mind it, for the sake of the faces at home." Then he said, sounding his words like a psalm, "Man goeth forth to his work and to his labor until the evening. When will it be night with Daniel Gum?" I began to feel queer. It seemed to me that there was something awful about the unknown man. I even shook. Then he said again, "Fear nothing. The happiest man in all the earth is he that wins his daily bread by his daily sweat, if he will but fear God and do man no wrong." I bent down my head like any one dumbfounded, and I greatly wondered who this strange appearance could be. He was not like a preacher, for he looked me full in the face, nor a bit like a parson, for he seemed very meek and kind. I began to think it was a spirit, only such ones always come by night, and here was I at noonday and at work. So I made up my mind to drop my hammer and step up and ask his name right out. But when I looked up he was gone, and that clear out of my sight, on the bare, wide moor, suddenly. Now, in the first place, no trace or tidings of these notes so treasured up by the family are to be found in the parish of Lincolnhorne, to which Gum and his wife belonged. In the second place, Mr. Hawker makes Daniel remark that his mysterious visitant was not like a dissenting preacher because he looked him straight in the face, and this is significantly like a remark Hawker often made with regard to these gentry. Another of these pretended notes refers to the finding of a fossil fish embedded in granite. This alone suffices to wake suspicion that the extracts are not genuine. Fossils never have been found in granite, and never will be. But Hawker himself did not know this, as he was totally ignorant of the first principles of geology. Laurence Braddon. Laurence Braddon, second son of Captain William Braddon, of Truorgy, in S. Jennies, was called to the bar of the Middle Temple, and worked at his profession diligently. He entered Parliament in 1651, but did not attract special notice till the occasion of the suicide of the Earl of Essex in the Tower, in 1683. The people of England had been, and still were, greatly troubled about the succession to the throne, in the event of the death of Charles II. They had no mind to have the throne occupied by a popish prince, and several plots were hatched to prevent such a contingency. Monmouth, with Lord Essex, Shaftesbury, Lord Howard of Escrick, Russell, Algernon Sidney, and John Hampden, held meetings to found an association to agitate and compel the king to assemble Parliament, to take measures to secure a Protestant succession and the exclusion of the Duke of York. On other points they disagreed. Monmouth hoped to have his legitimacy established and to secure the crown for his own brows. Sidney and Essex were for the establishment of a commonwealth. Russell and Hampden intended only the exclusion of the Duke. As to Lord Howard, he was a man of no principle, and his sole desire was to fish in troubled waters and get out of them what he could. More desperate spirits schemed plans of assassination, and a plot was formed for murdering Charles and the Duke of York as they passed the Rye House on the road from London to Newmarket. But there is no evidence that the noble schemers had any knowledge of the Rye House plot. Both projects were betrayed, and though they were wholly distinct from one another, the cruel ingenuity of the Crown lawyers blended them into one. The Earl of Shaftesbury fled to the Continent, Monmouth absconded. Russell was committed to the Tower. Howard, who had concealed himself in a chimney, was drawn forth by the heels, and to secure his neck betrayed Essex, Sidney, and Hampden, who were all committed to the Tower. Several of the conspirators in the Rye House plot were sentenced to death and at once executed. From their confessions it appeared that the conspiracy had wide ramifications, and that a scheme of insurrection throughout the country had been formed, and that steps had been taken to organize it. On the day upon which Lord Russell was brought to trial, the Earl of Essex was found in the closet of his chamber with his throat cut, and this but just after a visit to the Tower by the King with the Duke of York. An inquest was at once held, at which it was shown that Lord Essex was a man of a despondent temper, that he had been lately in a lugubrious mood, and in the depths of melancholy. And evidence was conclusive that he had cut his own throat with a razor. The jury accordingly found a verdict of felo de se. Now it so fell out that on the following Sunday Laurence Braddon went to visit a Mr. Evans, of the Custom House, at his country house at Wanstead, in Essex, where was also a Mr. Halstead, and Evans was telling Halstead that he had heard from a kinsman of his named Edwards, also in the Customs, that his boy had been in the Tower Yard on the morning of the death of Lord Essex. And that he had seen a hand thrust out of that nobleman's window, and a razor stained with blood thrown down on the pavement of the yard. Next moment a maid-servant wearing a white hood had run out, secured the razor and carried it within, and that he had heard cries from within of "Murder! Murder!" Braddon listened, walking up and down the room, as Evans told this story. He was greatly excited by it, and thought that it pointed to a murder having been committed, and that probably at the instigation of the Duke of York. Accordingly Braddon went next day to the quay and got Evans and Edwards to meet him at the Star public house and repeat the story. It seemed that Edwards had two boys who were in Merchant Taylor's school, and that one of their sisters was married and living in the Tower. On the morning of the death of Lord Essex the lads were on their way to school, when, passing the Tower, they heard that the King and the Duke of York were in it, whereupon the younger, an urchin of 12 or 13, gave his brother the slip, and ran in to see the King and the Duke. After they had departed he remained in the yard playing chuck-farthing with other boys, when he saw a hand thrust forth from a window and throw a bloody razor into the court. And after that a maid or woman in a white hood and stuff coat took it up and went in, and then he heard a noise as of "Murder!" cried out. Braddon then went to the house of Edwards to question the boy, who prevaricated. Braddon believed that the child's mother and sister had been at him, telling him that he was likely to get them all into trouble if he persisted in his tale, and urged by them, professed that he had told a lie. The matter became common talk on the quay and the purlieus of the Tower. Braddon had no great difficulty in finding a little girl named Jane Loadman, aged 13, who was in the same tale. This is what he took down. Jane Loadman was in the Tower on Friday morning, July 13th last, and standing almost over against the late Earl of Essex's lodging window, she saw a hand cast a razor out of my lord's window. And immediately upon this she heard shrieks, and that there was a soldier by my lord's door, who cried out to those within the house that somebody should come and take up a razor which was thrown out of the window. Whereupon there came a maid with a white hood out of the house, but who took up the razor she can't tell. Dated August 8, 1683. On July 20th Braddon had gone to Whitehall before he had obtained this corroborative evidence, and had laid information before the King in Council, and produced a written deposition as to what the boy Edwards had said he had seen. But the boy's sister deposed that Mr. Laurence Braddon had forced her brother to sign it. Soon after Braddon had taken this step, he heard a rumour that the fact of the violent death of the Earl of Essex had been known and discussed in from Selwood the same day, and he hurried off to make inquiries into this. But on reaching Salisbury he was arrested, thrown into prison, and brought back to London. Another gentleman, a Mr. Speak, had also been spreading the report that Lord Essex had been foully murdered, and it was hinted that the Duke of York, if not the King, had ordered the assassination. Speak also was arrested. Narcissus Luttrell's account of the death of Essex is as follows. 1683, July 13th. About 9 in the morning, the Earl of Essex, prisoner in the Tower of London, upon account of this new plot, did most barbarously cut his own throat from one ear to the other with a razor. What occasioned it is doubtful, some say, the sense of his guilt, others, the shame for being accused of such a crime, when his father, the Lord Capel, died for his loyalty to the late king. However, the coroner's jury have sat on his body, and found him felo de se, though some stick not to say 'tis impossible he should murder himself in so barbarous a manner. And his majesty hath been pleased to give his goods, which were forfeited by his killing himself, to his son. On November 6 he says, Mr. Speke was brought to the Court of King's Bench, and charged with 2 informations, the first, for saying the king was as great a papist as the Duke of York, that the Duke durst not do what he did but that the king did animate him. That what Pilkington had formerly said of the Duke of York was true, with much other such scandalous stuff, and second was for saying that the Earl of Essex was killed and murdered by those that attended on him in the Tower. To both these he pleaded not guilty. 1683-4, February 7. Mr. Laurence Braddon and Mr. Hugh Speke were tried at the Court of King's Bench, by a jury of Middlesex, upon an information reciting the commitment of the late Earl of Essex to the Tower for treason in conspiring the death of the king, etc. And that the July 13 last he cut his own throat, and was found fellow de se by the coroner's inquisition. The said Braddon and Speke did conspire by writing and otherwise, to spread a false and scandalous report, that the said Earl was murdered by some persons about him, and endeavoured to suborn witnesses to testify the same. The evidence for the king, was first, the warder of the Tower, who testified as to his lordship's commitment, then the coroner, and the inquisition taken before him, whereby his lordship was found fellow de se, was read. Then the particular evidence against Mr. Braddon was, by several persons, how busy and solicitous he was to take persons' informations, and to examine a little child about 10 years old. About a discourse that ran through the town that a bloody razor was thrown out of his lordship's window. And that the cry of murder was heard, and that a servant maid came presently out of the house of the Lord of Essex, and took up the razor, and carried it in, and that then it was said the Lord of Essex had killed himself. Then the several informations Braddon had taken in writing relating to this matter were read, and some of the informants themselves examined, whose testimony much differed from their informations. Then several testified the confident and strange discourse this Braddon frequently used concerning the matter. The evidence against Mr. Speke was only a letter writ by him to Sir Robert Atkins Th. Elder, and carried by Mr. Braddon, but was seized about him when he was going thither, which contained several expressions in commendation of Mr. Braddon and his zeal, with reflections on this matter. Then the evidence was given of his lordship's cutting his own throat with a razor, which was proved by his own servant, a Frenchman, by the warder, by the sentinel, and by Captain Hawley. The defendant's proof was, first, Braddon pretended he did nothing but out of zeal to have the truth come out, then he called some witnesses to prove that there was a discourse of the Lord of Essex's being killed, and a razor thrown out, before he concerned himself in it. Speke had little to say against the letter, but owned it to be his hand. So that the jury, after a little while, agreed of their verdict, and found the defendant Braddon guilty of all that was laid in the information, and the defendant Speke guilty of all except the conspiring to suborn witnesses. 'Twas strange any man should concern himself in an affair of this moment on the information of a boy 10 years old, who had denied all after he had confessed it, and did at his trial, and make all this rent that was about it. April 21, 1684. Mr. Laurence Braddon and Mr. Hugh Speke, convicted last term upon an endeavour to lay the murder of the late Earl of Essex upon the government, were brought to the Court of King's Bench to receive their judgments. Which was, that Braddon should pay a fine of £2,000, and Speke £1,000 to the king, that they find sureties for their good behaviour during their lives, and be committed to the King's Bench prison till they do so. Hugh Speke, who was tried along with Laurence Braddon, was an inveterate plotter. Macaulay thus describes him: Hugh Speke was a young man of good family, but of a singularly base and depraved nature. His love of mischief and of dark and crooked ways amounted almost to madness. To cause confusion without being found out was his business and his pastime. And he had a rare skill in using honest enthusiasts as the instruments of his cold-blooded malice. Referring to the case of Braddon, Macaulay adds, he had attempted, by means of one of his puppets, to fasten on Charles and James the crime of murdering Essex in the Tower. On this occasion the agency of Speke had been traced. And though he succeeded in throwing the greater part of the blame on his dupe, he had not escaped with impunity. He was certainly a clever scoundrel, for he managed to cover up most of his traces in the affair of the charge of the murder of Essex. Braddon was sincere, while Speke was not. Braddon was convinced that a murder had been committed, and he had not a well-balanced mind to weigh evidence. Speke cared nothing whether crime had been committed or not so long as he could disturb men's minds with a suspicion that one had been committed, and that by the king's brother and heir presumptive to the crown. The evidence produced by Laurence Braddon was practically worthless. He had but the word of 2 little children, and the boy had retracted and acknowledged that he had told lies. As to the fact of the death of Lord Essex being known at Frome on the 13th, showing that the murder had been premeditated and was part of a widely ramified scheme of the Papists, it was shown that nothing was known thereof it till many days later. The evidence for the king was Bomeny, the valet de chamber of Lord Essex. He stated that the Earl had long nails, and that morning had asked for a penknife so as to pare them. Bomeny had commissioned a footman, William Turner, to get one, and bring it along with some provisions ordered for the Earl's breakfast. Turner brought the provisions, but had forgotten about the penknife, whereupon Lord Essex began to cut his nails with his razor, and the footman was again dispatched for a penknife. Just then the King and the Duke of York arrived at the Tower, and there was great bustle in the yard, and Bomeny left the Earl's room. When he met the footman with the knife he returned, but not finding Lord Essex in his chamber, he tried to open the closet door, when he found that there was an obstruction. Somewhat alarmed, he ran to Russell, the warder, whose door was almost opposite on the same staircase, and both went to the closet, and found Lord Essex lying in it with his throat cut and his feet against the door. Russell corroborated this evidence, and added that no one could possibly ascend the stair and enter Lord Essex's chamber without his knowledge. The soldier, Lloyd, who acted as sentinel at the entrance to the Earl's quarters, testified that there was no truth in the children's tale about the razor, and that no maid had issued from the door to pick one up. It was further established that the closet window did not look into the main yard, and was so arranged that a hand could not be passed out of it. Judge Jeffreys conducted the investigation, and that in a most unseemly manner. Apparently he was drunk at the time, and was so confused that he was not able to follow the evidence. He browbeat the witnesses in the most offensive way. On November 6, 1684, a French Protestant refugee, named Borloo, was indicted for selling a scandalous book called L'Esprit de Monsieur Arnaud, in which he declared that the Earl of Essex had not cut his own throat, but had been foully murdered. He pleaded guilty, and the king graciously allowed him to be fined only success 8d, and to be discharged without paying his fees. There was most certainly fish made of one and fowl of another. Again, in December of the same year a book appeared entitled An Inquiry about the Barbarous Murder of the Earl of Essex, that was vended surreptitiously, and a broadside written by Colonel Danvers, giving the evidence that he was murdered, was thrown in at open doors and distributed in the streets of London. £100 was offered for the apprehension of Danvers. As to the book, it was from the pen of Laurence Braddon, and was later, when it could be done safely, acknowledged by him. On January 23, 1684-5, a Mr. Henry Baker pleaded guilty to an information for using scandalous words about the Duke of York, and at the same time a printer, Morden, did the same to an indictment for publishing the scandalous libel in vindication of the Lord of Essex. And on February 3 one of the jury at the inquest, Lancelot Colston by name, was had up before King's Bench on a charge of having said that he did not believe that the Earl had cut his throat. For he could not have done so himself in the way in which he was found. Norton was sentenced to pay 200 marks, and to stand in the pillory at Ratcliffe, and to be bound to his good behaviour for 7 years, and be committed to prison till this was done. In 1685, on the landing of the Duke of Monmouth, in the proclamation he published, he charged King James with the murder of Essex, with his own hand. In January, 1689, a Captain Hawley, Major Whitley, and some 2 or 3 more were imprisoned for maintaining that Essex had not committed suicide. But this was at the moment when all power was slipping out of the hands of King James II. The Prince of Orange came to the throne, and on February 23 a Captain Holland was arrested and thrown into prison on the charge of having been concerned in the murder of the Earl, and this was followed by numerous other arrests. But the prison doors were thrown open for Laurence Braddon to issue forth and recommence his accusations of murder. He republished the Inquiry into and Detection of the Barbarous Murder of the late Earl of Essex, or a vindication of that noble person from the guilt and infamy of having destroyed himself. Even before the throne, vacated by King James, had been filled by the Prince of Orange, the Lords had appointed a committee to examine into the truth of the frightful stories circulated relative to the death of Essex. The committee, which consisted wholly of zealous Whigs, continued its inquiries till all reasonable men were convinced that he had fallen by his own hand, and till Lady Essex, his brother, and his most intimate friends requested that the investigation might be pursued no further. That under Judge Jeffreys had been open to suspicion, this could not. But nothing would alter the persuasion of Braddon that this was a case of murder. Next year, 1690, he came out with a fresh pamphlet, Essex's Innocency and Honour Vindicated, or Murder, Subornation, Perjury, and Oppression, justly charged on the murderers of that noble and true patriot Arthur, late Earl of Essex, etc. It had become a matter of party feeling, and it was held by all true Protestants to be their duty to believe in the murder, so as to blacken the character of James II. The evidence, however, was too poor to convince a cool-minded man like Bishop Burnet, and in his history of his own times he spoke of Essex having cut his own throat. Thereupon Laurence Braddon resumed his pen and published an attack on the bishop, Bishop Burnet's history charged with great partiality in misrepresentations, to make the present and future ages believe that Arthur, Earl of Essex, in 1683, murdered himself, with observations upon the suppositoried poisoning of King Charles II, 1724. In 1695 Braddon was appointed solicitor to the wine licensing office, with a salary of £100 per annum. In one point Braddon showed great perspicuity and good feeling. In 1717 he published a pamphlet entitled The Miseries of the Poor, a National Sin and Shame. And when his scheme for the relief of the poor had been animadverted upon unfavourably, in 1722, he answered these objections in another tractate, Particular Answers to the Most Material Objections Made to the Proposal Humbly Presented to His Majesty for Relieving, Reforming, and Employing All the Poor of Great Britain, 1722. Laurence Braddon died on Sunday, November 29, 1724. The Braddons must have been a family of some consequence in S. Jennies, although their arms and pedigree are not recorded in the Herald's Visitations. At the trial of Laurence, it was stated that his father's income from his property was fully £800 per annum. Laurence derived his fiery Protestantism from his father, who had been a parliamentarian officer of some distinction in the Civil War. His father is buried in the chancel of S. Jennies, and some verses are inscribed on the ledger stone, beginning, In war and peace I bore command. Both gun and sword I wore. The arms borne by the family are, sable, a bend lozenge, arg. Arms that in their beautiful simplicity proclaim their antiquity. The old mansion of the Braddons in S. Jennies has been pulled down and a modern farmhouse erected on the site. Thomasine Bonaventura. Week S. Mary stands in a treeless wind-swept situation, 530 feet above the sea, near the source of two small streams rising in the desolate downs to the south, which unite their waters at Langford, and have sawn for themselves deep clefts that are well wooded. At a remote period this district must have been the scene of contests, for it is studded with earthworks. There was a castle at Week, but camps also crowning a height in Westwood and in Swanacott Wood, and Week S. Mary with its castle stood aloft, defended by one of these on each side. Formerly there was not so much enclosed land as there is at present. But it was precisely the moorland that extended over so large a portion of the parish that constituted its wealth, for on this waste pastured vast flocks of sheep, whose fleeces were in request at a time when wool was the staple industry in the west of England. The ridge of bare, uplifted, carboniferous rock and clay, cold and bleak, was formerly scantily provided with roads, and with homesteads few and far between. And to guide the traveller through the waste, certain churches with lofty towers were erected on high ground, Pancraswick, Holsworthy, Bridge Rule, weak merry, to enable him to make his way across country from one to the other. A farm or a manor house nestled in a coombe, sheltered from the wind, from the sea, and the driving rain. But farmer and squire drew their wealth from the sheep on the uplands, which were moreover strewn, as they still are, with barrows, under which lie the dead of the Bronze and Stone Ages. Davies Gilbert absurdly derives the name of the place from the Cornish, and makes it signify sweet. No more unsuitable epithet could have been applied. It signifies vicus, a village or hamlet, and is found also at Pancrasweek, Germansweek, and elsewhere. In the village are still to be seen the remains of the old school and chantry founded by Thomasine Bonaventura, a shepherd girl, native of the place, whose story is told by Carew and by Hall, and from them we take it. Thomasine was born about the year 1450, in the reign of Henry VI, and her father was a small farmer who had his flock of sheep pasturing on the wild waste common lands. Thomasine watched it, and spun from her distaff. Above the desolate moors to the southwest stood up blue against the sky the rugged height of Brown Willy, crowned by its mighty cairns. To the west and southwest stretched the Atlantic, into which the evening sun went down in a blaze of glory. One day a London merchant, a dealer in wool, came riding over the moor, probably from Tintagel or Forbury, and making direct for Week Mary Tower, when he passed a barrow on which sat the shepherd girl spinning, the breeze from the sea blowing her dark hair about, singing some old ballad, but ever keeping her eye on her father's sheep. Behind him trailed a line of horses laden with the packs of wool that he had purchased, led by his men. He halted to speak to the girl, probably to learn from her where he might best ford the stream in the valley below. She answered, and he was pleased with her intelligence, and not less with her beauty. He inquired who she was, what was her name, and what the circumstances of her parents. To all these questions she gave prompt and direct answers. Then, still more taken with her, he asked Thomasine whether she would accompany him to London, to be servant to his wife, and he offered her good wages and kind treatment. She replied, with caution, that she was under the guardianship of her father and mother, and that she could not accept his proposal without their consent. Thereupon the merchant rode on, and upon reaching Week Mary inquired for the house of the parents of Thomasine and laid his offer before them. When they hesitated, he referred them to his customers. The parents, no doubt, were highly elated at being able to get their daughter into a situation in London, where all the streets were paved with gold. But it may well be doubted whether they dreamt of what was in store for her. So she parted from her parents, certainly with many tears on her part, and earnest injunctions from father and mother to conduct herself in a modest and obedient manner. Now these wool merchants and clothiers were men of mighty repute and good substance in the land. In Thomas Deloney's delightful pleasant history of Thomas of Reading, 1600, we read, among all crafts this was the onely chief, for that it was the chiefest merchandise, by the which our country became famous throughout all nations. And it was verily thought that the one half of the people in the land lived in those days thereby, and in such good sort, that in the commonwealth there were few or no beggars at all, poor people, whom God lightly blessed with most children. Did by means of this occupation so order them, that by the time that they were come to be 6 or 7 years of age, they were able to get their own bread. Idleness was then banished our coast, so that it was a rare thing to hear of a T.F. in those days. Therefore it was not without cause that clothiers were then both honoured and loved. Doubtless so soon as the merchant reached Launceston he placed all the wool he purchased on carts, to convey it to town through Exeter. Deloney tells an amusing story of how King Henry was riding forth west with one of his sons and some of his nobility, when he met with a great number of wains loaden with cloth coming to London. And seeing them still drive one after another so many together, demanded whose they were. The wainmen answered in this sort, coals of Reading, quoth they. Then, by and by, the king asked another, saying, whose cloth is all this? Old coals, quoth he. And again anon after he asked the same questions to others, and still they answered, old coals. And it is to be remembered that the king met them in such a place so narrow and strait, that he with the rest of his train were fain to stand as close to the hedge, whilst the carts passed by. the which at that time being in number above 200, was near hand an hour ere the king could get room to be gone. So that by his long stay, he began to be displeased, although the admiration of that sight did much qualify his fury. But breaking out in discontent, by reason of his stay, he said, I thought old Cole had got a commission for all the carts in the country to carry his cloth. And how if he have, quoth one of the wainmen, doth that grieve you, good sir? Yes, good sir, said our king. What say you to that? The fellow, seeing the king, in asking the question, to bend his brows, though he knew not what he was, yet being abashed, he answered thus, Why, sir, if you be angry, nobody can hinder you. For possibly, sir, you have anger at commandment. The king, seeing him in uttering of his words to quiver and quake, laughed heartily at him. And by the time he came within a mile of Staines, he met another company of wains, in like sort laden with cloth, whereby the king was driven into a further admiration. And demanding whose they were, answer was made in this sort, They be goodman Suttons of Salisbury, good sir. And by that time a score of them were past, he asked again, saying, Whose are these? Suttons of Salisbury, quoth they, and so still, so often as the king asked that question, they answered, Suttons of Salisbury. God send me such more Suttons, said the king. And thus the further he travelled westward, more wains and more he met continually, upon which occasion he said to his nobles, that it would never grieve a king to die for the defence of a fertile country and faithful subjects. I always thought, quoth he, that England's valour was more than her wealth, yet now I see her wealth sufficient to maintain her valour, which I will seek to cherish in all I may, and with my sword keep myself in possession of that I have. Judging by what Delony says, these clothiers were a merry set, and the journey to town was one long picnic. They were, or some were, of good family. Grey, the clothier of Gloucester, was of the noble race of Grey de Ruthin, and Fitzalan, of Worcester, came of the Fitzalans, that famous family whose patrimony lay about the town of Oswestry. Which town his predecessors had enclosed with stately walls of stone. The most famous wool merchant in the West was Tom Dove, of Exeter, concerning whom this song was sung. Welcome to town, Tom Dove, Tom Dove. The merriest man alive. Thy company still we love, we love. God grant thee well to thrive. And never will we depart from thee. For better, for worse, my joy. For thou shalt still have our good will. God's blessing on my sweet boy. In London Thomasine comported herself well, was cheerful and obliging. How the mercer's wife relished her introduction into the house we are not informed. But this good lady shortly after sickened and died, and the widower offered Thomasine his hand and his heart, which she accepted. After 3 years Richard Bunsby, the mercer, died and left all he had to Thomasine, so that she, who had gone up to town as a serving girl, was now a rich widow, and withal young and pretty and attractive. She soon drew suitors about her, and her choice fell on that worshipful merchant adventurer, Master John Gall, of S. Lawrence, Milk Street. He as well was wealthy and uxorious, and he allowed his wife to make donations for the relief of the poor of her native village, for which she ever retained a lingering attachment. After the lapse of 5 years Thomasine was again a widow, and her second husband had followed the example of the first in leaving to her all his possessions. She had not to wait long before fresh suitors buzzed about her like flies around a treacle barrel, and now, in the year 1497, she gave her hand to Sir John Percival, who in the following year became Lord Mayor of London. In memory of this event, she is traditionally held to have constructed a good road, as good roads went in those days, from Week Married down to the coast, probably that over Week Ford and through Pound Stock, to either Wansum or Melhuck Mouth. She long survived her third husband, and is supposed to have returned to end her days as the Lady Bountiful in her native village. By her will, made in 1510, she left goodly sums of money to Week Mary. But both she and Sir John Percival had been already benefactors in London. Sir John had founded a chantry in S. Mary Woolnoth, and in 1539 is found an entry in the churchwarden's accounts of that parish recording that Dame Thomasine Percival had left money for the maintenance of the beam light in the church, i.e. the lamp before the rood. She had also left money to supply candles to burn about the sepulchre in the church on Easter Day, and he had bequeathed monies for the repair of the ornaments of the church, for bell ringing, for singers, for keeping the anthem. At his and her obits, and last but not least, for a potation to the neighbours at the said obit. Carew says, and to show that virtue as well bear a part in the desert, as fortune in the means of her preferment, she employed the whole residue of her life and last widowhood to works no less bountiful than charitable, namely, repairing of highways, building of bridges, endowing of maidens, relieving of prisoners, feeding and apparelling the poor, etc. Among the rest, at this S. Mary Wyke she founded a chantry and free school, together with fair lodgings for the schoolmasters, scholars, and officers, and added £20 of yearly revenue for supporting the incident charges, wherein, as the bent of her desire was holy. So God blessed the same with all wished success. For divers of the best gentlemen's sons of Devon and Cornwall were there virtuously trained up, in both kinds of divine and human learning, under one Chalwell, an honest and religious teacher. Which caused the neighbours so much the rather and the more to rue, that a petty smack only of popery opened the gap to the oppression of the whole, by the statute made in Edward VI's reign, touching the suppression of chantries. This disaster befell it in 1550, when all colleges, chantries, free chapels, fraternities, and guilds throughout the kingdom, with their lands and endowments, were alienated to the king, not because there was a petty smack of popery in them, but because of the rapacity of the courtiers who desired to gather the lands and benefactions into their own soiled hands. Mr. W. H. Tregellas says, there are still to be seen in the remote and quiet little village of Week S. Mary, some 5 or 6 miles south of Bude, in the northern corner of Cornwall, the substantial remains of the good Thomasine's College and Chantry, which she founded for the instruction of the youth of her native place. The buildings lie about 100 yards east of the church, from the summit of whose grotesquely ornamented tower 26 parish churches may be discerned. And built into the modern wall of a cottage which stands inside the battlement enclosure is a large carved granite stone, evidently one of 2 which once formed the tympanum of a doorway, on which the letter T stands out in bold relief. Probably it is the initial of the Christian name of our Thomasine, at any rate, it is pleasant to think it may be such. The church and its stately tower were probably built by Thomasine, or, at all events, she would have largely contributed towards the building. That church is now, internally, a ghastly sight. At its restoration, it was gutted, and is as bare as a railway station, a shell, and nothing more. But that it was not so in Dame Thomasine's time we may be well assured. A gorgeous screen extended across its nave and aisles, richly sculptured and coloured and gilt, the windows were filled with stained glass, and the bench ends were of carved oak. All this has been swept away. In the Stratton Churchwarden's accounts for 1513 we find that on the day upon which my Lady Parsifal's Menaday came round, i.e. the day on which her death was called to mind, prayer was to be made for the repose of her soul, and 2 shillings and 2 pence paid to 2 priests, and for bread and ale. The murder of Neville Norway. Mr. Neville Norway was a timber and general merchant, residing at Wadebridge. He was the second son of William Norway, of Court Place, Eagleshale, who died in 1819, and Neville was baptized at Eagleshale Church on November 5, 1801. In the course of his business he travelled about the country and especially attended markets, and he went to one at Bodmin on the 8th of February, 1840, on horseback. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon he was transacting some little affair in the marketplace, and had his purse in his hand, opened it and turned out some gold and silver. And from the sum picked out what he wanted and paid the man with whom he was doing business. Standing close by and watching him was a young man named William Lightfoot, who lived at Burlorn, in Eagleshale, and whom he knew well enough by sight. Mr. Norway did not leave Bodmin till shortly before 10 o'clock, and he had got about 9 miles to ride before he would reach his house. The road was lonely and led past the Dunmere woods and that of Pencarrow. He was riding a grey horse, and he had a companion, who proceeded with him along the road for 3 miles and then took his leave and branched off in another direction. A farmer returning from market somewhat later to Wadebridge saw a grey horse in the road, saddled and bridled, but without a rider. He tried at first to overtake it, but the horse struck into a gallop and he gave up the chase. His curiosity was, however, excited, and upon meeting some men on the road, and making inquiry, they told him that they thought that the grey horse that had just gone by them belonged to Mr. Norway. This induced him to call at the house of that gentleman, and he found the grey steed standing at the stable gate. The servants were called out, and spots of blood were found upon the saddle. A surgeon was immediately summoned, and 2 of the domestics sallied forth on the Bodmin road, in quest of their master. The search was not successful that night, but later, one of the searchers perceiving something white in the little stream of water that runs beside the highway and enters the River Allen at Pendavy Bridge, they examined it, and found the body of their unfortunate master, lying on his back in the stream, with his feet towards the road, and what they had seen glimmering in the uncertain light was his shirt frill. He was quite dead. The body was at once placed on the horse and conveyed home, where the surgeon, named Tickle, proceeded to examine it. He found that the deceased had received injuries about the face and head, produced by heavy and repeated blows from some blunt instrument, which had undoubtedly been the cause of death. A wound was discovered under the chin, into which it appeared as if some powder had been carried, and the bones of the nose, the forehead, the left side of the head and the back of the skull were frightfully fractured. An immediate examination of the spot ensued when the body had been found, and on the left-hand side of the road was seen a pool of blood, from which to the rivulet opposite was a track produced by the drawing of a heavy body across the way. And footsteps were observed as of more than one person in the mud, and it was further noticed that the boots of those there impressed must have been heavy. There had apparently been a desperate scuffle before Mr. Norway had been killed. There was further evidence. 2 sets of footmarks could be traced of men pacing up and down behind a hedge in an orchard attached to an uninhabited house hard by. Apparently men on the watch for their intended victim. At a short distance from the pool of blood was found the hammer of a pistol that had been but recently broken off. Upon the pockets of the deceased being examined, it became obvious that robbery had been the object of the attack made upon him, for his purse and a tablet and bunch of keys had been carried off. Every exertion was made to discover the perpetrators of the crime, and large rewards were offered for evidence that should tend to point them out. Jackson, a constable from London, was sent for, and mainly by his exertions the murderers were tracked down. A man named Harris, a shoemaker, deposed that he had seen the 2 brothers, James and William Lightfoot, of Burlorn, in Eagleshale, loitering about the deserted cottage late at night after the Bodmin fair. And a man named Ayres, who lived next door to James Lightfoot, stated that he had heard his neighbor enter his cottage at a very late hour on the night in question, and say something to his wife and child, upon which they began to weep. What he had said he could not hear, though the partition between the cottages was thin. This led to an examination of the house of James Lightfoot on February 14, when a pistol was found, without a lock, concealed in a hole in a beam that ran across the ceiling. As the manner of Lightfoot was suspicious, he was taken into custody. On the 17th his brother William was arrested in consequence of a remark to a man named Verco that he was in it as well as James. He was examined before a magistrate, and made the following confession. I went to Bodmin last Saturday week, the 8th instant, and on returning I met my brother James just at the head of Dunmere Hill. It was just come dim-like. My brother had been to Burlorn, Eagleshale, to buy potatoes. Something had been said about meeting, but I was not certain about that. My brother was not in Bodmin on that day. Mr. Verco overtook us between Mount Charles Turnpike Gate at the top of Dunmere Hill and a place called Lane End. We came on the Turnpike Road all the way till we came to the house near the spot where the murder was committed. We did not go into the house, but hid ourselves in a field. My brother knocked Mr. Norway down, he snapped a pistol at him twice, and it did not go off. Then he knocked him down with the pistol. He was struck whilst on horseback. It was on the Turnpike Road between Pencarrow Mill and the directing post towards Wadebridge. I cannot say at what time of the night it was. We left the body in the water on the left side of the road coming to Wadebridge. We took money in a purse, but I do not know how much it was. It was a brownish purse. There were some papers, which my brother took and pitched away in a field on the left-hand side of the road, into some browse or furze. The purse was hid by me in my garden, and afterwards I threw it over Pendavy Bridge. My brother drew the body across the road to the water. We did not know whom we stopped till when my brother snapped the pistol at him. Mr. Norway said, "I know what you are about. I see you." We went home across the fields. We were not disturbed by any one. The pistol belonged to my brother. I don't know whether it was broken, I never saw it afterwards. And I do not know what became of it. I don't know whether it was soiled with blood. I did not see any blood on my brother's clothes. We returned together, crossing the river at Pendavy Bridge in the Trarren fields to Burlorn village. My brother then went to his house and I to mine. I think it was handy about 11 o'clock. I saw my brother again on the Sunday morning. He came to my house. There was nobody there but my own family. He said, "Dear me, Mr. Norway is killed." I did not make any reply. The prisoner upon this was remanded to Bodmin jail, where his brother was already confined, and on the way he pointed out the furze bush in which the tablet and the keys of the deceased were to be found. James Lightfoot, in the meantime, had also made a confession, in which he threw the guilt of the murder upon his brother William. This latter, when in prison, admitted that his confession had not been altogether true. He and his brother had met by appointment, with full purpose to rob the Reverend W. Molesworth, of S. Breck, returning from Bodmin Market, and when James had snapped his pistol twice at Mr. Norway, he, William, had struck him with a stick on the back of his head and felled him from his horse, whereupon James had battered his head and face with the pistol. The two wretched men were tried at Bodmin on March 30, 1840, before Mr. Justice Coltman, and the jury returned a verdict of guilty. They were accordingly both sentenced to death, and received the sentence with great stolidity. Up to this time the brothers had been allowed no opportunity for communication, and the discrepancy in their stories distinctly enough showed that the object of each was to screen himself and to secure the conviction of the other. After the passing of the sentence on them, they were conveyed to the same cell, and were now, for the first time, allowed to approach each other. They had scarcely met before. In the most hardened manner, they broke out into mutual recrimination, using the most horrible and abusive language of each other, and, not content with this, they flew at each other's throat. So that the jailers were obliged to interfere and separate them and confine them in separate apartments. On April 7 their families were admitted to bid them farewell, and the scene was most distressing. On Monday morning, April 13, they were both executed, and it was said that upwards of 10,000 persons had assembled to witness their end. As Mr. Norway's family was left in most straitened circumstances, a collection was made for them in Cornwall, and the sum of £3,500 was raised on their behalf. William Lightfoot was aged 36 and James 33 when hanged at Bodmin. There is a monument to the memory of Mr. Norway in Eagleshale Church. In the Cornwall Gazette, April 17, 1840, the portraits of the murderers were given. Mention is made of the tragedy in C. Carleon's early years, 1843. He gives the following story. At the time of the murder, Edmund Norway, the brother of Neville, was in command of a merchant vessel, the Orient, on his voyage from Manila to Cadiz. He wrote on the same day as the murder. Ship Orient, from Manila to Cadiz. February 8, 1840. About 7:30 p.m. the island of S. Helena, NNW, distant about 7 miles, shortened sail and rounded to, with the ship's head to the eastward. At 8, set the watch and went below, wrote a letter to my brother, Neville Norway. About 20 minutes or a quarter before 10 o'clock went to bed, fell asleep, and dreamt I saw 2 men attack my brother and murder him. One caught the horse by the bridle and snapped a pistol twice, but I heard no report. He then struck him a blow, and he fell off the horse. They struck him several blows, and dragged him by the shoulders across the road and left him. In my dream there was a house on the left-hand side of the road. At 5 o'clock I was called, and went on deck to take charge of the ship. I told the second officer, Mr. Henry Wren, that I had had a dreadful dream, and dreamt that my brother Neville was murdered by 2 men on the road from Colham to Wadebridge. But I was sure it could not be there, as the house there would have been on the right-hand side of the road, but it must have been somewhere else. He replied, "Don't think anything about it, you West Country people are superstitious. You will make yourself miserable the remainder of the passage." He then left the general orders and went below. It was one continued dream from the time I fell asleep until I was called, at 5 o'clock in the morning. Edmund Norway. Chief Officer, Ship Orient. There are some difficulties about this account. It is dated, as may be seen, February 8, but it must have been written on February 9, after Mr. Norway had had the dream, and the date must refer to the letter written to his brother and to the dream, and not to the time when the account was penned. From the Cape of Good Hope to Helena the course would be about NNW. And with a fair wind the ship would cover about 80 or 90 miles in 8 hours. So that at noon of the day February 8 she would be about 100 miles SSE of Helena, i.e. in about 5 degrees west, longitude, as nearly as possible. The ship's clock would then be set, and they would keep that time for letter-writing purposes, meals, ship routine, etc. Ship, long. 5 degrees 0 feet 0 inches W. Bodmin, 4 degrees 40 feet 0 inches W. Difference, 20 feet 0 inches. The difference would be 20 minutes of longitude, and the difference in time between the two places 1 degree apart is 4 minutes. Reduce this to seconds. 4 by 60 by 20. Equals 80 seconds, i.e. 1 minute, 20 seconds. 60. Therefore, if the murder was committed, say, at 10 h. 30 p.m. Bodmin time, the time on the ship's clock would be 10 h. 28 m. 40s. p.m. An inconsiderable difference. The logbook of Edmund Norway is said to be still in existence. One very remarkable point deserves notice. In his dream Mr. Edmund Norway saw the house on the right hand of the road, and as he remembered, on waking, that the cottage was on the left hand, he consoled himself with the thought that if the dream was incorrect in one point it might be in the whole. But he was unaware that during his absence from England the road from Bodmin to Wadebridge had been altered, and that it had been carried so that the position of the house was precisely as he saw it in his dream. And the reverse of what he had remembered it to be. Another point to be mentioned is that one of the murderers wore on that occasion a coat which Mr. Norway had given him a few weeks before, out of charity. Both brothers protested that they had not purposed the murder of Mr. Norway but of the Rev. Mr. Molesworth, parson of Breck, who they supposed was returning with tithe in his pocket. This, however, did not agree with the evidence that William Lightfoot had watched him counting his money at Bodmin, and then had made off. On the occasion of the discovery of the murder, Sir William Molesworth sent his bloodhounds to track the murderers, but because they ran in a direction opposed to that which the constable supposed was the right one they were recalled. The hounds were right, the constables wrong. Sir William Lower, K.N.T. Sir William Lower was the only son of John Lower, and was born at Tremere, in Tooty, about the year 1600. The Lowers were a very ancient family in Cornwall, seated in Winnow parish, and at Clifton, in Landulph, at which latter place lived Sir Nicholas Lower, the brother of John, whilst the eldest brother, Sir William, settled at Treventy, in Carmarthen. Having married the daughter and co-heiress of Sir Thomas Pescott, of that place. John had 2 other brothers knights, Sir Francis and Sir Thomas. William was not educated at Oxford, but, as Wood says, spent some time in Oxon, in the condition of hosps, for the sake of the public library in scholastical company. He exhibited a gay fancy, and a mighty aversion from the dry and crabbed studies of logic and philosophy. Leaving Oxford, he spent some time in France, where he became a master of the French tongue, and acquired a great admiration for the dramatic compositions of Corneille, Quirault, and Cereziers. And in after years amused himself with translating some of their plays. When the troubles broke out in England he took the king's side, and in 1640 was a lieutenant in Sir Jacob Ashley's regiment in Northumberland's army against the Scotch Covenanters, and was then appointed captain, but lost his company. That proved mutinous and deserted. It was a marvellous thing, says a writer of the time, to observe the averseness of the common soldiers to this war. Though commanders and gentlemen of great quality, in pure obedience to the king, seemed not at all to dispute the cause or consequence of this war, the common soldiers would not be satisfied, questioning, in a mutinous manner, whether their captains were papists or not, and in many places were not appeased till they saw them receive the sacrament. Laying violent hands on divers of their commanders, and killing some, uttering in bold speeches their distaste of the cause, to the astonishment of many, that common people should be sensible of public interest and religion, when lords and gentlemen seemed not to be. In June, 1644, being a lieutenant-colonel in Thomas Blogg's regiment and lieutenant-governor of Wallingford, Lower received orders from the king to raise £50 a week from the town of Reading. Lower at once laid hands on the mayor and carried him to Wallingford as a hostage. He then plied the corporation with demands for the money, without which their head would not be restored to them. The corporation, however, did not value their mayor so highly that they were disposed to pay £50 per week for the privilege of having him restored to them. Lower was taken prisoner by the garrison of Abingdon on 19th January, 1645-6, and Charles rewarded him for his zeal by conferring on him knighthood. He remained in England for nearly 10 more years and saw the ruin of the royal cause, which he did care for, and of the church, for which he cared not a rush. In 1655 he quitted England and went to Cologne, which was full of refugees, and there he was cheered with the tidings that Oliver Cromwell was failing in health and had not long to live. Leaving Cologne, after a brief residence there, he took sanctuary in Holland, where in peace and privacy he enjoyed the society of the Muses, says Langhorne. His The Phoenix in Her Flames, a tragedy in 4 acts, had been published in 1639. The Innocent Lady, or The Illustrious Innocents, translated from the French of R. de Cereziers, was published in 1654. Now in Holland he worked hard at other translations, and he was the more able to do this at ease, as the Princess Royal Mary of Orange seems to have taken him into her retinue at The Hague. If the court was anything like what it was when James Howell was there, it must have been vastly dull for the lively and dissolute Sir William Lower. But his stay was enlivened by the arrival of Charles and the intrigues there carried on with the well-affected in England. At The Hague he issued a thin royal folio, with many plates, entitled Relation in form of Journal of the Voyage and Residence which the most excellent and most mighty Prince, Charles II, King of Great Britain, etc. hath made in Holland, from the 25th of May to the 2nd of June, 1660, rendered into English from the original French. By Sir W. Lower, Knight, printed by Adrian Ulac. This was published in Dutch, French, and English, and at the end of the volume Sir W. Lower inserted his poems, and an apology for the tardive appearance of the book, due to those men who grave the plates. Such poems as he has given as his own show conclusively enough that he was not a poet, but a mere hammerer together of rhymes. In June, 1660, calculating on his services rendered to Charles I and to the sumptuous book on the residence in Holland of Charles II that he had brought out, Lower appealed to Secretary Nicholas from The Hague to obtain for him some place in the king's service. But the death of his cousin Thomas, only son of Sir William Lower, of Treventy, who died on February 5, 1661, by which he became sole heir, executor, and chief representative of the family, recalled him to England. He did not, however, enjoy ease long, for he died in the ensuing year, 1662, leaving an only child, Elizabeth, who probably died early, for nothing further is known of her than that she was in existence when her father died. Who the wife of Sir William Lower was is not known. His cousin, Dr. Richard Lower, of S. Paul's, Covent Garden, who gave what information relative to his kinsman, described him as an ill poet and a worse man. His long residence abroad, his dissociation from Cornwall for all his life save his early boyhood, his separation from his kinsman, had broken all the ties that linked him to his family and county. And when he inherited the estates and was in a position to assist his kinsman who had been greatly reduced by the civil wars, he did not, but followed the vices of poets. The Pirates at Penzance. An event occurred at Penzance in the year 1760 that deserves to be remembered. Great Britain had been engaged in the 7 Years' War. And notwithstanding the successes of 1759, when Rodney bombarded Havre, Boscawen had routed and dispersed the Toulon fleet off Lagos, and Hawke had defeated the fleet of de Conflans near Quiberon. There was still a certain amount of alarm in the country, a dread of predatory incursions, and if this fear existed inland, it was most acute upon the coast. On the night of the 29-30th September Penzance was alarmed by the firing of guns, and soon after by the intelligence that a large ship of a strange appearance had run ashore near Newlyn. Half Penzance poured out in that direction in the grey of early morning. But on reaching the strand they were panic-stricken to see on the ship, and drawn up on the beach, a number of ferocious-looking individuals with baggy trousers, and red fezzes on their heads, and each armed with a scimitar, and with brass-mounted pistols stuck in their girdles. Thereupon the half of Penzance that had turned out now turned tail and made the best of their way back to the town, crying out that the Turks had landed and were intent on massacring the inhabitants of Penzance, plundering their houses, and carrying away their wives and children into captivity to become galley slaves or to fill the harems of these Moslem monsters. A volunteer company was called out, the drum beat to arms, and marched to the beach, where they found 172 men, who were surrounded, deprived of their weapons, and marched to a spacious building called the Folly, that stood on the western green. As there were some of the captives who could speak the lingua franca, and there was here and there to be found a magistrate or an officer who had a limited knowledge of French. It was at last elicited from these men that they were the crew of an Algerine corsair, carrying 24 guns, from 9 to 6-pounders. The captain, believing himself to be in the Atlantic, somewhere about the latitude of Cadiz, had cheerily in the dark run his vessel into Mounts Bay, and was vastly surprised when she struck. And still more so when he found himself surrounded by Cornish men and not by Spaniards. He had lost 8 men, drowned. No sooner was this brooded about than a second panic set in, and the good citizens of Penzance went into hysterics of fear lest these Algerine pirates should have brought with them an invasion of the plague. A cordon of volunteers was accordingly drawn up round the Folly, to prevent all intercourse. Intelligence was conveyed to the government, and orders were issued for troops to march from Plymouth so as to surround the whole district. However, the local authorities recovered from their terror or apprehension in time to send off information that there was no cause for such a measure, and the orders were countermanded. After some days, when no case of plague had revealed itself among the captives, the people of the town and neighborhood were suffered to approach and contemplate the strangers. Their oriental dress, their long beards and mustaches, the dark complexion and glittering eyes of the piratical band, made them objects of curiosity. But they still inspired so much fear that few ventured to approach near to them. Upon the whole, they were kindly treated, and finally, as their vessel was a complete wreck, a man-of-war was dispatched to take all the men on board and convey them back to Algiers. Dame Killigrew. The Killigrew family is one of the most ancient in Cornwall. It takes its name from Killigrew in the parish of Ferm. Here stands the old nest of the family beside the high road from Truro that falls into that from Redruth to Bodmin at Casland. It is now represented by a couple of insignificant cottages, without old trees surrounding it, and the only hint that it was once the seat of a distinguished family is found in the remains of the deer park. The genuine pedigree of the family goes back to Ralph Killigrew of Killigrew, in the reign of Henry III. In that of Richard II, Simon Killigrew married Jane, daughter and heiress of Robert of Arwenack, near Penryn. And he quitted the ancestral mansion to move to his wife's house that was planted in a less bleak situation and was on the estuary of the Fowl. In the reign of Queen Elizabeth, Sir John Killigrew of Arwenack was captain in command of Pendennis Castle. He married Mary, daughter of Philip Wolverston and widow of Henry Knivet of an Eastern Counties family, but her son by Henry Knivet settled in Cornwall, at Rosemorne in Buddock. Sir John pulled down the greater portion of the ancient house and built himself another, very stately in the style of the times, but, alas! This also has disappeared, for when Sir William Waller approached Pendennis, to besiege it on behalf of the Parliament, the governor of the castle set fire to Arwenack lest it should give harbour to the enemy. Sir John had a son, also called John, who married Dorothy, daughter of the impecunious Sir Thomas Monk, Knight, of Potheridge, which Sir Thomas died in the debtors' jail at Thomas's, by Exeter. John and Dorothy had a son, Sir John Killigrew, aged 22 on his father's death in 1605. Now it fell out that Sir Walter Raleigh on his homeward voyage from Guiana put into Falmouth harbour, and found there, where the town now stands, only a fisherman's cottage. Killigrew, however, hospitably entertained Sir Walter, who expressed his surprise that so fine a harbour should have no accommodation for sailors sheltering there, and when he went to town memorialized King James on the subject. He had fired the imagination of his host, Sir John, and he also petitioned the king to grant him a royal license to build 4 houses, where now stands Falmouth, for the convenience of sailors. This roused the wrath of the people of Penryn further up the river, who saw that 4 houses would bring in their wake many more, and would draw away the trade, and cut off the prosperity of Penryn. Accordingly they used every possible endeavour to obstruct the project. Sir John made several journeys to London, but it was only by spending a great deal of money in fees and bribery of officials that he was able to obtain the license. And by so doing he incurred the implacable resentment of the inhabitants of Penryn. We will now let Martin Killigrew continue the story. He wrote a history of the family in 1737 or 1738. We will somewhat simplify the reading by giving the 4th ye. The last Sir John Killigrew was hardly got over this difficulty, when he fell under a much greater affliction, the prostitution of his wife, who caused herself to be called, or unaccountably was known by the name of Lady Jane. He has already stated, Sir John Killigrew, a sober, good man, to his utter undoing, married the daughter of an ancient and honourable family, new in the peerage, in respect to whom I forbear the name. Making herself infamous, and first debauched by the governor of Pendennis Castle. This lady was Jane, daughter of Sir George Ferman, of Northampton. Sir William, his brother, was created Baron Leominster in 1622, whose son was given the earldom of Pomfret in 1721. Arrived to that shameful degree, Sir John, in point of honour and for quietness of mind, found himself under a necessity to prosecute a divorce from her in the Archbishop's court, which lasted so many years and, was, so very expensive. As quite ruined his estate, to the degree of his being often put to very hard shifts to get home from London upon the frequent recesses in the process, but at length obtained the divorce in all its formal extent. This woman in such long contest was in no degree protected by her family, but supported and cherished by the town of Penryn, from their jealousy and hatred of Arwenack, as specially appears to this day. By plate by her given to the mayor and corporation of Penryn, when she came into her jointure, as an acknowledgment for such protection. 11 Sir John did not long outlive such his divorce, dying in 1632. Hall says, Jane Killigrew, widow of Sir John Killigrew, K.N.T. In the Spanish wars in the latter end of the reign of Queen Elizabeth, went on board 2 Dutch ships of the Hanse towns, always free traders in times of war, driven into Falmouth harbour by cross winds, laden with merchandise. On account, as was said, of Spaniards, and with a numerous party of ruffians, murdered the 2 Spanish merchants or factors on board these ships, and took from them 2 barrels or hogsheads of Spanish pieces of 8. And converted them to her own use. Now, though Fleta, Libi, c. 3, temp. Edward II, tells us that it is no murder except it be proved that the party slain was English, and no stranger, yet afterwards by the statute for Edward III, the killing any foreigner under the king's protection, out of evil design or malice, is murder. Upon which statute these offenders were tried and found guilty at Launceston of wilful murder, both by the grand and petty juries, and had sentence of death passed accordingly upon them, and were all executed, except the said Lady Killigrew, the principal agent and contriver of the barbarous fact, who, by the interest and favour of Sir John Arundel, of Talvern, Knt. and his son-in-law, Sir Nicholas Halls, of Pengersick, Knight, obtained of Queen Elizabeth a pardon or reprieve for the said lady, which was seasonably put into the Sheriff of Cornwall's hands. At the news whereof the other condemned wretches aforesaid at the gallows lamented nothing more than that they had not the company of that old Jezebel Killigrew at that place as in justice they ought to be, to use their own words. And begged Almighty God that some remarkable judgment might befall her and her posterity, nay, and all those that were instrumental in procuring her freedom, and observed hereupon it was that her grandson Sir William Killigrew spent the whole paternal estate of his ancestors, as did Sir Thomas Arundel, Knt. son of Sir John Arundel, aforesaid, and John Halls, Esq., son of Sir Nicholas Halls, Knight, in their own times, but alas, several and public revolutions of this kind. And all other and worldly affairs are carried on by the judgment and providence of God, not the determination of men, especially such barbarous ruffians as these criminals. Though these things happened according to the malefactor's direful imprecations in some sense. Halls in the above account makes several blunders. The affair to which he alludes took place in January, 1583, and the Dame Killigrew who was involved in it was Mary, wife of Sir John, the grandfather of the Sir John who divorced his wife Jane. Another mistake is that the ship was not one of the Hanseatic town merchant vessels, but was Spanish. Moreover, Halls is wrong in saying that the two Spanish merchants were murdered. On the contrary, Lady Killigrew's ruffians threw overboard and drowned the whole ship's crew, with the exception of the two merchants, who were on shore and so escaped. The facts are as follows. The Mary of S. Sebastian, a Spanish ship of 144 tons burden, owned by two merchants, John de Chavis and Philip de Orio, the latter being as well the captain, arrived in Falmouth harbour on January 1, 1582-3, and cast anchor within the bar, just under Sir John Killigrew's house of Arwenack. Here for lack of wind it remained, and the owners went on shore and took up their quarters in an inn at Penryn, awaiting a favourable breeze. At this time there was no open breach of peace between England and Spain. It was not till 1585 that Elizabeth sent over an army into the Netherlands to oppose the forces of Philip II, and dispatched a fleet under Sir Francis Drake into the West Indies to molest the Spanish galleons and colonies there. Lady Killigrew seems to have formed a scheme for robbing the merchant vessel and massacring the crew and the owners, and several efforts were made to induce the two merchants to quit their inn at Penryn and return on board, so that the whole of those on the vessel and the merchants might be got rid of, and not a witness left. However, this failed. Chavis and Orio did not return to their ship. About midnight on January 7 a boatload of men boarded the Spanish vessel and overpowered the sailors, raised the anchors, and set sail. The Spaniards were all either butchered or thrown into the sea. The ship was then taken to Ireland, where she was plundered and the spoil divided. But before this was done, two of Lady Killigrew's servants, named Kendall and Hawkins, were sent back to Arwenack with sundry bolts of Hollands and leather, as the share of Lady Killigrew, her kinswoman, Mrs. Killigrew, and the maids and servants in the house. Lady Killigrew was highly incensed at being put off with so little, but fume as she might she could do nothing, for the ship was on its way to Ireland. What she did accordingly was to keep all that was sent on shore for herself, and distribute none of it among her household. The two merchants now stirred, and laid formal complaint before the commissioners for piracy in Cornwall. Among these was Sir John Killigrew, the husband of the lady who had contrived or abetted the act. A meeting was held at Penryn, and sufficient evidence was produced to implicate Hawkins and Kendall. But this they were able to rebut by the testimony of Elizabeth Bowden, who kept a small tavern at Penryn, and who swore that up to the time that the act of piracy was committed the two men Hawkins and Kendall were drinking in her inn. The jury returned an open verdict that the ship had certainly been stolen, but by whom there was no evidence to show. Chavis and de Orio were not men disposed to let the matter rest thus, and having procured a safe conduct to London from the commissioners, they proceeded thither, and laid their complaint before the higher authorities. With the result that the Earl of Bedford instructed Sir Richard Grenville and Mr. Edmund Tremaine to make a searching investigation into the affair. As might be anticipated, this inquiry was more thoroughgoing and real than the other, and the truth was at last elicited from witnesses very reluctant to speak what they knew. The result arrived at was this. The whole plot had been contrived by Dame Killigrew, who on the Sunday in question ordered Hawkins and Kendall to board the Spaniard, along with a party of sailors and fishermen got together for the purpose. Moreover, she sent a messenger by boat to the governor of St. Mawes Castle, to inform him that the Spanish merchants proposed to sail that night, and to request him not to hinder them from so doing. The other castle, that of Pendennis, commanding the entrance to the haven, had Sir John Killigrew as governor, and in it all day were harboured the boarding party destined to carry off the merchantmen. Hawkins, who was the ringleader, had been sworn to strict secrecy by Lady Killigrew, who desired to keep the whole transaction from the knowledge of her husband. The leather that fell to her share was placed in a cask and buried in the garden at Arwenack. Hawkins and Kendall were hanged at Launceston, but Lady Killigrew escaped as Halls relates. Sir John died next year. When Lady Killigrew died is not known. On the death of the later Sir John in 1633, Arwenack passed to his nephew, as he left no issue, and that nephew, Sir Peter Killigrew, married Frances, daughter and co-heiress of Sir Roger Twisden. He had 2 daughters, and a son George who came to an untimely end. He was killed in a drunken brawl in a tavern at Penryn by Walter Vincent, barrister at law, who, says Halls, was tried for his life at Launceston for the fact, and acquitted by the petty jury, through bribery and indiscreet acts and practices. As was generally said. Yet this Mr. Vincent, through anguish and horror at this accident, as it was said, within 2 years after wasted of an extreme atrophy of his flesh and spirits, that at length at the table whereby he was sitting, in the Bishop of Exeter's palace, in the presence of divers gentlemen, he instantly fell back against the wall and died. Frances, the eldest daughter of Sir Peter Killigrew, married Richard Arisi, and had a daughter who became the wife of John West, of Bury S. Edmonds, and by him had a daughter Frances, who married the Hon. Charles Berkeley, and through their descent the estates, or such as remained of the old family of Killigrew, passed to the Earl of Kimberley. The History of the Killigrew Family, by Martin Killigrew, was published in part by Mr. R. N. Worth in the Journal of the Royal Institution of Cornwall, Volume 3, 1868-70, and the story of the seizure of the Spanish vessel by Dame Killigrew was investigated by Mr. H. M. Whitley, in the Journal, Volume 7, 1881-3. 2 Naturalists in Cornwall. The 2 men of science of whom a sketch is about to be given here were neither of them Cornish men by birth and parentage, but, inasmuch as a long stretch of the life of each was spent in the delectable duchy, and as both were well known in it and made it the principal field of their labours, they deserve a place in this collection. These 2 men are John Ralphs, the botanist, and George Carter Bignell, the entomologist. John Ralphs was born September 13, 1807, at Millbrook, near Southampton. His father, Samuel Ralphs, died when he was a year old, and to his mother was entrusted his early training. From an early age he manifested a passionate love of flowers, and as he grew older an interest in chemistry. Probably on this latter account he decided on the medical profession, and whilst studying medicine he prosecuted botanical research. So that on passing his final examination the President of the Royal College of Surgeons complimented him on his botanical knowledge, and predicted that the world would one day hear a good deal of this then beardless boy. He married a Miss Newman, and by her had a son, but they were in every way an ill-suited pair, and after a while they agreed to part, and she went to reside in France, taking her son with her. Fortunately for science, Ralph's health would not stand the arduous and anxious life of a village doctor, and he threw up his profession and wandered about in the south of England, a friendless, reserved, and taciturn man, devoting all his time and attention to botany. He settled finally in Penzance, in the year 1837, and became a familiar personality in the west of Cornwall, rambling over the moors, creeping into bogs, often on hands and knees, searching for rare plants. A terror to timid ladies, who would scuttle away like frightened rabbits at the sight of this dark, strange man hanging over some deep pool, peering with his short-sighted eyes into what was to him a paradise, and perhaps calling out aloud. Forgetful that he and nature were not alone, I see him. I've got him. And often he would be seen resting on a stile, weary with his wanderings, his hat and coat almost as green as the grass on one of his favorite bogs, the marks of his last fray fresh upon them, his collar disappearing, apparently. In vain search of his cravat. Gazing absently into the distance, where he saw, doubtless, beautiful and rare specimens of his algae in diatomaceae. Mr. Ralphs was never so happy as when alone. He did not care for society, least of all that of women, and grievous deafness made it difficult for him to engage in conversation. Even with men of science like himself he did not care to associate, except through written correspondence. At Penzance he was generally regarded as a bit total, a little, perhaps not a little, off his head, but no one could have other than a kind word to say of him, for he never injured any one. Occasionally his son came from France to pay his father a visit, but such visits were brief, their tastes were not the same, and their outlook into life was different. Mr. Ralphs wrote a good deal. He contributed to the proceedings of many learned societies, but especially the Edinburgh Botanical Society. He was the author of the botanical chapter in the Guide to Ilfracombe, and of the Sketch of the Botany of West Penwith in Mr. J.S. Courtney's Guide to Penzance. Mr. J.T. Blight also was assisted by him in his week at the Land's End. He helped as well in English botany, by Sir James E. Smith, the figures by James Sowerby. He composed, moreover, a flora of West Cornwall that remains in MS in the Penzance Public Library. Late in life he formed a tender attachment for a little child, who had somehow hitched herself on to him as a companion in his rambles. The first overtures were entirely on her own side, and it was some time before this acquaintance ripened into friendship. She was a delicate child, and her playfellow, for such he became, prescribed fresh air and no lessons. And so off they would go for long country walks, much to the benefit of her health, but to the detriment of her clothes. Of the mustard poultice that sometimes these excursions rendered necessary, and which could not be endured unless he submitted to a similar infliction, of the delightful dolls' tea parties. Of the fairy tales, translated solely for her amusement from the French and German, of his selections from Thackeray and Dickens, whose characters were thus made living people to her, of the wonders that awaited her on Valentine's Day, when, through his skillful management, 20 or 30 valentines were to arrive for her from different parts of the country, of the choice variety of sweets he purchased for her stocking at Christmas. Of all this, I wish I could discourse at greater length. It is sufficient to say that this friendship, thus begun, lasted to the end of his life, and was the means of relieving to a large extent that solitude which had before surrounded him. On Midsummer Day, when the custom is to wear wreaths of flowers, he would give free permission to the children to pick all the flowers in his garden, on condition that they would come to him flower-crowned in the evening, when he would entertain them royally with fruit and sweetmeats. On Corpus Christi Pleasure Fair, a red-letter day for little Cornish children, he would be seen with a small crowd of boys and girls around him, whom he would treat to all the various shows, waiting patiently, until their curiosity was satisfied. Outside. One great delight of Mr. Ralph's was the naturalizing of strange plants in the neighborhood of Penzance, amongst others the large-flowered butterwort. And very much amused was he when some local paper with a flourish of trumpets announced the discovery of the pinguicula by a botanical tourist, and a claim put forward that it was indigenous to Cornwall. John Ralphs died July 14, 1890, and was buried at Penzance. The second naturalist, Mr. George Carter Bignell, is happily still alive and in full intellectual vigor, and resides in Saltash. He is a native of Exeter, having been born in that city in 1826. He was educated at S. John's Hospital in his native town, but had to leave it at the age of 12, when he was placed in a booking office for receiving parcels and booking passengers for the carriers who made the Black Lion their headquarters when in Exeter. These carriers came from many small towns from 20 to 50 miles away. The yard and stabling were connected with the Black Lion and the Commercial Inn, South Street, and opposite was the office. Mr. Bignell says, "Often have I seen these lumbering wagons with 20 magnificent horses attached to them start from the office, the driver riding a cob by the side. Very often such a wagon would be conveying gold from the ships in Falmouth to the Bank of England, and in that case the wagon was attended by a guard carrying a blunderbuss." In this office Mr. Bignell remained till he was 16, and in 1842 he joined the Royal Marines at Stonehouse. He saw some foreign service, and was on board the Superb during the Civil War in Spain in 1847, and was employed on the coasts of Spain and Portugal. He was in the squadron which succeeded in capturing a division of the rebel army of Count Dos Anton, consisting of about 3,000 men. Boats' crews put off from the ships of the squadron, and under a heavy fire from the forts boarded and captured every vessel. The prisoners were conveyed up the river Tagus to Fort S. Julian, where, after being deprived of arms and ammunition, they were safely lodged. A guard, consisting of half the complement of marines from each ship, was placed over them, the whole body under the command of Major Stransham. A few days after the capture it was discovered that ammunition was being surreptitiously conveyed into the fort by friends of the rebels, and investigation disclosed that a plot had been hatched to blow up the fort. Count Dos Anton pretended to be wholly ignorant of the conspiracy. The rebels were paraded, each man searched, and every nook and cranny in the fort thoroughly overhauled. A large quantity of gunpowder was found, and this was promptly wheeled to the parapets in barrows and thrown into the Tagus. The guard placed over this large body of prisoners was small, and to overawe the prisoners all the marines from the ships were landed every evening at sunset and marched with fixed bayonets to the fort, with orders to make as much noise and clatter as they could. And then at night, when all was still, they stole silently away from the fort and returned on board. So well was the ruse practiced every day that the prisoners were under the impression that they were guarded by a large body, and never suspected the truth. The time at the fort was not very pleasant to the marines on guard, as the place was filthy and literally swarmed with fleas. And their white drill suits were so covered with these detestable insects that the marines appeared to be dressed in brown instead of white clothing. This was Mr. Bignell's only taste of active service. When the Superb was paid off he was employed in several offices in the barracks, first as commanding officer's clerk, and afterwards he was appointed to the barracks at Millbay as barrack sergeant, and he held this appointment for 7 years. By the end of this time he had served 22 years. Throughout all this time he had been a keen and close observer of nature. From his boyhood up natural history had exercised a great attraction for him, and as he grew up, and studied, the subject became more and more interesting. During his last 7 years of service he made considerable progress, for as a barrack sergeant he had little work to do, and so had plenty of time to devote to his hobby. After being discharged he became a member of the Plymouth Institution, with the object of finding out the names of some of the insects he had captured, and was surprised to find that it had nothing like them in its collection. Nor could anybody tell him what they were. Mr. Bignell had barely retired from the service ere he was appointed Registrar of Births and Deaths for the Stonehouse district and also Poor Law Officer to the Stonehouse Board of Guardians, but his residence is in Saltash. All his spare time has for many years been given up to scientific pursuits, the branch of science to which he is most partial being entomology, but since his residence in Saltash he has been a profound student in marine flora. It is not only in the study of the known and hitherto unregistered insects that Mr. Bignell has acquired a worldwide fame, he has specially taken up the subject, hitherto almost untouched, of the parasites that live on insects. To grasp what has been done by him an examination must be made of the entomological journals for the last 40 years, for there he is generally in evidence. In the Proceedings of the Entomological Society of London Mr. Bignell's name is quoted as being the discoverer of 51 parasites, 19 being new to science and 32 new to Britain. In recognition of this work, one of the new species has been named after him, Mesolius bignellii. The Royal Cornwall Polytechnic Society have awarded him 3 of their medals, a bronze one for land and freshwater shells, a silver one for a collection of British moths, and a second silver medal for butterflies and moths. In the publications of the Ray Society on the larvae of British butterflies and moths, at the end of each volume we find a list of parasites preying on these beautiful insects, kindly prepared by Mr. G. C. Bignell, F.E.S. One of the most extraordinary features of Mr. Bignell's work is the infinite delicacy wherewith even now at an advanced age he is able to draw and color his specimens. The miniature painter of a beautiful girl's face a century ago did not take more pains to delineate the object of his admiring study than does Mr. Bignell to obtain a counterfeit presentment of some disgusting caterpillar or parasitic insect. The hunting for specimens would be an exhausting toil were it not a labor of love. On one occasion Mr. Bignell obtained 141 caterpillars of a certain moth in Whitsand Bay, under Fort Tregantle. They were feeding on henbane, and as he did not know where else to get the right sort of food for them, he had to go out 2 or 3 times a week for the food, walking in all 100 miles. But, alas for the ingratitude of the caterpillars, not a single moth rewarded all this devotion. Yet even this was outdone by a 135-mile walk in the dark to attempt to capture one sort of moth, which perhaps deserves to be mentioned for its elusive ways. It is called the Dasycampa rubiginea, and has to live up to its name. Plym Bridge was supposed to be its haunt, and its time of taking its walks or flutter abroad, night, and that also in midwinter. So night after night in November and December it was stalked, till one night, between the 6th and December 7th. The moth was spotted leisurely sipping honey from the flowers of the ivy growing on one of the pillars of the old gateway leading into Kenwood between Plym Bridge and Plympton, just as the clock at Morley House was striking 12. A pathetic interest attaches to the large copper butterfly. This splendid species was first discovered in Wales by the celebrated botanist Hudson. It was subsequently captured in considerable numbers about Whittlesea Mere, in Huntingdonshire. Now, alas! It is extinct, and a specimen such as one possessed by Mr. Bignell is worth some pounds. The last secured was in 1847. Greedy collectors and dealers from London, after its discovery, were waiting for it, and offered the country yokels 5 shillings for every caterpillar secured. Now it is as extinct as the dodo and the great auk. There would seem to be no living creature that is not a home and feeding ground for parasites. Even the butterflies are infested with them, and probably these parasites also have others infinitely small that attack them. Great fleas have little fleas upon their backs to bite, and little fleas have lesser fleas, and so ad infinitum. One of the most interesting discoveries made by Mr. Bignell is that a creature like a scorpion, but all claw, that is found upon the common house fly is not a true parasite. It likes a ride, and to do it cheap. And when a fly comes within reach, it lays hold of it with its disproportionately huge claws, clings, and has a ride, free, gratis and for nothing. When it has seen enough of the world and is tired, it lets go and drops off. Says Mr. Bignell, the blossom underwing is a moth that was very abundant on the male flowers of the great sallow on April 13, 1866. Previously this moth was very scarce, but on this night I saw at least 1,000. They were all in pairs, and each pair occupied a flower, a sight never to be forgotten. The fine flowering scrubby oaks were swarming with the larvae. A friend of mine who kept birds in a very large cage, seeing the abundance of the caterpillars, decided to give his birds a treat. He accordingly gathered about a pint of them, carried them home, and instead of giving the birds 2 or 3 at a time, he incautiously put the tin into the cage and removed the lid. At once the caterpillars began to escape, and the seething mass of black and yellow wriggling over the floor, crawling about the wires, so frightened the birds that it caused the death of 2 of 3. Which beat themselves against the cage in vain hope to escape from these uncanny horrors. As may be well imagined, Mr. Bignell with his lantern stealing up the side of a hedge in the night often enough routed the poachers and sent them flying, thinking they were being watched by a policeman. On one occasion he scared an owl. I was enjoying myself, on my knees, hunting over the contents of my net that I had used for sweeping the low foliage, to see what captures I had made. My nose and bull's-eye lantern were thrust close to the ground, to prevent anything escaping observation. In the midst of this occupation an owl swooped down to see what was up, when I turned my lantern on him, and away he flew in a mighty hurry, bringing the back of his wings together with great force, like a man clapping his hands. He was evidently in great alarm, and uttered an unearthly scream. It certainly gave me also a turn, it was so sudden. All moths with highly pectinated antennae, that is to say with their feelers comb-like at the extremities, have the most extraordinary power of scenting a female moth at a great distance, even 2 or 3 miles, with a favorable wind. Mr. Bignell says, I once had a virgin female of the oak-egger moth, and was desirous of getting some males. I started off with the lady in a tin box, with a perforated zinc top, to give her air and allow her perfume to escape. I walked through the fields towards Milehouse to where was a turnstile, and at this spot lighted on a weary policeman resting. As it was a dull day, without any token of the sun breaking out, to attract butterflies for their usual gambols, the policeman jeeringly remarked that I had missed the right day. I replied that I thought not, and that I could collect as many as I desired, in fact, I could make them come to me. He laughed incredulously. I then took out my tin box and placed it on the wall, and, magician-like, whistled and waved my hand. The policeman stared, and thought I was befooling him. But lo, in 2 or 3 minutes one male alighted close to the box, soon followed by others, and in a quarter of an hour I had at least 50. And so tame that I picked them up with my fingers and distributed them among about a dozen people who had gathered to see what I was about. The policeman stared with open eyes and mouth, quite satisfied that my whistle and mysterious signs in the air with my hand had called the insects to me. Satisfied with what I had got I waved again and bade the moths depart, and clapped the box in my pocket. Next day I took the empty box out with me into the country. I had several males following me, and some actually penetrated into my pocket where was the empty box, proving that the perfume still remained in it, though wholly imperceptible to myself. On one occasion Mr. Bignell and a friend set out at night to find the beautiful moth Heliophobus hispidus, knowing its haunts, between the south side of the Plymouth Citadel and the sea, where it is to be found in September or October resting on the grass. Accordingly, each furnished with a bull's-eye lantern, they visited the locality, but it was some time before one was discerned, and that was on a blade of grass overhanging the cliff and out of reach. A sheer drop of 20 feet at least into the sea fretting and moaning below. Loath to miss it, as its eyes shone like 2 rubies, in fact, both saw those glistening eyes before they observed that they were in the head of the moth, they arranged that one should lie flat on his stomach, and that Mr. Bignell should sit down, dig the heels of his boots into the turf, then take his friend by the legs and thrust him over the edge of the cliff, so far as to enable him to box the moth, whilst holding the handle of his lantern between his teeth. This was done, and the Heliophobus was secured. But, after all, it is in the direction of parasites living upon insects that Mr. Bignell has made the greatest research. He is the possessor of a unique collection of the parasites that live on the aphis, and also of the hyperparasite which preys upon that parasite. The life history of this insect was unknown till Mr. Bignell detected a hyperparasite pierced the aphis which was itself a parasite. The specimen was secured, and from it was bred the hyperparasite itself. The life story of the aphis, that tiny green pest that infests the roses, has been unrolled by this enthusiastic student, and is full of surprises. The ichneumon fly as well has been watched, and all its wicked acts recorded. Caterpillars, so fat and fleshy, form a delightful feeding ground for the deposit of eggs, and serve as luscious food for the young to pasture upon. We human beings, in common with all mammals, have the obligation imposed on us of nourishing our own young, and with some of us we go on sustaining them till we are exhausted in the process, but the ichneumonidae are more clever than we. They make others, notably the caterpillars, maintain their young, and the frivolous mothers, after having once deposited their eggs, gad about and enjoy themselves as having no concern for their future well-being. It is a comfort to reflect that the insects thus preyed upon do not seem to suffer much, if at all, and it may almost be said that they exhibit a maternal regard for the young bred out of their bodies. With his wonderful microscopes Mr. Bignell can explore far down the ladder of life, but whether to its lowest rung may well be doubted. There is always some living being to be found preying on the last of the minutest creature last seen. After a visit to Mr. Bignell's house in Saltash with a friend, I turned to him and said, I came here believing myself to be an individual. I leave knowing myself to be a community. Sir John Call, Bart. The Dictionary of National Biography says of Sir John Call that he was descended from an old family which, it is said, once owned considerable property in Devon, Cornwall. That proviso, it is said, is conveniently inserted. Anything may be said, as that the cow jumped over the moon, but that a saying may be believed we must know who uttered it. Now the originator of this saying was probably William Playfair, in his British Family Antiquity, 1809. In that the following interesting statement occurs, from papers in the possession of the family, partly fabulous, though partly true, it appears that the family of the Calls, consisting of 3 brothers, came into England from Saxony towards the end of the 8th century. One of these brothers settled in Scotland, from whom is descended the clan of the MacColls, the second in Norfolk, where the family continued until the beginning of the last, 18th, century. And the third settled in Cornwall, from whence the present family derives its origin. This very ancient, but latterly not very opulent family, was formerly possessed of considerable landed property both in Devonshire and Cornwall, which was first reduced by the civil wars in the time of Henry VII, and afterwards nearly annihilated, in consequence of the loyal attachment of some of its individuals to the royal cause during the civil wars in the reign of Charles I. Why was the 8th century fixed on for the advent of the Calls upon the scene? Presumably because the first Norsemen arrived in 787. Conceive the Calls coming over in a dragon ship, filled with berserker rage, to ravage England and glut themselves with our blood. But we shall look for Calls in vain among the records of the past. As it happens, Saxons and Northmen had no family, only personal names. The story is as absurd as that also put forth that Callington derived its name from the Calls, who only settled near it in 1770. But these family papers are not so ancient as Sir John Call, who would have been above such a pretence. As a matter of fact, the account supplied to Playfair shows a surprising ignorance in the writer as to the existence of heralds' visitations, inquisitions post-mortem, wills, royalist composition papers, parish registers, and all the material at hand to confirm or disprove reckless genealogical assertions. Playfair does admit that the story contained in the family papers is partly fabulous. He might have said that it was fabulous from beginning to end. The Calls had no right whatever to bear arms, till a grant was made to them, after reading the above flourish not inappropriate, of 3 trumpets. The MS. Names of gentlemen in Devonshire and Cornwall with their arms, drawn up by John Hooker, alias Vowell, in 1599, is the only armoury of the West that gives the name of Call with arms, party per pale or and gules, upon a chief az. 3 geese sable. But he gives no indication of place where such a gentleman possessed land, and that, before this opulent family had been ruined by the civil wars. Hooker probably included the name, because, at the time, there was some gentleman Call from another part of England living in Exeter. That the Calls of Whiteford had no claim to his arms, nor could exhibit descent from him, is shown by their not adopting his coat. In a MS Armoury of all England dating from 1632, that belonged to C. Pole, the name and arms of Call do not occur. According to Foster's Baronetage, the Calls hailed from Presticott, in Lonsels. Actually the great-grandfather of Sir John was of Grove, in Stratton, a tenant farmer. A good many Calls appear in the register of the parish, never with gent. Appended to the name, or even with Mr. preceding it, a title generally accorded to a yeoman or a well-to-do tradesman, and one in 1735 is buried as a pauper. Their marriages also show to what class they belonged, with the Uglows, tanners, and the Jewels, in a humble walk of life. John Call, described as of Presticott, in Lonsels, was born in 1680, and in 1702 married Sarah Jewell, and died in 1730. Presticott consisted of 3 very small farms on the right-hand side of the old road from Stratton to Holsworthy. Of late years the ramshackle buildings have been pulled down and the lands thrown together and constituted one farm, and a new house has been built. It belonged at the time that John Call rented one of these little holdings to the orchards of Hartland Abbey. John Call had 2 sons, John and Richard. John was born 1 March, 1704-5, and married Jane, daughter of John Mill, of Lonsels, the descendant of a respectable family, which had considerable possessions there, as well as in Middlesex, says Playfair. He might have added with equal truth that they possessed castles in the air. As it happens, the visitations of Cornwall and Lysons knew nothing of the family of Mill. The Mills were of Shernick, a farm in Lonsels, which they rented of the Arundels of Trengrouse. Their ledger stones are in the parish church, but they are never described as gents. Mrs. Judith Mill was buried on October 14, 1723, and Mr. John Mill on December 1 in the same year, and Mr. Richard Mill on July 11, 1766. Sarah Call, widow of John Call, without even Mr. and Mrs. prefixed, was buried on February 1, 1747-8. Shernick is now the property of Sir C. T. Ackland, Bart. Inherited through an heiress in the 19th century of the Arundels. John Call, who married Jane Mill, had a son, the subject of this memoir. Afterwards, when this son was rich, he set up a tablet to the memory of his father in Lonsels Church, on which he gives him the title of Gent. In memory of John Call Gent of Shernick in this parish, and of Whiteford in Stoke Climsland. He was interred in this church January 3, 1767, aged 63. Also of Jane Call his widow, who was interred November 9, 1781, aged 70. Also of Jane Jones their daughter, wife of the Rev. Cadwallader Jones, minister of this parish, who was here interred April 2, 1790, aged 50, and of their 2 children, etc. Concerning Mrs. Cadwallader Jones, more hereafter. The old gentleman, John Call, had died on December 31, 1766, going out with the old year. John, the younger, was born June 30, 1732, at Fenny Park, near Tiverton, and was educated at a private school. For some reason or other, not known, his mother disliked him, and when aged 17, and he had been recommended to the notice of Benjamin Robins, who was going out to India. She refused to furnish him with the money required for his outfit and passage to India, so that his more distant relatives, probably the Mill family of Shernick, supplied the money. Benjamin Robins had composed a treatise on the principles of gunnery and the price of gunpowder, that was not as yet published, and also an account of Lord Anson's voyages. He was a mathematician, and had been appointed chief engineer and captain general in the East India Company's service, and he was looking about for commercial clerks who would serve on a small pay, when Call was recommended to him as a shrewd lad. John Call was glad of the chance of seeing something of the world and of escaping from a mother who flouted him, and he embraced the offer with gladness. Robins quitted England in 1749, and arrived with his clerks at Fort William in July, 1750. Call had been given by Robins his treatise on explosives to transcribe for the press, and this interested the young man in the subject, and he pursued the theme, and made considerable improvements in rifling barrels. He also introduced one that enabled shells to be discharged from long guns. When Robins landed he had with him 8 young clerks, of whom Call was one. Robins died in July, 1751, and Call then became the leading engineer. War broke out among the native princes, backed up upon one side by the French, on the other by the English, and Call was employed to carry out the erection of defensive works at Fort S. David. This was an English settlement near the mouth of the southern Penair River, and was only 12 miles from Pondicherry, the French headquarters. Madras, at the mouth of the Triplicane, consisted of the native or Black City and of Fort S. George, which lay on the sea, and was almost engirdled by the North River that with the Triplicane formed an island crossed by the main road from Chinglepet and Vandalone. The French, whilst in possession of Fort S. George, after it had been taken by Le Bourdonnais in 1746, had made several improvements and additions to the slight works they found, which, nevertheless, rendered the fort little capable of long resistance against the regular approaches of a European enemy. Nor had they given any attention to the internal area, which did not exceed 15 acres of ground. Nevertheless, the English let the place remain in the same state after its recovery from the French in 1751 till the beginning of the year 1756, when the expectation of another war with that nation, and the reports of the great preparations making in France against India, dictated the necessity of rendering it completely defensible. And Coll was employed in the extension and perfecting of the work, that had received the consideration of Robins before his decease. Accordingly all the coolies, labourers, and tank diggers whom the adjacent country could supply were from this time constantly employed on the fortifications. Their daily number generally amounted to 4,000 men, women, and children. The river channel was diverted, and the old channel was filled up, very extensive bastions and outworks were erected, and it was due to this undertaking that Fort S. George was able to stand successfully against the siege by the Count de Lally in 1759. In the beginning of the year 1752 Coll accompanied Captain, afterwards Lord, Clive in an expedition against the French, who had possessed themselves of the province of Arcot, and were plundering up to the very gates of Madras. And he was with him in his occupation and subsequent defence of Arcot, during a 50 days' siege. Clive had marched from Madras with 200 English soldiers and 300 sepoys. He had with him 8 English officers, but of these only 2 had smelt powder, whilst 4, Coll among them, were only commercial clerks forced by Clive's example to draw the sword. The Battle of Coverplank, near Arcot, gained by Captain Clive in the February of 1752, in which the French lost all their artillery and were totally dispersed, cleared the province of their influence and established the English in the garrison of that capital. From Arcot the victorious army, consisting of about 500 Europeans and 1,000 natives, marched through the country back to Fort S. David, when Mr. Coll was appointed chief engineer at Madras, and eventually of all the Coromandel coast. In 1753 the French under Bussy and Dupleix were full of schemes to retrieve the honour of their arms, and to obtain the absolute empire of the Deccan and the South. In that year, the cession of 5 important provinces had made them masters of the sea-coast of Coromandel and Orissa for an uninterrupted line of 600 miles. And also furnished the convenient means of receiving reinforcements of men and military stores from Pondicherry and Mauritius. But neither the court of Versailles nor the French India Company at home had approved the grand projects of Bussy and Dupleix. The court questioned the propriety of these wars with the English in a time of peace, and the company was impatient at the cost of these wars, and doubted whether the territorial acquisitions could be maintained profitably to themselves. The English company also was impatient at the heavy outlay, and was willing to leave the French in possession of the northern Surcars, but Dupleix was not to be restrained. He saw further into the future than did the merchants of Paris. He perceived that an unrivaled opportunity was open to him to make all India tributary to France, and he was determined to seize it. But to do so he must expel the English. He claimed to be Nabob of the Carnatic, and unless his authority as such were recognized by the English, he would make no terms whatever with them. But Dupleix had had his day. His protectors and admirers were now out of office, and he was recalled to France. As soon as war had been declared in Europe, the government of Louis XV commenced preparations on a large scale for an expedition to the east, and the arrival of a great armament was daily expected at Pondicherry. It was not, however, until April 28, 1758, that a squadron of 12 vessels reached the coast. These ships had on board a regiment of infantry 1,100 strong, a corps of artillery, and a number of officers, all under the command of the Count de Lally, a veteran officer of Irish extraction, who had been all his life in the service of France. He had been appointed Governor-General of the French possessions in India. He was a man of great ability and ambition, and was animated by intense and passionate hatred of England. Had he been supported from home, he would almost certainly have made France predominant in the peninsula. No sooner was he landed than he organized an expedition against Fort S. David, and in June, 1758, he captured it. He then prepared to take Madras as a preliminary to an advance on Bengal, and he hoped to drive the English out of Calcutta. But he was without resources, there was no money to be had at Pondicherry. At last he raised a small sum, chiefly out of his own funds, and began the march to Madras, his officers preferring to risk death before the walls of Madras to certain starvation within the walls of Pondicherry. Lally reached Madras on the December 12, 1758, and at once took possession of the black or native town, commanded by Fort S. George, and began the siege of that fort with vigor. Coll was within. It was due to him that the defences were in such a condition that the garrison could look with confidence to withstand a siege. We hear, indeed, nothing of any active part taken by him during the progress of the siege, but undoubtedly his knowledge and talent had much to do with rendering the defence effective. The real command was with Major Lawrence and Mr. Piggott. The total force collected was 1758 Europeans and 2,220 sepoys. On the other side Lally had an army of 2,700 Europeans and 4,000 native troops. On December 14 the French took possession of the Black Town, which was open and defenceless. And there the soldiers, breaking open some Arrack stores, got drunk and mad, and committed great disorders. Taking advantage of this, a sortie was resolved upon, and 600 chosen men, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Draper and Major Brereton, with 2 field pieces, rushed into the streets of the Black Town. Unluckily the drummers, who were all little black boys, struck up the Grenadiers' March too soon and gave warning to the French, who left off their drinking and plundering, and, running to their arms, drew up at a point where the narrow streets crossed at right angles. Those who were drunk were joined by those who were sober, till the whole number far exceeded that of the English detachment. If Bussy, who was at hand, had made one of the bold and rapid movements which he had been accustomed to make when acting on his own responsibility, he might have taken the English in rear. But he was sulky, and jealous of Lally, and remained inert. When Draper saw that he must retreat, he found that all his drummer boys who should sound the recall had run away. He, however, managed to bring off his troops, leaving 2 field pieces behind, and having lost or killed, wounded and prisoners, about 200 men. The siege dragged on. Most of Lally's heavy artillery was still at sea, and a corps of sepoys captured and spiked his only 13-inch mortar, which was coming by land. All his warlike means were as deficient as those of the garrison were perfect, and dissensions and ill will against him increased among his officers. For 6 weeks the French were without any pay, and during the last 15 days they had no provisions except rice and butter. Then the ammunition of the besiegers failed. On the February 15, 1759, he resolved on raising the siege. He had thrown away his last bomb 3 weeks before, and he had blazed away nearly all his gunpowder. Pouring forth invectives and blaming every one but himself, Lally decamped on the night of the 17th as secretly and expeditiously as he could. In March, 1760, Coll was employed in reducing Carrickle, and at the latter end of the year and in the beginning of 1761 he was employed as chief engineer under Sir Eyre Coote in the reduction of Pondicherry, which, after it had been battered furiously during 2 days, surrendered at discretion. Then the town and fortifications were levelled with the ground. A few weeks after the strong hill fortress of Gingy surrendered, and the military power of the French in the Carnatic was brought to an end. In 1762 Coll had the good fortune, when serving under General Kayland, to effect the reduction of the strong fortress of Vellore, 100 miles west of Madras, which has since been the point d'appui of the English power in the Carnatic. In July, 1763, Mahommed Yusuf Khan, a native of great military talent, employed in the service of the English, for usurping the government of Madura and Tinnevelly, the 2 southernmost provinces of the peninsula, had to be dealt with summarily. A considerable force marched against him, under the command of Colonel Monson, of His Majesty's 69th Regiment. Coll acted as chief engineer under him, till the heavy rains in October obliged the English army to retire from before Madura. Eventually that place and Parramatta were reduced, and Mohammed Yusuf Khan was taken and hanged. At the latter end of 1764 Coll went into the Travancore country to settle with the Raja for the arrears of tribute due to the Nabob of Arcot. Having satisfactorily accomplished that business and other concerns with southern princes, he returned to Madras in January, 1765, and took his seat at the Civil Council, to which he was entitled by rotation, and he obtained the rank of colonel. During a great part of the war with Hyder Ali in 1767 and 1768 Coll accompanied the army into the Mysore country, and whilst he was there the company advanced him to the third seat in the council. And he was strongly recommended by Lord Clive to succeed to the government of Madras on the first vacancy. But news reached him of the death of his father, and he made up his mind to return to England. He had managed to scrape together a very considerable fortune, and he desired to spend the rest of his days in the enjoyment of it. He embarked on February 8, 1770, after a service of nearly 20 years, and he landed at Plymouth on July 26. He bought Whiteford, in the parish of Stoke Climsland, and greatly enlarged the house. In 1771 he was appointed Sheriff of Cornwall, and in March, 1772, he married Philadelphia, third daughter of William Batty, M.D., a somewhat distinguished physician living in Bloomsbury. From this period till the autumn of 1782 he lived in retirement at Whiteford. Whilst in India, Coll had not forgotten his parents and sister at home, and had sent to his mother priceless Indian shawls, which she, not knowing their value, cut up and turned into underpetticoats for herself and daughter and maids. A pipe of Madeira sent to the father was also as little appreciated. It was distributed among the farm labourers during harvest time to economize the cider. Now that he was in England and wealthy, he resolved on doing something for his sister. She had married Cadwallader Jones, the vicar of the parish, and the vicarage was a small, mean building, so Cadwallader Jones had taken the manor house that was near the church on a long lease from the Orchards, who were lords of the manor. This house had been a cell of Hartland Abbey, but at the Restoration had been given to the Shamans. That family had died out, and now it had come to the Orchards, owners of Hartland Abbey. Coll rebuilt the house, or, to be more exact, built on a modern house to the old, and installed Cadwallader and his sister in the new mansion. He also made for them a large walled garden. When he did this, he was under the impression that the property belonged to Cadwallader, and not till he had completed his building did he learn that Mr. Jones had only a lease of it. Moreover, Mrs. Jones did not live to enjoy the new house very long, as she died in 1780, and then Cadwallader married again. In course of time Cadwallader went to join his ancestors, and thereupon Mr. Hawkey saw and loved the widow and the mansion, and married her. Thus it came about that the manor house built for Mrs. Jane Jones passed into other hands. But thus it happens also that through Miss Charlotte Hawkey we have some account of Sir John Coll. Lord Shelburne, when Prime Minister, being desirous of investigating some of the existing abuses and reforming some of the public departments, fixed on Coll and engaged him along with Mr. Arthur Holdsworth, of Dartmouth, to inquire into the state and management of crown lands, woods, and forests, which had long been neglected. Coll had seen this with regard to the duchy property at his doors, and had drawn attention to it. In November, 1782, they made their first report, but a change of ministry taking place soon after, their proceedings were interrupted till the Duke of Portland, then First Lord of the Treasury, authorized them to continue their investigation. Before they had gone far another change took place in the ministry, and Pitt became Prime Minister. These frequent interruptions interfered with the progress of the investigation, and to obviate that, in 1785-6 Sir Charles Middleton, Coll, and Holdsworth were appointed permanent parliamentary commissioners. Coll became a banker, a manufacturer of plate glass, and a copper smelter. He designed and saw to the execution of the Bodmin Jail in 1779. He was elected M.P. for Callington in 1784, and retained his seat till 1801. On July 28, 1791, he was created a baronet and granted as his arms, gules, 3 trumpets fesswise in pale, or, as crest, a demi-lion ramp. Holding between the paws a trumpet erect, or. By his wife he had 6 children. In 1785 he purchased the famous house of Field Marshal Wade, in Old Burlington Street. He became totally blind in 1795, and died of apoplexy at his residence in town on March 1, 1801, and was succeeded in the baronetcy by his son, William Pratt Call, who died in 1851, leaving a son, William Berkeley Call, the 3rd baronet, who died in 1864, and with the son of this latter, Sir William George Montague Call, the 4th baronet, the title became extinct. It will be noticed that the 2 last affected aristocratic Christian names, Berkeley and Montague. Whiteford was sold to the Duchy of Cornwall, and all the noble trees in the park were cut down and turned into money, and the mansion converted into an office for the duchy. Davies Gilbert, in his parochial history of Cornwall, tells a couple of anecdotes of Sir John, but they are too pointless to merit repetition. Call was one of those admirable, self-made men who have been empire makers in the East, and, better than that, have been makers of the English name as synonymous with all that is powerful and true and just. He well deserved the title accorded to him. He was a man of whom Cornwall may be proud, and it needed no trumpets in his arms and fictions about the origin of his family to make the name honourable. As Dr. Johnson said, there are some families like potatoes, whose only good parts are underground. The authorities for the life of Sir John Call are Playfair's British Family Antiquity, 1809, Clement R. Markham's Memoir on the Indian Surveys, 1878, H. G. Nichols' Forest of Dean, and Neota, by Charlotte Hawkey, 1871. The grant of the baronetcy to Sir John Call, dated 1795, is now in the Museum of the Royal Institution of Cornwall, at Truro. John Nill. In August, 1853, appeared the following account in the Gentleman's Magazine. An eccentric old gentleman of the name Nill, a private secretary some 50 or 60 years ago to the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, becoming afterwards collector of the port of S. Ives, built a 3-sided pyramid of granite on the top of a high hill, near the town of S. Ives. The pyramid is represented as a pocket edition of an Egyptian one, and in it this gentleman caused a chamber to be built, with a stone coffin, giving out his intention to be buried there, and leaving a charge on an estate to the corporation of S. Ives for the maintenance and repair, etc., of the pyramid. He, however, died in London. And by his latest will, so far from perpetuating the ostentatious idea, desired that his body should be given up to the surgeons for dissection, a penance, it is supposed, for past follies, after which the remains were buried in London. The pyramid, however, still stands as a landmark. On one side, in raised letters in granite, appear the words, Hic Jacet Nil. It was understood that the K and another L would be added when the projector should be placed within. And on the other side, Ex nihilo nil fit, to be filled up in like manner, nil. The mausoleum obtained then, and still bears the name of Nil's Folly. This account, full of inaccuracies, called forth a letter to the editor from a relative of John Nill, at Penrose, by Helston, dated October, 1853, which appeared in the November issue of the same magazine. He stated that John Nill was educated for the law, but did not adopt it as a profession. He preferred to accept the office of Collector of Customs at S. Ives. After a while he was sent as Inspector General of Customs to the West Indies, whence he returned to his duties at S. Ives, after having discharged his office of inspectorship. In 1777 the Earl of Buckinghamshire, who was Recorder of S. Ives, invited Mr. Nill to accompany him to Ireland as his private secretary, when he, the Earl, had been made Lord Lieutenant. The offer was accepted. In 1782, 30 years before his death, he erected the mausoleum, partly actuated by a philanthropic motive as affording a landmark to ships approaching the port and partly by a wish to find employment for men at a time of considerable distress. Having also a desire to be buried there, if the ground could be consecrated. This intention was afterwards abandoned. Mr. Nill resided for some years previous to his death in Gray's Inn, and was a bencher of that society. He died there in 1811, and was buried in the vaults of S. Andrews, Holborn. On one side of the monument is the word Resurgam. On the second side, I know that my Redeemer liveth, and on the third is no inscription at all, and the silly puns given by the informant of the Gentleman's Magazine had no existence save in the imagination of the correspondent. The same writer adds, though he had a wide circle of acquaintances and he was highly esteemed by all who knew him, he resisted every invitation to dine in private society, and for many years past dined at Dolly's coffee house, Paternoster Row. Walking through the chief avenues of the town in the course of the day, in order to meet his friends and to preserve his health by moderate exercise. We are able to supplement this scanty record from a memoir of him by Mr. John Jope Rogers, of Penrose, published in 1871 by Cunnack, of Helston. John Nill was born at Callington on January 1, 1733. His mother was a Pike of Plympton, and her mother was an Edgecombe of Edgecombe, it is stated in the memoir, but no entry of any such marriage is in the pedigree of the Edgecombes in Vivian's Herald's Visitations of Devon. Mr. Nill was very desirous to trace a descent from the family of Nill, in Hereford, but entirely failed to do so. John Nill's mother, one of the 7 daughters of Mr. Pike, married secondly Mr. Jope, and it is thus that the portrait of the subject of this memoir came into the possession of Mr. John Jope Rogers, of Penrose, author of the memoir. John Nill, according to Davies Gilbert, served his clerkship as an attorney in Penzance, and from thence removed to the office of a London attorney, where, having distinguished himself by application and intelligence, he was recommended to the Earl of Buckinghamshire, who, at that time, held the political interests of S. Ives, to be his local agent. In the year 1762 he was appointed Collector of Customs at S. Ives, in Cornwall, and held it during 20 years, at the end of which time he wrote to Mr. William Praed, March 30, 1782, I purpose to be in London in May, in order to resign my office of Collector, which I shall finally quit at the end of next midsummer quarter. In November, 1767, he was chosen Mayor of S. Ives, and lived in a red brick house facing the beach, in Fore Street. Although Mayor and Collector of Customs, it was strongly believed that he was in league with smugglers and wreckers. One day, during the latter half of the 18th century, a strange vessel ran on the rocks on the Hale side of Carrick-Gladden, and the crew escaped to land and disappeared. The ship, now a derelict, had apparently no owner, and next day a number of people boarded her, and found her full of chinaware and other smuggled goods. The ship's papers could not be found. They had been carried off when the crew deserted her, and it was strongly supposed that they were destroyed, as implicating Nill and Praed, of Trevetho. The customs officer, Roger Werne, went on board and stuffed his clothes full of china. Having a pair of trousers on with a very ample and baggy seat, he thought he could not do better than stow away some of the choicest pieces of porcelain there. But as he was getting down the side of the ship into the boat, very leisurely, so as not to injure his spoils, a comrade, getting impatient, struck him on the posteriors with the blade of his oar, shouting to him, "Look out sharp, Werne," and was startled at the cracking noise that ensued, and the howl of Werne when the broken splinters of china entered his flesh. In 1773 the government sent him to Jamaica to inspect the ports there. He remained in the West Indies 1 year, and used his eyes and ears, for in 1779 he wrote an account of the religion of the Coromandel Negroes for Bryant Edwards' History of the West Indies, from information he then and there gathered. For his services he received from the Board of Customs the substantial sum of £1,500. He returned to his duties at S. Ives in 1774. In 1777 he became private secretary to the Earl of Buckinghamshire, in Dublin, but he returned to S. Ives after 6 months in Ireland. In 1779 he speculated in a bootless search for treasure, which the notorious pirate, Captain John Avery, was supposed, on his return from Madagascar, to have secreted near the Lizard. But, as none of the lives of that freebooter gave any hint of his having done so, the attempt was not the least likely to lead to satisfactory results. Davies Gilbert says that Nill equipped some small vessels to act as privateers against smugglers, but if local tradition may be relied on, these vessels were only nominally for this purpose, and were actually engaged in running contraband goods. But this is highly improbable. In 1782 he was employed in the service of the customs as inspector of some of the western ports, making occasional visits to London, where he settled for the rest of his days. In 1784 he purchased chambers in Gray's Inn Square, where he died on March 29, 1811, at the age of 77. He was painted by Opie in 1779, dressed in a plain suit of blue, with frilled shirt and ruffles. He made his half-brother, the Rev. John Jope, of S. Clear, his sole executor. It was in the year 1782 that John Nill erected his mausoleum on Whirl Hill, on land purchased from Henry, Lord Arundel, for 5 guineas. The total cost of the monument was £226 6d. 6d a year is paid to the owner of Tregenna for a right-of-way to the obelisk. By a deed dated May 29, 1797, Nill settled upon the mayor and capital burgesses of S. Ives, and their successors forever, an annuity of £10 as a rent charge, to be paid out of the manor of Glivian, in Mawgon, which sum is annually to be put into a chest which is not to be opened except at the end of every 5 years. Then, out of the accumulated sum, a dinner was to be given to the mayor, collector of customs, and vicar of S. Ives, and 2 friends to be invited by each of them, and £15 to be equally divided among 10 girls, natives of S. Ives, under 10 years old, who should, between 10 a.m. and noon on S. James the Apostle's Day, dance and sing round the mausoleum, to the fiddling of a man who was to receive £1 for so doing and for fiddling as the procession of girls went to the obelisk and returned. £1 was to be laid out in white ribbons for the damsels and a cockade for the fiddler. Some of the money was to go to keep the mausoleum in repair, and there were certain benefactions also recorded. The first Nillian celebration took place in July, 1801, when, according to the will of the founder, a band of little girls, all dressed in white, with 2 widows and a company of musicians, marched in procession to the top of the hill, where they danced about the monument, then, as Nill desired, sang the 100th psalm to its old melody, and after that returned in the same order to S. Ives. The ceremony still takes place every 5th year. In dancing the children sing the following in chorus. Shun the bustle of the bay. Hasten, virgins, come away. Hasten to the mountain's brow. Leave, oh leave, S. Ives below. Haste to breathe a purer air. Virgins fair, and pure as fair. Fly S. Ives and all her treasures. Fly her soft voluptuous pleasures. Fly her sons and all their wiles. Lushing in their wanton smiles. Fly the splendid midnight halls. Fly the revels of her balls. Fly, oh fly the chosen seat, where vanity and fashion meet. Hither hasten from the ring. Round the tomb in chorus sing. And on the lofty mountain's brow, aptly dight. Just as we should be, all in white. Leave all our troubles and our cares below. Thomas Trengrouse. A certain Ruscadden going on a pilgrimage in the days before the Reformation, and being absent some years, was surprised on his return to find that his wife had borne 1 if not more children. Very much and very naturally put out, he consulted with one John Trengrouse, who advised him to settle his estate upon some friend whom he could trust, for the use and benefit of his children whom he would own, and for the wife not to be left absolutely destitute in the event of his death. Mr. Ruscadden approved of this counsel, and constituted John Trengrouse his heir absolutely, but always with the understanding that the said Trengrouse should administer his estate according to the wishes and instructions of Ruscadden. But this gentleman dying soon after, John Trengrouse entered on possession of the estate, turned the wife and children out of doors, who for some time were fain to lie in an hog sty, and every morning went forth to the dunghill. And thereupon their faces imprecated and prayed that the vengeance of God might fall upon Trengrouse and his posterity for this so perfidious and merciless deed. And after this, God's severe but righteous judgments fell upon Trengrouse's family. For his son Walter, one day riding upon a horse in a fair way, the horse threw him, and broke his neck, and some of his issue came to untimely ends, and it is observed that a curse hath remained ever since, and this Mr. Trengrouse of whom we write was so sensible of it, that it cost him many fervent prayers to God for the removal of that dreadful curse. As himself assured a bosom friend, but it does not seem to have occurred to him to give up the heritage to the Ruscatons, that is, if he were the possessor. The family of Trengrouse, or Trengrouse, was one of the oldest in the neighbourhood of S. Ives. The names of Clement and John Trengrouse of S. Ives appear in the subsidy roll of 1327. In the list of circa 1520, Thomas Tregoux's lands in Toadnack were assessed at the yearly value of 13s. For D, and those of John Trengrouse, in the parish of S. Ives, at 11s, but Thomas also had lands at S. Ives, valued the same as those of John. In 1641, William Trengrouse, gent, had at S. Ives goods to the annual value of £3. Thomas Trengrouse, the subject of this notice, was the son of William Trengrouse of S. Ives. His parents were strong Puritans and very austere, and they hedged about their son with restrictions, not suffering him to partake in games or any childish relaxations from the strain of study or the contemplation of religious themes. At first he seemed to be of poor capacity, but at the age of 7 years he began to show that he had a quick apprehension and a retentive memory. Cut off from all worldly distractions, he was allowed but one direction in which his faculties and his ambitions could stretch and expand. He had not the force of character and strength of will to revolt against the numbing restraints that bound him in. His only play as a boy was standing on a chair and preaching to his fellow pupils. He was sent to Oxford and admitted into Exeter College, and after a few years spent there, returned to S. Ives. And as the parliamentary commissioners had ejected the vicar, he was thrust in as Puritan preacher in 1657, and he then married a Margaret Sparrow of the same way of thinking. The life of Thomas Trengrouse, as given by Samuel Clarke in his Lives of Some Eminent Persons, 1683, is interspersed with remarkable providences and extraordinary judgments, but for the most part they are neither remarkable nor interesting. The following is, perhaps, an exception. Shortly after his arrival at S. Ives, in the summer, the greater portion of the fishing season had passed without the pilchards appearing, and this to the great distress of the people. By the advice of Trengrouse a day was set apart for humiliation and prayer, and next day a shoal of pilchards arrived. In the ensuing summer the fishermen, having taken a great number of fishes on the Saturday, wanted to spread and dry their nets on the Sunday. Trengrouse learning this, came forth and rebuked and denounced God's judgment on them if they should profane the Sabbath in this manner. They did not hearken to him, observing that their nets must be dried or would rot. From that day no more pilchards visited the bay during that season. From S. Ives Trengrouse was transferred to Myler in October, 1659, but was ejected from the living on August 24, 1660, as not ordained, and unwilling to receive ordination, and to subscribe to the articles and confirm to the liturgy. However, he continued to preach to a privately assembled number of puritanically minded people, and he was proceeded against and committed to the custody of the marshal in Launceston jail, where he remained for 3 months. And was then released by order of the deputy lieutenant. In September, 1663, he removed to Kegiliath, near Penryn. On October 1, 1664, whilst he and his wife were lying awake in bed, they experienced an earthquake shock, and this he held to be a symbolic image of that trembling heartquake which he shortly felt in his conversion. On January 1 ensuing, he fell into deep despondency and the spirit of bondage, his liver being probably out of order, till he fancied himself relieved by receiving the spirit of adoption. He had been converted half a dozen times before, but never before preceded by an earthquake, so that there could be no mistake about its reality this time. Fired with new zeal, he broke into Mabe Church at the head of a number of his adherents, mounted the pulpit, and harangued his congregation. For this he was arrested and imprisoned again in Launceston jail, but was shortly released, July 29, 1665, and he had the pleasing satisfaction of knowing that a bull had gored Justice Thomas Robinson, who had sent him to prison. Undeterred by what he had gone through, he again invaded Mabe Church, and was again committed to jail on September 18, but was once more released on December 14. On February 4, 1666, he once more broke into the parish church of Mabe at the head of a body of Puritans, and was again arrested and sent to the marshal at Bodmin, but by the order of the king was at once set free. In 1669 he was at Great Torrington, where he preached, and was sent to Exeter jail, but was at once bailed out. He died at Penryn in January, 1672. On September 4, 1775, John Wesley preached at S. Ives, in the little meadow above the town. He wrote in his diary that, "The people in general here, excepting the rich, seem almost persuaded to be Christians. Perhaps the prayer of their old pastor, Mr. Trengrouse, is answered even to the fourth generation." Anthony Payne. Anthony Payne, the Falstaff of the West, was born in the Manor House, Stratton, the son of a tenant farmer, under the Grenvilles of Stow. The registers do not go back sufficiently far to record the date of his birth. The Tree Inn is the ancient manor house in which the giant first saw the light. He rapidly shot up to preternatural size and strength. So vast were his proportions as a boy, that his schoolmates were accustomed to work out their arithmetic lessons in chalk on his back, and sometimes even thereon to delineate a map of the world, so that he might return home, like Atlas, carrying the world on his shoulders for his father with a stick to dust out. It was his delight to tuck two urchins under his arms, one on each side, and climb, so encumbered with his kittens, as he called them, to a height overhanging the sea, to their infinite terror, and this he would call, showing them the world. A proverb still extant in Cornwall, expressive of some unusual length, is, as long as Tony Payne's foot. At the age of 21 he was taken into the establishment at Stow. He then measured 7 feet 2 inches in height without his shoes, and he afterwards grew 2 inches higher. He was not tall and lanky, but stout and well proportioned in every way. The original mansion of the Grenvilles at Stow still in part remains as a farmhouse. The splendid house of Stow, built by the first Earl of Bath, was pulled down shortly after 1711, and it was said that men lived who had seen the stately palace razed and also levelled with the dust. This was at a little distance further inland than the old Stow that remains. The Grenvilles had also a picturesque house at Broom Hill, near Bude, with fine Elizabethan plasterwork ceilings, now converted into labourers' cottages. At Stow Anthony Payne delighted in exhibiting his strength. In the hurling ground a rough block of stone is still pointed out as Payne's cast, lying full 10 paces beyond the reach whereat the ordinary player could put the stone. It is said that one Christmas Eve the fire languished in the hall. A boy with an ass had been sent into the wood for faggots. Payne went to hurry him back, and caught up the ass and his burden, flung them over his shoulder, and brought both into the hall and cast them down by the side of the fire. On another occasion, being defied to perform the feat, he carried a bacon hog from Kilcampton to Stow. Then came the Civil War, when Charles I and his Parliament sought to settle their differences on the battlefield. Cornwall went for the king, and Anthony Payne had the drilling and manoeuvring of the recruits from Kilcampton and Stratton. At one time Sir Bevil Grenville had his headquarters at Truro, but the great battle of Stamford Hill, May 16, 1643, was fought but 8 miles from Stow, and on the night preceding it Sir Bevil Grenville slept in his house at Broom Hill. The battle was desperate, the royalist soldiers being outnumbered, and attacked. Amidst them was Anthony Payne, mounted on his sturdy cob Samson, rallying his troopers and terrorizing the enemy, who fled. At the next pitched battle at Lansdowne, near Bath, the forces of the king were defeated and Sir Bevil was killed. Anthony Payne, having mounted John Grenville, then a youth of 16, on his father's horse, had led on the Grenville troops to the fight. The Reverend R.S. Hawker gives a letter from the giant to Lady Grace Grenville, conveying to her the news of the death of her husband, but it is more than doubtful whether this be genuine. He says of it it still survives. It breathes, in the quaint language of the day, a noble strain of sympathy and homage. It does not exist except in Mr. Hawker's book, and is almost certainly a fabrication by him. At the Restoration, Sir John Grenville was created Earl of Bath, and was made governor of the garrison of Plymouth, and he then appointed Payne halberdier of the guns. The king, who held Payne in great favour, made him a yeoman of his guards, and Sir Godfrey Kneller, the court artist, was employed to paint his portrait. Whilst in Plymouth garrison an incident occurred that has been recorded by Hawker. At the mess table of the regiment, during the reign of William and Mary, on the anniversary of the day when Charles I had been beheaded, a sub-officer of Payne's own rank had ordered a calf's head to be served up. This was a coarse and common annual mockery of the beheaded king indulged in by the remnants of the old fanatical Puritan party. When Payne entered the room his comrades pointed out the dish to him. Anthony flared up, and flung the plate and its contents out of the window. A quarrel and a challenge ensued, and at break of day Payne and his antagonist fought with swords on the ramparts, and Anthony ran the offender through the sword arm and disabled him, as he shouted, "There's sauce for thy calf's head." Hawker, who tells the story, supposed that the incident occurred during the reign of George I. But Anthony died at an age little short of 80, and was buried at Stratton July 13, 1691, and William of Orange did not die till 1702. After his death at Stratton, which took place in the house where he was born, neither door nor stairs would afford egress for the large coffin corpse. The joists had to be sawn through, and the floor lowered with rope and pulley, to enable the giant to pass out to his last resting place, under the south wall of Stratton Church. 12. The history of the vicissitudes through which went the painting by Kneller is peculiarly interesting. When Stowe was dismantled, on the death of the Earl of Bath, the picture was removed to Penhill, another Cornish residence of the Grenville family. But here the portrait of him who had done so much for the house was not valued, and was soon forgotten. Gilbert, the Cornish historian, in one of his rambles, whilst staying at an old inn in Launceston, was informed that this painting was still extant, and he went to Penhill, where the farmer's wife occupying the house said that she did indeed possess a carpet with the effigy of a large man on it, that had been given to her husband by the steward on the estate. It was rolled up, and in a bad and dirty condition. She gladly sold it to C.S. Gilbert for £8. On Gilbert's death his effects were sold at Devonport, and a stranger bought it for £42. In London it was recognised as the work of Kneller, and was resold for the sum of £800. It next appeared amongst the effects of the late Admiral Tucker, at Trematon Castle. And when the sale took place this picture was bought by a gentleman in Devon. Finally Mr. now Sir, Robert Harvey purchased it, and most generously presented it to the Royal Institution of Cornwall. The authorities for Anthony Payne are Hawker's Footprints of Former Men in Cornwall, the Journal of the R.N.S.T. of Cornwall, Volume 10, 1890-1, Wood, E. J., Giants and Dwarfs, 1868. Next in size to Anthony Payne among big Cornish men was Charles Chilcot, of Tintagel, who measured 6 feet 4 inches high, and round the breast 6 feet 9 inches, and who weighed 460 pounds. He was almost constantly occupied in smoking, 3 pounds of tobacco being his weekly allowance. His pipe was 2 inches long. One of his stockings would contain 6 gallons of wheat. He was much gratified when strangers came to visit him, and to them his usual address was, "Come under my arm, little fellow." He died in his 60th year, April 5, 1815. Neville Northey Bernard was the son of George Bernard, a stonemason, who lived at Penpont, Alternon, in a house with mullioned windows and a newel staircase, said to have been the old manor house of Penpont. He was born in 1818, and was baptized on November 1 in that year. The only education Neville received was from his mother, who kept a dame's school and made straw bonnets in her spare time. He was mortar boy to his father, and would often slip away and cut figures of men and animals on an old oak door, getting many a lacing for not minding his proper work. His earliest tools were nails, which he sharpened on a grinding stone, before he had any chisels. There was at that time no machinery for facing slate slabs, so he used an old French burr, i.e. part of a French millstone. Such millstones were constructed in 4 parts, cemented together. This burr he put into a rough frame of wood, and used it like a plane over the face of the slate, which was laid on a bench, or horse. The existing examples of slabs worked in this way are most excellent, in flatness and in smoothness. The dellabole slate had been employed for many centuries for tombstones and monuments, and lent itself surprisingly to being sculptured. In the North Cornish churches are numerous examples of monuments richly sculptured with heraldic figures of the 16th and 17th centuries, all on slate, and sharp to this day as when they left the workshop. At the age of 14 Neville cut a tombstone to his grandfather, that is now in Alternon churchyard, and affords evidence of skill, artistic sense, and fineness of detail. There are other stones of his in the same churchyard. Also 1 or 2 by his brother George. An old man is still alive in Alternon who used to sharpen the nails on a grindstone for Bernard, with which he did his carving on slate. At 15 he left Alternon. Wesley's head, over the porch of the old meeting-house, Penpont, was cut by him when he was 16. From Alternon he went to Foy, and the late Sir Charles Lemon, of Carclew, took him by the hand. At the age of 16 he carved in slate the group of Laocoon, sent in 1834 to the exhibition of the Royal Cornwall Polytechnic Society at Falmouth. This carving in bas-relief, executed by a boy from a wild moorland village, without instruction, copied from a woodcut in the Penny magazine, and with tools of his own making, was considered so very remarkable a production that the Society awarded him a silver medal. Neville was sent to London, and through Sir Charles Lemon's influence was presented to the Queen and Prince Consort, and he was allowed to cut a profile of the Prince of Wales, then a boy, and this portrait was sent to Osborne, and was approved by the royal parents. Sir Charles Lemon further introduced the lad to Chantry, who secured for him employment as a carver in one of the most celebrated ateliers in London. Bernard reproduced his profile of the Prince of Wales in marble for the public hall at Falmouth, and the general opinion expressed upon it was that it amply sustained the early expectation which had been formed of his talents. Thus fairly launched in his profession as a carver in London, he found employment in the studios of the best sculptors of the day, as Bailey, Marshall, and Foley, and there was no lack of work, and no falling short of pay. Caroline Fox, in her Memories of Old Friends, says, 1847, October 4. Bernard, our Cornish sculptor, dined with us. He is a great, powerful, pugilistic-looking fellow at 29. A great deal of face, with all the features massed in the center, mouth open, and all sorts of simplicities flowing out of it. He liked talking of himself and his early experiences. His father, a stonemason, once allowed him to carve the letters on a little cousin's tombstone which would be hidden in the grass. This was his first attempt, and instead of digging in the letters he dug around them, and made each stand out in relief. His stories of Chantry very odd. On his death Lady Chantry came into the studio with a hammer and knocked off the noses of many completed busts, so that they might not be too common, a singular attention to her departed lord. Described his own distress when waiting for Sir Charles Lemon to take him to court. He felt very warm, and went into a shop for some ginger beer. The woman pointed the bottle at him, and he was drenched. After wiping himself as well as he could he went out to dry in the sun. He went first to London without his parents knowing anything about it, because he wished to spare them anxiety, and let them know nothing until he could announce that he was regularly employed by Mr. Weeks. He showed us his bust of the Prince of Wales, a beautiful thing, very intellectual, with a strong likeness to the Queen, which he was exhibiting at the Polytechnic, where it will remain. 1849, March 1. Found a kindly note from Thomas Carlyle. He has seen my gigantic countryman, Bernard, and conceives that there is real faculty in him. He gave him advice, and says he is the sort of person whom he will gladly help if he can. Bernard forwarded to me, in great triumph, the following note he had received from Carlyle with reference to a projected bust of Charles Buller, February 25, 1849. Nay, if the conditions never mend, and you cannot get that bust to do at all, you may find yet, as often turns out in life, that it was better for you you did not. Courage. Persist in your career with wise strength, with silent resolution, with manful, patient, unconquerable endeavor, and if there lie a talent in you, as I think there does, the gods will permit you to develop it yet. Believe me, yours very sincerely, T. Carlyle. On the return of Richard Lander from Africa, after having traced the Niger through a great part of its course, Bernard was commissioned to execute a statue of the explorer for the column erected in Lander's honor at Truro. His only other public work of any consequence was the statue of Ebenezer Elliot, the Corn Law rhymer, for the marketplace of Sheffield. But he was employed in executing portrait busts of many men of importance, as General Gough, Professor John Couch Adams, his fellow Cornishman, Professor Ed. Forbes, and one of Makepeace Thackeray, which Bernard gave as a present to the Cottonian Library at Plymouth, where it now stands above the door. He exhibited in the Royal Academy in 1855, 1858, 1866, and 1867. He married in London, but lost his wife, and then took to drink. The boys, as he said, jeered at him, and called him Old Bernard. As a man, he was tall and big, with an enormous head which no ordinary hat would fit. So that his hats had to be made for him. Eventually he went on tramp, paying periodical visits to old friends at Alternon. He would make sketches, draw portraits, at farms and in public houses. Was ready to write an article for a newspaper, or to make an election squib, for either side, and was, in fact, as clever with his pen and pencil as he was with chisel. He was a most entertaining companion, and able to converse on any subject. Thus he lived by his wits, mixing with the highest, but by preference with the lowest. The last time he visited Alternon was in 1877, 3 years before his death. He remained there on that occasion for a week, with hardly any clothes to his back, and was boarded by his old playmate, Mr. S. Pern, and slept in the common lodging-house, 5 Lanes. After having been fitted out with fresh clothes by some friends he proceeded to the west of the county. During this last visit at Alternon he drew some large pencil heads, which show a firm and delicate hand, but he delighted in minute execution. There is also evidence that his mind at this time was as steady as his hand, for he composed a poem on the death of Mr. F. Herring, 1 or 2 verses of which may be given. I stood beside the spot where late you laid him. The spot to each of us most hallowed ground. After the angels had in white arrayed him, and his smooth brows with flowers immortal crowned. Who in the wilderness would wish to wander? Whose feet have trodden once the promised land? Believe that all is well, nor pause to ponder on things that mortals cannot understand. He is most blessed that is the firmest trusting, believing one that's wiser far than he is, for his good, the balance still adjusting. So, tell my parents not to mourn for me. I now can see what might have been my story, had I remained through man's allotted day. Sorrow for joy, dark age for youth and glory. And blessed the love that hastened me away, and wafted me across the mystic river, where all discords and elements agree, calmed by his word, that can from death deliver. So tell my loved ones not to mourn for me. He was equally ready to lampoon any one, whether friend or foe, probably accommodating his muse to the humor of those with whom he happened to be. One day he had been making a sketch of a farmer called Nickel, and resorted to the public house in Liskeard with his patron. Whilst there he scribbled on a piece of paper and handed to his friend Nickel. Cash is scarce, and fortune's fickle. I should like to draw some silver now, as I've all day been drawing nickel. There is at Penpont House, Alternon, a small profile head of Bernard executed by himself. It is a cameo in plaster of Paris. He is said to have sketched his face by looking in a mirror, and then cut an intaglio in slate from his drawing. Neville N. Bernard died in the Union, Redruth, of heart and kidney complaint, November 27, 1878. Sir Goldsworthy Gurney, Knight, Inventor. This man of remarkable versatility and genius was the 4th son of John Gurney, of Trevargus. He was born at Treator, near Padstow, on February 14, 1793, and was baptized at Padstow on the ensuing June 26. He was named after his godmother, a daughter of General Goldsworthy and a maid of honor to Queen Charlotte. He was educated at the Truro Grammar School, and during part of his holidays was wont to stay with a relative, the rector of Firth, in which parish lived Mr. Davies Giddy, who afterwards changed his name, and was better known as Mr. Davies Gilbert, president of the Royal Society, in whose house he very frequently met Richard Trevithick, a plain, unpretending man, of great genius, connected with the neighbouring copper mines, who lived near, and who often consulted Mr. Giddy on mathematical calculations connected with the steam engine and his mechanical inventions. Although so young, Mr. Gurney, whose natural bent was for these subjects, soon formed an acquaintance with this singularly original and talented man, and he continued during the period of his medical studies in correspondence with him. Mr. Gurney saw Trevithick's first steam carriage in 1804, and followed closely his improvements and experiments on locomotion, and he remembered, moreover, the contemptuous treatment this gifted man received at the hands of the engineers of the day. His views were described as wild theories, and his plans were scoffed at. But Mr. Giddy or Gilbert encouraged Trevithick to go on and not be discouraged, and Richard Trevithick became the inventor of the locomotive as well as of the high-pressure engine. His first locomotive was constructed to travel on common roads. He afterwards modified it and set it to run on rails at Merthyr Tydfil. The trial was made there on February 4, 1804. In the year 1813 he exhibited his locomotive on a temporary railway, laid for the purpose near Euston Square, and showed the great speed it was capable of attaining. This speed, however, was only maintained while the accumulated steam in the boiler was worked off, but his experiment showed that, if a sufficient quantity of steam could be kept up, as he termed it, the speed might be maintained for any distance and any length of time. But how was this to be effected? That was the difficulty, and that difficulty arose out of another: how was a sufficient draught to be created to keep the fire in the furnace at full activity? As the locomotive moved it created a draught the reverse of that required for the fire, and unless a strong and steady draught into the furnace could be created, sufficient heat could not be generated to produce a sufficient and continuous amount of steam. Trevithick in his first locomotive had discharged the steam up the funnel to get rid of it, but without any idea of creating a vacuum by means of which a draught could be caused. Stephenson did the same. Mr. Smiles has claimed that the steam jet was invented by Stephenson, but this was not the case. The steam used in Trevithick's and Stephenson's engines was waste or exhaust steam, discharging itself through the funnel indeed, but not filling it, so that it created no perceptible draught. Mr. Smiles says, the steam after performing its duty in the cylinders was at first allowed to escape into the open atmosphere with a hissing blast, to the terror of horses and cattle. It was complained of as a nuisance, and a neighbouring squire threatened to commence an action against the colliery lessees unless it was put a stop to. Accordingly the steam was introduced into the funnel about halfway up at the side so as to get rid of it and obviate the objection of the noise. But the evidence that Stephenson had discovered that it could be employed to create a draught is inconclusive. Goldsworthy Gurney had been placed at Wadebridge with Dr. Avery as a medical pupil, and there he married Elizabeth Simons in 1814. He settled down at Wadebridge as a surgeon, but his active mind would not let him rest as a small country practitioner. He felt that he had powers and visions that would bring him before the public as an inventor and a benefactor. Accordingly he moved to London in 1820, where he made the acquaintance of several able physicians, and was called to deliver a course of lectures on the elements of chemical science at the Surrey Institute. It was in 1823 that he began his experiments with steam and on locomotion, and he abandoned the medical profession in order to devote himself to these researches. His desire was to construct an engine that would travel on common roads, and travel at a more rapid pace than horses. Now Stephenson, in his evidence before a parliamentary committee, stated that the rate at which his locomotive travelled was from 3 to 5 or 6 miles an hour. Q. So that these hypothetical cases of 12 miles an hour do not fall within your general experience. A. They do not. Q. Laying aside the 12 miles an hour, I think the rate at which these experiments were made was about 6¾ miles to 7. A. I think the average was 6½ miles. In the first edition of Nicholas Wood's Treatise on Railways, 1829, occurs this passage: "It is far from my wish to promulgate to the world that the ridiculous expectations, or rather professions, of the enthusiastic specialist, will be realized. And that we shall see them traveling at the rate of 12, 16, 18, or 20 miles an hour. Nothing could do more harm towards their adoption or general improvement than the promulgation of such nonsense." Before a second edition appeared, Mr. Gurney's steam jet had revolutionized the engine, and it blew this absurd passage out of the book and the disbelief out of Wood's head. Nicholas Wood was a viewer at Killingworth Colliery, and assisted George Stephenson in his experiments, and he first saw the steam blast in Mr. Hackworth's Sans Pareil in 1829, so that gentleman had adopted it on Mr. Gurney's recommendation and according to his plan. Wood thus describes what he then saw: Mr. Hackworth had, it appears, in his engine, resorted to the use of the waste steam in a more forcible manner than before used, throwing it up in a jet, and which, when the engine moved at a rapid rate, and the steam thereby almost constantly issued from the pipe, had a most powerful effect. The consequence was, that when the engine began to travel at the rate of 12 or 15 miles an hour, the draught was so great that it actually threw the coke out of the chimney. Here then is the first sight of the steam blast to Nicholas Wood, fellow worker with George Stephenson. He knew nothing of it before. But Goldsworthy Gurney's steam blast had been adopted before this on steamboats. It was first applied to the Alligator in 1824, then to the Duchess of Clarence, and other steamboats. It had made its way into France. In the Lords' Committee Report of 1849 on Accidents in Mines, a Mr. Keane, engineer of Bayonne, was examined. Q. Have you ever seen Mr. Gurney's plan used on the continent? A. It has been used on the continent for producing draughts in furnace chimneys. Q. Furnace chimneys, for what purpose? A. Where the draught has been sluggish. I used it to get a stronger draught on board a steamboat in 1830, to enable me to stem the strong currents of the Garonne. Q. Have you any knowledge of some experiments made by Mr. Gurney in the year 1826 with respect to the power of the steam jet? A. I saw frequent experiments made by Mr. Gurney in 1826 to produce draught by the action of high-pressure steam, exactly in the same way as it is now employed for producing ventilation in the collieries. That is, there were a number of jets of about 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch diameter, communicating directly with a high-pressure boiler. The cock being open, the full steam from the boiler was brought upon those jets, and a draught was produced by their action in the chimney shaft. Q. In the chimney shaft of a locomotive engine. A. In the chimney shaft of a locomotive and in the shaft of a factory, the experiments were tried in various ways. I saw these experiments frequently, many other persons saw them at the same time. And I employed the same myself shortly afterwards for a like purpose abroad. Mr. Keane in his evidence further stated, in answer to the question whether Mr. Gurney's experiments were open to the public. Many persons visited the place daily, and the carriage went out into the road, and into the barracks, and was often surrounded by a group of persons. It was understood and known how this draught was procured, because the passage of the steam was heard up the chimney when the carriage was still, and the great draught of the furnace was the occasion of remark by everybody who was around it. They were quite surprised how such a great current could be produced with so small a height of chimney. It was a very remarkable thing, and drew attention from everybody around at that time. The principle of the action of the steam blast was simple enough. It was to fill the funnel with high-pressure steam, which would act much as the sucker in a pump, exhaust the air and draw up air through the furnace, as the cone of steam escaped out of the funnel. To act thus, the steam must completely fill the chimney, allowing of no down draught. This was what had entirely escaped Trevithick and Stephenson. Up to the discovery of the steam jet by Gurney, the waste steam, as has been stated, was uselessly dispersed through the chimney. In 1827, Gurney took a steam carriage he had constructed to Cyfarthfa, at the request of Mr. Crawshay, and while there applied his steam jet to the blast furnaces. This gave a great impetus to the manufacture of iron. Stephenson now adopted it, and employed it for his locomotive the Rocket, that ran on the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in October, 1829. Previously on one occasion Stephenson had run his engine continuously for 53 minutes doing 12 miles. But now, with the adoption of the steam blast, it attained a velocity of 29 miles an hour. It is not too much to say that the success of the locomotive depended upon the adoption of the steam blast. Without that, by which the intensity of combustion, and the consequent evolution of steam, were maintained at the highest point, high rates of speed could not have been kept up. The advantages of the multitubular boiler afterwards invented could never have been fairly tested, and locomotives might still have been dragging themselves unwieldily along at little more than 5 or 6 miles an hour. 13. It had been in July of the same year that Gurney had made a journey in his steam coach from London to Bath and back again, on the main road, at the rate of 15 miles an hour. This journey, undertaken at the request of the Quartermaster General of the Army, was the first long journey at a maintained speed ever made by any locomotive on road or rail. Mr. Gurney's steam coach was, of course, provided with the steam jet. The Mirror of December 15, 1827, says, Mr. Goldsworthy Gurney, whose name is familiar to most of our readers, after a variety of experiments during the last 2 years, has completed a steam carriage on a new principle. We have accordingly introduced the annexed engraving, which will enable our readers to enter into the details of the machinery. First, as to its safety, upon which point the public are most skeptical. In the present invention it is stated that even from the bursting of the boiler there is not the most distant chance of mischief to the passengers. The boiler is tubular, and upon a plan totally distinct from anything previously in use. The weight of the carriage and its apparatus is estimated at 1½ tons, and its wear and tear of the road, as compared with a carriage drawn by 4 horses, is as 1 to 6. When the carriage is in progress the machinery is not heard. The engine has a 12 horsepower, but may be increased to 16, while the actual horsepower in use, except in ascending a hill, is but 8 horses. Mr. Gurney has already secured a patent for his invention. But he has our best wishes for permanent success. Sir Charles Dance in 1831 ran a steam coach of Gurney's make between Gloucester and Cheltenham 5 times a day for 4 months, and during this time carried 3,000 passengers some 4,000 miles, without a single accident occurring. There seemed to be every prospect of the steam carriage superseding the mail coach, and indeed of private gentlemen setting up their Gurney steam carriages, as now they run their motors. But trustees of roads, coach proprietors, coachmen, and other interested persons formed a strong body of opposition. How violent this was may be judged from the fact that on one occasion a pile of stones 18 inches high was thrown across the road, and in struggling through it the axle of the coach was broken. But prejudice and dullness are mighty powers. How little, mark that portion of the ball, where, faint at best, the beams of science fall. Soon as they dawn, from Hyperborean skies, embodied dark, what clouds of vandals rise. Parliament interfered. Tolls on highways were raised to a prohibitive rate, so that the running of steam conveyances was brought to a standstill. A committee of the House of Commons, appointed in 1831 to inquire into the matter, reported that the steam carriage was one of the most important improvements in the means of internal communication ever introduced. That its practicability had been fully established, and that the prohibitory clauses against its use ought to be immediately repealed. The committee recommended that the Turnpike Act should be repealed. It ascertained that upon the Liverpool and Prescott Road Mr. Gurney would be charged £2 while a loaded stage-coach would have to pay 4s. On the Bath Road the same carriage would be charged £1 1d. While a coach drawn by 4 horses would pay 5s. On the Ashburton and Totnes Road Mr. Gurney would have to pay £2, while a coach drawn by 4 horses would be charged only 3s. On the Teignmouth and Dawlish road the proportion was 12s to 2s. The report of the Committee on Steam Carriages, ordered to be printed by the House of Commons, October 12, 1831, was reasonable and just. It reported: besides the carriages already mentioned, 20 or 40 others are being built by different persons, all of which have been occasioned by his, Mr. Gurney's, decided journey in 1829. The Committee have great pleasure in drawing the attention of the House to the evidence of Mr. Ferry. He states that he has no doubt whatever but that a steady perseverance in such trials will lead to the general adoption of steam carriages. And again, that what has been done proves the practicability of impelling stage-coaches by steam on good common roads, without horses, at a speed of 8 or 10 miles an hour. Much, of course, must remain to be done in improving their efficacy. Yet Mr. Gurney states that he has kept up steadily the rate of 12 miles per hour, that the extreme rate at which he has run is between 20 and 30 miles per hour. The several witnesses have estimated the probable saving of expense to the public, from the substitution of steam power for that of horses, at from 1/2 to 2/3. Mr. Ferry gives, as his opinion, that steam coaches will very soon after their establishment be run for 1/3 of the cost of the present stage coaches. Sufficient evidence has been adduced to convince your Committee that carriages can be propelled by steam on common roads at an average rate of 10 miles per hour. That they can ascend and descend hills of considerable inclination with facility and safety. That they are perfectly safe for passengers. That they are not nuisances to the public. That they will become a speedier and cheaper mode of conveyance than carriages drawn by horses. That such carriages will cause less wear of roads than coaches drawn by horses. That rates of toll have been imposed on steam carriages, which would prohibit their being used on several lines of road, were such charges permitted to remain unaltered. But the House of Commons would not listen to the recommendations of its committee, and the employment of motors as means of locomotion on roads was postponed till the present age. When again dullness did its best to impede the adoption and to drive the manufacture out of England to France. Mr. Goldsworthy Gurney was in advance of his time, and had to suffer accordingly. The committee had suggested that as the prohibition of steam coaches on roads was a ruinous blow to Gurney, he should be indemnified with a grant of £16,000. But the Chancellor of the Exchequer refused the grant, and the bill, after passing the Commons, was thrown out by the Lords. So the unfortunate Goldsworthy Gurney, after having abandoned his profession, in which he was rapidly gaining a large practice, and after spending £30,000 and 5 years of toil to perfect his invention, was ruined. Another of his inventions was the Bude light, at first intended for lighthouses. For this he obtained a patent in 1838. In its first form it consisted of a common argand oil lamp of rather narrow circular bore and the introduction into the center of the flame of a jet of oxygen. This was not, however, an original discovery, for it had been employed by Dr. Hugh in Glasgow in 1806 or 1807. But it was found to be too expensive for use in lighthouses, nor was the brilliancy of the flame sufficiently heightened to lead the masters of Trinity House to adopt it. Mr. Gurney was not discouraged. It had long been known that by dissecting a flame of the compound jet of hydrogen and oxygen upon a bit of clay a most vivid illumination was set forth. But Mr. Gurney substituted lime for clay as less liable to disintegration by heat. And he adopted the argand lamp with an improvement such as had been suggested and adopted from Fresnel. This consisted in a lamp composed of a series of 4, 5, or 6 concentric wicks on the same plane, supplied with oil from a fountain below by means of a pump, and he obtained a second patent in 1839. He next applied his principle to gas, purified in a peculiar manner, and burned in compound argand lamps, consisting of 2 or more concentric rings perforated with rows of holes in their upper surfaces, having intervals between the rings for the admission of an upward rush of air to maintain a high incandescence. The intensity and whiteness of the light thus produced by the combustion of coal gas surpassed anything hitherto discovered till the production of the mantle burner. It was he, moreover, who proposed the flashlight for lighthouses, as a means by which seamen might identify lighthouses. He proposed that a powerful light should be made by periodic flashes to correspond with the number of the lighthouse, and that every lighthouse along the coast should have a registered number, so that the number of flashes per minute should represent the lighthouse. Gurney was present at Sir W. Snow Harris's experiment on Somerset House Terrace with wire for ships' lightning conductors. Turning to Sir Anthony Carlyle, in reference to the magnetic needle which, as he observed, made starts on meeting the poles of a galvanic battery, he said with the inspiration of genius, "Here is an element which may, and I foresee will, be made the means of intelligible communication." Whilst engaged at the Surrey Institution he invented the oxyhydrogen blowpipe. Before this was introduced the risk of accident was so great that recourse was seldom had to oxyhydrogen. Gurney applied his steam jet to other purposes than propelling locomotives and exciting the ardor of furnaces in ironworks. By its means he extinguished the fire of a burning coal mine at Astley, in Lancashire, and in 1849 another at Clackmannan, where the bed of coal had been burning for over 30 years. He also employed it for expelling noxious gases from sewers, and planned and superintended in 1849 the ventilation by this means of the pestilential sewer in Friar Street, London, which resisted all other efforts to cleanse it. And he suggested to the Metropolitan Commissioner of Sewers that a steam-jet apparatus should be placed at the mouth of every sewer emptying into the great main sewer by the Thames riverside. He was employed on the lighting, heating, and ventilation of the old House of Commons, and he held the appointment of superintendent of these functions from 1854 to 1863. He had remarked that the flame of hydrogen gas caused vibrations that produced musical tones, and in 1823 wrote on the analogy between chemical and musical combinations. He suggested an improved finger-keyed musical instrument, in the use of which a performer is enabled to hold or prolong the notes, and to increase or modify the tone at pleasure. In 1825 and 1833 he proposed certain improvements in musical instruments. He invented a stove, and saw and advocated the advantage of the employment of circulation of hot water for the heating of a building. He advocated the employment of concrete for foundations where there was no rock, and to show that it was possible to build a house upon the sand, he reared the castle at Bude upon concrete floated into the shifting sand above high water mark. He again was the first to point out and insist on the necessity for there being 2 shafts to every colliery, so as to maintain a circulation of air. For several years Mr. Gurney resided at Hannicott Manor, near Launceston, but he had also a house at Reeds, in Pughill by Bude, and the castle at the latter place, which is usually let. He was knighted in 1863, a tardy acknowledgment of his great services and extraordinary ability. The honor came too late to really advantage him. That same year he was stricken with paralysis, and therefore could do nothing in the way of scientific research and invention. He was attended till his death by his only child, a daughter, Miss Anna D. Gurney. He expired at Reeds on the February 28, 1875, and was buried at Launceston in the graveyard just under the south wall of the nave. Like Henry Trengrouse, so with Sir Goldsworthy Gurney, a man of genius and perseverance, and one who benefited mankind, received no adequate recognition in his lifetime. May posterity do for him, as for Trengrouse, what his contemporaries denied him. Mr. Smiles vainly endeavoured to refuse to credit him with the invention of the steam blast. But the writer of his life in the Dictionary of National Biography afforded him tardy justice. One soweth and another reapeth is true of all inventors with few exceptions. How much do we owe to Sir Goldsworthy? He was the pioneer of locomotion by motors on our roads, the salvation of many lives by the ventilation of coal mines. He invented the system of heating mansions by hot water, the flashlight for lighthouses, the steam blast revolutionizing locomotion by steam. He showed that houses could be built on concrete foundations. He discovered the limelight, the oxyhydrogen blowpipe, and he was repaid with a barren knighthood when about to be struck down by paralysis. For his bounty. There was no winter in't, an autumn 'twas. That grew the more by reaping. Antony and Cleopatra, v. 2. The Janes. The family of Jane, descended from the ancient family of Janes of Worcestershire, was settled in Cornwall at an early date. It bore as its arms, Arg. A lion rampant az. Between 3 escallops gules. It was settled in S. Winnow early in the 16th century, and at the beginning of the following century was at Lanidroch and at Liskeard, at which latter place Thomas Jane was mayor in 1621. His son Joseph Jane was MP. For Liskeard in 1625 and 1640, and was mayor in 1631, 1635, and 1636. He married Loveday, daughter of William Keekwich, in 1633. He was a wholehearted royalist, and when the king was at Oxford, in 1643, he attended him there. In the following year he was one of the royal commissioners in Cornwall, and when Charles I came to Cornwall, in 1644, he entertained him in August in his house at Liskeard. During 1645 and 1646 he carried on a correspondence with Edward Hyde, afterwards Earl of Clarendon, on the condition of the royalist cause in Cornwall. Liskeard had fallen into the hands of the parliamentarians, but Sir Ralph Hopton defeated Ruthven on Braddock Down on January 19, 1643, and recovered Liskeard for the king. Ruthven fled to Saltash, which he fortified with much expedition. When the royal cause was lost, the vengeance of the Parliament fell on Joseph Jane, and he was nearly ruined by the heavy composition he was forced to pay. In 1650, and again in 1654, he was named Clerk of the Royal Council, but it was an empty honour. Charles II could pay nothing, and the council could only grumble and plot. Jane attempted to answer Milton's Epsilon iota kappa omicron nu omicron kappa lambda alpha sigma tau eta in a work, Epsilon iota kappa omega nu alpha kappa lambda alpha sigma tau omicron, the unbroken image, but it was a poor performance. It was published in 1651. Hyde says, however, in a letter to Secretary Nicholas, the king hath a singular good esteem both of Joseph Jane and of his book. He had a son, William Jane, baptized at Liskeard, October 22, 1645, who was educated at Westminster School, elected student of Christ Church, Oxford, 1660, and graduated B.A. in 1664, and M.A. in 1667, and D.D. in 1674. After his ordination he was appointed lecturer at Carfax. He attracted the attention of Henry Compton, who became canon of Christ Church in 1669, by his sturdy loyalty and orthodoxy. And when Compton became Bishop of Oxford, he chose Jane to preach the sermon at his consecration, and he appointed him one of his chaplains. In 1670 he became canon of Christ Church, and was given the living of Winnington in Essex. In 1679 he received a prebendal stall in S. Paul's Cathedral and the Archdeaconry of Middlesex. In May, 1680, he was appointed Regius Professor of Divinity at Oxford. This rapid promotion was due in part to the staunch loyalty of his father and the losses of his family on that account, but also to his cool, business-like abilities, and to his learning, which though not profound was good. In July, 1683, he framed the Oxford Declaration in favour of passive obedience, and committed the university to an opinion which subsequent events were calculated to stultify. As Green says, the Cavaliers who had shouted for the king's return, had shouted also for the return of a free parliament. The very Chief Justice who asserted at the trial of the Regicides, the general freedom of the king from any responsibility to the nation, asserted just as strongly that doctrine of ministerial responsibility, against which Charles I had struggled. It was the desire of every royalist to blot out the very memory of the troubles in which monarchy and freedom had alike disappeared, to take up again, as if it had never been broken, the thread of our political history. But the point at which even royalists took it up was not at the moment of the tyranny, but at the moment of the Long Parliament's first triumph, when that tyranny had been utterly undone. In his wish to revive this older claim of the crown, which the Long Parliament had for ever set aside, the young king found himself alone. His closest adherents, his warmest friends, were constitutional royalists of the temper of Falkland and Culpeper. Partisans of an absolute monarchy, of such a monarchy as his grandfather had dreamed of and his father had for a few years carried into practice, there now were none. The clergy in advocating passive obedience were actuated by the sense of the miseries through which England had passed during the Great Rebellion, better to submit under protest than to fly to arms again. Better certainly to submit even to what was deemed an injustice or inexpedient, when the crown was hedged about with restrictions, and when the ministers of the crown were responsible to the nation. There was, however, a noisy and vehement party that went much beyond this, and one Filmer had worked the theory of divine right of the sovereign into a system that was accepted by the more crazy and immoderate of the old Tory party, mainly among the clergy. And the Oxford Declaration went a long way in this direction. Men were beating about for a theory on which to base government by a king. They had not grasped the truth that the king represents the people, just as does a president in a republic. But with the superaddition of divine ratification and imparted grace for the task of ruling, by unction and coronation. That the kings of England had ever been elected, and that coronation was the confirmation by God, through the Church, of the choice of the people, had been forgotten through the prevalence of feudal ideas in the Middle Ages. Filmer propounded his doctrine that the divine right rested in primogeniture, and the rabid Tories, looking out for a theory, snatched at this for want of a better. On the very day on which Russell was put to death, the University of Oxford adopted by a solemn public act, drawn up by Jane, this strange doctrine, and ordered the political works of Buchanan, Milton, and Baxter to be publicly burned in the court of the schools. James II, in hopes of winning the Earl of Rochester to join the Papal Church, desired a disputation between some Roman divines and some of the Church of England, making no doubt that the former would be able to confound the latter. The king bade Rochester to choose English divines, excluding two only, Tillotson and Stillingfleet, dreading the latter as a consummate master of all controversial weapons. Rochester selected Simon Patrick and Jane. The conference took place at Whitehall on November 13, 1686, but no auditor was suffered to be present save the king. The subject discussed, says Macaulay, was the real presence. The Roman Catholic divines took on themselves the burden of the proof. Patrick and Jane said little, nor was it necessary that they should say much. For the Earl himself undertook to defend the doctrine of his church, and, as was his habit, soon warmed with the conflict, lost his temper, and asked with great vehemence whether it was expected that he should change his religion on such frivolous grounds. In 1685 Jane had been appointed to the deanery of Gloucester. He resigned the archdeaconry of Middlesex in 1686, but retained the canonries of Christ Church and St. Paul's till his death. In 1688 James II had fled the kingdom, and the English nation and Parliament had accepted William and Mary as King and Queen of England. The whole fabric of divine right had crumbled to the ground. James had reduced the theory to a reductio ad impossible. This even the lay cavaliers had recognized. A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still, and it was so with the more fanatical Tories among the clergy. They refused to take the oath of allegiance to William and Mary, and were thrust out of their cathedral thrones and stalls and livings, and joined the sect of the nonjurors. But Jane was not one of them. He had the good sense to acknowledge that the theory he had taken up with some ardor was as impracticable as it was absurd. It was cast in his teeth that he changed his opinion because he desired to retain his benefices. One need not take this view of his conduct. He sought William of Orange at Hungerford, and assured him of the adhesion of the University of Oxford. His enemies said that he hinted at the same time his readiness to accept the vacant bishopric in return for his services in securing this sign of devotion. But nothing is more easy than to make such an accusation, and there is no proof that he did this. However, the fact that the framer of the Oxford Declaration should have thrown over the principles advocated therein, laid him open to attack, and a shower of epigrams fell on him. His name Jane gave good opportunity to the wits to liken him to Janus, who looked two ways at once. But he showed no further desire to court the favor of William, and he opposed the projects for comprehension favored by the latitudinarians, Tillotson and Burnet. In 1689 two bills had been introduced into Parliament, a Toleration and a Comprehension Bill. The former was to grant facilities of worship to the Puritans and other dissenters. The other was a bill for altering the creed and the formulas and ceremonies of the Church, removing from them whatever might be distasteful to the dissenters, so that all excuse might be taken from them for separating themselves from the Church. Both the king and Tillotson, who all knew was destined by the king to be Archbishop of Canterbury, and Burnet, Bishop of Salisbury, were eager to get both passed. Tillotson was so latitudinarian that his churchmanship was nebulous. Burnet was the son of a Covenanter who had been hanged, had been brought up in Presbyterianism, had found satisfaction in the ministry of Calvinist pastors in Holland, and had not the faintest conception of the principles of the Church or of its true organization. The Earl of Nottingham advocated the Comprehension Bill and drafted both. The Toleration Bill passed both houses with little debate. But it was otherwise with the Comprehension Bill. The first clause in this dispensed all the ministers in the Church from the necessity of subscribing the 39 Articles. Then it was provided that any minister who had been ordained after the Presbyterian fashion might be eligible to any benefice in the Church without ordination by the bishop. Then followed clauses providing that a clergyman might wear the surplice or not as he thought fit. It left the sign of the cross optional in baptism, and provided that the Eucharist need not be received kneeling. The concluding clause was drawn in the form of a petition. It was proposed that the two houses should request the King and the Queen to issue a commission empowering 30 divines of the Church of England to revise the liturgy, the canons, and the constitution of the ecclesiastical courts, and to recommend such alterations as might seem to them desirable. But this bill roused serious opposition. It was felt by all who had any respect and feeling for the Church, as one in all times from the apostolic period, who regarded her claim to maintain the same faith, the same apostolic constitution and the same sacraments, as from the earliest age of the Church, that this Comprehension Bill if it became law must of necessity alienate them from such a body, drenched with Protestantism, till scarcely a tinge of the old wine of Catholicism remained in her, and would leave them no other course open than to shake off the dust of their feet against her and join the Church of Rome, or the Church of the Nonjurors. Most of the bishops who had taken the oaths to William and Mary were placed on the commission, and with them were joined 20 priests of note. Of these 20, Tillotson was the most important as expressing the mind and wishes of the king. He was a latitudinarian, without a spark of feeling for historic Christianity. With him went Stillingfleet, Dean of S. Paul's, Sharp, Dean of Norwich, Patrick, Dean of Peterborough, Tennyson, Rector of S. Martin's, and Fowler. But conspicuous on the other side were Aldrich, Dean of Christ Church, and Jane, Regius Professor of Divinity at Oxford. Early in October, 1689, the commissioners assembled in the Jerusalem chamber. But hardly had they met before Sprat, Bishop of Rochester, started up and denied that the commission was legal. There was a sharp altercation, violent words were flung about, and Sprat, Jane, and Aldrich withdrew. The strength of the Catholic party was broken, and the rest agreed to sanction nearly all the changes advocated by those who desired to entirely alter the character of the Church. They had before them, Burnet tells us, all the exceptions that either the Puritans before the war, or the Nonconformists since the Restoration, had made to any part of the Church service. They had also many propositions and advices that had been offered, at several times, by many of our bishops and divines upon those heads. Matters were well considered and freely and calmly debated, and all digested into an entire correction of everything that seemed liable to any just objection. To guide them, as Burnet admits in his triennial visitation charge of 1704, they were furnished with a great collection of the books and papers in which the dissenters had at different times set forth their demands. The commission was prepared to surrender everything. The chanting of psalms, even in cathedrals, was to be done away with. The lessons from the Apocrypha were to be abolished. The saints' days omitted from the calendar, the form of absolution altered, remission of sins to be removed from it as not very intelligible. The cross in baptism, the use of godparents, the wearing of the surplice were to be optional. Episcopal ordination was not to be required of the ministry. Kneeling to receive the Holy Communion was left to the choice of the communicant. The collects, as too concise, were to be blown out with pious bombast. It is possible that, as Calamy asserts, such alterations as these would have brought over 2/3 of the English dissenters to the established church. But it is certain that it would have driven 2/3 of the members of the church, lay and clerical, out of her, as having forfeited her claim to be a branch of the Catholic Church, and they would probably have swelled the ranks of the non-jurors, and made of that communion a body that would have really represented the Church in England. Owing to the secession of the non-jurors, sees and benefices had been filled with men who were in sympathy with the views of Tillotson and Burnet, or who were only solicitous to live in the smiles of William. Little resistance, if any, was to be expected from the episcopal bench. When the commission had concluded its labours, writs were issued summoning the convocation of the province of Canterbury. The clergy were in a ferment throughout England. They thought that the heritage of faith was going to be taken from them. The Toleration Act had removed the disabilities of the dissenters, they might build their conventicles and preach what and when they liked. Why, then, open the doors of the church to admit them as a flood to swamp the faithful? When the Declaration of Toleration had been issued by James II, in 1687, removing all disabilities from the dissenters, on the sole understanding that they should abstain from attacking the churches of Rome and England, their preachers found that they had nothing to say. They preferred to be under disabilities rather than give up assaults on the Scarlet Woman, Babylon, the Beast, and Prelacy, its shadow. When Convocation was elected, it became evident to all that the bulk of the priests were against all watering down of the formulas of the Church, her faith, her ritual. The most important office in Convocation was that of Prolocutor of the Lower House. The Prolocutor was to be chosen by the members. Tillotson was proposed by the Protestant party as one whom the king delighted to honour, and who it was well known would be appointed to the Archbishopric of Canterbury when vacant. On November 20th, Convocation met in Henry VII's chapel at Westminster. Compton was in the chair. On the right and left those suffragans of Canterbury who had taken the oath were ranged in gorgeous vestments of scarlet and miniver. Below the table was assembled the crowd of presbyters. Beveridge preached a Latin sermon, in which he warmly eulogized the existing system, and yet declared himself favourable to a moderate reform. In a word, he blew hot and cold with the same breath. The lower house listened, unstirred, cold and resolute. Dean Shays, put forward by the members favourable to comprehension, proposed Tillotson. Jane was proposed on the other side. After an animated discussion, Jane was elected by 55 votes to 28. The Prolocutor was then formally presented to the Bishop of London, and made, according to ancient usage, a Latin oration, in which he eulogized the Church in England as maintaining the faith as delivered to the saints, and as preserving all the marks of the Catholic Church throughout all ages and all the world. And he very plainly declared that no alteration in a downward direction would be tolerated, and he concluded with the significant and well-known words, Nolumus Legis Anglii Mutari. It soon became evident that the lower house was absolutely determined not to have the proposed alterations made. But the plan they adopted was to shun the discussion of the recommendations made by the commissioners, so as not directly to reject what they knew lay very near to the king's heart. With this object they adopted a system of tactics that in the end answered their purpose. The law, says Macaulay, as it had been interpreted during a long course of years, prohibited Convocation from even deliberating on any ecclesiastical ordinance without a previous warrant from the Crown. Such a warrant, sealed with the Great Seal, was brought in form to Henry VII's chapel by Nottingham. He at the same time delivered a message from the king. His Majesty exhorted the Assembly to consider calmly and without prejudice the recommendations of the Commission, and declared that he had nothing in view but the honour and advantage of the Protestant religion in general and of the Church of England in particular. The bishop speedily agreed on an address of thanks for the royal message, and requested the concurrence of the lower house. Jane and his adherents raised objection after objection. First they claimed the privilege of presenting a separate address. When they were forced to waive this claim, they refused to agree to any expressions which implied that the Church of England had any fellowship with any other Protestant community. Amendments and reasons were sent backward and forward. Conferences were held at which Burnet on one side and Jane on the other were the chief speakers. At last, with great difficulty, a compromise was made. And an address, cold and ungracious compared with that which the bishops had framed, was presented to the king in the banqueting house. He dissembled his vexation, returned a kind answer, and intimated a hope that the assembly would now at length proceed to consider the great question of comprehension. But this was precisely what they were resolute not to consider. They had made up their minds on the subject already, but they were unwilling to fly too openly in the face of the king. As for trusting the bishops to stand firm on any principle, the lower house knew that this was not to be expected. When had the bishops of the established church, since the Reformation, ever shown firmness and united action on any principle, except once, and that was to oppose general toleration? So soon as the clergy were again assembled, a fresh difficulty was started. It was mooted that the non-juring bishops had not been summoned, and they were to be regarded as bishops of the Catholic Church quite as certainly as were those nominees of the king who had been intruded into their vacated thrones. Then it was complained that scurrilous pamphlets were hawked about the streets, and the people were being worked into a temper of opposition to convocation. It was asked why convocation should be called together to emasculate the Church, if it was to be suffered to be jeered at by pamphleteers. Thus passed week after week. Christmas drew nigh. The bishops proposed, during the recess, to have a committee to sit and prepare business. The lower house rejected the proposal. And it became plain to every one that it was determined not to consider one of the suggested concessions to Protestant prejudice. Moreover, it soon became evident that the dissenters themselves did not desire comprehension. Their ministers were petted and made much of by the well-to-do yeomen and the rich merchants in country and town. They lived on the fat of the land, snapped up wealthy widows and bought broad acres. Whereas the needy country parson was hard-pressed to wring the tithes from his parishioners. While the walls of exclusion of Jericho stood, the ram's horns brayed against them daily, and 7 times on the Sabbath. But so soon as the walls were prostrate, and every man could go up into the city and take up his quarters there where he liked, the ram's horns would have to be laid aside as superfluous lumber. The king was disappointed and offended. What he did was to prorogue convocation for 6 weeks, and when those 6 weeks had expired, to prorogue it again, and many years elapsed before it was again suffered to assemble. That convocation of 1689 saved the Church of England from dissolution into a formless, gelatinous, and invertebrate mass. Burnet himself, though disappointed at the time, felt afterwards that the determination of the lower house had saved the Church at a time of crisis. There was, he says, a very happy direction of the providence of God observed in this matter. The Jacobite clergy who were then under suspension were designing to make a schism in the Church, whensoever they should be turned out and their places should be filled up by others. They saw it would not be easy to make a separation upon a private and personal account. They therefore wished to be furnished with more specious pretenses, and if we had made alterations in the rubrics and other parts of the Common Prayer, they would have pretended that they still stuck to the ancient Church of England, in opposition to those who were altering it and setting up new models. And, as I do firmly believe that there is a wise providence that watches upon human affairs, and directs them, so I have observed this in many instances relating to the Revolution. By all the judgments we could afterwards make, if we had carried a majority in the convocation for alterations, they would have done us more hurt than good. Burnet was morally and intellectually incapable of seeing that it was a case of conscience, of stantis vel cadentis ecclesiae, and he attributed the motives of the recalcitrant clergy to political prejudice. On Jane's return to Oxford, he found another opportunity of defending the Church, by framing the decree of 1690, which condemned the naked gospel of Arthur Burge. Jane had no hopes whatever of preferment from William, if he cared for it. In 1696 it was even rumoured that the king meditated turning him out of his professorship, because he had not signed the Association for King William. But on Anne's accession, all his fears were at an end. It would appear from a letter of Atterbury that at Oxford the university desired to get rid of him, because he neglected giving lectures on divinity, and left the work to be discharged by a subordinate named Smallridge. In 1703 Bishop Trelawney appointed him to the chancellorship of Exeter Cathedral, which he exchanged for the precentorship in 1704, but he retained his Regius professorship to the end. Undoubtedly it was a great pleasure to him in the decline of his life to be back in the West Country. He resigned the precentorship of Exeter in 1706, and died on the February 23, 1707, at Oxford, and was buried in Christ Church. The writer of his life in the Dictionary of National Biography sums up his career with these words: Jane was a clerical politician of a low type. Calamy says of him, though fond of the rites and ceremonies of the Church, he was a Calvinist in the respect of doctrine, and the pleasantest thing recorded of him is his kindness shown at Oxford to the ejected Presbyterian, Thomas Gilbert. Calamy, as a dissenter, was prejudiced against Jane. And I do not see that he was of a low type of polemical cleric, because when he saw that the theory of government he had embraced would not bear the test of experience, he had the courage to reject it. Every man is liable to make mistakes. It is only the brave man who can acknowledge that he has been mistaken. Nor was Jane alone. Compton, Bishop of London, and several other bishops, had appealed to William of Orange to come over and help the people and the Church of England to be free from a tyrannous and subversive despotism. The Earl of Danby, under whose administration, and with his sanction, a law had been proposed, which, if it had passed, would have excluded from Parliament and office all who refused to declare on oath that they thought resistance to the king in every case unlawful. He had seen the mistake as well, and had invited William over. As Macaulay says, this theory, of passive obedience, at first presented itself to the Cavalier as the very opposite of slavish. Its tendency was to make him not a slave, but a free man and a master. It exalted him by exalting one whom he regarded as his protector, as his friend, as the head of his beloved party, and of his more beloved church. When Republicans were dominant, the Royalist had endured wrongs and insults which the restoration of the legitimate government had enabled him to retaliate. Rebellion was therefore associated in his imagination with subjection and degradation, and monarchical authority with liberty and ascendancy. It had never crossed his imagination that a time might come when a king, a Stuart, could prosecute the most loyal of the clergy and gentry with more than the animosity of the rump or the protector. That time had however arrived. Oppression speedily did what philosophy and eloquence would have failed to do. The system of Filmer might have survived the attacks of Locke, but it never recovered from the death blow given by James. Jane changed his opinion indeed, but so did nearly the whole of the Tory party and of the clergy of the Church. The Penningtons. About 7 years ago I attended the baptism of some bells for a new church at Chitolin, in Brittany. The ceremony was quaint, archaic, and grotesque. The bells were suspended in the chancel, all of a row, dressed in white frocks with pink sashes round their waists. To each was given godparents who had to answer for them, and each was actually baptized, after which each was made to speak for itself. The ceremony evidently dates from a period when the bell was regarded as anything but an inanimate object. It had its responsibilities, it did its duties, it spoke in sonorous tones. The very inscriptions on them to the present day prescribe something of this character, invest each bell with a personality, as these. I sweetly tolling men do call. To taste of meats to feed the soul. Also. I sound to bid the sick repent. In hope of life when breath is spent. As late as last century we find these. Both day and night I measure time for all. To mirth and grief, to church I call. And this in 1864. I toll the funeral knell. I ring the festal day. I mark the fleeting hours. And chime the church to pray. In the western counties bell-ringing was a favorite and delightful pastime. Parties of ringers went about from parish to parish and rang on the church bells, very generally for a prize, a hat laced with gold. At Launcesles, where the bells are of superior sweetness, the ringers who rang for the accession of George III rang for that of George IV, there not having been a gap caused by death among them in 60 years. No songs are so popular and well remembered at bell ringers' feasts as those that record the achievements of some who went before them in the same office. I give one that has never before been printed, that can be traced back to 1810, but is certainly older. It relates to the ringers of Eagleshale. 1. Come all you ringers good and grave. Come listen to my peal. I'll tell you of 5 ringers brave, that lived in Egloshalle. They bear the sway in ring array, where'er they chance to go. Good music of melodious bells, 'tis their delight to show. 2. The foreman gives the signal. He steps long with the toe. He casts his eyes about them all, and gives the sign to go. Away they pull, with courage full. The heart it do revive, to hear them swing, and music ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3. There's Craddock the cordwainer first, that rings the treble bell. The second is John Ellery, and none may him excel. The third is Pollard, carpenter. The fourth is Thomas Cleave. Goodfellow is the tenor man, that rings them round so brave. 4. They went up to Llanlavery. They brought away the prize. And then they went to Santudi, and there they did likewise. There's Stratton men, S. Mabon men, S. Issy and S. Q. But we 5 lads of Egloshalle can all the rest outdo. 5. Now, to conclude my merry task, I.Th. Sovereign's health we join. Stand every man and pass the flask, and drink his health in wine. And here's to Craddock, Ellery, and here's to Thomas Cleave, to Pollard and the tenor man, that rings them round so brave. Humphrey Craddock died in 1839, John Ellery in 1845, aged 85 years, John Pollard in 1825, aged 71. Thomas Cleave in 1821, aged 78, John Goodfellow in 1846, aged 80. But for bell ringers there must be bells, and who cast those that have been in past years and are still pealed so merrily. A great many were cast by the Penningtons of Lesant, and latterly at Stoke Climsland. The Penningtons were an ancient family in Bodmin, resident there in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Perhaps because not being landed gentry, perhaps because they could not establish the right, they did not record their arms or give their pedigree in the herald's visitations. But the coat they bore or assumed was a goodly one and simple, and therefore ancient, or, in fess 5 lozenges azure. Robert Pennington, of Bodmin, had 2 sons, John, baptized in 1595, and Bernard 2 years later. John married at Bodmin, and had 7 sons baptized there, one of whom was probably the progenitor of the Penningtons of Lesant and Stoke Climsland. The pedigree of the Exeter bell founders of the family has not been made out, but that they belonged to the stock that sprang up at Bodmin cannot be doubted. Bernard Pennington, baptized in 1605, was mayor of Bodmin in 1666, and was a bell founder. He died in 1674. His son Christopher Pennington, baptized 1631, was also a bell founder. He died in 1696. Christopher's son of the same name was mayor of Bodmin in 1726, 1727, and 1733. He died in 1749. The Penningtons seem to have abandoned the bell-casting business at the beginning of the 19th century. But, as Sir William Maclean says, between 1702 and 1818 these popular founders cast nearly 500 bells in the county of Devon, and, it is believed, as many in Cornwall, 14. There are 66 in Devon cast by John Pennington, of Exeter. The earliest that is dated is at Payhembury, 1635, and the latest 1690 at Kentisbeare. In 1669 T.P. and I.P. appear together on a bell at Merton, as if they were partners. And 95 bear the trademark of Thomas and John Pennington, large Roman initials with a bell in outline between. The earliest is found at Eggesford, 1618. Sometimes they impressed the coin then current. At Ottery S. Mary, 1671, and at S. Martin's, Exeter, 1675, they used a satirical medal representing a pope and a king under one face, another representing a cardinal and a bishop. Besides 2 generations of Penningtons in Exeter, there was, as already stated, Christopher Pennington, who cast a bell at Stowford dated 1710, and one at Fillee, in Roseland, with C.P. and the skeleton of a bell between, as did the other Pennington. But his earliest known is at Freemington, 1702. He was succeeded by Fitz-Anthony Pennington, of Lesant, who in 1768, whilst crossing the Tamar in the Anthony ferry with a bell he had cast to be set up at Landulph, was drowned. He is buried in the Tower of Landulph, and on a mural tablet, beside his age, which was 38, and the date of his death, April 30th, 1768, are these lines. Though boisterous winds and billows sore hath tossed me to and fro, by God's decree, in spite of both, I rest now here below. After his death we have the initials of the three brothers, John, Christopher, and William. From their headquarters, first at Lesant and then at Stoke Climsland, they itinerated through Cornwall and Devon, casting bells wherever they could find deep clay. And sufficient bell metal was provided by the parish that desired to have a bell in its tower, and generally the bell was cast near the church for which it was intended. 15. There are as many as 480 bells by this Cornish family from 1710 to 1818, their latest are at Bridge Rule and Bovey Tracy, at this last date. William Pennington, son of the second Christopher, entered holy orders and became vicar of Davidstow. His progenitors had furnished the voices calling to church from the village towers, and now this member sounded within the church also calling to prayer and praise. His son, William Pennington, purchased the site of the priory, Bodmin, in 1788, having rebuilt the house some 20 years previously under a lease. He was mayor of Bodmin 1764, 1774, 1787, and died without issue in 1789, bequeathing his possessions to his niece Nancy Hoskin, daughter of his sister Susanna, who had married Anthony Hoskin, vicar of Bodmin and rector of Lesnath. Nancy married Walter Raleigh Gilbert, one of the gentlemen of the bedchamber, and descended from the ancient Devonshire family of Compton Castle. As Mr. Gilbert died without issue, the priory passed to his brother, and, consequently, wholly away from the Penningtons. Dr. Glynn-Clobery. This amiable and good man was born at Helland, August 5, 1719, and was the son of Robert Glynn, by Lucy, fourth daughter of John Clobery, of Bradstone, in Devon. A singular fatality attended this ancient family, that possessed a very interesting Elizabethan mansion. John Clobery had 8 daughters and only one son and heir, and that son died without issue, and only 3 of the daughters married. Lucy had but the one son, Robert Glynn, and the 5th daughter, Mary, also only a son, and as these sons died unmarried, the estate passed to remote connections. Robert Glynn assumed his mother's name and succeeded to the estates on the death of his uncle, William Clobery. Robert Glynn was an M.D. and a Fellow of King's College, Cambridge, where he resided. He was a simple-minded man, and was completely taken in by the Chatterton forgeries, and for some time strenuously defended them. On which account Horace Walpole speaks of him with great contempt as an old doting physician and Chattertonian at Cambridge. I neither answer Dr. Glynn, nor a Poissard. 20 years ago I might have laughed at both, but they are too small fry, and I am too old to take notice of them. Besides, when leviathans and crocodiles and alligators tempest and infest the ocean, I shall not go privateering in a cockboat against a smuggling pinnace. That was in August, 1792. Dar. Glynn was very fond of seeing young gownsmen at his rooms, and had tea for them and conversed with them, but he never drank tea himself. C. Carleon says, his custom was to walk about the room and talk most agreeably upon such topics as he thought likely to interest his company, which did not often consist of more than 2 or 3 persons. As soon as the tea-table was set in order, and the boiling water ready for making the infusion, the fragrant herb was taken, not from an ordinary tea-caddy, but from a packet, consisting of several envelopes curiously put together, in the center of which was the tea. Of this he used, at first, as much as would make a good cup for each of the party, and, to meet fresh demands, I observed that he invariably put an additional teaspoonful in the teapot. The excellence of the beverage, thus prepared, ensuring him custom. He had likewise a superior knack of supplying each cup with sugar from a considerable distance, by a jerk of the hand which discharged it from the sugar tongs into the cup with unerring certainty, as he continued his walk around the table, scarcely seeming to stop whilst he performed these and other requisite evolutions of the entertainment. Dr. Glynn or Clobery would only eat when his appetite summoned him imperiously for a meal. A faithful old servant was in constant attendance upon him, and, whenever his master called out for food, he was prepared to set before him some plain dish and a pewter of porter. Nothing would induce the doctor to believe that gout was hereditary. He once took occasion to mark this with peculiar emphasis, when a writer signing himself W.A. consulted him in his first attack, then in his 19th year. He observed, "My young friend, you call this gout. Pooh, pooh. You have not yet earned the costly privilege, you must drink your double hogshead first. But my father, sir, it is in my blood by right of inheritance." His reply was, "You talk nonsense. You may as well tell me you have a broken leg in your veins by inheritance." One Sunday morning he met an undergraduate of his acquaintance on his way to S. Mary's Church, and said to him, "Well, my master, and whither are you going?" "I am going to S. Mary's," replied the young gownsman. "And who is the preacher today?" "I don't know." "Not know who is the preacher? Then, upon my word, you have no small merit in taking pot-luck at S. Mary's." During a long illness the good old doctor attended a poor man, of whose family party a pert, talkative magpie made one, and as the patient observed that Dr. Glynn always, when paying a visit, had some joke with the bird, he thought that perhaps the doctor might like to possess it. Accordingly, when the poor man was well again, with overflowing gratitude, but with no money to pay a bill, he thought he could do no better than make his kind friend a present of the magpie. And sure enough the prisoner in its cage was conveyed to his rooms in King's College. There the bearer met with a very kind reception, but was desired to carry back the bird with him. "I cannot," said the doctor, "take so good care of it as can you. But I shall consider it mine, and I entrust it to you to keep for me, and, as long as it lives, I will pay you half-a-crown weekly for its maintenance." The anecdote was turned into verse by Mr. Plumtree, and is given in Gunning's Reminiscences of Cambridge. When Dr. Glynn assumed the name of Clobery he assumed also the Clobery arms, 3 bats. And no animal could better symbolize the man, with his curious blindness to what was obvious to most, that the Chatterton papers were forgeries. He went down to Bristol on purpose to examine the chest with its MS contents. The fact that in one of them the invention of heraldry was ascribed to Hengist, and that of painted glass to an unknown monk in the reign of King Edmund, did not disturb his faith. He entered into vehement controversy with George Steevens, in his endeavour to establish their genuineness. He waxed hot over it, and it took a good deal to put Glynn-Clobery out of his usual placidity and coolness. He set up to be a poet. His Seatonian prize poem on the Day of Judgment was thought much of at the time. Previously Christopher Smart had won the prize over and over again. Glynn wrested the laurels from him. This is not saying much. His poem was not much better, and not at all worse, than the general run of these prize poems. But it had the advantage of pleasing, and has been repeatedly republished, and has even obtained for the old doctor a niche in the temple of poesy, a notice in a biographical dictionary of poets. He died at Cambridge on February 8, 1800, and at his own desire was buried at midnight in King's College Chapel. 3 Men of Mousehole. In the year 1849, Captain Allen Gardiner, an intrepid sailor and a religious enthusiast, formed the plan of converting the natives of Terra del Fuego and of Patagonia. He knew nothing of their language or habits, nothing indeed of their land. He was, however, possessed with the idea that he was called to be an apostle of those bleak and fog-wrapped regions. Of all inhabited spots on the earth, the Terra del Fuego is the most miserable. Cold, whirlwinds and tempests of snow and hail, frozen fogs with but rare glimpses of sunshine, form its climate. And the natives are utterly barbarous, apparently the refugees from the continent, driven out of the somewhat less desolate peninsula of Patagonia by the giants that now possess it. And in their misery sinking to the lowest depths to which man can descend. During a year or more Captain Gardiner's efforts to rouse interest in his scheme, sufficient interest to make the money flow, had met with no success. He applied to the Moravian brethren to take up the mission, they declined. Then he placed the matter before the Scottish establishment, but the canny Scotchmen would nae think of it. At last a lady at Cheltenham furnished him with £700, and this, with £300 from his own private purse, formed all the resources on which he acted. As he could not afford to charter a schooner, he had 4 open boats built for him at Liverpool. 2 of these were launches of considerable size, to which he gave the names of the Speedwell and the Pioneer. The other 2 were small dinghies, to be used as tenders or luggage boats. Captain Gardiner now looked about him for enthusiasts like himself to share the perils and the possible glories of spreading the gospel over Terra del Fuego, in which not a cross had been planted nor the word of God proclaimed. He secured the services of a surgeon, a missionary, and from Mousehole, near Penzance, drew 3 sturdy Cornish sailors, or fishermen, John Pierce, John Badcock, and John Davy Bryant, who little knew what risks they ran. The party left England on September 27, 1850, in the ship Ocean Queen, bound from Liverpool to California, taking with them their boats and 6 months' provisions. They were landed on the inhospitable foreign shore on the December 5. Pinkerton, in his Modern Geography, thus graphically describes the scene of their projected labors. A broken series of wintry islands, called Terra del Fuego, from 2 or more volcanoes which vomit flames amidst the dreary wastes of ice. Terra del Fuego is divided by narrow straits into 11 islands of considerable size. In their zeal for natural history, Sir Joseph Banks and Dr. Solander had nearly perished amid the snows of this horrible land. But they found a considerable variety of plants. The natives are of a middle stature, with broad flat faces, high cheeks, and flat noses, and they are clothed in the skins of seals. The villages consist of miserable huts in the form of a sugar loaf, and the only food seems to be shellfish. The lack of common prudence, of common sense, exhibited by Captain Gardiner is astounding. Here was he, with a party whom he had beguiled to attend him, dropped in this barren country wrapped in snow and fog, without an interpreter, and consequently without the means of communication with the inhabitants should they come across them. From the moment that the sails of the Ocean Queen disappeared behind the rocks on her way to Double Cape Horn, the eye of no civilized man ever saw these brave sailors and missionaries alive. All that is known of them has been gathered from the papers subsequently found. 7 men in all, with 4 open boats, were left on the most inhospitable coast that could be found, where there is little food to be got, where vegetation is scarce. Their resolution was heroic, but the whole enterprise was madness. They soon found that the Pioneer leaked. In several short voyages from island to island and from shore to shore they encountered numberless mishaps. The natives were by no means friendly, and as they approached their villages, brandished their weapons and drove them away. At other times the Fuegians simulated friendship, so as to get at the stores and plunder them. During a storm both of the dinghies were lost with all their contents, on which they relied for support for 6 months. Next they found that they had no gunpowder. It had been left inadvertently in the Ocean Queen, so that they had no means of shooting birds or other animals. Then their anchors and spare timber were carried away. As far as we can judge, they seem to have been curiously helpless persons. With clubs they might have killed the sea elephants, whose flesh would have sustained them and their skins clothed them. Thus wore away the month of January, 1851, and not the first step had been taken towards acquiring the confidence of the natives. All the time had been spent in a struggle for the maintenance of their own lives. On February 1 the Pioneer was shattered in a storm, and now they had only the Speedwell to voyage in, a vessel whose name mocked their misery. They all saw now, even the enthusiast Gardiner, that they had embarked on an impossible task, and without further thought of spreading a knowledge of Christianity among the dirty, treacherous, flat-nosed and stupid natives. Their only consideration was how they might get away. Arrangements had been made before starting for sending out to them fresh supplies, but by various unfortunate mischances this had not been done. They turned their eyes vainly eastward, not a sail was seen to raise their hopes. Some of the men became ill with scurvy, and the boats were used as hospitals, the men that were sound retiring to caverns. A few fish and fowl were caught, and eggs were procured. So March and April dragged along. And then the Antarctic winter began, adding snow and ice to their other troubles. What herbs to gather, how the natives protected themselves against scurvy, does not seem to have occurred to these unfortunates. They sat and shivered and lamented their fate and lost all hope. From the middle of May they were all put on short allowance, owing to the rapid disappearance of the supply of food they had brought ashore. At the end of June, Badcock, one of the Mousehole men, died, worn out with scurvy. There is an entry in Gardiner's diary, about the end of June, enumerating the provisions still left, and among them were 6 mice. Concerning which he wrote, "The mention of this last item in our list of provisions may startle some of our friends should it ever reach their ears. But circumstanced as we are, we partake of them with a relish, they are very tender, and taste like rabbit. A solitary penguin, a dead fox, a half-devoured fish thrown up on the shore, all were welcomed by the half-starved men." When August came, the strength of the entire party was well nigh at an end. A few garden seeds were made into a soup, and mussel broth was served out to the invalids. Captain Gardiner himself lived on mussels for a fortnight, and then, as this disagreed with him, was compelled to give up the diet. He would have lain down and died of starvation had he not found a vegetable that he could eat, and on this he rallied for a while. On the 23rd, Irwin, a boatman, died, exhausted by hunger and disease. On the 26th, Bryant, the second Mousehole man, expired. Pierce, the remaining boatman, went nearly mad at the loss of his companions and the hopelessness of the outlook. Mr. Maidment, the missionary, had just strength sufficient to dig a grave in which to bury the 2 poor fellows. He then made a pair of crutches with 2 sticks, on which Captain Gardiner might lean when walking. He lived in the cavern, and tried to hobble down to those who were in the speedwell, but his strength was not equal to the task, and he had to retire to his cave. Maidment was the next to succumb, on September 2nd. Pierce, and Williams the surgeon, were in the speedwell, and it was as much as they could do to obtain a few shellfish for themselves, but they soon lay down and died. When Gardiner also yielded up the ghost is not known, but he had strength to make an entry in his diary on the 6th, there is none on the 7th. On the January 21st, 1852, HMS Dido arrived at Terra del Fuego and found the remains of this unhappy party of religious enthusiasts. The first thing seen was a direction scrawled on a rock, then a boat lying on the beach of a small river. Then the unburied bodies of Captain Gardiner and the missionary Maidment, then a packet of papers and books, then the scattered remains of another boat, with part of her gear and various articles of clothing, then 2 more corpses. And lastly the graves of the rest of the party. Their remains, wrote Captain Morshed, of the Dido, were collected together and buried close to the spot, and the funeral service read by Lieutenant Underwood. A short inscription was placed on the rock near his own text, the colours of the boats and ships were struck half-mast, and 3 volleys of musketry were the only tribute of respect I could pay to the lofty-minded man and his devoted companions. Dolly Pentreath. Much has been written about Dolly Pentreath, but little is known of her uneventful life. That little may be summed up in few words. Her maiden name was Geoffrey, and when she was a child her parents and all about her spoke the Cornish language. Drew, in his History of Cornwall, quoting Daines Barrington, says, "She does indeed talk Cornish as readily as others do English, being bred up from a child to know no other language. Nor could she, if we may believe her, talk a word of English before she was past 20 years of age." In the year 1768 the Hon. Daines Barrington, brother of Captain, afterwards Admiral, Barrington, went into Cornwall to ascertain whether the Cornish language had entirely ceased to be spoken, or not, and in a letter written to John Lloyd, FSA, a few years after, viz. On March 31, 1773, he gives the following as the result of his journey. I set out from Penzance, with the landlord of the principal inn for my guide, towards Senan, or the most western point. And when I approached the village I said that there must probably be some remains of the language in those parts if anywhere, as the village was in the road to no place whatever, and the only alehouse announced itself to be the last in England. My guide, however, told me that I should be disappointed, but that if I would ride about 10 miles about on my return to Penzance he would conduct me to a village called Mousehole, on the western side of Mounts Bay, where there was an old woman called Dolly Pentreath, who could speak Cornish fluently. While we were travelling together towards Mousehole I inquired how he knew that this woman spoke Cornish, when he informed me that he frequently went from Penzance to Mousehole to buy fish, which were sold by her. And that when he did not offer her a price that was satisfactory, she grumbled to some other old women in an unknown tongue, which he concluded, therefore, to be Cornish. When we reached Mousehole I desired to be introduced as a person who had laid a wager that there was not one who could converse in Cornish. Upon which Dolly Pentreath spoke in an angry tone for 2 or 3 minutes, and in a language which sounded very like Welsh. The hut in which she lived was in a very narrow lane, opposite to 2 rather better houses, at the doors of which 2 other women stood, who were advanced in years, and who I observed were laughing at what Dolly said to me. Upon this I asked them whether she had not been abusing me, to which they answered, very heartily, and because I had supposed she could not speak Cornish. I then said that they must be able to talk the language. To which they answered that they could not speak it readily, but that they understood it, being only 10 or 12 years younger than Dolly Pentreath. I continued 9 or 10 days in Cornwall after this, but found that my friends whom I had left to the eastward continued as incredulous almost as they were before about these last remains of the Cornish language, because, among other reasons, Dr. Borlase had supposed, in his natural history of the county, that it had entirely ceased to be spoken. It was also urged that, as he lived within 4 or 5 miles of the old woman at Mousehole, he consequently must have heard of so singular a thing as her continuing to use the vernacular tongue. I had scarcely said or thought anything more about this matter till last summer, 1772, having mentioned it to some Cornish people. I found that they could not credit that any person had existed within these few years who could speak their native language. And therefore, though I imagined there was but a small chance of Dolly Pentreath continuing to live, yet I wrote to the President, then in Devonshire, to desire that he would make some inquiry with regard to her. And he was so obliging as to procure me information from a gentleman whose house was within 3 miles of Mousehole, a considerable part of whose letter I subjoin. Dolly Pentreath is short of stature, and bends very much with old age, being in her 87th year, so lusty, however, as to walk hither to Castle Horneck, about 3 miles, in bad weather, in the morning and back again. She is somewhat deaf, but her intellect seemingly not impaired. Has a memory so good, that she remembers perfectly well, that about 4 or 5 years ago at Mousehole, where she lives, she was sent for by a gentleman, who, being a stranger, had a curiosity to hear the Cornish language, which she was famed for retaining and speaking fluently, and that the innkeeper where the gentleman came from attended him. This gentleman, says Daines Barrington, was myself. However, I did not presume to send for her, but waited upon her. She does, indeed, talk Cornish as readily as others do English, being bred up from a child to know no other language. Nor could she, if we may believe her, talk a word of English before she was past 20 years of age, as, her father being a fisherman, she was sent with fish to Penzance at 12 years old, and sold them in the Cornish language, which the inhabitants in general, even the gentry, did then well understand. She is positive, however, that there is neither in Mousehole, nor in any other part of the county, any other person who knows anything of it, or, at least, can converse in it. She is poor, and maintained partly by the parish, and partly by fortune-telling and gabbling Cornish. I have thus, continued Mr. Barrington, thought it right to lay before the Society of Antiquaries, this account of the last sparks of the Cornish tongue. And cannot but think that a linguist who understands Welsh might still pick up a more complete vocabulary of the Cornish than we are yet possessed of, especially as the two neighbours of this old woman, Dolly Pentreath, whom I had occasion to mention, are not now above 77 or 78 years of age, and were healthy when I saw them. So that the whole does not depend on the life of this Cornish Sibyl, as she is willing to insinuate. It is matter of profound regret that no Welshman did visit Dolly, who lived for 4 years after Mr. Barrington's letter, which was written in 1773, for she died December 26, 1777. Drew says, she was buried in the churchyard of the parish of Paul, in which parish, Mousehole, the place of her residence, is situated. Her epitaph is both in Cornish and English. Coth Dolly Pentreath cans ha do. Moreau ha cledis ed Paul pli. Na ed an eglas, gon pobl bras. Bes ed eglas he coth Dolly es. Old Dolly Pentreath, 100 aged and 2. Deceased, and buried in Paul parish too. Not in the church, with people great and high. But in the churchyard doth old Dolly lie. This epitaph, written by Mr. Thomson, of Truro, was never inscribed on her tombstone, for no tombstone was set up to her memory at the time of her death. The stone now erected, and standing in the churchyard wall and not near her grave, was set up by Prince Louis Lucien Bonaparte in 1860, and contains 2 errors. It runs, here lieth interred Dorothy Pentreath, who died in 1778. In the first place she does not lie where is the stone, and in the second place she died 1777, on December 26, and was buried on the following day. In 1776 Mr. Barrington presented a letter to the Royal Society of Antiquaries written in Cornish and in English, by William Botathan, a fisherman of Mousehole. This man asserted that at that date there were still 4 or 5 persons in Mousehole who could talk Cornish. In 1777, the year of Dolly's death, Mr. Barrington found another Cornish man named John Nancaro, of Mermaids, aged 45 years, able to speak Cornish. John Nancaro said that, in his youth he had learned the language from the country people, and could thus hold a conversation in it. And that another, a native of Truro, was at that time also acquainted with the Cornish language, and like himself was able to converse in it. This last is supposed to be the Mr. Thomson who wrote the epitaph for Dolly Pentreath which was never set up. In Hitchens and Drew's History of Cornwall, it is said, the Cornish language was current in a part of the South Hams in the time of Edward I, 1272–1307. Long after this it was common on the banks of the Tamar, and in Cornwall it was universally spoken. But it was not till towards the conclusion of the reign of Henry VIII, 1509–47, that the English language had found its way into any of the Cornish churches. Before this time the Cornish language was the established vehicle of communication. Dar. Mormon, a native of Southill, but vicar of Menheniot, was the first who taught the inhabitants of this parish the Lord's Prayer, the Creed, and the 10 Commandments in the English tongue. And this was not done till just about the time that Henry VIII closed his reign. From this fact one inference is obvious, which is, that if the inhabitants of Menheniot knew nothing more of the English than what was thus learnt from the vicar of the parish, the Cornish must have prevailed among them at that time. And as the English language in its progress travelled from east to west, we may reasonably conclude that about this time it had not penetrated far into the county, as Menheniot lies towards its eastern quarter. From the time the liturgy was established in the Cornish churches in the English language, the Cornish tongue rapidly declined. Hence Mr. Carew, who published his survey of Cornwall in 1602, notices the almost total extirpation of the language in his days. He says, the principal love and knowledge of this language liveth in Dr. Ken Null the civilian, and with him lieth buried. For the English speech doth still encroach upon it and hath driven the same into the uttermost skirts of the shire. Most of the inhabitants can speak no word of Cornish, but few are ignorant of the English. And yet some so affect their airs, as to a stranger they will not speak it, for if meeting them by chance you inquire the way, or any such matter, your answer shall be, me nor do a Causasorsnick. I can speak no Saxonage. Carew's survey was soon followed by that of Norden, by whom we are informed that the Cornish language was chiefly confined to the western hundreds of the county, particularly to Penwith and Kirrier. And yet, which is to be marvailed, though the husband and wife, parents and children, masters and servants, etc., naturally communicate in their native language, yet there is none of them in a manner but is able to converse with a stranger in the English tongue, unless it be some obscure people who seldom confer with the better sort. But it seemeth, however, that in a few years the Cornish will be by little and little abandoned. The Cornish was, however, so well spoken in the parish of Fiach by the old inhabitants till about the year 1640, that Mr. William Jackman, the then vicar, and chaplain also of Pendennis Castle, at the siege thereof by the Parliament army, was forced for divers years to administer the sacrament to the communicants in the Cornish tongue. Because the aged people did not well understand the English, as he himself often told me, says Halls. So late as 1650 the Cornish language was currently spoken in the parishes of Paul and S. Just, the fisherwomen and market women in the former, and the tinner in the latter, for the most part conversing in their old vernacular tongue, and Mr. Scawen says that in 1678 the Reverend F. Robinson, rector of Llandywednac, preached a sermon to his parishioners in the Cornish language only. Had the Bible been translated, had even the English prayer book been rendered into Cornish, the language would have lived on. It is due to a large extent to this, the translation into Welsh, that in Wales their ancient language has maintained itself. The editors of the Bibliotheca Cornubiensis state that Dorothy Jeffrey, daughter of Nicholas Pentreath, was baptized at Paul May 17, 1714. And they conclude that she was the Dolly Pentreath who died in 1777, and that her age accordingly was 63 and not 102. But this is a mistake. Dolly was a Jeffrey by birth and married a Pentreath. A story is told of Dolly in Mr. J. Henry Harris's Cornish Saints and Sinners, as current in Mousehole, but whether true or well conceived it is not possible for me to say. It is to this effect, that on one occasion a deserter from a man-of-war fled to her house for refuge, and as there was a cavity in her chimney large enough to contain a man, she thrust him into it, and threw a bundle of dry furze on the fire, and filled the crock with water. Into the middle of the kitchen she drew a keeve, which she used for washing, and when the naval officer and his men in pursuit burst into her house, Dolly was sitting on a stool, her legs bare and her feet ready to be immersed in the keeve. She screamed out on their entry that she was about to wash her feet, and only waiting for the water to get hot enough. The officer persisted in searching, and she gave tongue in strong and forcible Cornish. She rushed to the door and screamed to the good people of Mousehole, that the lieutenant and his men had invaded her house without leave, and were impudent and audacious enough to ransack every other cottage in the place. The officer and his men withdrew without having seen and secured their man. And that night a fishing lugger stole out of Mousehole with the deserter on board and made for Guernsey, which in those days was a sort of dumping ground for all kinds of rascals who were wanted at home. Robert Jeffrey of Polperro. Mrs. Bray, in her novel Trelawney of Trelawn, written in 1834, thus describes Polperro as it was at that time. It has lost much but not all of its picturesqueness. Many of the old fishermen's cottages have been pulled down, and their places taken by ugly modern houses. Loo, says she, beautiful as it is not to be compared to Polperro, 2 miles distant from Trelawn. The descent to it is so steep, that I, who was not accustomed to the path, could only get down by clinging to Mr. Bray's arm for support. It was slippery, and so rocky that in some places there were steps cut in the road for the convenience of the passenger. The view of the little port, the old town in the bottom, if town it can be called, the cliffs, and the spiked rocks that start up in the wildest and most abrupt manner, breaking the direct sweep of the waves towards the harbor, altogether produced such a combination of magnificent coast scenery as may truly be called sublime. Long before this, in the reign of Henry VIII, Leland, who visited it, wrote, by est, the haven of Foy upon a I miles of, ys a small creek called Paul Pier, and a simple and poor village upon the est side of the same, of fishermen. And the boats they're fishing by, be, saved by a pier or quay. Robert Jeffrey was the son of John Jeffrey, bargeman at Foy, afterwards a publican at Polperro. John Jeffrey died in 1802, and his widow remarried Benjamin Code, blacksmith. Robert was baptized at Foy, January 22, 1790. He was impressed for the Royal Navy, and was placed on board H.M. brig Recruit, under Captain the Honourable Warwick Lake, in 1807. Warwick Lake was the third son of Gerard, 1st Viscount Lake, so created in 1807, and he eventually succeeded as 3rd Viscount in 1836. His career in the Navy had not been particularly creditable. In November, 1803, he had been lieutenant on board the frigate Blanche, Captain Zachariah Mudge, lying at anchor off the entrance of Mansenil Bay, Isle of S. Domingo. In the harbour lay the French cutter Albion, armed with 2 4-pounders, 6 swivels, and 20 muskets, and manned by 43 officers and men, lying under the guns of the fort of Monte Cristo. A night attack was determined upon, and Lieutenant Edward Nichols, of the Marines, volunteered, with 1 boat, to attempt cutting out the vessel. His offer was accepted. And on the evening of the November 4th, the Red Cutter, with 13 men, including himself, pushed off from the frigate. Shortly after Captain Mudge dispatched the barge, with 22 men, under the Hon. Warwick Lake, to follow the Red Cutter and supersede Nichols in the command. As the barge approached the cutter, Nichols hailed her and demanded a united attack. But Lake feared that the hazards were too great, and instead of following he moved away to the northwest side of the bay, leaving Lieutenant Nichols to attack unassisted. The Red Cutter, thus deserted, proceeded dauntlessly on her way, and as soon as she arrived within pistol shot was hailed. Replying with 3 hearty cheers, the boat proceeded, and received in quick succession 2 volleys of musketry. The first passed over the heads of the British, but the second severely wounded the coxswain, the man at the bow oar, and a marine. Before the French cutter could fire a third time, Nichols, at the head of his little party, sprang on board of her. The French captain fired at the lieutenant, and the ball passed round his body in the flesh, and lodged in his right arm. At the same moment the French captain was shot. After this, little resistance was offered. The French officers and crew were driven below, with the loss, beside the captain, of 5 men wounded. So far the battery had not fired, and Nichols ordered that the Albion should be got under sail, and the cable was cut. At this moment up came the barge, commanded by Lieutenant the Honourable Warwick Lake. He took command of the prize captured by Nichols, and with 2 boats towing her soon ran her out of gunshot of the battery, which had now at last opened fire, and joined the frigate in the offing. Captain Mudge, in his report to the Admiralty, wrote, having gained intelligence that there was a large coppered cutter full of bullocks for the Cape laying close under the guns of Monte Cristi, for 24-pounders and 3 field pieces. Notwithstanding her situation, I was convinced we could bring her off. And at 2 this morning she was masterly and gallantly attacked by Lieutenant Lake in the cutter, and Lieutenant Nichols, of the Marines, in the barge, who cut her out. She is 92 tons burden, etc. This affair lost me 2 men killed, and 2 wounded. As will be seen, this was a gross misstatement of facts. The Honourable Warwick Lake was in the barge, and did nothing till the Albion had been captured by Lieutenant Nichols in the cutter. Nor was this all. Among the 2 wounded, Lieutenant Nichols, the hero of the action, was not named. His wound was not a scratch, but a hole on each side of his body in a ball in his arm, that sent him bleeding to the cockpit of the Blanche. The Patriotic Fund presented to Lieutenant Lake, for his gallantry, a sword valued at £50, and he did not blush to receive it, whereas Lieutenant Nichols received one valued at £30. Not till much later was it discovered who had been the hero of the action, and who the sneak who flourished the plumes due to another. In 1807 Lake was captain of the Recruit, an 18-gun brig sloop. Geoffrey, at the age of 18, had entered in 1807 on board the Lord Nelson privateer of Plymouth. But 8 days after, when the privateer had put into Falmouth, was pressed by an officer of the Recruit, which soon after sailed for the West Indies. Geoffrey was a skulking, ill-conditioned fellow, who was caught stealing a bottle of rum and was punished for it, and by his own acknowledgment, on December 10, went to the spruce beer cask and drew off about 2 quarts. A shipmate saw and informed against Geoffrey, and Captain Lake ordered the Sergeant of Marines to put him in the blacklist, and he had the word thief painted on a bit of canvas and affixed to his back. Edward Spencer, master, told his captain that the fellow was no good on board, and that the best thing that could be done with him was to put him on shore. On the December 13 the recruit was passing the island of Sombrero, that lies between the islet of Eneada in the Puerto Virgin Islands and that of Anguilla in the Lesser Antilles group. It was towards evening between 5 and 6 of the afternoon. Captain Lake then ordered Geoffrey to be brought on deck, and saying that he would not keep such a worthless scoundrel on the ship, gave orders to Lieutenant Mould to have out the boat and convey Geoffrey on shore. Neither the captain nor any of the crew knew that the island was desert and waterless. They believed that it was inhabited by a few fishermen, and in the evening light mistook some rocks on shore for houses. Accordingly, a little before 6 p.m. Geoffrey was placed in a boat along with the second lieutenant of the brig, Richard Cotton Mould, a midshipman, and 4 sailors, and landed on Sombrero, without shoes to his feet or any other clothes than those on his back. And without even a biscuit for food. Lieutenant Mould, seeing that the lad's feet were cut and bleeding by stepping on the sharp-pointed rocks, begged a pair of shoes for him from one of the seamen, and gave him his knife and a couple of handkerchiefs, to be made use of as signals. And advised him to keep a sharp lookout for passing vessels. Then he pulled back to the recruit. Captain Lake was possibly suffering from what would now be termed a swollen head. His father, a gallant officer, but of no great descent, for his services in the Maharatta War had been created Baron Lake of Delhi and of Aston Clinton, Bucks, in 1804, and had received thanks for his services by both Houses of Parliament. His elder brother had married the sister of Charles, Earl of Whitworth, and his father had been granted an augmentation of arms, a fish naiant in fess, to represent the fish of the Great Mogul, pierced with shafts. Lake was a hot-headed man, and he had just dined. That he intended to commit an act of barbarity is far from the truth. Geoffrey was a nuisance of which he desired to free the ship, and the opportunity offered, and he took advantage of it without stopping to inquire what was the nature of the island on which he left the young man. On reaching the Leeward Islands, where Sir Alexander Cochrane was in command of the squadron, that officer heard of what Lake had done, promptly reprimanded him, and ordered him to return to Sombrero and fetch off Geoffrey. On February 11, 1809, the recruit anchored off the island, and her officers landed and searched it over, but neither Geoffrey nor his body could be found. A pair of trousers and a tomahawk handle were the only vestiges of humanity discoverable. The island, however, abounded in turtle and wild birds and their eggs, but the water was brackish. For 8 days, in fact, Geoffrey had wandered over the hump of rock and sand that constituted the islet of Sombrero, and lived on limpets and eggs, and drunk the water collected in fissures of the rock. He does not seem to have been given flint and steel, and the means of making a fire, so that he could not feast on turtle and puffins, but, indeed, there were no trees, consequently hardly any fuel available for cooking a dinner. He saw several vessels pass, and indeed Sombrero was in the track of merchant vessels, but he failed to make them observe his signals. At length, on the morning of the 9th day, the schooner Adams, of Marblehead, Massachusetts, John Dennis master, came to the island and took the fellow off, and landed him at Marblehead, where he worked at a forge. Little conscious that he was like to be made political capital of and to become of consequence, he did not even trouble to write home to Polperro to announce his safety and his whereabouts. Sir A. Cochrane was satisfied that the man could not have died on Sombrero, as his body was not discovered, nor was he likely to die on an island abounding in turtles and eggs. He concluded that he had been carried away by one of the many ships that passed. He convinced himself that Captain Lake had been guilty of an illegal act, but had not desired to do one that was cruel, and he hoped that the matter would be forgotten after he had administered a reprimand. But the story got about. It reached England. A busybody, Charles M. Thomas, who had been purser on board H.M. sloop Demerara, but had been imprisoned on suspicion that he had defrauded the government, wrote home to Mr. C. Bathurst, brother of the MP. For Bristol, to this effect, I deem it a duty I owe to humanity, to inform you that Captain Lake, when commander of the Recruit, set a man belonging to that vessel on shore at Sombrero, an uninhabited island in the Atlantic archipelago, where he died through hunger, or otherwise, for more was never heard of him. This was known to Sir H. Cochrane, who suffered this titled murderer to escape, and he is now in command of the Ulysses. The letter was dated March 24, 1809, more than a year after Geoffrey had been left on Sombrero. Its purport was obvious enough. Thomas wanted to be revenged on Cochrane for looking into the matter of his alleged frauds. The fat was now in the fire. Sir Francis Burdett took the matter up. The radicals throughout the country made immense capital out of the starving to death of a poor seaman by a member of a noble family. The case was kept perseveringly before the public, so that the government was constrained to issue orders for a strict inquiry to be made as to whether Geoffrey was still alive or dead. Presently an account was received, purporting to be by Geoffrey, giving information relative to his rescue and his condition in America. But as to this was appended a cross for his signature, whereas Geoffrey was known to have been able to write, the public were led to suspect that this was a fabrication contrived by Lake's relatives and friends. To settle the matter finally, a ship was dispatched to bring Geoffrey home, and he arrived at Portsmouth in October, 1810, 3 years after his adventure in Sombrero, and to find himself the hero of a party. On October 22 he attended at the Admiralty, where he received his discharge, and had the R taken off his name, by which he became entitled to all arrears of pay. The family of Captain Lake made him liberal compensation for the very slight hardships he had undergone, but which in Geoffrey's own account and in that of his partisans were magnified enormously. On the 5th and 6th of February, 1810, a court-martial assembled on board the Gladiator at Portsmouth to try Captain Lake for having abandoned a seaman on a desert and uninhabited island. Captain Lake complained that the witnesses whom he might have summoned to speak for him were away in various ships in different parts of the world. He produced a letter signed by all the officers of the Ulysses, the vessel he then commanded, protesting that he was humane and incapable of doing an act of wanton cruelty. At this time it was not known whether Geoffrey was alive or dead. Captain Lake made a manly defense. You will be pleased to recollect the evidence of Mr. Spencer, the chief witness on the part of the prosecution, on this point. He himself advised me to get the man out of the ship, and I declare that, by landing him, I thought he would be made more sensible of his want of conduct, and reform in future. I was persuaded at the time that the island was inhabited. In addition to which, I cannot but suppose it within your knowledge that the island is not out of reach of human assistance. I need not state that it is within the track of vessels on particular destinations, and which frequently pass within hail of the island. Geoffrey found this to be the case, and there is no reason to doubt but that he was taken off the island. For on a search being made for him there afterwards, one of the witnesses states expressly that not a trace of him was to be found, which I cannot conceive could have been the case if he had perished there. As is most unwarrantably asserted by Thomas. Gentlemen, I have no doubt he was conveyed to America in perfect safety. I myself verily believe he is in England at this moment, consigned, as it were, to the merchants who, perhaps, are keeping him concealed till the edict of the court-martial is known, and then he may be let loose upon me, to seek a compensation in damages by an action at law. The place of his concealment, however, has hitherto eluded the diligence of my agents. He appealed to the official report made to the Admiralty at the time by Sir A. Cochrane. Be pleased to consider attentively the statement made by this official communication. Contrast it with the letter of Thomas, and then decide whether he was warranted in asserting that Robert Geoffrey had perished through the inhumanity of one whom he has thought proper to describe as a titled murderer. The court-martial pronounced sentence, pursuant to an order from the Right Honourable Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, dated February 3 instant, and directed to the President, setting forth that a letter had been addressed to their lordships by the Right Hon. Charles Bathurst, enclosing a letter to him from Mr. Charles Morgan Thomas, dated March 24, 1809, and having heard evidence produced in support of the charge and by the said Honourable Warwick Lake in his defence. The court is of opinion, that the charge has been proved against the said Honourable Warwick Lake, and doth adjudge him to be dismissed from his Majesty's service, and the said Honourable Warwick Lake is hereby dismissed from his Majesty's service. In 1836 the Honourable Warwick Lake succeeded to the Viscounty, and died in 1848, leaving behind him only 2 daughters, one unmarried, the other married to a Globe. He was certainly very hardly treated, and as certainly an utterly worthless scoundrel was exalted into a hero. Geoffrey returned to Polperro, where he was received with curiosity. There his antecedents were well known, and the value of his statements of terrible privation taken for what they were worth. Elsewhere he received an enthusiastic ovation. He hired himself out to be run by speculators at some of the minor theatres in London as Geoffrey the Sailor. After a few months he returned to Polperro with money enough in his pocket to enable him to purchase a small schooner for the coasting trade. The speculation did not answer his expectations. He fell into consumption, and died in 1820, leaving a wife and daughter in great penury. He was a mean, not to say a despicable creature, who was used for political purposes, and when he had served these was allowed to drop into his proper insignificance. Authorities are a Life of Robert Geoffrey, published by B. Crosby, 1811. An account of R. Geoffrey, published by J. Pitt, 1811. A narrative of the Life of Robert Geoffrey, with portrait, 1810. Couch, J. History of Polperro, edited by J. Hugh, Couch, 1870. James's Naval History, 1876, Volume 4. Cobbett's Political Register, 1810, pages 396 to 415, 459 to 464. Cobbett gives a report of the courts-martial. The story was also given in Chambers's Edinburgh Journal, 1848, pages 147 to 51. Admiral Richard Darton Thomas. Richard Darton Thomas was born at Saltash on June 2, 1777, son of Charles and Mary Thomas of that place. Drinking in the sea air, living in the midst of sailors and fisher folk, he early took a fancy for the sea, and entered as an able-bodied seaman in the Royal Navy, in 1790, at the age of 13. His intelligence, his pleasant manners, won the regard of his officers, and he was raised to be midshipman in 1792, and became master's mate in the ensuing year. He was in the Boyne under Sir John Jervis when Martinique was captured, and on the return of the Boyne to England, he was on board when that vessel was burnt at Spithead, May 1, 1795. The Marines had been exercising and firing on the windward side, and it is supposed that some ignited paper of the cartridges flew through the quarter galley into the admiral's cabin and communicated with the papers lying about on the table. It was at 11 a.m. that the fire broke out, the flames bursting through the poop before the fire was discovered, and it spread so rapidly that in less than half an hour this fine ship, in spite of every exertion of the officers and crew, was in a blaze fore and aft. As soon as the fire was discovered by the fleet, all the boats of the ships proceeded to the assistance of the Boyne, and the whole of the numerous crew, except 11, were saved. The Boyne's guns being loaded went off as they became heated, discharging their shot among the shipping, whereby 2 men were killed and 1 wounded on board the Queen Charlotte. At about 1:30 the Boyne burnt from her cables and drifted to the east with a streamer of fire and smoke pouring from her. She then grounded and continued to burn till 6 o'clock, when the fire reached her magazine and she blew up. This, as Captain Brenton wrote, offered one of the most magnificent sights that can be conceived. The afternoon was perfectly calm and the sky clear. The flames which darted from her in a perpendicular column of great height were terminated by an opaque white cloud like a round cap, while the air was filled with fragments of wreck in every direction. And the stump of the foremast was seen above the smoke descending to the water. We next find Thomas serving as lieutenant on board the Excellent, commanded by Captain Collingwood, in the battle off Cape S. Vincent. It was intended that the Spanish fleet should join that of Brest, if this latter could get out, then if joined by the Dutch fleet, cover the transports that would convey an invading army to England. But, as Touchstone wisely said, there is much virtue in if. Sir John Jervis fell in with the Spanish fleet of 27 sail of the line, on February 14, 1797, as it had just issued from Cadiz. The English had only 15 men of war. But the greater part of the Spanish crew were about equally destitute of seamanship and spirit, and Nelson had said just before the breaking out of the war with Spain, that if her fleet were no better now than when it acted in alliance with us it would soon be done for. By breaking the line, by battering and boarding, for Spanish ships of the line, including one of 112 guns, were taken, and all the rest were driven into Cadiz and there blockaded. During the action the Excellent, on which Richard Thomas was lieutenant, was acknowledged by Nelson to have taken a very distinguished share, and to have rendered him the most effectual support in the hottest part of the battle. As will be seen by the following note which he addressed to her commander, and an extract from his own account of the transactions in which he himself was personally engaged. His note ran, "Dear Collingwood, a friend in need is a friend indeed." Nelson's account of the assistance he received from the Excellent runs thus. At this time, about 2:15 p.m. the Salvador del Mundo and San Isidro dropped astern, and were fired into, in a masterly style, by the Excellent, Captain Collingwood, who compelled the San Isidro to hoist English colours. And I thought the large ship, the Salvador del Mundo, had also struck, but Captain Collingwood, disdaining the parade of taking possession of a vanquished enemy, most gallantly pushed up, with every sail set, to save his old friend and messmate, who was to appearance in a critical state, the Blenheim being ahead, the Culloden crippled and astern. The Excellent ranged up within 2 feet of the San Nicolas, giving a most tremendous fire. The San Nicolas luffing up, the San Joseph fell on board her. And the Excellent passing on for the Santa Trinidada, the captain resumed her station abreast of these, and close alongside. The Excellent, in fact, succeeded in getting close under the lee of the Santissima Trinidada, mounting 130 guns, and engaged her for nearly an hour, assisted by the Orion, the Irresistible, and the Blenheim. The huge vessel was compelled to haul down her colours, but the approach of 13 other Spanish ships prevented her opponents from profiting by the advantage they had gained. The total loss on the Excellent amounted to 11 men killed and a dozen wounded. We need not follow Richard D. Thomas through his various changes of ships. He was mainly with Collingwood, whose flag, as Rear Admiral of the White, was flying on board the Barfla, of 98 guns. With him he remained on Channel service till the suspension of hostilities in 1802. He was given the rank of commander in 1803, when in the Chichester off Halifax. Returning from Nova Scotia, as a passenger on board the packet Lady Hobart, commanded by Captain Fellows, he experienced shipwreck and terrible hardships, by the vessel running on an iceberg. After giving an account of his sailing from Halifax, June 22, 1803, and the capture of a French schooner laden with salt fish on the 26th, Captain Fellows says. Tuesday, June 28. Blowing hard from the westward, with a heavy sea and hazy weather, with intervals of thick fog. About 1 a.m. The ship, then going by the log at the rate of 7 miles an hour, struck against an island of ice with such violence that several of the crew were pitched out of their hammocks. Being roused out of my sleep by the suddenness of the shock, I instantly ran upon the deck. The helm being put hard a port, the ship struck again about the chess tree, then swung round on her keel, her stern post being stove in, and her rudder carried away before we could succeed in an attempt to haul her off. At this time the island of ice appeared to hang quite over the ship, possessing a high peak, which must have been at least twice the height of our masthead, and we supposed the length of the island to have been from a quarter to half a mile. The sea was now breaking over the ice in a dreadful manner, the water rushing in so fast as to fill the hold in a few minutes. Hove the guns overboard, cut away the anchors from the bows, got 2 sails under the ship's bottom, kept both pumps going, and bailing with buckets at the main hatchway, in the hope of preventing her from sinking. But in less than a quarter of an hour she settled down in her 4 chains in the water. Our situation was now become most perilous. Aware of the danger of a moment's delay in hoisting out the boats, I consulted Captain Thomas of the Navy, and Mr. Bargus, my master, as to the propriety of making any further attempts to save the ship. Both declared that nothing effectual could be done to the vessel herself, and that, as every moment was precious, the boats should be got out and manned. Of these there were two, the cutter and the jolly boat, and the ladies were placed in the former. Captain Fellows expressed himself afterwards warmly of the ability and readiness with which Captain Thomas aided him. In bringing the ladies into the cutter, one of them, Miss Cottenham, was so terrified that she sprang from the wreck and pitched in the bottom of the boat with considerable violence. This accident might have been serious, but happily she was not injured. The few provisions which had been saved from the men's berths were then put into the boats. By this time the main deck forward was under water, and nothing but the quarter-deck appeared. I then ordered my men into the boats. The ship was sinking fast, and I called to the men to haul up and receive me, intending to drop into the cutter from the end of the trysail boom. The sea was running so high at the time we hoisted out the boats that I scarcely flattered myself we should get them out safely. And, indeed, nothing but the steady and orderly conduct of the crew could have enabled us to effect so difficult and hazardous an undertaking. It is a justice to them to observe that not a man in the ship attempted to make use of the liquor, which every one had in his power. We had scarce quitted the ship when she suddenly gave a heavy lurch to port, and then went down foremost. I cannot attempt to describe my own feelings, or the sensations of my people, exposed as we were, in two small open boats, upon the great Atlantic Ocean, bereft of all assistance but that which our own exertions, under Providence, could afford us. We narrowly escaped being swallowed up in the vortex. We rigged the foremast, and prepared to shape our course in the best manner that circumstances would admit of, the wind blowing from the precise point on which it was necessary to sail to reach the nearest land. An hour had scarcely elapsed from the time the ship struck till she foundered. The distribution of the crew had already been made in the following order, which we afterwards preserved. In the cutter were embarked 3 ladies and myself, Captain Richard Thomas, the French commander of the schooner. The master's mate, gunner, steward, carpenter, and 8 seamen, in all 18 people, whose weight, together with the provisions, brought the boat's gunwale down to within 6 or 7 inches of the water. From this confined space some idea may be formed of our crowded state, but it is scarcely possible for the imagination to conceive the extent of our sufferings in consequence. In the jolly boat were embarked Mr. Samuel Bargus, master, lieutenant. Colonel George Cox, of the 1st Regiment of Guards, 16 the boatswain, sailmaker, and 7 seamen, in all 11 persons. The only provisions, etc. we were enabled to save consisted of between 40 and 50 pounds of biscuits, 1 vessel containing 5 gallons of water, a small jug of the same, and part of a small barrel of spruce beer. 1 demijohn of rum, a few bottles of port wine, with 2 compasses, a quadrant, a spyglass, a small tin mug, and a wineglass. The deck lantern, which had a few spare candles in it, had been likewise thrown into the boat. And the cook having had the precaution to secure the tinderbox and some matches that were kept in a bladder, we were afterwards enabled to steer by night. The wind was now blowing strong from the westward, with a heavy sea, and the day just dawned. Estimating ourselves to be at the distance of 350 miles from S. John's, Newfoundland, with a prospect of a continuance of westerly winds, it became necessary to use the strictest economy. I represented to my companions in distress that our resolution, once made, ought on no account to be changed, and that we must begin by suffering privations, which I foresaw would be greater than I venture to explain. To each person, therefore, were served out half a biscuit and a glass of wine, which was the only allowance for the ensuing 24 hours, all agreeing to leave the water untouched as long as possible. On the following day even this small allowance had to be contracted, in consequence of the biscuit being much damaged by salt water during the night. Soon after daylight we made sail, with the jolly boat in tow, and stood close-hauled to the northward and westward, in the hope of reaching the coast of Newfoundland or of being picked up by some vessel. Passed 2 islands of ice. We now said prayers, and returned thanks to God for our deliverance. It was now the July 4th. The sufferings of those in the boats became excessive. The commander of the French schooner that had been captured went mad, and threw himself overboard. One of the French prisoners became so outrageous that it was found necessary to lash him to the bottom of the boat. At last, on this same day, the July 4th, after 7 days of dreadful privation and incessant storm, they reached Conception Bay, in the Avalon Peninsula, Newfoundland. They had been reduced to a quarter of a biscuit per diem and a wineglass of port wine and spirit, and then of water. Captain Fellows says, overpowered by my own feelings, and impressed with the recollections of our sufferings and the sight of so many deplorable objects, I promise to offer up our solemn thanks to heaven for our miraculous deliverance. Every one cheerfully assented, and as soon as I opened the prayer book there was an universal silence. A spirit of devotion was singularly manifested on this occasion, and to the benefits of a religious sense in uncultivated minds must be ascribed that discipline, good order, and exertion, which even the sight of land could scarcely produce. The wind having blown with great violence from off the coast, we did not reach the landing place at Island Cove till 4 o'clock in the evening. All the women and children in the village, with 2 or 3 fishermen, the rest of the men being absent, came down to the beach, and appearing deeply affected at our wretched situation, assisted in carrying us up the craggy rocks, over which we were obliged to pass to get to their habitations. The small village afforded neither medical aid nor fresh provisions, of which we stood so much in need, potatoes and salt fish being the only food of the inhabitants. I determined, therefore, to lose no time in proceeding to S. John's, having hired a small schooner for that purpose. On the July 7th we embarked in 3 divisions, placing the most infirm in the schooner, the master's mate being in charge of the cutter, and the boatswain of the jolly boat. But such was the exhausted state of nearly the whole party, that the day was considerably advanced before we could get under way. Towards dusk it came on to blow hard in squalls off the land, when we lost sight of the cutter, and were obliged to come to anchor outside S. John's harbour. We were under great apprehensions for the cutter's safety, as she had no grapnel, and lest she should be driven out to sea, but at daylight we perceived her and the schooner entering the harbour. The ladies, Colonel Cook, Captain Thomas, and myself, having left the schooner when she anchored, notwithstanding the badness as well as extreme darkness of the night, reached the shore about midnight. We wandered for some time about the streets, there being no house open at that late hour, but were at length admitted into a small tenement, where we passed the remainder of the night on chairs, there being but one miserable bed for the ladies. Early on the following day, our circumstances being made known, hundreds of people crowded down to the landing place. Nothing could exceed their surprise on seeing the boats that had carried 29 persons such a distance over a boisterous sea, and when they beheld so many miserable objects, they could not conceal their emotions of pity and concern. It was found that the greatest circumspection had to be used in administering nourishment to those who came on shore. They were so much frostbitten, moreover, as to require constant surgical assistance. Many had lost their toes, and they were constrained to remain at S. John's till they were in a fit state to be removed to Halifax. On the July 11th Captain Fellows, with Captain Thomas, and Lieutenant Colonel Cook, engaged the cabin of a small vessel, bound for Oporto, so as to return to England. When Captain Fellows sent in his report on the loss of the Lady Hobart, he added a postscript: I regret that, in the hurry of drawing up this narrative, I should have omitted to make particular mention of Captain Richard Thomas, R.N., from whose great professional skill and advice throughout our perilous voyage I derived the greatest assistance. In December, 1803, Captain Thomas commissioned the Etna bomb, and soon after joined the fleet under Lord Nelson in the Mediterranean station, where he was very actively employed up to the Battle of Trafalgar. After that he served as flag captain under his old friend and patron, Lord Collingwood. In February, 1811, he was appointed to the Undaunted, employed in co-operation with the Spanish patriots off the coast of Catalonia. He was subsequently employed in command of a squadron stationed in the Gulf of Lions, blockading Toulon. He was made Vice-Admiral of the Blue in 1848, Admiral of the Blue, 1854. Admiral of the White, 1857, in which year he died, and was buried at Stonehouse, August 27. He married, in 1827, Gratiana, daughter of Lieutenant General Richard Williams, R.N. His brother, Charles Thomas, M.D., was for some time physician to the Devonport Dispensary. Commander John Pollard. Little did John Pollard as signal midshipman of the Victory in the Battle of Trafalgar suppose that he was running up a message to the fleet from Nelson that would never be forgotten so long as the English name lasts. And the Englishman maintains the character which has ever belonged to him. He was the son of John Pollard, and entered the Navy on November 1, 1797. Before the battle commenced, Nelson dictated the signal, "England confides that every man will do his duty." Pollard, to whom the order was given, remarked that the word confides was not in the code, and suggested in its stead the term expects, which Nelson at once accepted. Napoleon so much admired this last order of Nelson's that he caused it to be printed, with a difference, of France for England, and commanded that a copy should be given to each of the officers of the Navy. "It is the best of lessons," he said. Pollard was born at King's Ann, Cornwall, on July 27, 1787, so that he was aged but 18 when he suggested the alteration in Nelson's famous message, and saw it signal to the fleet. He died in the Royal Hospital, Greenwich, April 22, 1868, at the advanced age of 81. He did nothing further that was remarkable, and is remembered only in connection with Nelson's signal, an instance of unregarded age in Corner's throne. The case of Botathan Penles. At the end of June, 1749, a sailor was robbed in a low, disreputable house in the Strand. He stormed and demanded the restoration of his purse, but could obtain no redress. He was laughed at and ejected from the place. He at once returned to his vessel and narrated his wrongs, and so roused the resentment of his comrades that they promised to accompany him to the Strand and work retribution on the thieves. Accordingly, on July 1 a body of them marched down the Strand, and reaching the house broke in the door and levelled their rage against the house and goods of the caitiff, whom they looked on as the author of the villainy exercised on their brother tar. Accordingly they went to work as if they were breaking up a ship, and in a trice unrigged the house from top to bottom. The movables were thrown out of the windows or doors to their comrades in the street, where, a bonfire being made, they were burnt, but with so much decency and order, so little confusion, that notwithstanding the crowd gathered together on this occasion, a child of 5 years old might have crossed the street in the thickest of them without the least danger. The neighbors, too, though their houses were not absolutely free from danger of fire by the sparks flying from the bonfire, were so little alarmed at this riot that they stood at their doors, and looked out of their windows with as little concern, and perhaps more glee and mirth, than if they had been at a droll and Bartholomew fair, seeing the painted scene of the renowned Troy town in flames. After the house had been completely gutted, and not before, the guards came from the Savoy, which, by the way, was not above a good stone's throw from the scene of action, whereupon the sailors withdrew, unarrested and unpursued. If matters had remained here it would have been well, but unhappily this first performance whetted the appetites of the sailors for another, and they resolved on sacking another house a few doors from that they had gutted, which also did not bear a good character. Accordingly next evening, being Sunday, they returned, and proceeded to treat this second house in the same manner as the first, without so much as the least interruption, till they had full timely notice to get off before the guards arrived, who came, as before, too late, that one would have been tempted to imagine they came too late on purpose. A regular bonfire then having been made as before, all the goods of the house were triumphantly conveyed into it. And if the finding of bundles and effects of any of the actors would have aggravated their guilt, numbers might have been seized with the goods upon them, between the house and the bonfire, where they were all carefully destroyed, to avoid any slur or suspicion of pillage for private use. This was carried to such an exactness that a little boy, who perhaps thought no great harm to save a gilt cage out of the fire for his bird at home, was discovered carrying it off, when the leaders of the mob took it from him and threw it into the fire, and his age alone protected him from severe punishment. Nothing, in short, was embezzled or diverted, except an old gown or petticoat, thrown at a hackney coachman's head as a reward for a dutiful huzzah, as he drove by. As to the neighbours, who were at their doors and windows seeing the whole without the least concern or alarm, there was not probably one of those who, though as good and as loyal subjects as any his Majesty has, and as well affected to the peace and quiet of his government, imagined or dreamed there was any spirit of sedition or riotous designs in these proceedings beyond the open and expressed intention of destroying these obnoxious houses. And though the coolest and sensiblest doubtless thought the joke was going too far, and wished even that the government had interposed sooner, and less faintly, yet they had not the least notion of any such extraordinary measure of guilt in their proceedings as would affect life or limb. The sailors had now gathered about them, some as lookers-on, some as assistants, a large number of men and boys, and these now moved up the street in a body, with a bell ringing before them, to the house of one Peter Wood, a hairdresser, but in bad odour, as keeping a disorderly house, under the sign of the Star. Into this house the mob broke, although Peter Wood offered money if only they would spare him and its contents. But they were deaf to his entreaties, and his house was only saved by the arrival of the guards, who at once proceeded to arrest several persons. Among those they secured was Botathan Penles, or Penlees, son of a clergyman in Cornwall, who had been put apprentice to a wigmaker in town. With him were secured John Wilson, Benjamin Lander, and another, who shortly after died of jail fever in Newgate. All these four, not one of whom was a sailor, were locked up in prison, and kept there till the September sessions, when they were indicted for that they, together with divers other persons, to the number of 40 and upwards, being feloniously and riotously assembled, to the disturbance of the public peace, did begin to demolish the house of Peter Wood against the form of the statute in that case made and provided, July the 3rd. Against Lander, Peter Wood swore that he was in the passage of his house, assisting to break the partition, that was the first time of his seeing him, that he broke the window of the bar with his stick, that he, Lander, was taken upstairs. On a cross-examination he averred that he did not see Lander at the first coming up of the mob to his house, but he asserted that he stuck fast to him when he saw him in the passage, which was half an hour before the arrival of the guards. Peter Wood's wife swore that Lander had knocked her down, and had beaten her almost to a jelly. Lander, in his defence, proved that between 12 and 1 o'clock that night he was going home to his lodgings, when he heard that there was a riot in the Strand, and that meeting with a soldier who had been ordered with his detachment to disperse the mob in the Strand, he persuaded him to enter with him into a public house and have a drink. The soldier consented, and then left, and Lander followed to see the fun, and found the mob retreating to Temple Bar, driven forward by the guards. Thereupon, according to his own account, he went into Peter Wood's house to see what mischief had been done, when Wood laid hold of him, under the notion that he was a straggler left behind of those who had begun to wreck the house. Happily at that moment in came the soldier whom Lander had treated to a pint of beer. The evidence of this soldier was conclusive, and Lander was discharged, after having suffered imprisonment for over 2 months. It appears evident that Peter Wood's testimony was false, not perhaps purposely so, but erroneous through his mistaking one man for another in the excitement of the partial destruction of his house. The evidence he gave against John Wilson was that the man knocked him down, and that Wilson, stooping over him, asked, "You dog, are you not dead yet?" and that he caught hold of Wilson's hand and kissed it and prayed for mercy. Moreover, Mrs. Wood testified that she also had entreated him to stay his hand, and had held him by the face, and stroked him. The waiting man clinched the testimony by swearing that he also had seen Wilson in the parlour as the settee bed was being thrown out of the window, and that he, Wilson, helped to throw the bed out. John Wilson earnestly protested that a mistake had been made, and that he was not the man who had done that of which he was accused. He brought numerous testimonies to his good character, but these availed not, and he was condemned to death. Botathan Penles admitted that he had been in Peter Wood's house. He had been rather tipsy at the time, and had been drawn in to follow the mob, but he had done no mischief, neither had he joined the rabble with any evil intent. This availed not. He also was condemned to death. At the last moment Wilson was reprieved and finally pardoned, but poor Botathan was hanged at Tyburn on the October 18, 1749, at the age of 23. Much feeling had been roused in favour of Penles, and a petition had been got up, numerously signed, requesting that he might be pardoned, but it availed nothing. Then a pamphlet appeared, entitled, The Case of the Unfortunate Botathan Penles, published by T. Clement, S. Paul's Churchyard, 1749. As this was widely disseminated, and comments were passed that a grievous injustice had been committed, Henry Fielding, the magistrate, published an answer, entitled A True State of the Case of Botathan Penles. A. Miller, Strand, 1749. According to this, on July 1 the house of one Owen, in the Strand, had been attacked. Nathaniel Munns, beadle, had tried to stop it, and 2 rioters were taken by the constables and conveyed to the prison of the Duchy of Lancaster Liberty. On Sunday, July 2, there was a recurrence of the riot, outside the beadle's house. The windows were broken, the bars wrenched away, and the prisoners were released, and doors and windows of the watch-house were smashed. John Carter, constable, gave evidence as to July 1, that 2 wagon-loads of goods had been consumed by fire outside Owen's house. He appealed to General Campbell, at Somerset House, for assistance, and the general sent 12 of the guards, when the rioters retreated, and began an attack on the house of one Stanhope, throwing stones, breaking windows, and pelting the soldiers. So that soon 40 men of the guards had to be dispatched to disperse the rioters. On Sunday, July 2, according to the constable, the mob again assembled in front of Stanhope's house and demolished its contents. Mr. Wilson, a woolen draper, and Mr. Actor, of the same trade, applied for protection, as their shops adjoined the house of Stanhope, and again soldiers were sent for, who dispersed the mob. James Cecil, constable of St. George's Parish, deposed that on Monday, July 3, he was attending prisoners in a coach to Newgate, and he had difficulty in making his way through the mob, and he saw the rioters engaged in smashing the windows of a house near the Old Bailey. Saunders Welsh, Gent, High Constable of Holborn, deposed that on Sunday, July 2, he had received information from Stanhope, as to the wrecking of Owen's house on the previous night, and of his fears for his own. On returning that same evening through Fleet Street, he perceived a great fire in the Strand, upon which he proceeded to the house of Peter Wood, who informed him that the rioters had demolished the house of Stanhope, burning his furniture and goods, and that they threatened to deal in the same manner with his house. Whereupon, he, Mr. Saunders Welsh, applied at the Tilt-Yard for a military force, which he could only obtain with much difficulty, as he could produce no order from a justice of the peace. At length he procured such order, and then an officer and 40 men were sent to the scene of the riot. On reaching Cecil Street, he ordered that the drum should be beaten. When he came up to Peter Wood's house, he found that the mob had already in part demolished it, and had thrown a great part of its contents into the street, and were debating about burning them. Had they done so, the deponent said, it would infallibly have set fire to the houses on both sides of the street, which at that point was very narrow, and opposite Wood's house was the bank of Messrs. Snow and Denay. Hearing, however, the rattle of the drum, and the tramp of the advancing soldiers, the mob retreated, and it was whilst so retreating that Botathan Penles was arrested, carrying off with him some of the goods of Peter Wood. Penles and others were brought before Henry Fielding, J.P. for Middlesex, and were committed to Newgate. This was on Monday. But the same evening there was a recrudescence of the riots, and 4,000 sailors assembled on Tower Hill with the resolution to march to Temple Bar. To obviate all future danger, a larger party of soldiers was called out, and these, along with the peace officers, patrolled the Strand all night. Samuel Marsh, watchman of St. Dunstan's, had apprehended Botathan Penles, as he was making off with a bundle of linen, which he pretended belonged to his wife. Before he was arrested, the watchman saw him thrusting divers lace objects into his bosom and pockets, but he let fall a lace cap. When apprehended, he protested that he was conveying his wife's property, who had pawned all his clothes, and that he was retaliating by taking her articles to pawn. There were other witnesses against Penles, and although the evidence of Peter Wood was worthless, that of the beadles and watchmen sufficed to show that he had been collecting and making into a bundle various articles from Wood's house, with the object of purloining them. The question of Penles having been in Wood's house was not gone into. Botathan in vain called for witnesses to his character. His master, the peruke maker, declined to put in an appearance and give favourable testimony. For, in fact, Penles had been leading a dissipated and disorderly life. Henry Fielding, in conclusion, says, "The first and second day of the riot, no magistrate, nor any other higher peace officer than a petty constable, save only Mr. Welsh, interfered in it. On the third day only one magistrate took on him to act. When the prisoners were committed to Newgate, no public prosecution was for some time ordered against them. And when it was ordered, it was carried on so mildly, that one of the prisoners, Wilson, being not in prison, was, though contrary to the laws, at the desire of a noble person in great power, bailed out. When a capital indictment was then found against him. At the trial, neither an attorney nor solicitor general, nor even one of the king's council, appeared against the prisoners. Lastly, when 2 were convicted, 1 only was executed. And I doubt very much whether even he would have suffered, had it not appeared that a capital indictment for burglary was likewise found by the grand jury against him. And upon such evidence as I think every impartial man must allow would have convicted him, had he been tried, for felony at least. There had been found on Penles 10 lace caps, 4 laced handkerchiefs, 3 pairs of laced ruffles, 2 laced clouts, 5 plain handkerchiefs, 5 plain aprons, 1 laced apron, all the property of the wife of Peter Wood. It was altogether false that Penles was married. Fielding says, "I hope I have said enough to prove that the man who was made an example of deserved his fate. Which, if he did, I think it will follow that more hath been said and done in his favour than ought to have been, and that the clamour of severity against the government hath been in the highest degree unjustifiable. To say the truth, it would be more difficult to justify the lenity used on this occasion." The case of Botathan Penles was the more hard and open to criticism, in that, in the very same year, there was a serious riot in the Haymarket Theatre, when the Duke of Cumberland, a prince of the blood, had drawn his sword. And leaping upon the stage, had called on everybody to follow him. The people, ripe for mischief, were too loyal to decline a prince's invitation. The seats were smashed, the scenery torn down, and the wreckage carried into the street, where a bonfire was made of it. And but for the timely appearance of the authorities the building itself would have been added to the fuel. For this, no one was hanged. What was sauce for the goose was not sauce for the gander. Reference is made to the case of Botathan Penles in Walpole's Memoirs of the Last 10 Years of George II, page 11, and in the Private Journal of John Byrom, published by the Chatham Society, as also in the Gentleman's Magazine for 1749. Samuel Foote. This dramatic author and player was born at Truro in the year 1721.17. His father, John Foote, was a magistrate of the county of Cornwall and commissioner of the prize office and fine contract. He was well descended, deriving from the family of Foote of Trellegorsek, in Veryen, afterwards of Lambesso, in S. Clements, acquired by bequest in the reign of Charles II. The arms of the family were, bird a chevron between 3 doves argent, the doves singularly inappropriate as the cognizance of Samuel, as that bird was deemed to be without gall. Bodanon, in S. Enoter, was acquired by the Footes of Lambesso by purchase. The family did not register its arms and establish its pedigree at the visitation of the heralds in 1620, but that it was gentle admits of no dispute. As no pedigree of the family has been recorded, it is unknown who was the grandfather of Samuel Foote, but possibly he may have been the Samuel Foote of Tiverton whose daughter Elizabeth married, 1691, Dennis Glynn of Cardenham. Son of Nicholas Glynn of Cardenham, M.P. for Bodmin and Sheriff of Cornwall. Samuel's mother, descended in the female line from the Earls of Rutland, was daughter of Sir Edward Gudera, Bart, who had 2 surviving brothers out of 6, Sir John Dinley Gudera, Bart. And Samuel Gudera, captain of His Majesty's ship Ruby. A disagreement having arisen between the 2 brothers, Sir John cut off the entail of his estates and settled them on his sister's family. This widened the breach, and the brothers had not spoken for years. Matters were in this train when, by accident, both brothers met in Bristol in the January of 1741. Samuel was then in command of his ship, lying in the roads. Sir John was invited to dine with Mr. Gerrit Smith, an attorney living on College Green, and the captain called on this gentleman and requested permission to be admitted to his table to meet his brother, whom he had not seen for a very long time. Mr. Smith readily acceded to this proposal, and was glad to have the opportunity of apparently reconciling the brothers. After dinner he left the room for an hour in order to afford them a better opportunity of completing the reconciliation. On his return he found them on the most friendly terms. In this manner they parted at 6 o'clock in the evening, the captain taking his leave first. When some half an hour later Sir John quitted the house, as he was passing the College Green coffee house, on his way to his lodgings, he was fallen upon by a party of the sailors of the Ruby and the Vernon privateer, with Captain Goodera at their head. A cloak was thrown over his head to muffle his cries for help, and he was hurried to a boat, awaiting them in the river, and conveyed thence on board the Ruby. When there, they got him into the purser's cabin, and the captain, by promises of ample reward, induced 2 of his sailors, Matthew Mahoney and Charles White, to strangle him. In order to effect this the captain cut the cord that attached his escritoire to the floor of the cabin, and himself passed it round his brother's neck. Then, drawing his sword, he stood sentinel at the door and bade the 2 ruffians do their duty. Owing to the struggles of Sir John and the nervousness of the men, half an hour elapsed before the baronet was dead. At last, when all was over, the captain deliberately walked to his brother's body, held a candle over it to assure himself that he was dead, and exclaimed, "Aye, this will do, his business is now done." Next day the circumstance of a gentleman having been kidnapped on College Green induced Mr. Smith to make inquiries. When, finding that the description of the gentleman answered to the person of Sir John Dinley Goodera, he entertained strong suspicions of foul play shown by his brother, and he applied to the mayor of Bristol for a warrant to search the Ruby. This was granted, and there the baronet was found strangled in the purser's cabin, and the captain already secured by the first lieutenant and 2 of the men, who had overheard the conference relative to the murder. Captain Samuel Goodera and his 2 associates were tried at the next assizes at Bristol on March 26, 1741, were found guilty of wilful murder, and were hanged. Thus Mrs. Foote, deriving under the will of her brother Sir John, became heiress to his estates. John Foote had 2 sons by this lady, Samuel and Edward. The first, the subject of this memoir, was designed for the bar, the second for the church. This latter was a feeble-minded man, who never obtained preferment, dribbled away his fortune, and was latterly in great distress, supported by the liberality of his brother. Foote was sent to school as a boy under the worthy Mr. Conan, headmaster of Truro Grammar School. There he was initiated into Terence's plays, and in acting his part excelled all his schoolfellows, and it was in consequence of his success within this little circle that he caught his first inspiration for the stage. One of the earliest instances of his jocularity, as practiced on his own father, is related by R. Polwhele in his Traditions and Recollections. Imitating the voice of Mr. Nicholas Donnithorne, from an inner apartment where his father had supposed that gentleman was sitting, he drew his father into conversation on the subject of a family transaction between the 2 old gentlemen, and thus possessed himself of a secret, which, whilst it displayed his power of mimicry, justly incurred his parents' displeasure. Mr. Polwhele says, "Those, of the inhabitants of Truro, are gone who used in his presence to arise trembling with their mirth. Conscious of some oddnesses in their appearance or character, they shrunk from his sly observation. They knew that every civility, every hospitable attention, could not save them from his satire, and, after such experience, they naturally avoided his company instead of courting it." Foote, indeed, had no restraint upon himself, with respect either to his conversation or his conduct. He was, in every sense of the word, a libertine. He was certainly a very unamiable character. Polly Hicks, a pretty, silly, simpering girl, was dazzled by his wit. She had some property, he therefore made her his wife, but never treated her as such. The father died soon after the establishment of his sons in their several professions. But the mother lived to the advanced age of 84. W. Cook says of her. We had the pleasure of dining with her, in company with a granddaughter of hers, at a barrister's chambers in Gray's Inn, when she was at the age of 79. And although she had full 60 steps to ascend before she reached the drawing-room, she did it without the help of a cane, and with all the activity of a woman of 40. Her manners and conversation were of the same cast, witty, humorous, and convivial. And though her remarks occasionally, considering her age and sex, rather strayed beyond the limits of becoming mirth, she, on the whole, delighted everybody, and was confessedly the heroine of that day's party. She was likewise in face and person the very model of her son Samuel, short, fat, and flabby, with an eye that eternally gave the signal for mirth and good humour. In short, she resembled him so much in all her movements, and so strongly identified his person and manners, that by changing habits they might be thought to have interchanged sexes. After leaving school Samuel Foote received his education at Worcester College, Oxford, formerly Gloucester Hall, which owed its refoundation and change of name to Sir Thomas Cook, Bart., a second cousin of Samuel. The church connected with the college fronted a lane, where cattle were sometimes turned out to graze during the night, and the bell rope hung very low in the middle of the outside porch. Foote one night made a loop in the cord and inserted a wisp of hay. One of the cows smelling this seized it, and by tugging at the rope made the bell ring, and continued to ring at jerky intervals till the hay was consumed. This produced consternation in the neighborhood. People ran out of their houses thinking that there must be a fire somewhere. The same happened next and the following nights, and it was concluded that the church was haunted. But Dr. Gower, the then provost, and the sexton sat up one night and watched, and discovered that this was a prank of one of the scholars. From the university Foote was removed to the Temple, but the dryness of the law was not to his taste, and he turned to the stage. His first appearance was in the part of Othello at the Haymarket Theatre, February 6, 1747. But as Macklin said on this occasion, it was little better than a total failure. Neither his figure, voice, nor manners corresponded with the character. And in those mixed passages of tenderness and rage the former was expressed so whiningly, and the latter in a tone so sharp and inharmonious, that the audience could scarcely refrain from laughing. Probably he speedily saw that his genius did not lie in the direction of tragedy, and he soon struck out into a new and untrodden path, in which he at once attained the two great ends of affording entertainment to the people and gaining emolument for himself. He opened the Haymarket Theatre in the spring of 1747 with a piece of his own writing, entitled The Diversions of the Morning. This consisted of a mimicry of the best-known men of the day, actors, doctors, lawyers, statesmen. Had he contented himself with this he might not have been interfered with, but to the piece of mimicry he added the performance of popular farces, and he had failed to procure a license. To evade this difficulty he announced his entertainment as a concert of music, after which would be given gratis his diversions and a play. The managers of the patent houses could not tolerate such an infringement of their rights. They appealed to the Westminster magistrates, and on the second night the constables entered the theatre and dispersed the audience. But Foote was not so easily put down. The very next morning he published the following statement in the General Advertiser: on Saturday afternoon, exactly at 12 o'clock, at the new theatre in the Haymarket, Mr. Foote begs the favour of his friends to come and drink a dish of chocolate with him, and 'tis hoped there will be a great deal of company and some joyous spirits. He will endeavour to make the morning as diverting as possible. Tickets to be had for this entertainment at George's Coffee House, Temple Bar, without which no one will be admitted. N.B. Sir Dilberry Diddle will be there, and Lady Betty Frisk has absolutely promised. No one knew what this advertisement meant, and a crowded house was the natural result. When the curtain rose Foote came forward and informed the audience that, as he was training some young performers for the stage, he would, with their permission, whilst chocolate was getting ready, proceed with his instructions before them. Then some young people, engaged for the purpose, were brought upon the stage, and under the pretence of instructing them in the art of acting, he introduced his imitations. As he was not interfered with, he changed the hour to the evening and substituted tea for chocolate. He mimicked Quin as a watchman, with deep, sonorous voice calling out, past 12 o'clock, and a cloudy morning, Delane as a one-eyed beggar. Peg Woffington as an orange girl, and imitated the unpleasant squealing tone of her voice, Garrick in his dying scenes, on which he prided himself. As may well be supposed, actors, who are peculiarly sensitive to ridicule, were offended. When they appeared in a grave play, as for instance, when Garrick was dying on the stage, the audience laughed, recalling what they had witnessed at the Haymarket. They complained, "What is fun to you is death to us," but Foote paid no regard to their remonstrances, he laughed and pursued his course. He was perfectly unscrupulous, wholly devoid of delicacy of feeling, and would turn his best friend and benefactor into ridicule in public. But when, later, Weston took him off, he was highly incensed, and bided his time to be revenged on him. Next year Foote called his performance an auction of pictures. Here is one of his advertisements: at the 49th day's sale at his auction rooms in the Haymarket, Mr. Foote will exhibit a choice collection of pictures, some new lots, consisting of a poet, a beau, a Frenchman, a miser, a tailor, a sot, 2 young gentlemen, and a ghost. 2 of which are originals, the rest copies from the best masters. In this several well-known characters were mimicked: Sir Thomas de Vale, then the acting magistrate for Westminster, Cook, the auctioneer, and orator Henley. To the attractions of his auction, in ridicule of the Italian opera, he gave a cat concert. The principal performer in this was a man well known at the time by the name of Cat Harris. Harris had attended several rehearsals, where his mewing gave great satisfaction to the manager and performers. However, on the last rehearsal Harris was missing, and as nobody knew where he lived, Shooter was deputed to find him, if possible. He inquired in vain for some time. At last he was informed that he lived in a certain court in the Minories, but at which house he could not exactly learn. Shooter entered the court and set up a cat solo, which instantly roused his brother musician in his garret, who answered him in the same tune. "Ho, ho! Are you there, my friend?" said Shooter. "Come along, the stage waits for you." Fashion, as usual, flocked to the Haymarket to hear and see its tastes turned into ridicule. At the close of the season, 1748, Foote was left a considerable fortune by a relative of his mother, which enabled him to move in all that luxury of dissipation which was so congenial to his temper. Then he departed suddenly for Paris and communicated with none of his friends. Some supposed him to have been killed in a duel, some that he had been hanged, some that he had drunk himself to death. But he reappeared in London at the close of the season of 1752, having dissipated the fortune left him, but having enriched his mind with studies made in France. He brought with him a play he had composed, The Englishman in Paris, which was brought out at Covent Garden Theatre on March 24, 1753, and it proved a success. So much so, that Murphy, the dramatic author, wrote a sequel to it, The Englishman Returned from Paris, which he had the frankness to show to Foote, who was his friend. Foote, without a word, without asking leave, appropriated the plot and characters, and turned out a farce with the same title before Murphy had placed his. Murphy was, naturally, highly offended, and produced his play in another theatre, but without great success, as Foote's play had already taken with the public. In the season of 1757 Foote produced at Drury Lane his comedy of the author, that principally turns on the distresses incident to a writer dependent on his pen for his daily bread, and on the caricature of a gentleman of family and fortune, whom he entitled Cadwallader, who appears ambitious to be thought a patron of the arts and sciences, of which he is profoundly ignorant. Cadwallader was a caricature of one of his most intimate friends, a Mr. A. P. Rice, a man of fortune and education, and allied to many families of distinction. At his table, where Foote was hospitably received, in open and unguarded familiar discourse, A. P. Rice had laid himself open to ridicule. The Welsh gentleman was stout, had a broad, unmeaning stare, a loud voice, and boisterous manner, and as he spoke his head was continually turning to his left shoulder. The farce was performed for several nights to crowded audiences before Mr. A. P. Rice felt the keenness of the satire. At last the joke became so serious, that whenever he went abroad, in the park, the coffee-house, or the assembly, he heard himself spoken of as Cadwallader, and pointed at with suppressed laughter. Or heard quotations from his part in the play, "This is Becky, my dear Becky." Mightily offended, and really hurt, he applied to Foote to have the piece suppressed. But this Foote would not hear of, it was drawing crowded houses. Then A. P. Rice applied to the Lord Chamberlain and obtained an injunction to restrain the performance. Dr. Johnson was informed by a mutual friend that Foote was going to produce an impersonation of him on the stage. "What is the price of a cane?" asked the doctor. "Sixpence." "Then," said he, "here is a shilling, go and fetch me the stoutest you can purchase, and tell Mr. Foote that at his first performance I shall visit the theatre, go on the stage, and thrash him soundly." This was repeated to the mimic, and he deemed it advisable to desist from this impersonation. In a trip to Calais he threatened to ridicule the notorious Duchess of Kingston unless bought off. The audacity of his personalities was astounding, where he thought he could use his gift of mimicry without being subject to chastisement. In the Orators, 1762, he personated, under the name of Peter Paragraph, a noted printer and publisher and alderman of Dublin, known as One-Legged Falconer. The imitation was perfect. The Irishman brought an action for libel against him, and a trial ensued. But nemesis of another sort fell on him 4 years later. In 1766 he was on a visit to Lord Mexborough, where he met the Duke of York, Lord de Laval, and others, when some of the party, wishing to have a little fun with Foote, drew him into conversation on horsemanship. And the comedian boasted that although he generally preferred the luxury of a post-chaise, he could ride as well as most men he knew. He was urged to join that morning in the chase, and was mounted on a high-spirited, mettlesome horse belonging to the Duke of York, that flung him as soon as he was in the saddle, and his leg was so fractured that it had to be amputated, and its place supplied by one of cork. The Duke of York was not a little concerned at the part he had taken in this practical joke, and to make what amends he could obtain for him a royal patent to erect a theatre in the City and Liberties of Westminster. From the May 14th to the September 14th, during the term of his natural life. This was giving him a fortune at one stroke, and Foote immediately purchased the old premises in the Haymarket and erected a new theatre on the same ground, which was opened in the May following, 1767. He made considerable profits, and lodged £1,200 at his banker's and kept £500 in cash. But his usual demon of extravagance haunted him. He went to Bath and fell in with a nest of gamblers, who rapidly swindled him, not only out of his 500, but also out of the sum he had placed with his banker. Several of the frequenters of the rooms saw that he was being cheated, and the right Hon. Richard Rigby, paymaster of the forces, took an opportunity of telling him that he was being plundered, that from his careless manner of playing and betting, and his habit of telling stories when he should be minding his game, he must in the long run be ruined. Foote, instead of taking this hint in good part, answered angrily and so insultingly that Rigby withdrew. When he had money he spent it in play and profligacy. 3 fortunes had been left him, and he threw all away, and adopted as his motto, iterum, iterum, iterunc. His mother, as has been said, had inherited a large fortune, but she had squandered it and was locked up in the Fleet prison for debt. Thence she wrote to her son, "Dear Sam, I am in prison for debt, come and assist your loving mother. E. Foote." To this brief note he replied, "Dear mother, so am I." Which prevents his duty being paid to his loving mother by her affectionate son, Sam. Foote. When bringing out his comedy of the Minor, considerable objections were started to its being licensed, and among other objectors was Secker, Archbishop of Canterbury. Foote offered to submit the play to him for revision, with permission to strike out whatever he deemed objectionable. But the prelate was not to be trapped thus. He knew well that had he done this, Foote would have advertised its performance as altered and amended by His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury. Having made a trip to Ireland, he was asked on his return what impression was made on him by the Irish peasantry, and replied that they gave him great satisfaction, as they settled a question that had long agitated his mind, and that was, what became of the cast clothes of English beggars? One evening at the coffee house he was asked if he had attended the funeral of a very intimate friend, the son of a baker. "Oh yes, certainly," said he, "just seen him shoved into the family oven." Although he had on more than one occasion applied to Garrick for loans of a few £100s, this did not deter him from mimicking Garrick, and when the Shakespeare Jubilee took place at Stratford-on-Avon, under the superintendence of this latter, Foote was so jealous and envious of its success, that he schemed bringing out a mock procession in imitation of it, with a man dressed to resemble Garrick in the character of the steward of the Jubilee, with his wand, white-topped gloves, and Shakespeare medal, whilst some ragamuffin was to address him in the lines of the Jubilee Poet Laureate. "A nation's taste depends on you. Perhaps a nation's virtue too." To which the mimic Garrick was to reply by clapping his arms, like the wings of a cock, and crowing, "Cock-a-doodle-doo." It was with difficulty that Foote could be deterred from carrying his scheme into effect. But, indeed, he spared no one. He had been separated practically, though not legally, from his wife, whom to his friends and acquaintances he spoke of as the washerwoman. She was a quiet, inoffensive, worthy woman. And his friends induced him after a while to allow her to return to his house. As it chanced, her conveyance was upset on the way, and she was thrown out and much cut and bruised in her face and person. Instead of sympathizing with her, he turned the matter into joke with his boon companions, and said, "If you want to see a map of the world, go and look at my wife's face. There is the Black Sea in her eye, the Red Sea in her gashes, and the Yellow Sea in all her bruises." Dining once with Earl Kelly at his house at North End in the early part of the spring, his lordship, who was a bon vivant and had a very red face, apologized during dinner that he was unable to give the party cucumbers that day, as none were ripe. "Your own fault, my lord," said Foote. "Why didn't you thrust your nose into the hothouse?" On another occasion, Foote calling on the elder Coleman, the dramatist, heard him complain of want of sleep. "Read one of your own plays," said Foote. Dining one day with Lord Stormont, he noticed the diminutive size of the decanters and glasses. His lordship boasted of the age of his wine. "Dear me," said Foote. "It is very little, considering its age. A young parson was on his honeymoon." "I'll give you a text for your next sermon," said Foote, "grant us thy peace so long as the moon endureth." Someone asked Dr. Johnson whether he did not think that Foote had a singular talent for exhibiting character. "No, sir," replied the doctor. "It is not a talent, it is a vice. It is what others abstain from. His imitations are not like. He gives you something different from himself, without going into other people. He is like a painter who can draw the portrait of a man who has a one on his face. He can give you the one, but not the man." In the Mayor of Garrett Foote took off and held up to derision the old Duke of Newcastle, under the name of Matthew Mugg. Of the Duke he was wont to say that he always appeared as if he had lost an hour in the morning and was looking for it all day. In the Patron he satirized Lord Melcombe, but indeed there were few with any peculiarity of manner or taste or appearance, whom he was able to study, whom he did not hold up to public ridicule. The first time that George II attended the Haymarket the Mayor of Garrett was on the stage. When His Majesty arrived at the theatre, Foote, as manager, hobbled to the stage door to receive him. But, as he played in the first piece, instead of wearing the court dress usual on these occasions, he was equipped in the immense cocked hat, cumbrous boots, and all the other military paraphernalia of Major Sturgeon. The moment the king cast his eyes on this extraordinary figure, as he stood bowing, stumping, and wriggling with his wooden leg, George II receded in astonishment, exclaiming to his attendants, "Look! That is dat man, and to that regiment does he belong." Even Samuel's not very bright brother came in for his sneers. Edward Foote was fond of hanging about the theatre, and frequented the green room. Someone asked Samuel who that man was. "He," replied Foote. "He's my barber." Somewhat later the relationship came out, and the same person remarked to him on his having spoken so contemptuously of Edward. "Why," said Samuel, "I could not in conscience say he was a brother wit, so I set him down as a brother shaver." Retribution came on him at last. The reason why Foote did not produce his take-off of the Duchess of Kingston as Lady Kitty Crocodile has never transpired. According to one account, he had threatened to caricature her in the hopes of levying blackmail on her to stop the production. According to another, he received threats that made him fear for his life, or at least a public horsewhipping, if he proceeded, and he altered the character. But he was very angry, and to be revenged he produced a piece, The Capuchin, which was the original trip to Calais altered, but his satire was transferred from the Duchess to her chaplain, named Jackson, whom he held up to public scorn as Dr. Viper. Jackson was furious, and trumped up a vile charge against Foote, by the aid of a coachman whom the actor had discharged from his service for misconduct. Foote had made so many enemies that those whom he had wounded and mortified found the money for a prosecution, and the case was tried at King's Bench before Lord Mansfield and a special jury. But it broke down completely, and Foote was acquitted. As soon as the trial was over, his fellow dramatist Murphy took a coach and drove to Foote's house in Suffolk Street, Charing Cross, to be the first messenger of the good tidings. Foote had been looking out of the window in anxious expectation of such a message. Murphy, as soon as he perceived him, waved his hat in token of victory, and jumping out of the coach, ran upstairs, to find Foote extended on the floor, in hysterics. In this condition he continued for nearly an hour before he could be recovered to any kind of recollection of himself. The charge, and the anxiety of the trial, broke his heart. He never thoroughly rallied after it, and sold his patent in the Haymarket Theatre to George Coleman on January 16, 1777. By the terms of this agreement Coleman obliged himself to pay Foote an annuity of £1,600. Having in some degree recovered his health, he was advised by his physician to try the south of France during the winter, and with this intent he reached Dover on the October 20, 1777, on his way to Calais. Whilst at Dover, he went into the kitchen of the inn to order a particular dish for dinner, and the cook, understanding that he was about to embark for France, began to brag of her powers, and defy him to find any better cuisine abroad, though, for her part, she said, she had never crossed the water. "Why, cookie," said Foote, "that cannot be, for above stairs they informed me you have been several times all over Greece." "They may say what they like," retorted she, "but I was never 10 miles from Dover in all my life." "Nay, now," said Foote, "that must be a fib, for I myself have seen you at Spithead." This was his last joke. Next morning he was seized with a shivering fit whilst at breakfast, which increasing, he was put to bed. Another fit succeeded that lasted 3 hours. He then seemed inclined to sleep, and presently with a deep sigh expired on October 21, 1777, in the 57th year of his age. He was buried in Westminster Abbey. The authors of the Biographica Dramatica say of his farces, "Mr. Foote's dramatic works are all to be ranked among the petites pieces of the theatre, as he never attempted anything which attained the bulk of the more perfect drama. In the execution of them they are sometimes loose, negligent, and unfinished, seeming rather to be the hasty productions of a man of genius, whose Pegasus, though endued with fire, has no inclination for fatigue, than the laboured finishings of a professed dramatist aiming at immortality. His plots are somewhat irregular, and their catastrophes not always conclusive or perfectly wound up. Yet, with all these little deficiencies, it must be confessed that they contain more of one essential property of comedy, viz. strong character, than the writings of any other of our modern authors. The last Lord Mohun. The first of the family of Mohun known to history came over with the Conqueror from Normandy, and received the name and title of Sapel, Earl of Somerset. How the earldom lapsed we do not know, but a Mohun next appears as Baron of Dunster. Apparently, but not certainly, the earldom was taken from them by Henry III, for siding against him with the barons in 1297. A branch of the family settled at Boconic early in the 15th century. In the church of Lanteglos by Foy is a brass of William Mohun, who died in 1508. Sir Reginald Mohun, Knight, was Sheriff of Cornwall in 1553 and 1560. He was squire of the body to Queen Elizabeth, and his son, Sir William Mohun, was sheriff in 1572 and 1578. His son, Sir Reginald, was created baronet in 1612, and his grandson John was raised to be Baron Mohun of Okehampton in 1628. Warwick, the second Lord Mohun, died in 1665, leaving a son, Charles, 3rd Baron, who married Lady Philippa Annesley, daughter of the Earl of Anglesey, and by her had a son Charles, 4th Baron, and a daughter Elizabeth, who died unmarried. He acted as second to Lord Candish in a duel, where he was wounded in the belly and died soon after. He was buried October 20, 1677. Charles, 4th Baron Mohun of Okehampton, was married in the first place to Charlotte, daughter of Thomas Mainwaring. With her he lived unhappily and was separated from her, nor would he acknowledge the daughter born to her as being his own child. He had the good fortune, however, to be rid of her at last, as she was drowned on a passage to Ireland with one of her gallants. He married secondly Elizabeth, daughter of Dr. Thomas Lawrence, physician to Queen Anne, and widow of Colonel Edward Griffith. Fitton Gerard, Earl of Macclesfield, maternal uncle of his first wife, to make him some amends for his bad bargain, left to Lord Mohun a good part of his estate. Charles, 4th Baron Mohun, was of a contentious nature, and was involved in several duels. He fought Lord Kennedy on December 7, 1692. On October 7, 1694, a Mr. Scobell, a Cornish MP, interfered with Lord Mohun, who was attempting to kill a coachman in Pall Mall. Mohun, furious at being interfered with, cut Mr. Scobell over the head, and afterwards challenged him. He was also engaged in a duel with a Captain Bingham on April 7, 1697, when he was wounded in the hand. He was next engaged in a quarrel with a Captain Hill of the Foot Guards, at the Rummer Tavern on September 14, 1697, he managed to kill Hill. The story of the murder of Mountford the actor by Captain Hill, in which Lord Mohun was involved as abettor, is given very fully by Sir Bernard Burke, in his Romance of the Aristocracy, 1855, and I will here condense his account. Mrs. Bracegirdle was at the time a very charming actress, with a delicious voice of remarkable flexibility, and her singing of such a song as echoes, the bonny, bonny breeze, brought down the house. But the mad song, I burn, my brain consumes to ashes, as sung by her in the character of Marcella in Don Quixote, was considered one of her masterpieces. Cibber says that all the extravagance and frantic passion of Lee's Alexander the Great were excusable when Mrs. Bracegirdle played Statira, that scarcely an audience saw her that were not half her lovers without a suspected favourite among them. In an age of general dissoluteness she bore an immaculate reputation, and the licentious men about town knew perfectly well that she was beyond the reach of their solicitations. Mrs. Bracegirdle had a friend, a miracle of fine acting, Mrs. Mountford, also a performer at the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, and became intimate with her. Some of the malicious, who could ill believe that an actress was virtuous, supposed that Mrs. Bracegirdle favoured that lady's husband, who was a good actor of heroic tragedy. Among the many admirers of Mrs. Bracegirdle was a Captain Richard Hill. So infatuated was he with her charms, that he proposed to marry her. But, when she rejected his offer, he regarded this as an insult, and supposed that she had been persuaded by Mountford to refuse him. Hill, in ungovernable wrath, vowed that he would kill the actor who had dared to tender advice to the beautiful Mrs. Bracegirdle to reject his offer, and also to carry off his mistress by force. At a supper, where were Lord Mohun, Captain Hill, Colonel Tredenham, and a Mr. Powell, Hill spoke openly of his purpose, and turning to Powell said, I am resolved to have the blood of Mountford. Powell, who was a friend to both parties, took alarm at these words, and replied that he should certainly inform Mountford of the threat and caution him to be on his guard. Captain Hill then drew off from him, and approached Lord Mohun, whom he speedily discovered to be ready to act as his ally. Along with Mohun, Hill now seriously set about the requisite preparations for carrying out his purpose, which they agreed should take place the following night. With this view, their first care was to order a coach to be in waiting for them at 9 o'clock in Drury Lane, near the theatre. But, so as not to attract particular notice, with 2 horses only, while a reserve of 4 more was to be held in readiness at the stables, to convey Hill and Mrs. Bracegirdle to Totteridge. That they expected a serious resistance was apparent, for they not only provided themselves with pistols, but had bribed a party of soldiers to assist them in the enterprise. During the day the Confederates dined together at a tavern in Covent Garden, and talked openly of their intention, before several other persons who were present. But strangely enough, not a syllable reached those interested, to give them timely warning. Yet the conversation was of a nature to excite attention. They discussed the scheme unreservedly, and Lord Mohun remarked that the affair would cost at least £50, to which Hill replied, "If that villain Mountford resist I will stab him." "And I will stand your friend if you do," observed Lord Mohun. It so happened, however, that Mrs. Bracegirdle did not play that night, and the Confederates learned the fact, as also that she was supping at the house of a Mr. Page in Prince's Street hard by, and thither, accordingly, they repaired, planting themselves with the soldiers over against a house occupied by Lord Craven. 9 o'clock struck, and still no signs of her for whom they were watching. They began to think that they must have been misinformed and ordered the coachman to drive to Howard Street, where Mrs. Bracegirdle lodged, in the house of a Mrs. Brown. Howard Street is a crossway leading from Arundel Street, through Norfolk Street, to Surrey Street, in the former of which lived Mountford, so that it was not possible for the actor on his return from the theatre to fail coming upon them. Here, however, they did not remain long, their suspicions having been excited by the appearance of several individuals pacing up and down in front of the ladies' lodgings, and these they thought must be spies set to watch their proceedings. They accordingly returned to their former station by the house of Mr. Page. At 10 o'clock the door opened and that gentleman issued forth along with Mrs. Bracegirdle, her mother and brother, and volunteered to accompany them home, an offer they declined, as they said that they needed no further protection. However, he attended them part of the way. On coming up Drury Lane they were surprised to see a crowd about a coach drawn up before the house of Lord Craven, with the steps down. In this Lord Mohun was seated, with several cases of pistols near him. Before they had time to inquire into the meaning of this, 2 of the soldiers rushed forward, forced Mrs. Bracegirdle away from Page, and would have dragged her to the coach but that her mother clung about her neck, in spite of some rough handling by the ruffians. Thereupon up ran Hill, and he struck at both Page and the old lady with his drawn sword. But some of the crowd looking on interfered so effectually that he found himself obliged to withdraw. However, he rallied, and pretending that there was a disturbance and that the lady was in danger and that she required safe conduct, he so persuaded Mrs. Bracegirdle that he had no part in the matter that she allowed him to escort her and her mother to their home, and Lord Mohun and the soldiers followed as though in pursuit, Hill occasionally facing round as though to dare them to approach. Upon reaching Howard Street the soldiers were dismissed, as being no longer required, as it was now deemed impossible to carry out the original plan of a forcible abduction. Just as Hill was about to withdraw, he plucked Page by the sleeve, and intimated to him that he had a desire to speak with him in private, but that gentleman, who was eager to be back at his own house, replied hastily that another time would do. Tomorrow would serve. However, no sooner was Mrs. Bracegirdle safe within the house, than the others, fearing that evil might befall Page, laid hold of him and drew him within, and closed the door in the face of Captain Hill. Instead of having his ardor cooled by his rebuff, the captain became more wroth, and determined to revenge himself on Mountford. And in conjunction with Lord Mohun, he continued pacing up and down the street for 2 mortal hours with his sword drawn. Those within the house being greatly alarmed at their proceedings, sent Mrs. Brown out to inquire the reason of this. To this they replied, with the utmost frankness, that they were awaiting the arrival of Mr. Mountford. As evidence that the besiegers had no intention of withdrawing, they sent for a couple of bottles of wine, when the watch came up and asked what they were doing in the streets at such an hour of the night with drawn swords in their hands. These inquiries were cut short at once by Lord Mohun saying, "I am a peer of the realm, touch me if you dare," a reply that so staggered the watch that they slunk away without further question. They had, however, observed the waiter who brought the wine, and they followed him to the tavern to draw from him an explanation they did not venture to demand from a nobleman. Whilst the besiegers were tipping off their wine, the besieged found an opportunity for sending a messenger to warn Mrs. Mountford of the danger threatening her husband and to bid her communicate with him. Nor was this the only one, a second and perhaps a third were also dispatched to caution him. But unhappily every one of these messengers failed to reach him, and at midnight he came along the street on his way homeward without entertaining the least apprehension. Lord Mohun was the first to meet and salute the unhappy man, when the latter expressed his surprise at finding his lordship there at such an hour. "I suppose you have been sent for," was the curt reply. Mountford said, "No, he was there on his way home from the playhouse." "You know all about the lady, I imagine," said Lord Mohun. Mountford, not understanding the drift of his words, said, "I hope that my wife has given you no offence." "You mistake me," said Lord Mohun, "it is Mrs. Bracegirdle that I mean." "Mrs. Bracegirdle is no concern of mine," replied Mountford, "but I hope your lordship does not countenance any ill action of Mr. Hill." The conversation was interrupted by the impatient captain, who suddenly started forward, and exclaiming, "This is no longer the time for such discourses," struck Mountford with his left hand, and immediately ran him through the body. The wounded man did not fall to the ground at once, he had still, for a moment, sufficient strength left to draw his sword, though not to use it, when, exhausted by the effort, he sank upon the ground. A cry of murder arose, Hill fled, and the watch came up now from the tavern where they had been questioning the drawer and imbibing. Mountford was carried to his own lodgings, where he died, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day, for it was some time after midnight when the affair took place. The grand jury of Middlesex, says Macaulay, consisting of gentlemen of note, found a bill of murder against Hill and Mohun. Hill escaped. Mohun was taken. His mother threw herself at King William's feet, but in vain. "It was a cruel act," said the king. "I shall leave it to the law." The trial came on in the court of the Lord High Steward, and, as Parliament happened to be sitting, the culprit had the advantage of being judged by the whole body of the peerage. There was then no lawyer in the upper house. It therefore became necessary, for the first time since Buckhurst had pronounced sentence on Essex and Southampton, that a peer who had never made jurisprudence his special study should preside over that grave tribunal. Caermarthen, who, as Lord President, took precedence of all the nobility, was appointed Lord High Steward. A full report of the proceedings has come down to us. No person, who carefully examines that report, and attends to the opinion unanimously given by the judges in answer to a question which Nottingham drew up, and in which the facts brought out by the evidence are stated with perfect fairness, can doubt that the crime of murder was fully brought home to the prisoner. Such was the opinion of the king, who was present during the trial, and such was the almost unanimous opinion of the public. Had the issue been tried by Holt and 12 plain men at the Old Bailey, there can be no doubt that a verdict of guilty would have been returned. The peers, however, by 69 votes to 14, acquitted their accused brother. One great nobleman was so brutal and stupid as to say, after all, the fellow was but a player, and players are rogues. All the newspapers, all the coffee-house orders complained that the blood of the poor was shed with impunity by the great. Wits remarked that the only fair thing about the trial was the show of ladies in the galleries. Letters and journals are still extant in which men of all shades of opinion, Whigs, Tories, non-jurors, condemn the partiality of the tribunal. On the one hand, the words of the dying man exculpated Mohun from any share in the actual murder. On the other hand, it is clear from the uncontradicted testimony of more than one witness, that he was fully cognizant of Hill's intentions, and that he did not hesitate to encourage him by his presence through the whole affair. According to the Attorney General, his first question, when he surrendered himself, was, "Has Mr. Hill escaped?" and, upon being answered in the affirmative, he exclaimed, "I am glad of it. I should not care if I were hanged for him," his only regret being that Hill had escaped with very little money about him. He confessed, moreover, to the watch, that he had changed coats with his friend. The object, of course, was to throw out the pursuers as much as possible by this slight disguise. This is Lord Mohun's portrait as drawn by a not unfavourable hand. Charles, Lord Mohun, is the representative of a very ancient family, but he had the misfortune to come to the title young, while the estate was in decay. His quality introduced him into the best company, but his wants very often led him into bad, so that he became one of the arrantest rakes in town, and, indeed, a scandal to the peerage, was generally a sharer in all riots. And before he was 20 years old was tried twice for murder by the House of Peers. On his being acquitted at the last trial, he expressed his contrition for the scandal he brought upon his degree as peer by his behaviour, in very handsome terms, and promised to behave himself so, for the future, as not to give further scandal. And he has been as good as his word, for now he applies himself in good earnest to the knowledge of the constitution of his country, and to serve it. And having a good deal of fine and good sense, turned this way, makes him very considerable in the house. He is brave in his person, bold in his expressions, and rectifies, as fast as he can, the slips of his youth, by acts of honesty, which he now glories in more than he was formerly extravagant. He was married, when very young, to a niece of my Lord Macclesfield, who, dying without issue, left him a considerable estate 18 which he well improves. The Queen continues him colonel of a regiment of foot. He is of middle stature, inclining to fat, not 30 years old. However much he may have intended to amend, Lord Mohun was again involved in a murder, that of a Mr. Coote, a few years later, in conjunction with the Earl of Warwick. He was, however, pronounced innocent by the unanimous suffrage of the peers. After this last affair only was it that he amended his ways, and the author of the History of Queen Anne, March 11, London, 1713, gives a favourable account of him. After this last misfortune my Lord Mohun did wonderfully reclaim. And what by his reading, what by his conversation with the ablest statesmen, so well improved his natural parts, that he became a great ornament to the peerage and a strenuous assertor of the cause of liberty, and the late revolution, which last, however, could not but raise him many enemies. And is, I doubt, the only reason why his memory is so unfairly, so barbarously treated. 'Tis true, my Lord Mohun, like most men in our cold climate, still loved a merry glass of wine with his friends. But in this he was a happy reverse to some men, who owe all their bright parts in the management of affairs to the fumes of Burgundy and Champagne, for he was exemplarily temperate when he had any business of moment to attend. He behaved himself so discreetly at the court of Hanover, whither he accompanied the late Earl of Macclesfield, whose niece he had married, that he left an excellent character behind him with the most serene Elector, and the Princess Sophia, his mother, 2 allowed judges of merit. And when his Highness was to be installed Knight of the Garter he appointed the Lord Mohun to be his proxy. 19. Party feeling strongly coloured the descriptions given of the character of Lord Mohun. He was a Whig and zealous advocate of the claims of the Elector of Hanover, and was consequently obnoxious to the Tories and Jacobites. In the Examiner he is represented in the worst light, and is even accused of cowardice. But Bishop Burnet was able to say no more of him than this: I am sorry I cannot say so much good of him as I wish, and I had too much kindness for him, to say any evil unnecessarily. In 1711 the attention of the legislature was drawn to the subject of duels by Sir Peter King, and after dwelling on the alarming increase of the practice, obtained leave to bring in a bill for the prevention and punishment of duelling. It was read a first time on May 11, and was ordered for a second reading in the ensuing week. About the same time the attention of the Upper House was also drawn to the subject in a painful manner. In a debate in the Lords upon the conduct of the Duke of Ormond in refusing to hazard a general engagement with the enemy, Earl Paulet remarked that nobody could doubt the courage of the Duke. He was not like a certain general, who led troops to the slaughter, to cause great numbers of officers to be knocked on the head in a battle, or against stone walls, in order to fill his pockets by disposing of their commissions. That this was levelled at the Duke of Marlborough no one doubted, but he remained silent, though evidently suffering in mind. Soon after the House broke up, the Earl Paulet received a visit from Lord Mohun, who told him that the Duke of Marlborough desired some explanation of the words he had used. as certain expressions employed by his lordship were greatly offensive to him. He would accordingly be very glad to meet him, and for that purpose desired him to take a little air in the country. Earl Paulet did not affect to misunderstand the hint, but asked Lord Mohun in plain terms whether he brought a challenge from the Duke. Lord Mohun answered that he considered what he had said needed no elucidation, and that he himself would accompany the Duke of Marlborough as second. He then took his leave, and Earl Paulet returned home and confided to his lady that he was going to fight a duel with the Duke of Marlborough. The Countess, greatly alarmed for her lord's safety, gave notice of his intention to the Earl of Dartmouth, who immediately, in the Queen's name, sent for the Duke of Marlborough and commanded him not to stir abroad. He also caused Earl Paulet's house to be guarded by 2 sentinels, and having taken these precautions, informed the Queen of the whole affair. Her Majesty sent at once for the Duke, expressed her abhorrence of the custom of duelling, and required his word of honour that he would proceed no further. The Duke pledged his word accordingly, and the affair terminated, much, doubtless, to the disappointment of Lord Mohun, who took a delight in these passages of arms. We come now to the last duel of Lord Mohun, in which he lost his life and his title expired. The reader will recall the description given of it in Esmond. The Duke of Hamilton, a shuffling Jacobite, had been in constant correspondence with the court of Germains, and with the numerous agents of the Pretender kept scattered about in various parts of the continent and in England. Even before Mrs. Massam and Harley had undermined the Whig ministry, Hamilton had been an acceptable visitor at the court of James's, but since the Tory party had got the upper hand, he had been closeted far more frequently with the Queen than before. And now he was appointed to represent Queen Anne at the French court. Burnet says, the Duke of Hamilton being now appointed to go to the court of France gave melancholy speculation to those who thought him much in the Pretender's interest. He was considered, not only in Scotland, but here in England, as the head of his party. A few days before he left for Versailles, his career was cut short. He had been engaged in some lawsuits with Lord Mohun over the succession to the estates of the Earl of Macclesfield, and this, together with political animosity, inflamed both these noblemen with deadly hatred towards each other. Mohun took an occasion that offered of publicly insulting the Duke, in the hope of making him the challenger. His Grace, however, had too much contempt for the known character of the man to enter into an idle dispute with him, especially at a time when he was invested with the sacred character of ambassador. He relied on his own reputation with the world to bear him out in declining to notice such an affront, offered at such a time, and committed, as the Tories asserted, under the influence of drink. The circumstances of the insult were these. On Thursday, November 13th, a party was assembled at the chambers of Mr. Orlebar, a master in Chancery, when the Duke made some reflections on Mr. Whitworth, father of the Queen's late ambassador to the Tsar. Whereat Lord Mohun roared out that the Duke had neither truth nor justice in him. Indeed, he has just as much truth in him as your Grace. The Duke of Hamilton made no reply. And both parties remained at the table for half an hour after this outbreak. And at parting Hamilton made a low bow to Mohun, who returned the civility, so that none of those there present suspected any consequence from what had passed between the two peers. But Lord Mohun had determined to fight his private and political adversary, and although he was the offender he next day sent a challenge to the Duke by the hand of a friend, General Macartney. In the evening of the 14th the Duke, accompanied by Colonel John Hamilton, went to meet General Macartney at the Rose Tavern, in one room, whilst in the adjoining Lord Mohun awaited Colonel Hamilton. Then and there the time and place of the duel were agreed upon. On Sunday morning, November 15th, at 7 o'clock, Lord Mohun with his second, General Macartney, went in a hackney coach to the lodge of Hyde Park, where they alighted, and were soon after met by the Duke of Hamilton and his second, Colonel Hamilton. They all jumped over a ditch into a place called the nursery. It is said that Lord Mohun did not wish that the seconds should bear a part in the engagement, but the Duke insisted, saying that Mr. Macartney should have a share in the dance. But the spirit of party so completely seized hold of the subject as to make it difficult to ascertain what were the real facts. It is said on one side that the Duke was from the first very unwilling to fight, and even at the last moment would have consented to a reconciliation. According to the evidence given by Colonel Hamilton at the inquiry on November 25, early in the morning of the 15th, before he was half dressed, the Duke called at his house and hurried him into his chariot so soon that he finished the buttoning of his waistcoat there. By the time they had got into Pall Mall the Duke observed that the Colonel had left his sword behind him, whereupon he stopped his chariot and gave the footman a bunch of keys and orders to fetch a morning sword out of such a closet. At the return of the footman they drove on to Hyde Park, where the coachman stopped, and the Duke ordered him to drive on to Kensington. When they came to the lodge they saw a hackney coach at a distance, on which his Grace said, there was somebody he must speak with, but driving up to it and seeing nobody he asked the coachman, where the gentlemen were whom he had brought. He answered, a little before. The Duke and the Colonel got out in the bottom and walked over the pond's head, where they saw the Lord Mohun and General Macartney before them. As soon as the Duke came within hearing he said, he hopped he was come time enough, and Macartney answered, in very good time, my lord. After this they all jumped over the ditch into the nursery, and the Duke turned to Macartney and told him, Sir, you are the cause of this, let the event be what it will. Macartney said, we'll have our share. Then the Duke answered, there is my friend then, he will take his share in my dance. The Duke is said to have looked about him and remarked to his second, how grey and cold London looks this morning, and yet the sky is almost cloudless. To which the Colonel replied, it is through lack of London smoke. London is nothing without its smoke. The combat then commenced between the principals, and at a little distance from them between the seconds. The combat between the former was carried on with fury, and the clash of steel called to the spot the keepers of the park and a few stragglers who were abroad there at this early hour, in all about 9 or 10. None of them interfered. They looked on as they might at a cockfight. In a short time the Duke was wounded in both legs, and his sword pierced his antagonist through the groin, through the arm, and in sundry other parts of the body. If they had thought little enough before of attending to self-defense, they now seemed to abandon the idea altogether. Each at the same moment made a desperate lunge at the other. And the Duke's weapon passed right through his adversary's body up to the hilt. The latter, according to one account, shortening his sword, plunged it into the upper part of the Duke's left breast, the blade running downwards into his belly. But there is another version of the story. Meanwhile the seconds had been engaged, and Colonel Hamilton deposed. Macartney had made a full pass at him, which he, parrying down with great force, wounded himself in the instep. However, he took that opportunity to close with and disarm Macartney, which being done, he turned his head, and seeing my Lord Mohun fall, and the Duke upon him, he ran to the Duke's assistance. And that he might with the more ease help him, he flung down both swords. And as he was raising my Lord Duke up, he saw Macartney make a push at his Grace. This was explained to be over his shoulder, and he immediately looked to see if he had wounded him. But seeing no blood, he took up his sword, expecting Macartney would attack him again, but he walked off. Just as he was gone came up the keepers and others, to the number of 9 or 10, among the rest Ferguson, my Lord Duke's steward, who had brought Basir's man with him. Who opening his Grace's breast, soon discovered a wound on the left side, which came in between the left shoulder and pap, and went slantingly down through the midriff into his belly. This wound is thought impracticable for my Lord Mohun to give him. Macartney now took to his heels and fled, and tarried not till he was secure in Holland. Colonel Hamilton remained on the field, and surrendered himself to arrest. An attempt was made to remove the Duke to the Cake House, but he expired on the grass. Lord Mohun also died on the spot. In the Examiner, the Tory mouthpiece, the story is thus given: the affront was wholly given by Mohun, which the Duke, knowing him to be drunk, did not resent. But the bravo Macartney, who depended for his support on the Lord Mohun, finding his pupil's reputation very much blasted by those tame submissions, which his lordship, mistaking his man, had lately paid to Mr. Davenant, judged there was no way to set him right in the coffee houses and the Kit Kat but by a new quarrel, and made choice of the Duke, a person of 55, and very much weakened by frequent attacks of gout. Macartney was forked to keep up his patron's courage with wine, till within a few hours of their meeting in the field. And the mortal wound which the Duke received, after his adversary was run through the heart, as it is probably conjectured, could not be given by any but Macartney. At least, nothing can be charged on him which his character is not able to bear. 'Tis known enough, that he made an offer to the late king to murder a certain person who was under his majesty's displeasure, but that prince disdained the motion, and abhorred the proposer ever after. However it be, the general opinion is that some very black circumstances will appear in this tragedy, if a strict examination be made. Neither is it easy to account for 3 great wounds in the Duke's legs, if he had fair play. The sum of £800 was offered by the government for the apprehension of Macartney. Such would seem to be the facts, but the colonel's statement, when brought before the council, was somewhat rambling. In the excitement of the encounter he was not in a condition to judge accurately what took place. Cunningham, a Whig, says that Hamilton, being challenged to a duel by the Lord Mohun, killed his antagonist. But was himself also killed, as was supposed, by General Macartney, Mohun's second. Although the large sum mentioned was offered for the apprehension of the general, he was safe in the Low Countries. However, some years later he returned to England and was tried, but the jury gave a verdict of manslaughter against him. A prodigious ferment was occasioned by the duel, and party recriminations ran high. The stabbing of the Duke to the heart rested mainly on the allegation of Colonel Hamilton, but at the trial he prevaricated, and several persons who had seen the combat at a distance directly contradicted some material points of his testimony. Swift, in a letter to Mrs. Dingley on the day of the duel, says, "This morning, at 8, my man brought me word that the Duke Hamilton had fought with Lord Mohun and killed him, and was brought home wounded. I immediately sent him to the Duke's house, in James's Square, but the porter could hardly answer him for tears, and a great rabble was about the house. In short, they fought at 7 this morning. The dog Mohun was killed on the spot. But while the Duke was over him, Mohun, shortening his sword, stabbed him in at the shoulder to the heart. The Duke was helped towards the Cake House by the ring in Hyde Park, where they fought, and died on the grass, before he could reach the house, and was brought home in his coach by 8, while the poor Duchess was asleep. I am told that a footman of Lord Mohun's stabbed Duke Hamilton, and some say, Macartney did so too. Mohun gave the affront, and yet sent the challenge. I am infinitely concerned for the poor Duke, who was a frank, honest, good-natured man. I loved him very well, and I think he loved me better. They have removed the poor Duchess to a lodging in the neighborhood, where I have been with her 2 hours, and am just come away. I never saw so melancholy a scene, for indeed all reasons of real grief belong to her, nor is it possible for any one to be a greater loser in all regards. She has moved my very soul. The lodging was inconvenient. And they would have removed her to another, but I would not suffer it, because it had no room backwards, and she must have been tortured with the noise of the Grub Street screamers, singing her husband's murder in her ears. But in his History of the 4 Last Years of the Queen, written in 1713, Swift says, the Duke was preparing for his journey, when he was challenged to a duel by the Lord Mohun, a person of infamous character. He killed his adversary on the spot, though he himself received a wound, and, weakened by the loss of blood, as he was leaning in the arms of his second, was most barbarously stabbed in the breast by Lieutenant General Macartney. He died a few minutes after in the field, and the murderer made his escape. It is accordingly very doubtful whether the coup de grace was dealt by Lord Mohun or by his second. With Lord Mohun, the barony of Mohun of Okehampton became extinct. But the estate of Gosworth, in Cheshire, which he had inherited from Lord Macclesfield, was vested by his will in his widow, and eventually passed to her second daughter by her first husband, Anne Griffith, wife of the Right Honourable William Stanhope, from whom it passed to the Earls of Harrington. Boconic and the Devon and Cornish estates were sold in 1717 for £54,000 to Thomas Pitt, commonly called Governor Pitt. The last Lord Camelford. Thomas Pitt was the son of a tradesman at Brentford, and he went to push his fortunes in India as a merchant adventurer. There he obtained a diamond, thought to be the finest known, and with it returned to England, where he offered it for sale to Queen Anne, and ultimately sold it to the Regent Duke of Orleans, for the French nation, for £135,000. The Regent and his two successors in the government of France set this diamond as an ornament in their hats on occasions of state. It was stolen during the disturbances of the Revolution, but was recovered, and Napoleon had it placed between the teeth of a crocodile, forming the handle of his sword. With about half the large sum obtained by the sale of the gem, Pitt purchased the property of the last Lord Mohun in Cornwall, and settled at Boconnock. He also bought Burgess tenures, giving the right of franchise at Old Sarum, and represented that place in Parliament. He had two sons, Robert and Thomas, and Robert succeeded his father at Boconnock. He married Harriet Villiers, third sister of John, Earl Grandison, and died in May, 1727, leaving two sons, Thomas Pitt, and William, who was afterwards created Earl of Chatham. Thomas Pitt, his brother, was created Earl of Londonderry, in consequence of his marrying the heiress of Ridgeway, in which family was the earldom. Thomas Pitt, the eldest son of Robert, engaged in political intrigue, and supported the party of Frederick, Prince of Wales. He married Christiana, sister of George, First Lord Littleton, by whom he had one son, Thomas, who was created Baron Camelford in 1784, when his first cousin William Pitt rose to be Prime Minister. Thomas Pitt was aged 25 when he became Baron Camelford, and he died in January, 1793, leaving a son, Thomas Pitt, the second and last Lord Camelford, and a daughter, married to William Wyndham, Lord Grenville. Thomas Pitt, son of the first Baron, became an object of attention in Cornwall almost from his birth. On the event of his christening, in 1775, Boconnock was thrown open to the public, with general feasting and revelries in wrestling. A silver bowl worth 15 guineas was the prize of the best wrestler, and about £50 were distributed among the disappointed and defeated competitors. The education of Thomas Pitt was conducted at Boconnock under a private tutor, but having paid a visit to Plymouth at a time when naval preparations were in full activity, he acquired a desire to go to sea. However, he was sent to Bern to learn French and German, and then to the Charterhouse. As he still manifested a strong desire for the sea, he was admitted to the Royal Navy as a midshipman, at the age of 14. And he sailed in the Guardian frigate, commanded by Captain Ryu, laden with stores for the colony of convicts at Botany Bay. The vessel became a wreck, and the commander gave permission to such of the crew as chose to avail themselves of it to take to the boats and leave her. But Lord Camelford, together with about 90, resolved on abiding with the vessel, with the captain, patching her up and navigating her. After a perilous passage in the vessel to the Cape of Good Hope, Lord Camelford, in September, 1790, arrived at Harwich in the Prince of Orange packet. Undaunted by the privations and hardships he had undergone, he solicited an appointment on the voyage of discovery conducted by Captain Vancouver. He accompanied that officer, in the ship Discovery, during part of his circumnavigation, but proved so troublesome, headstrong, and disobedient to orders as to put Captain Vancouver under the necessity of placing him under arrest. He accordingly quitted the Discovery in the Indian seas, and entered on board the Resistance, commanded by Sir Edward Pakenham, by whom he was appointed lieutenant. During his absence at sea his father had died, and when he returned to England it was to succeed to the title and family estates. In October, 1796, he sent a challenge to Captain Vancouver, who replied with dignity that he had acted according to his duty, to check insubordination and to preserve discipline. He was, however, perfectly willing to submit his conduct to the judgment of any flagged officer in His Majesty's Navy, and if the latter considered that he had overstepped the bounds of what was right, then he would be prepared to give Lord Camelford the satisfaction he desired. But this proposal did not at all meet Lord Camelford's views, and he wrote threatening the captain with personal chastisement. Shortly after, encountering him in Bond Street, he would have struck him had not his brother interfered. Having attained the rank of master and commander, Lord Camelford was nominated to the command of the Favourite, a sloop. That vessel and the Perdrix were lying in harbour at Antigua on January 13, 1790, when Captain Fahill, of the Perdrix, was absent on shore, and had left the charge of the ship to the first lieutenant, Mr. Peterson. Lord Camelford then issued an order which Mr. Peterson refused to obey, conceiving that his lordship was exceeding his authority in giving a command to the representative of a senior officer. The two ships were hauled alongside of each other in the dockyard to be repaired, and the companies of each vessel collected round their respective officers on the quay. High words ensued. Then 12 of the crew of the Perdrix arrived on the spot, armed. Mr. Peterson drew them up in line, and placed himself at their head, with his sword brandished in his hand. Lord Camelford at once called out his marines, and, rushing off, borrowed a pistol from an officer of the dockyard, and returning, in a threatening voice, asked Mr. Peterson if he still refused obedience. "I do persist," replied the lieutenant. "You have no right to issue the order." Thereupon Lord Camelford shot him through the head, and he expired instantly. Lord Camelford at once surrendered himself to Captain Watson, of the Beaver, sloop. In this vessel Lord Camelford was conveyed to Fort Royal, Martinique, where a court-martial assembled on board the Invincible. The court continued to sit from the 20th to the January 25th, when they came to the decision, that the very extraordinary and manifest disobedience of Lieutenant Peterson to the lawful commands of Lord Camelford, the senior officer at English Harbour at that time, and the violent measures taken by Lieutenant Peterson to resist the same, by arming the Perdrix's ship's company, were acts of mutiny highly injurious to His Majesty's service. The court do therefore unanimously adjudge that the said Lord Camelford be honourably acquitted, and he is hereby unanimously and honourably acquitted accordingly. After this his lordship reassumed the command of his ship, but for a short while only, for he threw up his appointment and quitted the naval profession. His personal appearance while in the service was marked with eccentricity. His dress consisted of a lieutenant's plain coat, without shoulder knots, and the buttons green with verdigris. His head was closely shaved, and he wore no wig over it, only an enormous gold-laced cocked hat. Not long after his return to England, a crazy notion entered the head of Lord Camelford, that he would go to Paris and assassinate some, if not all, of the Directory. Accordingly, on the night of Friday, January 18, 1799, he proceeded by coach to Dover, where he arrived on the following morning, and put up at the City of London Inn. After breakfast he walked on the pier, and engaged a boat to convey him to Deal. He came to terms with a boatman named Adams, and then confided to him that he desired to be conveyed not to Deal but to Calais, where he purposed disposing of some watches and other trinkets. And finally bargained with him to be put across for 12 guineas. But his lordship's conduct and manner of speech were so odd, that Adams deemed it advisable to speak of the matter to Mr. Newport, the collector. Newport advised that Adams and his brother should keep the appointment, which was for 6 o'clock that evening, when he would be there and investigate the affair. Accordingly, when Lord Camelford entered the boat, he was arrested, and required to go with Newport to the Secretary of State's office in London. They found on him, when taken, a brace of pistols and a long, two-edged dagger. On Saturday, the January 18th, at 11 at night, he was put in a post-chaise, and escorted by Newport and the two Adamses to the Duke of Portland's office, where he was recognized. A privy council was at once summoned, and Mr. Pitt dispatched a messenger to Lord Camelford's brother-in-law, Lord Grenville, to come at once to town. His lordship was examined along with Newport and the two Adamses, and the council, satisfied that he was crazy, discharged him. Not long after this, he brought notice upon himself in another sort of matter. On the night of the April 2, 1799, during the representation of the farce The Devil to Pay, at Drury Lane Theatre, a riot took place in the box lobby, occasioned by the entrance of some gentlemen in a state of intoxication, who began to demolish the chandeliers, when Lord Camelford, as one of the ringleaders, was taken into custody, charged by a Mr. Humphreys with having knocked him down repeatedly and nearly beaten out one of his eyes. For this he was sued at the Court of King's Bench, and was condemned to pay £500. In town Lord Camelford was incessantly embroiled with the watchman, and was either had up before the magistrates, or else obliged to bribe the constables to let him off. He was a terror and a nuisance to quiet citizens passing through the streets at night. In 1801, when the return of peace was celebrated by a general illumination, no persuasions of his landlord, a grocer in New Bond Street, could induce him to have lights placed in the windows of his apartments. Consequently the mob assailed the house and smashed every pane of glass in his windows. Whereupon his lordship sallied forth, armed with a cudgel, and fell on the rabble, and was severely mauled by it, rolled in the kennel, much beaten, and his clothes torn off his back. As the illuminations were to be continued on succeeding nights, he hired a party of sailors to defend his house. One evening he entered a coffee-house in Conduit Street in shabby costume, and sat down to peruse the paper. Shortly after a buck of the first water came up, threw himself into the box opposite, and shouted to the waiter to bring him a pint of Madeira and a couple of wax candles. Till these arrived he coolly took to himself Lord Camelford's candle, set himself to read. Lord Camelford shouted to the waiter to fetch him a pair of snuffers, and then walking into the fop's box extinguished his candle. Boiling with rage, the indignant beau roared out, "Waiter! Waiter! Who the deuce is that fellow who has insulted me?" The waiter, coming up with the pint of Madeira and the desired candles, replied, "Lord Camelford, sir." "Lord Camelford!" shouted the dandy, jumped up, threw down his money, and bolted without having tasted his Madeira. For some time Lord Camelford had been acquainted with a Mrs. Simmons, who had formerly lived under the protection of a Mr. Best, a friend of his lordship. Some mutual acquaintance told him that Best had said something slighting of him to this woman. This so exasperated Lord Camelford that on March 6, 1804, meeting Mr. Best in the Prince of Wales's coffee-house, he went up to him and said in threatening tones, "I find, sir, that you have spoken of me in most unwarrantable terms." Mr. Best replied that he was quite unconscious of having done so. Lord Camelford, then speaking loud enough for every one present to hear, declared that he knew well enough what Best had said to Mrs. Simmons, and that he esteemed him, Best, to be a scoundrel, a liar, and a ruffian. Best could do no other than send him a challenge, but with it an assurance that his lordship had been misinformed, as no such words had ever passed his lips. He expected, accordingly, that Lord Camelford would acknowledge his mistake, and then all would be as before. But Lord Camelford would listen to no explanation, and a meeting was appointed to take place the following morning. Lord Camelford went to his lodgings in Bond Street, and there wrote his will, and added to it the following declaration: "There are many other matters, which at another time I might be inclined to mention. But I will say nothing more at present than that in the present contest I am fully and entirely the aggressor, as well in the spirit as in the letter of the word. Should I, therefore, lose my life in a contest of my own seeking, I most solemnly forbid any of my friends or relations, let them be of whatsoever description they may, from instituting any vexatious proceedings against my antagonist. And should, notwithstanding the above declaration on my part, the laws of the land be put in force against him, I desire that this part of my will may be made known to the king, in order that his royal heart may be moved to extend his mercy towards him." From this it would appear that Lord Camelford was convinced that he had made a mistake, and no longer believed that Best had used the expressions attributed to him. At the same time he was too proud to admit that he had been mistaken, and submit to make a public apology. His lordship quitted his lodgings between 1 and 2 on the morning of Wednesday, the March 7th, and slept at a tavern, with a view to avoid the officers of the police, should they get wind of the proposed meeting and prevent it. Agreeably to the appointment made by the seconds, Lord Camelford and Mr. Best met early in the morning at a coffee-house in Oxford Street, and here again Mr. Best made an attempt at a reconciliation, and renewed the assurance that he never had uttered the words reported to have been said by him. "Camelford," said he, "we have been friends, and I know the unsuspecting generosity of your nature. Upon my honor, you have been imposed upon by a strumpet. Do not insist on prosecuting a quarrel in which one of us must fall." To this Lord Camelford replied, "Best, this is child's play. The thing must go on." Mr. Best was esteemed the best shot in England, and his lordship dreaded, should he retract the offensive words used by himself at the coffee-house, that malicious folk might say he did it out of fear. Accordingly his lordship and Mr. Best, on horseback, took the road to Kensington, followed by a post-chaise, in which were the 2 seconds. On their arrival at the Horse and Groom, about 7:45, the parties dismounted, and proceeded along the path leading to the fields behind Holland House. The seconds measured the ground, and they took their station at the distance of 30 paces. Lord Camelford fired first, but missed his aim. A space of some seconds intervened, and then Best fired, whereupon Lord Camelford fell. The seconds, together with Mr. Best, at once ran to his assistance, when he is said to have grasped the hand of his antagonist, and to have said, "Best, I am a dead man, you have killed me, but I freely forgive you." The report of the pistols had attracted attention, and several persons were seen running up, whereupon Best and his second got into the post-chaise and drove off at a gallop. One of Lord Holland's gardeners now approached, and Lord Camelford's second ran to summon a surgeon, Mr. Thompson, of Kensington, and bring him to the spot. Meanwhile the gardener hallooed to his fellows to stop the post-chaise. But the dying man interposed, saying that he did not wish them to be arrested, he was himself the aggressor, and he forgave the gentleman as he trusted that God would forgive him. Meanwhile a sedan chair was procured, and his lordship was conveyed to Little Holland House, the residence of a Mr. Otte, and a messenger was dispatched to the Reverend W. Cockburn, Lord Camelford's cousin, to inform him as to what had taken place. That gentleman at once communicated with the police, and then hurried to his noble relative. By this time others had arrived, Mr. Knight, the domestic surgeon of his lordship, and his most intimate friend, Captain Barry. The wound was examined, and was pronounced to be mortal. Lord Camelford continued in agonies of pain during the whole day, when laudanum was administered, and he was able to obtain some sleep during the night, so that in the morning he felt easier. During the second day his spirits revived, and he conversed with those about his bed. The surgeons, however, could not give the smallest hope of recovery. To the Reverend W. Cockburn, who remained with him till he expired, his lordship expressed his confidence in the mercy of God, and he said that he received much comfort from the reflection that he felt no ill will against any man. In the moments of his greatest pain he cried out that he trusted the sufferings he endured might be accepted as some expiation for the crimes of his life. He lingered, free from acute pain, from Thursday till Saturday evening, about 8:30, when mortification set in and he breathed his last. On the evening of his decease an inquest was held on the body, and a verdict of wilful murder returned against some person or persons unknown. Thereupon a bill of indictment was preferred against Mr. Best and his second, but this was ignored by the grand jury. As Thomas, the second Baron Camelford, died without issue, Boconic passed to his sister, Lady Grenville. A Life of Lord Camelford, with portrait, was published in London, Mace, New Russell Court, Strand, 1804. The Reverend W. Cockburn also wrote an authentic account of the late unfortunate death of Lord Camelford, London, J. Hatchett, 1804. As in this he animadverted on the negligence of the magistrates in not preventing the duel, Mr. Cockburn was answered by one of them, Philip New, in a letter to the Reverend William Cockburn, London, J. Ginger, Piccadilly, 1804. William Noy. Cornwall has no great cause to boast of William Noy as her son. He was undoubtedly a shrewd, subtle, and learned lawyer, but he was wholly without principle and consistency. He was the son of Edward Noy, of Carnington, in Mawgon parish, and grandson of William Noy, or Noy, of Pendrea, in Berrien. He was born at this latter place, it is asserted, in 1577. In 1593 he entered Exeter College, Oxford, and thence removed to Lincoln's Inn to study common law. He represented Grampound in Parliament 1603-14, Foy 1623-5, S. Ives 1625-7, Helston 1627-31. In Parliament he proved himself an able and determined opponent to the encroachment of the royal prerogative. Hull says, In the beginning of the reign of King Charles I he was specially famous for being one of the boldest and stoutest champions of the subjects' liberty in Parliament that the western parts of England afforded. Which being observed by the court party, King Charles was advised by his cabinet council that it would be a prudent course to divert the force and power of noise skill, logic, and rhetoric another way, by giving him some court preferment. Whereupon King Charles made him his Attorney General, 1631. By which expedient he was soon metamorphosed from an assertor of the subjects' liberty and property to a most zealous and violent promoter of the despotic and arbitrary prerogative or monarchy of his prince. So that like the image of Janus at Rome, he looked forward and backward, and by means thereof greatly enriched himself. Amongst other things, he is reflected upon by our chronologers for being the principal contriver of the ship money tax, laid by King Charles upon his subjects for setting forth a navy, or fleet of ships at sea. Without the consent of lords or commons in Parliament, which moneys were raised by writ of the sheriffs of all counties and commissioners, and for a long time brought into the exchequer £20,000 per mensem. To the great distaste of the Parliament, the laity, and clergy, who declared against it as an unlawful tax. Noyes' appointment as Attorney General was on October 27, 1631. He was not the only one who was a turncoat. Sir Thomas Wentworth, afterwards created Earl of Strafford, Sir Dudley Digges, and Littleton also apostatized. Wentworth, the most renowned of the set, after being one of the sturdiest of the reformers and boldest declaimers in the House of Commons, after suffering imprisonment for refusing to contribute to the forced loan, this eminent person, a gentleman of Yorkshire, who boasted his descent, by bastardy, from the royal line of the Plantagenets, out of a very ignoble rivalry and an ambition for rank and title, even his friends could discover no purer motives, sold himself body and soul to the court. Sir Dudley Digges, though a spirited debater and a man of talent, had been known for some time to be without principle, and, upon being offered the post of Master of the Rolls, he closed at once with the bargain and turned round upon his former friends. Noy and Littleton were both distinguished lawyers. Noy's treatise of the principal grounds and maxims of the laws of this kingdom has gone through numerous editions down to 1870. His Complete Lawyer has also been republished frequently. Noy as Attorney General, and Littleton as Solicitor General, now used their wits and their knowledge to explain and stretch the prerogative. And they did this apparently without a blush at the recollection of their previous conduct, and they had combated for the rights of Parliament and the liberties of the people. Among Howell's familiar letters is one to Sir Arthur Ingram at York. Our greatest news here now is, that we have a new Attorney General, which is news indeed, considering the humour of the man. How he hath been always ready to entertain any cause whereby he might clash with the prerogative, but now Judge Richardson told him, his head full of proclamations and decrees, how to bring money into the exchequer. He hath lately found out amongst the old records of the Tower some precedents for raising a tax called ship money in all the port towns when the kingdom is in danger. Whether we are in danger or no, at present 'twere presumption in me to judge us. That England needed a fleet to protect her could not be disputed. Howell admits as much. One with half an eye may see we cannot be secure while such large fleets of men of war, both Spanish, French, Dutch, and Dunkirkers, some of them laden with ammunition, men, arms, and armies, do daily sail on our seas and confront the king's chambers, guns, while we have only 3 or 4 ships abroad to guard our coast and kingdom, and to preserve the fairest flower of the crown, the dominion of the narrow sea. Which I hear the French cardinal begins to question, and the Hollander lately would not vail to one of his Majesty's ships that brought over the Duke of Lennox and my Lord Weston from Boulogne. And indeed we are jeered abroad that we send no more ships to guard our seas. 20. Dunkirk was peculiarly obnoxious, as it was a nest of pirates that fell on our small trading vessels, and even Algerines came with impunity to our coasts and carried off captives as slaves in Africa. The Dutch, taking advantage of the domestic broils in England, had greatly advanced their commerce, and were prepared to dispute with England the command of the Channel. They excluded English vessels from the northern fisheries, and went so far as to claim and to exercise the right of fishing along the English coasts. The navy of France, moreover, was also rapidly augmented, under the fostering care of Richelieu. Hitherto the ports on the coast had contributed towards the defence of the land and the protection of our shipping, but the inland towns had been exempted. This was not reasonable, and Charles resolved on imposing a general tax to provide England with a fleet. He had recourse to Noy instead of placing the matter before Parliament. Noy, says Clarendon, was wrought upon by degrees by the great persons that steered the public affairs to be an instrument in all their designs, turning his learning and industry to the discovery of sources of revenue, and to the justifying them when found, thinking that he could not give a clearer testimony that his knowledge of the law was greater than all other men's, than by making that law which all other men believed to be not so. So he moulded, framed, and pursued the odious and crying project of soap, and with his own hand drew and prepared the writ for ship money, both which will be lasting monuments of his fame. About the soap monopoly presently. The first writ was issued by the Lords of the Council, for the assessing and levying of the ship money against this next spring, on the October 20th, 1634. It was signed by the King, and was addressed to the Mayor, Commonalty and citizens of London, and to the sheriffs and good men in the said city and in the liberties thereof. They were commanded by the March 1st to provide one ship of war of 900 tons with 350 men at the least, one other ship of war of 800 tons and 260 men at the least, 4 other ships of war of 500 tons with 200 men in each, and another ship of war of 300 tons with 150 men. They were further ordered to supply those ships with guns, powder, and all necessary arms, with double tackling, provisions, and stores, as also to defray at their charges the men's wages for 26 weeks. The Common Council remonstrated, declaring that by their ancient liberties they ought to be free from any such burden, but the Privy Council rejected the remonstrance, and compelled submission. At the beginning of the following year, 1635, the writs, after having been served along the seaboard, were sent to the inland counties, but from them money was asked in lieu of ships at the rate of £3,300 for every ship. And the local magistrates were empowered to assess all the inhabitants for a contribution. In spite of the resistance offered to the exaction of this tax in 1635 and the following year a fleet was raised, the Dutch fishing vessels were driven from the coast, and a number of English slaves were rescued from Moorish pirates. Howell wrote to Mr. Philip Warwick in Paris, 21, "The greatest news we have here is that we have a gallant fleet royal ready to set to sea for the security of our coasts and commerce, and for the sovereignty of our seas." Hans, the Hanseatic League, said the King of England was asleep all the while, but now he is awake. Nor, do I hear, doth your French cardinal tamper any longer with our king's title and right to the dominion of the narrow seas. These are brave fruits of the ship money. The king was still in great straits for money, and he turned for help to Noy. The Parliament had insisted on the suppression of monopolies, but Charles revived them by Noy's advice. And for the sum of £10,000 which they paid for their patent, and for a duty of £8 upon every ton of soap they should make, he granted to a company a charter according to it the exclusive privilege to make and to sell soap. The patent had a proviso in it permitting every soap boiler then exercising his trade in England to become a member of the chartered company. And that precious turncoat, Noy, who devised the project, considered that in this way he had evaded the letter of the law. As the Act of Parliament forbidding monopolies had been directed against individuals and against some 2 or 3 monopolists favoured by the court. These incorporated soap boilers, as part of their bargains, received powers to appoint searchers, and they exercised a sort of inquisition over the trade. Such dealers as resisted their interference, or tried to make soap on their own account, were handed over to the tender mercies of the Star Chamber. This precedent was followed by the creation of a similar company of starch makers. The King and Laud, who had been promised the primacy on the death of Archbishop Abbott, were embarked together on an evil course. Laud believed in the divine right of kings, and he was a man totally devoid of suavity of manner and of breadth of mind. He would compel all men to think as he thought, and act as he chose. That wheat and tares should grow together till the harvest was a doctrine of the gospel he could not comprehend, and his energies and power were directed towards the forcible uprooting of the tares in the field of the church. And the tares were the heterodox Puritans. Between him and the king they would allow no liberty to men either in their bodies and goods, or in their souls and consciences. That there should be crabbed and crooked sticks Laud would not allow, all must be clean and straight as willow wands. To the civil despotism alone as exercised by Charles, the English people might possibly have submitted for some time longer, for the ship money had produced the desired effect, but the scourge of Laud lashed them to fury. And Noy was the scourge Laud employed in the Star Chamber. Hamon Lestrange, in his Life of King Charles I, says that Noy became so servilely addicted to the king's prerogative, by ferreting out old penal statutes and devising new exactions, that he was the most pestilential vexation of the subject that the age produced. When William Prynne, a barrister of Lincoln's Inn, was brought, 1634, before the Star Chamber to answer for his book Histriomastix, or the Player's Scourge, it was Noy who filed information against him. Prynne attacked all plays, masques, and dances. The offence charged against him was this, although he knew that His Majesty's Royal Queen, the Lords of the Council, etc., were in festivals oftentimes present spectators of some masques and dances, and many recreations that were tolerable and in themselves sinless, and so declared to be by a book printed in the time of His Majesty's Royal Father, yet Mr. Prynne, in his book, hath railed not only against stage plays, comedies, dancings, and all other exercises of the people, and against all such as frequent or behold them, but further, in particular, against hunting, public festivals, Christmas keeping, bonfires, and maypoles, nay, even against the dressing up of houses with green ivy. He was further accused of directly casting aspersions upon the Queen, and of stirring up the people to discontent against the King, whom he had spoken of in terms unfit for so sacred a person. The whole tenor of the book, according to Noy, was not less against the Church of England than against these amusements, and their sacred majesties for countenancing them. The music in the church, said the Attorney General, the charitable terms he giveth it is, not to be a noise of men, but rather a bleating of brute beasts. Choristers bellow the tenor as it were oxen, bark a counterpoint as a kennel of dogs, roar out a treble like a sort of bulls, grunt out a bass as it were a number of hogs, also his general censure of all the bishops and of all the clergy. They scorn to feed the poor, these silk and satin divines. Very charitable terms upon those of the Church. Christmas, as it is kept, is a devil's Christmas, nay, he doth bestow a great number of pages to make men affect the name of Puritan, as though Christ were a Puritan, and so he saith in his index. The fact was Prynne was a narrow-minded, cantankerous fanatic, whose only idea of religion was of an acrid nature, and who looked upon all entertainments as wicked. He complained that 40,000 playbooks had been sold in London, and that there was no keen demand for printed sermons, that Ben Jonson's plays and poems had been published on better paper than Bibles. Instead of treating Prynne, as a religious maniac, with good-humoured contempt, he was sentenced by the Star Chamber to pay £10,000, be branded on the forehead, have his nostrils slit, and his ears cropped. This infamous sentence was executed, and then Prynne was sent to the Fleet, where he was to endure imprisonment till he retracted and apologized. So far from apologizing, he sent from the Fleet to Laud a stinging letter about the Star Chamber sentences, which letter Laud showed to the king, and then, by the king's command, showed it to Noy. Noy had Prynne forthwith brought to his chamber, exhibited the letter, and asked him whether he acknowledged his handwriting. Prynne replied that he could not tell unless he were allowed a close inspection of it. The letter being then placed in his hands, and Mr. Attorney Noy having retired to his closet for a pressing necessity, Prynne, when his back was turned, tore it to shreds and threw the scraps out of the window. Noy then brought Prynne again before the Star Chamber, but Laud now interfered, and urged that the matter of the insulting letter might not be pressed against him. In 1636, as soon as he could get hold of ink and paper, this incorrigible pamphleteer published fresh attacks on the bishops, among others news from Ipswich, under the name of Matthew White. He was again dragged before the Star Chamber, and was fined £5,000 and ordered to lose the rest of his ears, to be branded on both cheeks with S.L. for seditious libeller. Noy, however, had no part in this final persecution. Nor did he live to see the results to the king of the course he had recommended and which had been pursued. His health began to fail, and he went to Tunbridge Wells to drink the waters. They, however, did him no good, and he died on the August 9, 1635, at the Wells, and was buried in New Brentford Church on the ensuing August 11. Howell, in a letter to Viscount Savage dated October 1, 1635, wrote, "The old steward of your courts, Master Attorney General Noy, is lately dead, nor could Tunbridge waters do him any good. Though he had good matter in his brain, he had, it seems, ill materials in his body, for his heart was shriveled like a leather penny purse when he was dissected, nor were his lungs found. Being such a clerk in the law, all the world wonders he left such an odd will, which is short and in Latin. The substance of it is, that he having bequeathed a few legacies, and left his second son 100 marks a year, and £900 in money, enough to bring him up in his father's profession. He concludes, Reliqua meorum omnia primogenito mio Eduardo, dissipanda nec melius unquam, speravi, lego, I leave the rest of my goods to my firstborn Edward, mistake for Humphrey, to be consumed or scattered, for I never hoped better. A strange, and scarce a Christian will, in my opinion, for it argues uncharitableness. Nor doth the world wonder less, that he should leave no legacy to some of your lordship's children, considering what deep obligations he had to your lordship. For I am confident he had never been Attorney General else." Halls tells this story of Noy, the Attorney General on a day having King Charles I and the principal officers and nobility of his court, at a dinner at his house in London, at which time the arch-poet Ben Jonson, and others being at an inn on the other side the street, and wanting of both meat and money for their subsistence, at that exigent resolved to try an expedient, to get his dinner from the Attorney General's table, in order to which, by the landlord of the inn aforesaid, he sent a white timber plate or trencher to him, when the king was sate down to table, whereon was inscribed these words: When the world was drowned, nor deer was found, because there was no park. And here I sit, without eerie a bit, 'cause Noah hath all in his ark. Which plate being presented by the Attorney General to the king, produced this effect. That Johnson had a good dish of venison sent him back by the bearer to his great content and satisfaction, on which aforesaid plate, by the king's direction. Johnson's rhymes were thus inverted or contradicted. When the world was drowned, there deer was found, although there was no park. I send thee a bit, to quicken thy wit, which come from Noye's ark. William Noy anagram, I moil in law. He was the blowcoal incendiary or stirrer-up of the occasion of the civil wars between King Charles and his parliament, by asserting in setting up the king's prerogative to the highest pitch, as King James I had done before, beyond the laws of the land as aforesaid. And as counsel for the king he prosecuted for King Charles I the imprisoned members of the House of Commons, 1628, viz. Sir John Eliot, Mr. Corrigan, and others. Noy died in 1638. Halls adds, he had the principal hand in the most oppressive expedients for raising money for the king, and seems not to have had the least notion of public spirit. He was, in a word, a man of an enlarged head and a contracted heart. His portrait, formerly possessed by Davies Gilbert, 22, has been engraved in Polwheel's Biographical Sketches in Cornwall. The eldest son, Edward, was killed in a duel by Captain Byron in France in 1636, and then Carnunton passed to his brother Humphrey, a colonel in King Charles's army, and commissioner of the peace for the county of Cornwall. He married Hester, daughter of Henry Sandys, and sister and coheiress of George Lord Sandys of the Vine. He was as worthless a fellow as his elder brother Edward, and William Noy, the father, foresaw the ruin of the family estates to whichever of his sons they fell. For, in default of male issue, they were to go to Humphrey Noy, not Edward as Howell states. Humphrey by his bad conduct, riot and excess, lost all the estate left him by his father except Carnunton, and for many years lived on the charity of his friends and on dishonest tricks. For being a magistrate and generally chairman at the sessions, he took bribes to pervert judgment, acquitting felons, etc., till at last he was detected and struck out of the commission. Hull says, after which growing scandalous for these and other misdemeanors, he was slighted by his former friends, and put to great hardships to get a subsistence necessary for the life of man, his creditors being upon mortgages in possession of his whole estate. However, it happened some time before his death, that upon put tinge his hand and seal with his creditors for conveying the manor of a Mel and Trylly in Penwith to his son-in-law, Mr. Davies, on marrying with his daughter Catherine, he had by them paid him in cash £100 in consideration thereof. Soon after the receipt of which money he sickened and died at Thomas Will's house in S. Colham town, and left £80 in cash, about the year 1683, which was more money than he was possessed of at one time for about 20 years before. And the last words that he was heard to speak, as his soul passed out of this life, was, Lord, where am I going now? Humphrey Noy had 2 sons, but both predeceased him and died without issue. His daughter Hester married Henry Davies, of Berrien, and had by him a son, William, who left issue 2 daughters only. Catherine, the second daughter, married in 1679 William Davies, of Bosworthy, who by her left issue John Davies of Ednovian, whose daughter Catherine married the Reverend Edward Giddy, whose son Davies Giddy assumed the name and arms of Gilbert. The third daughter, Bridgeman, married John Williams, of Roxworthy, but died childless. After her death Williams married Dorothy, daughter of Peter Day, Gent, and by her had issue, and the family of Williams to this day possesses Carnington. The arms of Noy are azure, 3 crosses crosslets, in bend, argent. William Lemon. William Lemon was the son of a William Lemon, of Jermo, in humble circumstances. He was baptized at Brieg, November 15, 1696, his mother's maiden name was Rhoda. As a lad he obtained a smattering of knowledge at a village school, sufficient to enable him to enter an office as clerk to a Mr. Coster. The story was told of him that as a boy he had formed one link of a living chain, which, connected only by the grasp of their hands, extended itself into a tremendous surf, and rescued several persons who had been shipwrecked. Whilst still young he became manager of a tin-smelting house at Kyandour, near Penzance, and speedily acquired a great knowledge of mining in Cornwall. In 1724 he married Isabella Vibert, of Tolverton-Govel, and with her received a sufficient fortune 23 to enable him to indulge in speculations in mines, and these turned out so happily that he embarked still further in mining ventures. He was the first who conceived the project of working the mines upon a grand scale, and not of running them by small bands of adventurers. A new era in mining opened with the introduction of the steam pump, and the first, invented by Newcomen, of Dartmouth, was used in the great work at Brieg. William Lemon associated with himself George Blewett, of Marazion, and a Mr. De Win, and these 3 commenced working a mine on a farm called Truvel, in Ludghan, the property of Lord Godolphin, and named Wilfortune, where the second steam engine was employed. Mr. Lemon is said to have realized £10,000 out of Wilfortune, and this enabled him to extend his operations. He removed to Truro, and commenced working the great Gwennap mines on a scale unprecedented in Cornwall. Carnan Addit was either actually commenced, or at least was effectively prosecuted, by Mr. Lemon, and as his means increased he soon became the principal merchant and tin smelter in Cornwall. But he was keenly alive to his deficient education. He was shrewd, could calculate, but had no knowledge of English literature, and his spelling was remarkable. However, he set vigorously to work to correct his defects, and late in life placed himself under the tuition of Mr. Conan, master of the Truro Grammar School, and even acquired a certain, not, certainly, very extensive, knowledge of Latin. Mr. Lemon had a favourite tame Cornish chough that would always obey his call. If he were walking on Truro Green, or through the streets, the chough would fly to him instantly at his whistle, though it had been associating with other birds or perched on a housetop. It so happened that John Thomas, afterwards the warden of the stannaries, but then a boy at Conan's school, taking his gun, contrary to the rules of the school, and going out shooting, unluckily killed the chough. This produced a great outcry, and when he was told that this was Mr. Lemon's favourite bird, he strongly suspected that the least punishment he would receive would be a flogging from his schoolmaster and a hiding as well from Mr. Lemon. But Thomas took courage, went to Mr. Lemon's house, knocked at the door, was admitted to Mr. Lemon, and trembling and in tears confessed what he had done. Mr. Lemon paused a moment, and then said that he was sorry for the poor bird, but freely forgave the little delinquent on account of his candour in acknowledging his fault, and more than that, he promised to keep it a secret. And if it should reach Conan's ears, would intercede for him. In 1742 he was sheriff for the county. He became one of the Truro magistrates, and might, had he cared for it, have been elected as a member for one or other of the Cornish boroughs. He was author of a lucid argument written to Sir Robert Walpole to obtain the withdrawal of a tax levied on coals, and which acted prejudicially on the Cornish mines. The presentation of this memorial is thought to have been instrumental in obtaining for him, from Frederick, Prince of Wales, a grant of all minerals found in Cornwall, with the exception of tin. And the prince likewise sent him a present of silver plate. He bought Carclew in 1749, and died at Truro, March 25, 1760, in the 63rd year of his life. He and his wife had one son only, William Lemon, Jr., who died some years before his father, leaving 2 sons and a daughter. The elder, Sir William Lemon, Bart. 24, represented the county of Cornwall in Parliament during 50 years. As an instance of the respect paid to the genius, and above all the wealth of Mr. Lemon, the people of Truro are said to have drawn back from their doors and windows as he passed through the street, and the Rev. Samuel Walker, when exhorting children at catechizing to be circumspect in the presence of Almighty God, said, "Only think, dear children, how careful you would be if Mr. Lemon were looking upon you." Sir William's eldest son, Major William Lemon, shot himself at Princes Street, Hanover Square, London, early in 1799, when a young man of only 25. The baronetcy is now extinct, and Carclew is the residence and property of Captain W. Tremaine. Samuel Drew. The Life of Samuel Drew was written by his eldest son, and published by Longman, Rhys, and Company in 1834. It is a volume of 534 pages, and probably few would be disposed to wade through it. Of his early days by far the brighter account is that furnished by himself to Mr. R. Polwheel, but the son supplies some anecdotes that may be quoted. I was born on the March 3, 1765, in an obscure cottage in the parish of S. Austell, about 1.5 miles distant from the town. My father was a common labourer, and had through mere dint of manual labour to provide for himself, a wife, and 4 children, of whom I was the second. One child died in infancy, and at the age of 9 years 25 I had the misfortune to lose my mother. Rather more than a year before the death of Mrs. Drew, Samuel was set to work at a neighbouring stamping mill as a buttle boy, and for his services his father received 3 halfpence a day, but this was raised later to 2pence, the largest sum Samuel realized in that employment. Though he continued to work at it for more than 2 years. Not long after the death of his wife, Samuel's father took a woman named Bate into the house, to act as housekeeper, and in the 2nd year of his widowhood he married her, to the disgust of his children. When she was entertaining her friends and gossips at tea after the wedding, Samuel discharged a syringeful of water over the party. This was more than she could put up with, and Samuel had to be sent away and apprenticed to a shoemaker named Baker, in the parish of S. Blazy. He says himself, "My father, being exceedingly poor, felt much embarrassment in finding a premium to give to my master, with whom, at the age of 10 years and a half, I was bound an apprentice for 9 years, which length of time, together with £5 5s, was considered by my master as a suitable bargain. It was at this tender age that I bid adieu to my father's habitation, and as a place of residence have never entered it since. The little knowledge of writing which I had acquired from my father was almost entirely lost during my apprenticeship. I had, however, an opportunity at intervals of perusing Godby's Weekly Entertainer, and used to puzzle my little head about riddles and enigmas. And felt much pleasure in perusing the anecdotes which were occasionally interspersed through the pages. Whilst at the shoemaker's a curious incident occurred. There were several of us, boys and men, out about 12 o'clock on a bright moonlight night. I think we were poaching. The party were in a field adjoining the road leading from my master's to S. hostel, and I was stationed outside the hedge to watch and give the alarm if any intruder should appear. While thus occupied I heard what appeared to be the sound of a horse approaching from the town, and I gave a signal. My companions paused and came to the hedge where I was, to see the passenger. They looked through the bushes, and I drew myself close to the hedge, that I might not be observed. The sound increased, and the supposed horseman seemed drawing near. The clatter of the hoofs became more and more distinct. We all looked to see who and what it was, and I was seized with a strange, indefinable feeling of dread. When, instead of a horse, there appeared coming towards us, at an easy pace, but with the same sound which first caught my ear, a creature about the height of a large dog. It went close by me, and as it passed, it turned upon me and my companions huge fiery eyes that struck terror to all our hearts. The road where I stood branched off in two directions, in one of which there was a gate across. Towards the gate it moved, and, without any apparent obstruction, went on at its regular trot, which we heard several minutes after it had disappeared. Whatever it was, it put an end to our occupation, and we made the best of our way home. I have often endeavored in later years, but without success, to account, on natural principles, for what I then heard and saw. As to the facts, I am sure there was no deception. It was a night of unusual brightness, occasioned by a cloudless full moon. The creature was unlike any animal I had then seen, but from my present recollections it had much the appearance of a bear, with a dark shaggy coat. Had it not been for the unearthly luster of its eyes, and its passing through the gate as it did, there would be no reason to suppose it anything more than an animal perhaps escaped from some menagerie. That it did pass through the gate without pause or hesitation I am perfectly clear. Indeed, we all saw it, and saw that the gate was shut, from which we were not distant more than 20 or 30 yards. The bars were too close to admit the passage of an animal of half its apparent bulk, yet this creature went through without effort or variation of its pace. He was roughly and cruelly treated by his master, who would beat him with the last, and at one time for a while maimed him. At length he felt that he could endure the bondage no more, and with 16 halfpenny in his pocket he ran away with the intention of going to Plymouth and seeking a berth on board a man-of-war. At this time Sam's father was in somewhat better circumstances. He was chiefly employed in what was called riding Sherburne. There was at that time scarcely a bookseller in Cornwall. And the only newspaper known among the common people was the Sherburne Mercury, published weekly by Godby and Company, who also issued the Weekly Entertainer. The papers were not sent by post, but by private messengers, who were termed Sherburne men. Drew, senior, was one of these. Between Plymouth and Penzance were 2 stages on the main road, each about 40 miles. And there were branch riders, in different directions, who held regular communication with each other and with the establishment at Sherburne. Their business was to deliver the newspapers, entertainers, and any books that had been ordered, to collect the money, and to take fresh orders. Mr. Drew's stage was from S. hostel to Plymouth. He always set off on his journey early on Monday morning and returned on Wednesday. When Samuel Drew had made up his mind to run away, he did not choose the direct road for fear of encountering his father, but took that by Liskeard. I went on through the night, and feeling fatigued, went into a hayfield and slept. My luggage was no encumbrance, as the whole of my property, besides the clothes I wore, was contained in a small handkerchief. Not knowing how long I should have to depend on my slender stock of cash, I found it necessary to use the most rigid economy. Having to pass over either a ferry or toll bridge, for which I had to pay a halfpenny, feeling my present situation, and knowing nothing of my future prospects, this small call upon my funds distressed me. I wept as I went on my way. The exertion of walking and the fresh morning air gave me a keener appetite than I thought it prudent to indulge. I, however, bought a penny loaf, and with a halfpenny worth of milk in a farmer's house ate half of my loaf for breakfast. In passing through Liskeard my attention was attracted by a shoemaker's shop, in the door of which a respectable-looking man, whom I supposed to be the master, was standing. Without any intention of seeking employment in this place, I asked him if he could give me work, and he, taking compassion, I suppose, on my sorry appearance, promised to employ me the next morning. Before I could go to work tools were necessary. And I was obliged to lay out a shilling on these. Dinner, under such circumstances, was out of the question. For supper I bought another halfpennyworth of milk, ate the remainder of my loaf, and for a lodging again had recourse to the fields. The next morning I purchased another penny loaf and renewed my labor. My employer soon found that I was a miserable tool, yet he treated me kindly. I had now but 1 penny left, and this I wished to husband till my labor brought a supply. So for dinner I tied my apron strings tighter and went on with my work. My abstinence subjected me to the jeers of my shopmates. One of them said to another, "Where does our shopmate dine?" And the response was, "Oh, he always dines at the Sign of the Mouth." Half of the penny loaf which I took with me in the morning I had allotted for my supper, but before night came I had pinched it nearly all away in mouthfuls through mere hunger. Very reluctantly I laid out my last penny, and with no enviable feelings sought my former lodging in the open air. But on the following day Samuel's father, having learned where he was, came to remove him and take him back to S. Austell. Compensation was made to Baker, his indenture was cancelled, and he remained at Polpee, where Mr. Drew now had a little farm, for about 4 months. Drew, the father, not only was occupied as a Sherburne rider, but he was also a contractor for carrying the mail between S. Austell and Bodmin, and he chiefly employed his eldest son, Jabez, in carrying the mails. At one time in the depth of winter I was borrowed to supply my brother's place, and I had to travel in the darkness of night through frost and snow a dreary journey, out and home, of more than 20 miles. Being overpowered with fatigue, I fell asleep on the horse's neck, and when I awoke discovered that I had lost my hat. The wind was keen and piercing, and I was bitterly cold. I stopped the horse and endeavored to find out where I was. But it was so dark that I could scarcely distinguish the hedges on each side of the road, and I had no means of ascertaining how long I had been asleep or how far I had travelled. I then dismounted and looked around for my hat. But seeing nothing of it, I turned back, leading the horse, determined to find it if possible, for the loss of a hat was to me of serious consequence. Shivering with cold, I pursued my solitary way, scrutinizing the road at every step, until I had walked about 2 miles, and was on the point of giving up the search, when I came to a receiving house, where I ought to have delivered a packet of letters, but had passed it when asleep. To this place the post usually came about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was customary to leave a window unfastened, except by a large stone outside, that the family might not be disturbed at so unseasonable an hour. I immediately put the letter bag through the window, and having replaced the stone, was turning round to my horse, when I perceived my hat lying close to my feet. I suppose that the horse, knowing the place, must have stopped at the window for me to deliver my charge, but having waited until his patience was exhausted, had pursued his way to the next place. My hat must have been shaken off by his impatient movements. The remarkable thing about this incident is that the horse was quite blind, yet it could go its accustomed road, and stop at accustomed places, without seeing. By all the family this sagacious animal was much prized, but Samuel's father felt for it a special regard, and the attachment between the master and his faithful servant was, to all appearance, mutual. Many years before, the poor beast, in a wretched condition from starvation and ill usage, had been turned out on a common to die. The owner willingly sold it for little more than the value of the hide. And his new possessor, having by care and kindness restored it to health and strength, soon found that he had made a most advantageous bargain. For more than 20 years he and his blind companion travelled the road together. After the horse was past labour it was kept in the orchard and tended with almost parental care. Latterly it became unable to bite the grass, and the old man regularly fed it with bread sopped in milk. In the morning it would put its head over the orchard railing, towards its master's bedroom, and give its accustomed neigh, whereupon old Mr. Drew would jump out of bed, open the window, and call to the horse, "My poor old fellow, I will be with thee soon." And when the animal died, he would not allow the skin or shoes to be taken off, but had the carcass buried entire. Samuel tells another story of instinct in brute beasts. Our dairy was under a room which was used occasionally as a barn and apple chamber, into which the fowls sometimes found their way, and, in scratching among the chaff, scattered the dust on the pans of milk below, to the great annoyance of my mother-in-law. In this a favourite cock of hers was the chief transgressor. One day in harvest she went into the dairy, followed by her little dog, and finding dust again thrown on the milk pans, she exclaimed, "I wish that cock were dead." Not long after, she being with us in the harvest field, we observed the little dog dragging along the cock, just killed, which with an air of triumph he laid at my mother-in-law's feet. She was dreadfully exasperated at the literal fulfillment of her hastily uttered wish, and, snatching a stick from the hedge, attempted to give the luckless dog a beating. The dog, seeing the reception he was likely to meet with, where he expected marks of approbation, left the bird and ran off, she brandishing her stick and saying in a loud, angry tone, "I'll pay thee for this by and by." In the evening she was about to put her threat into execution, when she found the little dog established in a corner of the room and a large one standing before it. Endeavouring to fulfill her intention by first driving off the large dog, he gave her plainly to understand that he was not at all disposed to relinquish his post. She then sought to get at the small dog behind the other, but the threatening gesture and fiercer growl of the large one sufficiently indicated that the attempt would be not a little perilous. The result was that she was obliged to abandon her design. In killing the cock I can scarcely think the dog understood the precise import of my stepmother's wish, as his immediate execution of it would seem to imply. The cock was a more recent favourite, and had received some attentions which had been previously bestowed upon himself. This, I think, had led him to entertain a feeling of hostility to the bird, which he did not presume to indulge until my mother's tone and manner indicated that the cock was no longer under her protection. In the power of communicating with each other which these dogs evidently possessed, and which, in some instances, has been displayed by this species of animal, a faculty seems to be developed of which we know very little. On the whole, I never remember to have met with a case in which, to human appearance, there was a nearer approach to moral perception than in that of my father's two dogs. Samuel Drew remained with his father's family from midsummer, 1782, till the autumn of the same year, and then took a situation in a shoemaker's shop at Millbrook, on the Cornish side of the estuary of the Tamar. After having been there for a year he moved to Causand and then to Crafthole, where he got mixed up in smuggling ventures. Port Wrinkle, which Crafthole adjoins, lies about the middle of the extensive bay reaching from Loo Island to the Rame Head. It is little more than a fissure among the rocks which guard the long line of coast, and being exposed to the uncontrolled violence of the prevailing winds, affords a very precarious shelter. Notice was given through Crafthole one evening, about the month of December, 1784, that a vessel laden with contraband goods was on the coast, and would be ready to discharge her cargo. At nightfall Samuel Drew, with the rest of the male population, made towards the port. One party remained on the rocks to make signals and dispose of the goods when landed, the other, of which he was one, manned the boats. The night was intensely dark, and but little progress had been made in discharging the vessel's cargo when the wind freshened, with a heavy sea. To prevent the ship being driven on to the rocks it was found expedient to stand off from the port. But this greatly increased the risk to those in the boats. Unfavourable as these circumstances were, all seemed resolved to persevere, and several trips were made between the vessel and the shore. The wind continuing to increase, one of the men in the boat with Drew had his hat blown off, and in leaning over the gunwale in his attempt to secure it, upset the boat, and 3 of the men were drowned. Samuel and 2 others clung to the keel for a time, but finding that they were drifting out to sea, they were constrained to let go and sustain themselves by swimming. But the night was pitch dark, and immersed in the waters they knew not in which direction to swim. Samuel had given himself up as lost, when he laid hold of a tangled mass of floating seaweed, and was able to sustain himself on that. At length he approached some rocks near the shore, upon which he and 2 other men, the only survivors of 7, managed to crawl. But they were so benumbed with cold and so much exhausted by their exertions that the utmost they could do was to cling to the rocks and let the sea wash over them. When a little recovered, they shouted for help, but the other boatmen were concerned in transporting their lading of kegs on shore, and not till the vessel had discharged all her cargo did they make any attempt to rescue the half-drowned men. Eventually they removed them to a farmhouse, where a blazing fire was kindled on the hearth and fresh faggots piled on it, while the half-drowned men, who were placed in a recess of the chimney, unable to relieve themselves, were compelled to endure the excessive heat which their companions thought was necessary to restore animation. The result was that they were half-roasted. Samuel Drew says, "My first sensation was that of extreme cold. It was a long time before I felt the fire, though its effects are still visible on my legs, which are burnt in several places. The wounds continued open more than 2 years, and the marks I shall carry to my grave." The death of his elder brother Jabez produced a profound impression on Samuel, and he became a Methodist. For the space of about 4 or 5 years I travelled through different parts of Cornwall, working whenever I could obtain employment, and during this period, waded through scenes of domestic distress, which can be interesting only to myself. Literature was a term to which I could annex no idea. Grammar I knew not the meaning of. An opportunity, however, now offering one an advance in wages at Ostel, I embraced it, and came hither to work with rather an eccentric character. My master was by trade a saddler, had acquired some knowledge of bookbinding, and hired me to carry on the shoemaking for him. My master was one of those men who will live anywhere, but get rich nowhere. His shop was frequented by persons of a more respectable class than those with whom I had previously associated, and various topics became alternately the subjects of conversation. I listened with all that attention which my labor and good manners would permit me, and obtained among them some little knowledge. About this time disputes ran high in Ostel between the Calvinists and Arminians, and our shop afforded a considerable scene of action. In cases of uncertain issue, I was sometimes appealed to decide upon a doubtful point. This, perhaps, flattering my vanity, became a new stimulus to action. I listened with attention, examined dictionaries, picked up many words, and, from an attachment which I felt to books that were occasionally brought to his shop to bind, I began to have some view of the various theories with which they abounded. The more, however, I read, the more I felt my own ignorance, and the more I felt my own ignorance, the more invincible became my energy to surmount it, and every leisure moment was now employed in reading one thing or other. After having worked with this master about 3 years, I well recollect, a neighboring gentleman brought Locke's essay on the human understanding to be bound. I had never seen or heard of these books before. I took an occasion to look into them, when I thought his mode of reasoning very pretty and his arguments exceedingly strong. I watched all opportunities of reading for myself, and would willingly have labored a fortnight to have had the books. They, however, were soon carried away, and with them all my future improvement by their means. I never saw his essay again for many years, yet the early impression was not forgotten, and it is from this accidental circumstance that I received my first bias for abstruse subjects. My master growing inattentive to his shoemaking trade, many of my friends advised me to commence business for myself, and offered me money for that purpose. I accepted the offer, started accordingly, and by mere dint of application, in about 1 year discharged my debts and stood alone. My leisure hours I now employed in reading, or scribbling anything which happened to pass my mind. Thus he went on till 1798, when he laid the foundation of an essay on the immortality of the soul. Whilst engaged upon this he had T. Paine's Age of Reason put into his hands. He read it, but saw the fallacy of many of his arguments, and he wrote his remarks on the book, and published them in pamphlet form at Ostel in 1799. Through this tract he obtained acquaintance with the Rev. John Whitaker, to whom he showed his MS on the immortality of the soul, and was encouraged to revise, continue, and complete the essay, and it was published in November, 1802. During these literary pursuits I regularly and constantly attended on my business, and do not recollect that ever one customer has been disappointed by me through these means. While attending to my trade, I sometimes catch the fibers of an argument, which I endeavor to note the prominent features of, and keep a pen and ink by me for the purpose. In this state, what I can collect through the day remains on any paper which I have at hand till the business of the day is dispatched and my shop shut up, when, in the midst of my family, I endeavor to analyze, in the evening, such thoughts as had crossed my mind during the day. At one time the bent of Drew's mind was towards astronomy, but when he considered how impossible it was for him, without means, to purchase a powerful telescope, to make any progress in the study of the stars, he abandoned the thought and devoted himself to metaphysics, perhaps one of the most unprofitable of all studies. His works were, however, read by some when they issued from the press, and are now no longer even looked into. A friend one day remarked to him, "Mr. Drew, more than once I have heard you quote the line, 'Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise.' How do you make that out?" "I will tell you by my own experience," replied Drew. "When I began business I was a great politician. For the first year I had too much to think about to indulge my propensity for politics, but, getting a little ahead in the world, I began to dip into these matters again, and entered into newspaper argument as if my livelihood depended on it. My shop was filled with loungers, who came to canvass public measures. This encroached on my time, and I found it necessary sometimes to work till midnight to make up for the hours I lost. One night, after my shutters were closed, and I was busily employed, some little urchin who was passing put his mouth to the keyhole of the door, and with a shrill pipe called out, 'Shoemaker! Shoemaker! Work by night and run about by day.' Had a pistol been fired off at my ear I could not have been more confounded. From that time I turned over a new leaf. I ceased to venture on the restless sea of politics, or trouble myself about matters which did not concern me. The bliss of ignorance on political topics I often experienced in after life, the folly of being wise my early history shows." His sister kept house for him. One market day a countrywoman entered his shop, and having completed her purchases, remarked that she thought he would be more comfortable if he had a wife. Drew assented, but said, "I don't know anyone who would have me." "Oh, that's easily settled," said the woman, and left. Next market day she returned, bringing her buxom, apple-cheeked daughter with her. "There, Mr. Drew," said she, "I brought this maid, who will make a good wife." Samuel demurred. He neither knew the family nor the qualities and character of the wench. "Lord bless said the woman, when he made these objections, "take her. The trial of the pudding is in the eating." He declined the proposal, however. But this incident turned his mind to matrimony, and on April 17, 1791, when in his 27th year, he married Honor Halls, and by her had 5 sons and 3 daughters. His wife's immediate fortune was £10, a sum of great importance at that time to him. 3 years after it was increased by a legacy of £50. Having made a certain amount of success with his essay on the immortality of the soul, Drew next undertook one on the identity and resurrection of the human body, and this was published in 1809. Into a controversy he was engaged in with Mr. Polwhele in 1800 on Methodism we need not enter, but it made no breach of friendly feeling between Mr. Polwhele and him, and it was at the request of the former that Drew wrote the little account of his life that appeared in Polwhele's Literary Characters, 1803. Having experienced his own great difficulties in acquiring the principles of the English grammar, in 1804 he gave a course of lectures on that subject. These lectures, which occupied about 2 hours, were delivered on 4 evenings of the week, 2 being allotted to each sex separately. A year completed the course of instruction, and for this each pupil paid 30 shillings. He was able to illustrate his lectures very happily with anecdote and from his own experience, so as to render the barren study of grammar interesting and entertaining. Though never able to write first-class English, and often clumsy in diction, yet he was studiously correct in grammar, if often awkward in construction of a sentence. In the year 1805 he gave up his cobbling business and devoted himself entirely to his pen. Seeing his value as a polemic writer in favor of the fundamental doctrines of Christianity, several of the clergy of Cornwall were anxious that he should join the church. But his early association with dissent, and his ignorance of Catholic doctrine, induced him to remain where he was in the Methodist connection. He next wrote an essay on the being and attributes of the deity, and a reply to Thomas Prout, on the divinity of Christ and the eternal sonship. All this was very well in its way at the time, but is now so much waste paper, used only for covering jampots. In 1814 Samuel Drew undertook his most voluminous work, The History of Cornwall, one which he was wholly unqualified to undertake, as he had no familiarity with the MS material on which that history should be based. And it was a mere compilation from already printed matter. In 1819 Samuel Drew removed to Liverpool, where he acted as local preacher in the Methodist meeting houses. To this period belongs the epigram written on him by Dr. Clarke. Long was the man, and long was his hair. And long was the coat which this long man did wear. He became editor of the Imperial Magazine, and after a short while in Liverpool, migrated to London. In 1828 he lost his wife. When my wife died, he was wont to say, my earthly son set for ever. In 1833 he returned to Cornwall, and died at Helston on March 29, at the age of 68. Slender in form, with a head remarkably small for the length of his limbs, his stature exceeded the common height. He had a searching and intelligent eye, was somewhat uncouth in his movements, but was full of energy of mind and body. He sometimes wrote verses, which only a very partial biographer would call poetry. But what he prided himself on being was not a poet, but a metaphysician. The story goes that S. Augustine was walking one day by the seashore, musing on the attributes of God and on the demonstration of the divine nature, when he saw a child digging a hole in the sand, and then with a fan shell ladling the seawater into the hole it had made. Augustine paused and asked, "My child, what are you about?" "I am going to empty the sea into this hole," replied the child. Then Augustine entered into himself and thought, can a man with the limited capacity of his brain embrace the infinity of the divine nature and perfections? Is it not like emptying the sea into a tiny hole to try to effect this? Drew's life labors were just doing this. There was a certain amount of intellectual ingenuity in his arguments, but that was all. Not a leaf that he wrote is of any permanent value, but that it was of value at the time when he wrote I should be the last to deny. There is abundant material for a life of Samuel Drew. Not only may it be found in the life by his son mentioned at the head of this article, and in his own biographical memoir given by R. Polwheel, but his son J. H. Drew also published a second memoir, under the title Samuel Drew, M.A. The Self-Taught Cornish Man, A Life Lesson, published in 1861, also in Lives of the Illustrious, by J. P. Edwards, 1852, and Mr. Smiles has devoted some pages to him in Self-Help, 1866. The portrait of Samuel Drew is given as frontispiece to the first volume of the Imperial Magazine, 1819, and also to the life by his son. The Siege of Skewis. Skewis is a small, not very interesting farmhouse in itself, on the high road from Camborne to Helston, near the station of Nansegallen. Although at a distance of 5 miles from Tregenning Hill, that height crowned by a stone camp, and with 2 camps on its slopes, seems to dominate it. The country around is bleak and treeless except in dips, and where are the grounds of Clowance. To the north is the camp of Tregear, where was once seated an ancient family of the same name, which died out in the reign of William of Orange with Richard Tregear, Sheriff of Cornwall. Skewis had been for some time the patrimony of a succession of yeoman proprietors of the name of Rogers. In 1734 there were 2 brothers of that name, sons of the owner of Skewis. On their father's death the eldest succeeded to the property, and the younger, Henry, carried on the trade of pewterer in Helston. Both were married, but the elder had no children, whereas Henry had several. On the death of the elder brother, his widow, whose maiden name had been Millet, produced a will whereby her late husband had bequeathed all his freehold property to her. This greatly exasperated Henry, who considered that as Skewis had belonged to the Rogers family for many generations, he was entitled to it. And he averred that the will had been wrung from his dying brother by the importunity of the wife when he was feeble in mind as well as body. Forthwith, in place of disputing the will when proved, he took forcible possession of the house, and turned out of it some female servants left in charge of it whilst his sister-in-law was from home. The whole neighbourhood was satisfied that great wrong had been done to Henry Rogers, and was loud in its condemnation of the widow. When Mrs. Rogers found herself forcibly dispossessed, she appealed to the law, and judgment was given against Henry. Stephen Tillie was under-sheriff, and he received orders to eject Rogers, and place Anne, the widow, in possession. On June 18, 1734, he accordingly went to Skewis to serve the summons. But Henry stood at an upper window armed with a gun, and dared the under-sheriff to approach. Tillie shouted to him that he had the king's writ and must have possession, but assured him that he would not meddle with his person. By this time a crowd of some 200 or 300 persons had assembled, all sympathizers with Henry Rogers, and murmuring their disapproval of the ejectment. Henry, from his window, called out that the Lord Chancellor had made an unjust decree. Tillie replied that Henry Rogers might appeal against the decision, but surrender the house he must. Rogers, in reply, fired, and, as the under-sheriff stated, burned his wig and singed his face. This so frightened Tillie that he withdrew, and sent to Helston for some soldiers, and Captain Sadler, then in charge of the military there, dispatched some to his aid. So reinforced, on the morrow Tillie went again to Skewis, and found the door shut, and a hole cut in it, with a gun-barrel protruding. Again the under-sheriff demanded admittance, and for reply the gun was fired, and a bailiff named William Carpenter was mortally wounded. Another gun was then discharged, and Hatch, the under-sheriff's servant, was struck. And Rogers, the plaintiff, was in the rear animating the soldiers against the occupants of the house. Mrs. Henry Rogers was within, loading and serving out the guns to her husband and to his servant John Street. A soldier was shot in the groin, and 2 other men were wounded. Thereupon the soldiers fired upon the house, and though the bullets flew in at the window, none of those within were hurt. Woolston, the soldier shot in the groin, was taken to the rear, where he died. A bullet whizzed through Stephen Tillie's hat. Discretion is the better part of valor. Accordingly the under-sheriff gave orders to beat a retreat, and like the King of France's men who marched up a hill and then marched down again, Tillie and his posse of bailiffs and military retired from the battlefield, carrying their dead and wounded, without having effected an entry. In a kindly spirit Rogers offered Tillie a dram, but the under-sheriff's courage was too much quailed to allow him to draw near enough to accept the hospitable offer. Indeed, it took Mr. Tillie 9 months to gather up sufficient courage to resume the attack, and then not till he had ordered up cannon from Pendennis Castle. On the former occasion there had been at least 10 soldiers under the command of an officer. Within the house were only Henry Rogers, his wife, his small children, and his servant man. On March 16, in the year following, another party was sent to apprehend Rogers and take possession of the house. On this occasion, apparently Mr. Stephen Tillie did not put in his appearance, but left the duty to be discharged by the constables. Henry Rogers was prepared for them, and fired, when one named Andrew Willis, alias Tubby, was shot dead. Rogers then, with the utmost coolness, came out of the door and walked round the man he had shot, and again on this occasion offered the besiegers a drink. The besiegers then retired, but not till a second man had been shot. During the night Henry Rogers effected his escape. He travelled on foot to Salisbury, with the intention of making his case known to the king. Sir John S. Aubyn, of Clowance, now took an active part in endeavouring to secure the fugitive, and handbills descriptive of Rogers were circulated along the road to London, whither it was known he was making his way. Near Salisbury a postboy, driving homewards a return post-chaise, was accosted by a stout man walking with a gun in his hand, who requested to be given a lift. The boy drove him to the inn, where he procured a bed. But the circumstances and description had excited strong suspicion, and he was secured in his sleep. The prisoner was removed to Cornwall. He and his man Street were tried at the assizes at Launceston on August 1, 1735, were both found guilty of murder, and were both hanged. It is not possible to withhold sympathy from both men, especially Street, who acted on the belief that it was his duty to be true to his master, and to defend him and his property to the utmost. Mr. Davies Gilbert gives the minutes of an interesting conversation he had with the son of Henry Rogers, who was hanged. On the October 30, 1812, I called on Mr. Henry Rogers, formerly a saddler at Penzance, but then residing there in great poverty, being supported by a small allowance from a club, and by £half-a-crown a week given him by the corporation, nominally for yielding up the possession of a house, but in truth to prevent his becoming a common pauper. Mr. Henry Rogers was then 84 years of age and remembered the unfortunate transactions at Skewis perfectly well. He was between 7 and 8 years old at the time. He recollected going out with his father into the court after there had been some firing. His father had a gun in his hand, and inquired what they wanted. On this his father was fired at, and had a snuff-box and powder-horn broken in his pocket by a ball, whilst he stood on the other side. He recollected that whilst he was in bed, several balls came in through the windows of the room, and after striking the wall rolled about on the floor. One brother and a sister, who were in the house, went out to inquire what was wanted of their father, and they were not permitted to return. On the last night, no one remained in the house but his father, himself, and the servant maid. In the middle of the night they all went out, and got some distance from the house. In crossing a field, however, they were met by 2 soldiers, who inquired their business. The maid answered that they were looking for a cow, when they were permitted to proceed. The soldiers had their arms, and his father had his gun. The maid and himself were left at a farmhouse in the neighbourhood, and Mr. Rogers proceeded on his way towards London. The authorities for the story of the Siege of Skewis are Richard Hooker's Weekly Miscellany, August 9, 1735, George Harris's Life of Lord Chancellor Hardwicke, pages 295 to 303. Caulfield's Portraits of Remarkable Persons, 1813, and Davies Gilbert's Parochial History of Cornwall. The Voyage of John Sands. Lanarth, in the parish of S. Cavern, in the Lizard district, was for many generations the residence of the family of Sands. The family was not represented at the Herald's visitation of 1620, and did not record its arms and pedigree, but was nevertheless regarded in the 18th century as gentle, and was united to other families of respectability. Sampson Sands, who died in 1696, was married to Jane, daughter of John Cood, of Brieg, but he died without issue and left his estate to his brother's son, John Sands, married to a daughter of Hamley, of S. Neoth. This John Sands, one afternoon in January, 1702-3, and 7 other persons, men and women, of S. Cavern, were returning from Falmouth in a fishing boat of about 5 tons burden, without deck or covering, after having done their marketing at a fair there. When they had got to sea, about a league from the mouth of the Fowl and about 2 leagues off S. Cavern, suddenly there rose a storm of wind from the west, and the sea rising and rolling in great crested waves round the terrible points of the manacles, the rowers were unable to make headway against it. If they could not reach Porthoustock, for which they were bound, they hoped at least to run into Porthallow. But even this they were unable to effect. The fury of the blast and the great masses of water heaved against the little boat made progress impossible, and they resolved on running back into Falmouth harbour. Accordingly the vessel was turned, but the raging wind and sea and the tide setting out from the land swept them from the coast. Moreover, the short winter day was closing in. The sun went down behind a wild and inky bank of cloud, and speedily night set in dark and terrible. The unfortunate boatload of marketers could do no more than invoke God's protection, and bail out the water as fast as it poured over the gunwale. The oars were shipped, and the boatman declared that there was nothing to be done but to let loose the helm and allow the boat to drive. The night was cold as well as tempestuous. On the blast of the wind came down torrents of rain. The men and women alike labored hard to cast out of the boat the water that poured in. For 16 hours darkness lasted. How may each have said with Gonzalo, now would I give 1,000 furlongs of sea for an acre of barren ground, long heath, brown furze, anything. I would fain die a dry death. At length there rose a raw light in the southeast, against which the billows stood up black as ink. As the light grew, those in the boat found themselves encircled with sea, out of sight of land, and with the clouds scudding overhead, as if running a race. The storm continued all that day and the night following. Not only so, but also the third day and night the battle with the influx of water continued. There was no sleep for any, all had to fight the water for their lives. Happily they were not starving, for Mr. Sands had taken over to Falmouth in the boat a woman, the taverner's wife of the 3 tons, who had brought with her from Falmouth a shilling's worth of bread and 3 or 4 gallons of brandy. On this they subsisted. On the 4th day in the morning, the gale abated, and at 10 o'clock land was descried. Forthwith the rowers bent to their oars and steered towards it. When the whole party landed they discovered that they had been wafted over to the coast of Normandy, and they found themselves on French soil at the time that Queen Anne was engaged in war with Louis XIV. Marlborough had been in the Netherlands, and had reduced Venlo, Roermond, and the citadel of Liege. At sea Rooke had captured 6 vessels and sunk 13 at Vigo, and Admiral Benbow had done wonders against a French fleet in the West Indies. The French were sore and irritated. So soon as Mr. Sands and his little party stepped on shore they were encountered by several men armed, who demanded who they were. They replied that they were English. One of the party stopping them understood our language, and inquired the occasion of these visitors landing on the enemy's shores, and by what expedient they had come over. They replied, and gave an account of their perilous voyage of 3 nights and 4 days. Upon this a gentleman of the company asked Mr. Sands from what part of England he came, and when he replied that they were all from Cornwall, the same gentleman inquired further whether the leader of the party was named Sands. To this he replied, in some surprise, that he was. Then, monsieur, said the Frenchman, I know you, and I can well remember your kindness and hospitality when I was wrecked off the Lizard some years ago. Then you received me into your house, and entertained me most generously. This was an unexpected and welcome encounter. The gentleman then required the party to surrender what arms and money they had with them, and Mr. Sands handed over 40 guineas that he had received at Falmouth for pilchards just before he was driven out to sea in the boat. He and his companions were required to yield themselves prisoners of war, and Mr. Sands was received into the gentleman's home. All next day were brought before a magistrate and examined, and orders were given that they should not be kept in custody as prisoners of war, but should be permitted to go about at liberty, and beg alms of the people. And the kind-hearted Normandy peasants and gentlemen showed them great favour, and supplied all their pressing wants. The news of the event not only flew over the country, but reached the ears of the king, who thereupon ordered that the whole party should be sent back to England by the first transport ship for prisoners of war, which happened soon after. Mr. Sands took leave of his kind host in whose house he had been hospitably entertained, and begged him to accept the 40 guineas as some acknowledgment of his kindness. This, however, the gentleman refused to do, saying that he would take nothing at his hands, since God in such a wonderful manner had preserved him and his companions from the perils of the deep. Then Mr. Sands pressed 5 guineas on the wife of his host, begging her with that sum to purchase something which might remind her of him and his party, and this she reluctantly received. So they parted, and all went on board a transport ship and were safely landed at Portsmouth, and in 8 weeks after their departure from England returned to S. Cavern, to the great joy and surprise of their friends and relations, who had concluded that all of them had been drowned. The Reverend Sampson Sandys was grandson of the gentleman who was carried over to France, as described. He lived at Lanarth to a great age. His daughter Eleanor married Admiral James Kempthorne, R.N. He was succeeded at Lanarth by his nephew, William Sandys, a colonel in the army of the East India Company, who rebuilt the house. It must be added that the original name of the family was not Sandys but Sands, and that it assumed the former name as more euphonious and as supposing a connection which, however, has not been proved to exist, with Lord Sandys of the Vine, and Ombersley, Worcestershire, and the Cumberland family of Graythwaite. At the same time, it assumed the arms of the same distinguished family, or, a fest and set between 3 crosses crosslet fishy gules. Charles Incleeden. This, one of the sweetest tenor singers England has produced, was born at Cavern in Cornwall, in 1764, and was the son of a petty local surgeon and apothecary practicing there. At the age of 7 he was introduced by Mr. Snow, one of the minor canons of Exeter Cathedral, to the organist, then named Langdon, and he afterwards became the pupil of William Jackson the composer, who was for many years organist of the cathedral. Jackson took great notice of the boy, and made him sing his own compositions at concerts in the city. On one occasion, when the assizes were on at Exeter, Judge Nares attended in state at the morning service in the cathedral, when Incleeden sang the solo, "Let My Soul Love," in the anthem, "Let My Complaint Come Before Thee, O Lord," with such effect and beauty that the tears rolled down the judge's cheeks, and at the conclusion of divine service he sent for the boy and presented him with 5 guineas. Incleeden was wont, on summer evenings, to seat himself on a rail in the cathedral close and sing, to the delight of an audience that always collected as soon as his bird-like voice was heard. On one such occasion he was singing the song, "When I Was a Shepherd's Maid," from the padlock, when a gentleman in regimental stepped forward and asked his name. Next day this officer, the Honourable Mr. Trevor, called on Jackson and asked permission to take the lad with him to Torquay, where he was going to visit Commodore Walsingham of the Thunderer, and he desired to give his friend and all on board ship the pleasure of hearing Incleeden sing. Permission was accorded, and the boy was on board the vessel for 3 days, and sang several nautical and other songs, beginning with, "Blow high, blow low." The Commodore was so delighted that he wrote to Incleeden's parents and asked that the lad might be placed under him in the vessel. But the mother declined, and well was it that she did, for the Thunderer went down in a storm in the West Indies, and all hands on board were lost. The kind reception accorded to Charles Incleeden on board induced him to harbour the resolution to become a sailor, and accompanied by a fellow chorister, and carrying a bundle of linen, he ran away, hoping to reach Plymouth. But he was overtaken and brought back, and as a punishment was not allowed to wear his surplice in choir for a week. But when his voice broke, then he was allowed to follow his bent, and he embarked on board the formidable under Captain Stanton, and remained in her 2 years, till, disabled by a wound, he was left at Plymouth. And on his recovery was placed in a vessel commanded by Lord Harvey, afterwards Earl of Bristol. With this nobleman he sailed to Sta Lucia, where the whole fleet was at anchor. Whilst there, Lord Harvey gave a dinner on board to his fellow commanders and other officers. At the same time the sailors before the mast enjoyed themselves with grog and songs. When Incleeden sang, the lieutenant on deck ran to the cabin where the officers were regaling themselves, and told them that they had a nightingale on board, and would do well to hear it sing. Lord Harvey at once proceeded to the quarter-deck, heard Incleeden sing the fine old traditional ballad, "'Twas Thursday in the Morn," and was so impressed that he bade him at once change his apparel and come to the state cabin. He did so and sang there, "The Fight of the Monmouth and Foudroyant," "Rule Britannia," and some of Jackson's favourite canzonets. The officers applauded enthusiastically, and jocularly appointed him singer to the British fleet. He was released from the performance of manual duty, and sent for to assist at every entertainment that succeeded. He rose high in the favour of Admiral Pigot, the Commander-in-Chief, and made numerous friends and patrons. In 1782 Incleeden was in the engagement between the English fleet under Admiral Sir George Bridges, afterwards Lord Rodney, and the French fleet commanded by the Count de Grasse, when the former gained a complete victory. At the expiration of the war Incleeden was discharged at Chatham and proceeded to London, with strong recommendations from Lord Mulgrave and others to Mr. Coleman of the Haymarket Theatre. Coleman received him coldly, and gave him no hopes of an engagement. Then he went to Southampton, where he obtained an engagement at 10 shillings and 6 a week. But soon after, owing to some dispute, he left the company and went to Salisbury with a travelling company, and fell into great poverty and misery. However, he succeeded in obtaining an engagement at Bath with Mr. Palmer, the well-known theatrical manager, and the man who introduced mail coaches into England. Here he received 30 shillings a week. He attracted the attention of Ranzini, the arbiter of the musical entertainments at Bath. And this able man gave him valuable instruction in scientific singing. One evening, hearing Incleedon sing Handel's Total Eclipse, the Italian was so delighted that, catching hold of his hand, he left the piano, and leading him to the front of the platform exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my scholar." Thomas Harris, hearing him at Bath, proposed that he should sing and act at Covent Garden Theatre, and engaged him for 3 years at £6, £7, and £8 a week. Hardly was this agreement made, when Linley, of Drury Lane, offered him £12 a week, and to retain him for 5 years. But, although only a verbal agreement had been entered into with Harris, Incleedon, to his honour, rejected the offer of Linley. It was unfortunate in more ways than one, as he would have profited by Linley's exquisite taste and instruction, as well as have earned nearly double what Harris offered. Moreover, he was very badly treated at Covent Garden, and often not given parts in which he could do himself justice. In 1809 came a rupture, and the managers dismissed him, and Incleedon quitted London on a provincial tour. After 2 years he was re-engaged by Harris, at a salary of £17 a week, for a term of 5 years, but he stipulated that he should be given such roles as suited him. This engagement was not fulfilled, and a fresh quarrel ensued that led to a final rupture at the end of 3 years, and he quitted Covent Garden for ever, refusing even to sing in the oratorios performed there during Lent. He had made his first appearance at Covent Garden in October, 1790, as Dermont in The Poor Soldier, by Shield. His vocal endowments were certainly great. He had a voice of uncommon power and sweetness, both in the natural and falsetto. The former was from A to G, a compass of about 14 notes, the latter he could use from D to E or even F, or about 10 notes. His natural voice was full and open, and of such ductility, that when he sang pianissimo it retained its original quality. His falsetto was rich, sweet, and brilliant, and totally unlike the other. He could use it with facility, and execute in it ornaments of a certain class with volubility and sweetness. His shake was good, and his intonation much more correct than is common to singers so imperfectly educated. But he never quite got over his West Country pronunciation. His strong point was the ballad, and that not the modern sentimental composition, but of the robust old school. When Ranzini first heard him at Bath, rolling his voice upwards like a surge of the sea, till, touching the top note, it expired in sweetness, he exclaimed in rapture, "Corpo di Dio." It was lucky dear vas some roof above, or you would be heard by de angels in heaven, and make dem jealous. Incleedon himself used to tell a story of the effect he produced upon Mrs. Siddons. She paid me one of the finest compliments I ever received. I sang "The Storm" after dinner. She cried and sobbed like a child. Taking both my hands, she said, "All that I and my brother ever did is nothing to the effect you produce." I remember, says William Robson, in the old Playgoer, when the elite of taste and science and literature were assembled to pay the well-deserved compliment of a dinner to John Kemble, and to present him with a handsome piece of plate on his retirement, Incleedon sang, when requested, his best song, "The Storm." The effect was sublime, the silence holy, the feeling intense. And while Talma was recovering from his astonishment, Kemble placed his hand on the arm of the great French actor, and said in an agitated, emphatic, and proud tone, "That is an English singer." Marsden adds that Talma jumped up from his seat and embraced him. Incleedon sang with great feeling, and in "The Storm" he was able to throw his whole heart into the ballad, for not only had he encountered many a storm at sea, but he had been shipwrecked on a passage from Liverpool to Dublin, on the bar. Some of those on board were lost, but he saved himself and his wife by drawing her up to the round top and lashing her and himself to it. From this perilous position, after a duration of several hours, they were rescued by some fishermen who saw the wreck from the shore. Incleedon belonged in town to the Glee Club, composed of Shield, Bannister, Dignam, himself, and 1 or 2 others. It met on Sunday evenings during the season at the Garrick Coffee House, in Bow Street, once a fortnight. At one of these little gatherings Incleeden was amusingly hoaxed. Though an admirable singer, he was a shockingly bad actor. When he came in, one of the party informed him that an intended musical performance for a charitable purpose, in which he, Incleeden, was to sing, had been abandoned, on account of the Bishop of London objecting to an actor performing in church. Incleeden, who was an extremely irritable man, broke out in a violent strain, conceiving the word actor to have been employed as a term of reproach, and addressing himself to Bannister, said with great vehemence, "There, Charles, do you hear that?" "Why," said Bannister, "if I were you, I'd make his lordship prove his words." Incleeden one day was at Tattersall's, when Suet, the actor, also happened to be there, and asked him whether he had come to buy a horse. "Yes," said Charles, "I have. I must ride, it is good for my health." "But why are you here, Dicky? Do you think that you know the difference between a horse and an ass?" "Oh, yes," replied the comedian. "If you were among 1,000 horses, I would know you immediately." There was a public house in Bow Street called the Brown Bear, which was famous for a compound liquor, a mixture of beer, eggs, sugar, and brandy. Incleeden and Jack Johnstone were partial to this, and frequently indulged themselves with it during the evening at the theatre, and, as a jest, occasionally obtained it in the following manner. When there happened to be several ladies of the theatre in the green room, they took that opportunity to represent to them the hard case of the widow of a provincial actor, left with her children in great distress, and to solicit from them a few shillings to enable them to purchase some flannel during that inclement season. Having obtained contributions, they dispatched the dresser to the Brown Bear for a quart of egg hot, and had the modesty not to drink it all themselves, but to present a glass to each of the females who had subscribed, requesting them to drink to the health of the widow and the flannel. When Incleeden and Johnstone had practiced this trick several times, Quick, the comedian of the same theatre, bribed the dresser to infuse into the mixture a dose of ipecacuanha, and that brought the joke to an end. But the mixture thenceforth, without the last ingredient, was popularly called flannel. Incleeden was a notoriously vain man. Vanity was his besetting sin. In pronouncing his own name, says Mr. Matthews, he believed he described all that was admirable in human nature. It would happen, however, that this perpetual veneration of self laid him open to many effects which, to any man less securely locked and bolted in his own conceit, would have opened the door to his understanding. But he had no room there for other than what it naturally contained, and the bump of content was all sufficient to fill the otherwise aching void. Incleeden called himself the English ballad singer per se, a distinction he would not have exchanged for the highest in the realm of talent. Among many self-deceptions arising out of his one great foible, he was impressed with the belief that he was a reading man. One day Matthews found him in his house deep in study. Incleeden looked up at his visitor, and said, "My dear Matthews, I'm improving my mind. I'm reading a book that should be in the hands of every father and husband." "What is it, Charles?" asked Matthews, and leaning over him saw that it was a volume of the Newgate Calendar. It had become a habit, during a fagging run of a new opera at Covent Garden Theatre one season, for certain performers to club a batch or so of Madeira, of which they took a glass to their dressing rooms. Incleeden was continually finding fault with the quality, and praising up his own private stock of the same wine. At the close of the season, his brother actors had become weary of Incleeden's grumbling over the Madeira, which they knew to be excellent. One night a fellow actor, seeing a large key lying upon Incleeden's dressing table, labelled cellar, and Incleeden happening at the time to be engaged on the stage till the end of the opera, dispatched the dresser to Brompton Crescent with the key, with a request to Mrs. Incleeden from her husband that she would send 12 of his best Madeira by the bearer. Mrs. Incleeden, wholly unsuspicious of any trick, did so. When Incleeden left the stage, the confederates told him that they had got fresh and very first-rate Madeira now, as he had disliked what had been provided before. Incleeden took a glass, made a wry face, took another, and said, "Beastly stuff. Never in my life tasted such cheap, vile stuff. Sorry, Incleeden, you do not appreciate your own Madeira. Incleeden drank pretty heavily, but did not get drunk. Here is a bill for a slight evening collation at the Orange Coffee House, for him and 2 friends. Mr. Shield, Welsh rabbit equals £0, S.1, D.0. Mr. Shield, 2 glasses of brandy and water equals £0, S.2, D.0. Mr. Park, Welsh rabbit equals £0, S.1, D.0. Mr. Park, 2 glasses of brandy and water equals £0, S.2, D.0. Mr. Incleeden, Welsh rabbit equals £0, S.1, D.0. Mr. Incleeden, 2 bottles of Madeira equals £1, S.4, D.0. Park, in his musical memoirs, relates an instance of Incleeden's selfishness. He says of him that he was a singular compound of contrarieties, amongst which frugality and extravagance were conspicuous. Mr. Shield the composer, Incleeden, and I, lived for many years a good deal together. On one occasion Shield and myself dined with Incleeden at his house in Brompton in the month of February. When I had arrived there, Incleeden said to me, "Bill, do you like ducks?" Conceiving, from the snow lying on the ground, that he meant wild ones, I replied, "Yes, I like a good wild duck very well." "Wild ducks," said he, "I mean tame ducks, my boy." Adding, "I bought a couple in town for which I gave 18 shillings. Soon afterwards a letter arrived, announcing that Mr. Raymond, the stage manager of Drury Lane Theatre, who was to have been of the party, could not come. In consequence of which, I presume, only 1 duck was placed on the dinner table, with some roast beef, etc. When Mrs. Incleeden, who, as well as her husband, was fond of good living, had carved the duck, like a good wife she helped her husband to the breast part and to one of the wings, taking at the same time the other wing to herself, reserving for Shield and me the 2 legs and the back. Shield, who looked a little awkward at this specimen of selfishness and ill manners, at first refused the limb offered to him, and I had declined taking the other. There appeared to be but a poor prospect of the legs walking off, till Shield relented and took one, and Incleeden the other, so that they were speedily out of sight. The back, however, remained behind, and afforded a titbit for the servants. On another occasion he was giving a dinner party, and a dish was brought to table heaped up, apparently, with fresh herrings. All the company, except Incleeden and his wife, partook of these fish. Some were helped a second time. When the herrings had been cleared away, there appeared beneath one fine white fish. "My dear," said Incleeden, "what can that be?" "I believe it is a John Dory, Charles." Some of the John Dory was offered to the company, but they had eaten enough fish, and so Incleeden and his wife ate the John Dory between them. Incleeden, whilst very willing to hoax others, was easily taken in himself. As his dependence was entirely on his voice, he was very apprehensive of catching cold, which, in consequence, rendered him the occasional dupe of quackery. During Mr. Kemble's management of Covent Garden Theatre, one of the wags among his fellow actors informed him that a patent lozenge had just been invented and sold only at a jeweller's in Bond Street, which was an infallible cure for hoarseness. In order that he might the more readily take the bait, he was told that Kemble made frequent use of it. Incleeden immediately inquired of the great actor, who very gravely answered, "Oh, yes, Charles, the patent lozenge is an admirable thing. I have derived the greatest benefit from it, when I kept it in my mouth all night." Incleeden accordingly went to Bond Street to purchase the valuable lozenge, and the man, who had been previously instructed, gave him a small pebble in a pill-box. Incleeden arrived at the theatre next day with the stone in his mouth and spitting frequently. He was, of course, asked if the patent lozenge did him any good. "Yes," replied he, spitting. "I kept it in my mouth, spitting, all night, and, spitting again, it has this remarkable property, that it does not dissolve," and he spat again. The wag requested to see it, and the production of the pebble provoked a general laugh. "Why, Charles," said Kemble, "this is a stone." "I meant a patent lozenge." You should have gone to an apothecary's and not to a jeweller's for it. Incledon, when he found that he was hoaxed, was full of wrath. His anger, however, soon subsided. Well, said he, I can't grumble, for an apothecary who pretended to have supplied the jeweller with the lozenge, and who has received from me a letter belauding the nostrum, has undertaken in return to dispose of £40 worth of tickets for my benefit. On the occasion of this, or some other benefit, he could not refrain from going every morning to the box office to see how many places were taken. And a week before the last, observing the names to be few besides those of his own private friends, he said to the box keeper, Brandon, Jem, if the nobility don't come forward, I shall cut but a poor figure this time. Don't be afraid, said Brandon, I dare say we shall do a good deal for you today. I hope so, replied Incledon, and as I go home to dinner I will look in again. Incledon, who was not very familiar with Debrett's peerage, returning at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, hastened to the book, and read aloud the following fictitious names, which Brandon, by way of a joke, had put down in his absence: the Marquis of Piccadilly, the Duke of Windsor. Ah, ha, exclaimed Incledon, that must be one of the royal family. Lord Highgate, the Bishop of Gravesend. Well, said he to Brandon, quite delighted, if we get on as well tomorrow as we have today, I shall have a number of distinguished titles present. Park says of him, amongst other singularities, Incledon was restless, and could not stay long in a place. Having, with his wife, dined at my house, in the evening, whilst the party were engaged at cards, he absented himself for a considerable time, and, Mrs. Incledon noticing it particularly, I was induced to go and look for him. Tracing him by his voice, I found him in the kitchen, helping the maids to pick parsley, which was preparing for supper. Park adds, as a ballad singer he was unrivalled, and his manner of singing sea songs, particularly Gay's Black-Eyed Susan, The Storm, by Alexander Stevens, and Shield's Heaving of the Lead, can only be appreciated by those who have heard him. Though he evinced a strong propensity to wine, he never appeared to be intoxicated by it. Dining with a party at his house, where he had just recovered from a very severe indisposition, and was, as he said, advised by his physician to be very abstemious, he sometimes after dinner, while his friends were drinking port wine, had a second black bottle placed before him, which I conceived to contain some very light beverage suited to his case, till he said to me in an undertone, Bill, take a glass of this, pointing to his black bottle, which I did, and found it to be Madeira. During the summer Incledon made provincial tours, giving entertainments moulded on those of Dibdin, and these were very successful financially. After quitting Covent Garden he performed at concerts and in minor theatres. In 1817 he sailed for America, where he was received with great enthusiasm, and realized handsome profits. His last appearance in London was under Ellison at Drury Lane in 1820, and his last appearance on any stage was at Southampton, where he had first appeared behind the footlights. This was on October 20th in the same year. He resided towards the end of his days at Brighton, where he was afflicted with a slight paralytic affliction, from the effects of which he recovered. And in February, 1826, being at Worcester, he experienced a second attack, which proved fatal, and he died on February 14th in the 68th year of his age. His remains were conveyed from Worcester to Highgate, where they were interred. The murder of Richard Corriton. Richard Corriton, eldest son of Peter Corriton of West Newton Ferrers, in the parish of S. Mellion, had married Anne, daughter of Richard Cood, of Morval, and by her had 3 sons, Peter, Richard, and John. Peter, the grandfather, died on March 24, 1551, but his son Richard died a violent death in a tragic manner in 1565. Peter, the younger and heir apparent, was intent on marrying Jane, the daughter of John Ray, of North Russell, but for some reason unexplained his father Richard took a violent dislike to the proposed daughter-in-law. And when his son persisted in desiring to have her as his wife, the father flew into a violent passion and swore that if he took her he would disinherit him of all the lands he could, and would give to him only a younger son's portion, constituting Richard head of the family. Peter remained firm. He was then in London at the court, and the father at once made ready to leave Newton Ferrers and take his journey to London and disinherit his son if he found that the marriage was still insisted on. But on the eve of his starting, as he was walking in the grounds of Newton Ferrers, he was suddenly fallen upon by two scoundrels named Bartlett and Basely, who owed him a grudge over some matter that is not mentioned, and they cut his throat. Bartlett and Basely were apprehended and brought to Launceston before the sheriff, Mr. Trevanion, and were found guilty. But he could not believe that they were revenging some private wrong, and as the matter of dispute between father and son was well known, and it was known as well that Richard was about to disinherit his eldest son, a strong suspicion was entertained by Trevanion that the murder had been committed at the instigation of the son. And he gave the men hopes of a reprieve, if not of a pardon, if they would reveal the name of the man who had urged them to commit this dreadful crime. He behaved, it must be seen, in a most unfair manner, hinting his suspicions to the two wretches and giving them no peace till they declared that they had been set on by Mr. Peter Corydon to murder his father. As Peter Corydon was in town, the two criminals were sent to Newgate to be confronted with him there. Whether he was arrested on the charge of having instigated the murder of his father does not appear, but it is probable. However, if that were the case, his detention was not for long, as both murderers recanted when in London. The following curious deed of evidence concerning the murder of Mr. Corydon is preserved in Pengelly Castle. To all true Exton people to whom this present writing shall come, or shall see, hear or read, Sir Richard Champion, Knight, Lord Mayor, and the Aldermen of the City of London send greeting in our Lord God everlasting. Forasmuch as among other, the great and manifold deeds and works of piety and charity, the witnessing and declaration of the truth of all matters in question, ambiguity or doubt is not to be accounted the least. But rather as a choice virtue and means whereby the truth, though many times suppressed for a season, doth the rather appear brought forth into the sight and knowledge of men is with the choicest to be embraced, extolled, and commended. We therefore, the said Lord Mayor and Aldermen, do signify and declare unto all your honours and worships, unto whom it shall appertain, and to every of the same, that the days of the date of these presents hereunder written, there did appear and come personally before us, the said Mayor and Aldermen, in the Queen's Majesty's Court, holden before the said Lord Mayor and Aldermen, in the outer chamber of the Guildhall of the said city, the deponents hereunder named, who, upon their own free will, without any manner of coercion and constraint, upon their corporate oaths upon the holy evangelists of Almighty God, then and there severally before us taken and made and exactly examined by one of the clerks of the said court, said and deposed in all things as hereafter word for word and sweth. John Philpot, clerk, parson of S. Michael in Cornhill of London, aged 29 years or thereabout, deposed, sworn and examined, the day hereunder written, saith and deposeth upon his oath that on the 9th of November last, upon a Saturday, about 4 of the clock in the afternoon. But what day of the week it was he doth not now remember, this examinate was required by Mr. Howes, one of the sheriffs of London, and in the name of the other sheriff 26 that he would go unto Newgate, and there to examine one Rafe Bartlett, prisoner within the same place, who was then very sick and like to die. To the intent to understand of him whether one Peter Currington, whom before he had accused for the murder of his own father, were culpable therein or no. Whereupon this examinate went to the said jail of Newgate, and by the way he did meet with two ministers, the one named Edward Wilkinson, and the other John Brown, whom he desired to go with him, who went with him accordingly. And coming to the aforesaid jail of Newgate, he desired the keeper that they might talk with the said Bartlett, and the said keeper went down with them into the prison, and brought them unto him, and there finding him very sore sick, persuaded with him, for that he was more like to die than live, in discharge of his conscience, as he would answer before God, to declare unto them whether that the aforesaid Peter Currington, whom he had accused to be privy and procurer of him and one Basely to do the same murder were true yea or no. Whereupon he confessed and said that he had most untruly accused the said Peter Currington, for he was never privy, nor knew of it, but that it was he himself and the said Basely, without the knowledge of any other. And declared the cause why they had so accused him was, for that after they were found guilty for the same matter, the sheriff of Cornwall did examine them if there were any other privy or procuring to the same murder. And they agreed together to the intent to preserve their lives, or at the least to prolong the same, falsely to accuse the said Peter Currington. And the same Bartlett showed himself very sorry and repentant for his said accusation, saying, Think you that Mr. Currington will forgive me? And this examinate answered him, There is no doubt he will, for otherwise he is not of God. Wherewith he seemed to be satisfied. And this examinate saith that the said Bartlett died within 2 or 3 days after. And going from him up the stairs, he, the examinate and the others were brought unto the aforesaid Basily, who confessed and declared unto them in everything the innocency of the said Peter Currington, concerning the same murder. And that it was he and the said Bartlett that committed the same without the knowledge or consent of any other. And that they did accuse him for the purpose afore alleged, by the said Bartlett, and more in effect this examinate cannot say. Edward Wilkinson of London, clerk, parson of the parish church of S. Antonine in London, aged 33 years or thereabout, deposed, sworn and examined, the said day and year hereunder written, saith and deposeth upon his oath, about November last, the exact time the examinate remembereth not, he did meet one Mr. Philpot, parson of S. Michael in Cornhill, in Cheapside, who desired this examinate that he would go back with him to Newgate, who did so, and by the way as they went, they met with Master Brown, a minister, who likewise went with them to Newgate. And the deposition of the foresaid Mr. Philpot, being unto him read, and he, while perusing and understanding the same, saith and deposeth that all the matter declared and spoken by the said Bartlett, as it is contained in the deposition of the said Master Philpot, is very true in all things, and was spoken in the presence and hearing of this examinate, and further, this examinate saith that the words likewise spoken and declared by the said Basily, named in the said deposition of the said Master Philpot, are likewise very true, and were in the presence and hearing of this examinate. And further, this examinate saith that he did persuade and exhort the said Basily, saying unto him, Take good heed that you do not lie. You have already murdered one, you have falsely accused another, and you seem to slander the sheriff, of Cornwall. And the said Basily answered, The truth is, Master Sheriff bade me devise some way to save myself, and I said I could not tell how, and he said the way, to do so, was to accuse some other. And he examined me whether there was any one privy or procuring the said murder, beside ourselves, saying unto me, You could not do it alone. There be divers of the Curringtons. Was there none of them privy or consenting to the same? You are best to advise and consider yourself, for the telling the truth in accusation of others, might be the way to save their, i.e. your own, lives. Whereupon I returned to the said Bartlett and conferred with him, and we did agree together falsely to accuse Peter Currington, for the saving of our own lives. Which accusation was untrue, and that the said Peter Currington was very ignorant and innocent of the same murder, and that he was sorry and did repent that he had accused him untruly. And more he cannot say. Edmund Marner, citizen of London and keeper of the jail of Newgate, aged 45 years or thereabout, deposed, etc., saith and deposeth upon his oath that the 15th day of November last past, being Saturday, John Philpot, clerk, etc. Edward Wilkinson and John Brown, ministers, came to the jail of Newgate from the Sheriff of London, by a token, to this examinate, to speak with one Ralph Bartlett, prisoner there, being very sore sick. The deposition of the jailer was merely a confirmation of what had been deposed by the 2 previous witnesses. William Margit, of London, clerk, reader of the morning prayer in the parish of S. Sepulchre, an ordinary for the Bishop of London, of the jail of Newgate, aged 40 years, deposed, sworn, and examined, etc. That about September last past, one Richard Basily, then being prisoner in Newgate, and very sore sick, and like to die, did send for this examinate, to speak with him, and this examinate coming unto him, he said, This is the cause that I send for you. I am very sore sick, and more like to die than to live, and I think I shall not escape this sickness, and if I do, yet I must die for the law, for I and one of my neighbours did murder Master Currington, which I do not much repent. But the very cause that I sent for you is to be a means to Peter Currington, his son, whom I have accused to be privy in procuring of the same murder, that he would forgive me, for I have falsely accused him. For as I trust to be saved by Christ, he is utterly ignorant of the same murder, and there was none privy to the same but he, the said Pengelly himself, and the said Bartlett, who committed the same. And this examinate demanded of him why he did accuse Peter Currington. And he said that the cause was that after they were found guilty of the murder, Mr. Trevanion, Sheriff of Cornwall, came unto and examined him, as to who was privy to the murder more than they, saying that they being so simple would not do the same without assistance. Saying further that if he would confess the truth as to who helped or procured them to do the same, he would cause his chain to be stricken off, and carry him home with him at night, and would save his life, though it cost him, some illegible. And thereupon in hope of life he did accuse the said Peter Currington falsely and wrongfully. And thereupon he said he would take his death. And the examinate, persuading him and advising him to repent and be sorry for the murder of the said Currington, calling to God heartily for mercy and forgiveness of the same. Which in the end with much ado he seemed to be sorry for, and also the examinate went into the same jail at Newgate, to speak to Roll Bartlett, to understand whether it were true what the said Pengelly had confessed. Who declared unto the examinate, as he should answer before God, that Peter Currington was never privy nor of consent to the murder of his father, and that there was none privy or knew it but only he and the said Pengelly. And the cause why they did kill him was for that he had misused them many ways, and also, they thought no man would be sorry for his death. And this examinate demanded of him the cause wherefore he did accuse the said Peter Currington. He answered, the fair promises of the sheriff, and to the interest to preserve their lives, or, at least, to prolong them, was the only cause, etc. In faith and testimony whereof we the said mayor and aldermen, the common seal of our office of mayoralty of the said city, to these presents, have caused to be put, written at the said city of London on the 23rd day of May, 1566. In the 8th year of the reign of our most gracious and benign sovereign Lady Elizabeth, etc. etc. It would appear that the murdered man had been not only a dragon in his house, but also in the entire neighbourhood, oppressing his tenants and disliked by the gentry. It is hard not to suspect that Sir Hugh Trevanion of Carhays, who was then Sheriff of Cornwall, bore a personal grudge against Peter Currington. Peter, all obstacle to his marriage being removed, married the lady of his choice, and by her had 3 sons and 6 daughters. He died the August 13, 1603. The murderer Pengelly died in Newgate, but Bartlett was sent back to Launceston and there hanged. But this is not the end of this shocking affair, for 80 years after the murder, John Currington, of Probus, laid claim to the estates of the then John Currington, of Newton Ferrers. On the plea that Peter had forfeited all rights to the inheritance because he had murdered his father. To the Right Honourable Houses of Parliament, now sitting at Westminster. The humble petition of John Currington of the parish of Probus, in the county of Cornwall, Gent, a great sufferer for and in his Majesty's cause. Humbly sheweth that ye petitioner was and is the son of Scipio Currington, and Scipio was son of John, and John was son of Richard Currington, Esq. Of West Newton Ferrers in the said county of Cornwall, who about 80 years since was most barbarously murdered by 2 fellows who were maintained by the said Richard Currington, without any cause or hurt to them. And that the said Richard having 3 sons, viz. Peter, the firstborn, Richard the second, John the third, your petitioner's grandfather. The said Peter his firstborn would have married with one Mr. Ray's daughter, to W.H. his father would not consent, but threatened his said son that if he should marry with her that he would disinherit him of all the lands he could. And that he, the said Peter, his firstborn, should have but a younger son's portion. The said Peter, his firstborn, insisted in the same match by continuing his suit to her. Being at the court in London, his said father purposing his journey for London the Thursday following, to effect his said purpose of disinheriting his said son. The said Mr. Ray living about those parts of West Newton Ferrers. The Tuesday before walking in part of his said Barton of West Newton, was set upon by these 2 fellows, their names were Bartley and Bosley, and cruelly murdered by cutting of his throat. The fellows were taken and the one died in prison, or was made away with, the other was brought to Launceston and there hanged without any confession of who set them on. One of the said Mr. Ray's sons, viz. Edmund, was seen at the place of execution with a black box under his arm in the sight of the malefactor, who was cast down without any confession. These murderers being gone, the said Peter married the said Mr. Ray's daughter, and entered as heir on his father's estate with about £2,000 per annum, his said brothers having nothing. He gave a living to Richard, his said brother, during his life. But your petitioner's grandfather, knowing of the wrong done him, would not take his brother's small pittance, for he always said that he had right to a greater part of the estate than he would give him. Your petitioner's grandfather marrying a gentlewoman who had a small fortune, went to law with his said brother for his part of the estate, but being not able to contend with him by reason of his small ability and the other's greatness, was forced to give over. And he continually kept all the estate to the impoverishing of your petitioner's grandfather, and they that defended him. And your petitioner's father being not able to contend with him by reason of his poverty, leaving me, his son, in like case, being not able any other way to seek his right, but by petitioning to your honours. Your petitioner being impoverished and brought very low by following his Majesty's service all along the war in England and Ireland, and with his Highness Prince Rupert in France also, and other parts where your petitioner received many cruel wounds and many imprisonments, which I forbear to relate for burden and trouble to your honours, your petitioner and his wife being no longer able to subsist. These premises considered, your poor petitioner humbly begs your honours that you will be pleased to call John Corrigan, Esq., of West Newton Ferrers, the possessor of the said estates, before your honours. Or where your honours shall think fit, to show cause why your petitioner hath not an inheritance of his said father's estate, which hath been so long kept from him, and his said father, and your petitioner shall pray, etc. The pedigree was as follows. Richard Corrigan equals N. Dow. Of Rich Carrot D. Murdered 1565. Could of Morval. Plus. Jane equals Peter Corrigan. Richard C. John C. De of John D. August 13th, second son. Third son. Ray, died in 1618, 1602. William C. equals Elise. Dow. Of Sir Scipio C. John Chichester. Of Raleigh. Plus. Sir John Corrigan equals Anne. De. Of J. Mills John Corrigan. BP July 24, 1621, of Colebrook. Of Probus. Burr. August 23, 1680, BP November 29, 1620. Bart. 1661, M. December 27, 1643. D. September 27, 1677. V. One little incident may be noted. Richard Corrigan, who was murdered, was one of 24 children. John Corrigan of Probus got nothing by his application. Sir James Tillie, Canty. High above the Tamar where it is most tortuous, and commanding loop upon loop of this beautiful river, with the blue bank of Dartmoor standing up in the east as a rising thundercloud, stands a red brick tower upon an elevated platform. That is reached by a flight of stone steps. On the east side of this tower is a recess in the thickness of the wall, with stone benches, and at the back, high up, is a little window formed of two slits, through which the interior can be seen only by putting one foot on the bench and the other on a projecting corbel in the wall. What is then revealed is an interior open to the sky, and with a statue of a seated man, life-size, opposite, in wig and lace steenkirk, one hand resting on his knee and the other on the arm of his chair. There is no door of admission into the tower, a doorway has been bricked up. Formerly the tower consisted of 2 stories, with a floor above the square chamber in which is the statue, and a roof over the upper apartment. But roof and floor have gone. In the summer of 1907 the walled-up doorway had to be opened, so that a large tree might be cut down that had grown in the midst of the tower and threatened it with injury. No sooner was it bruited about that access to the interior was to be had than crowds of visitors came out from Plymouth and Devonport, expecting to be able to find within some relics of Sir James Tillie, Bart., whose burial place was the lower chamber, where now is only to be seen his statue. Hall says, the spelling modernized, about the year 1712 Sir James Tillie died, and, as I am informed, by his last will and testament obliged his adopted heir, one Woolley, his sister's son, not only to assume his name, having no legitimate issue, but that he should not inter his body after death in the earth, but fasten it in the chair where he died with wire, his hat, wig, rings, gloves, and best apparel on, shoes and stockings, and surround the same with an oak chest, box, or coffin, in which his books and papers should be laid, with pen and ink also, and build for the reception thereof, in a certain field of his lands, a walled vault or grot, to be arched with moorstone, in which repository it should be laid without Christian burial. For that, as he said but an hour before he died, in 2 years' space he would be at Pengelly again, over this vault his heir likewise was obliged to build a fine chamber, and set up therein the picture of him, his lady, and adopted heir, for ever. And at the end of this vault and chamber to erect a spire or lofty monument of stone, from thence for spectators to overlook the contiguous country, Plymouth Sound and harbour. All which, as I am told, is accordingly performed by his heir, whose successors are obliged to repair the same for ever out of his lands and rents, under penalty of losing both. However, I hear lately, notwithstanding this his promise of returning in 2 years to Pengelly, that Sir James's body is eaten out with worms, and his bones or skeleton fallen down to the ground from the chair wherein it was seated, about 4 years after it was set up. His wig, books, wearing apparel, also rotten in the box or chair where it was first laid. The lower chamber, not underground, in which Sir James was seated was not vaulted over as he directed. The portraits in the upper chamber have been removed to Pengelly Castle, where they may now be seen. But, as already intimated, the statue was erected where the body was, and beneath it is the inscription. This monument is erected in memory of Sir James Tillie Kent, who died 15 of November, Anno Domini 1713, and in ye 67th year of his age. It is thought, but no evidence exists to show that it was so, that the bones of Sir James were collected by Mary Jemima, the last of the Tillie family and the heiress who carried Pengelly to the Corrigan family about 1770, and transferred to the churchyard of S. Melian. When the chamber was entered recently and the tree cut down and eradicated, no traces of the dead man could be found. Hulls, in his MS History of Cornwall, says, Pengelly a house and church built by one Mr. James Tillie, son of in ye parish of S. Cavern, labourer as I am informed. The father's name was John, and was placed by him a servant or horseman to Sir John Corrigan, Bart. The elder, who afterwards by his assistance learning the inferior practice of the law under an attorney, became his steward, in which character by his care and industry he soon grew rich, so that he married Sir Henry Vane's daughter, by whom he had a good fortune or estate, but no issue. At length after the death of his master, 1680, he became a guardian in trust for his younger children, and steward to their elder brother, Sir John, that married Chiverton, whereby he augmented his wealth and fame to a greater pitch. When, soon after, King James II came to the crown, this gentleman by a great sum of money and false representation of himself obtained the favour of knighthood at his hands, but that king some short while after being informed that Mr. Tillie was at first but a groom or horseman to Sir John Corrigan, that he was no gentleman of blood or arms, and yet gave for his coat armour the arms of Count Tillie of Germany, ordered the heralds to inquire into this matter. Who finding this information true, by the king's order entered his chamber at London, took down those arms, tore others in pieces, and fastened them all to horse tails and drew them through the streets of London, to his perpetual disgrace. And disgraced him from the dignity of that being, and imposed a fine of £500 upon him for so doing, as I am informed, but alas, maugre all those proceedings, after the death of his then master, Sir John Corrigan the younger. Not without suspicion of being poisoned, he soon married his lady, with whom common fame said he was too familiar before, so that he became posseist of her goods and chattels, and a great jointure. Whereby he liveth in much pleasure and comfort in this place, honoured of some, loved of none. Admiring himself for the bulk of his riches and the arts and contrivances by which he got it, some of which were altogether unlawful, witness his steward, Mr. Eliot, being credited for a mint and coining false money for his use. Who on notice thereof forsook this land, and fled beyond the seas, though the other agent and confederate, Cavils Popjoy, indicted for the same crime of high treason committed at Saltash, was taken, tried and found guilty and executed at Launceston, 1695, at which time the writer of these lines was one of the grand jury for the body of this county, that found those bills, when William Williams of Truorty in Probus Esq. was sheriff, and John Wadden, Esq., foreman of the jury. After this, written at a later date, comes the passage relative to the burial arrangements of Sir James, already quoted. With regard to the above statement, a few remarks may be made. Sir John Corrigan died in 1680, just after he had obtained a license for concluding a second marriage with Anne Waite, of Acton, widow. His son, Sir John, married Elizabeth, daughter and co-heiress of Sir Richard Chiverton, K.T. Lord Mayor of London, and a wealthy skinner. Sir James Tillie's first wife was Margaret, daughter of Sir Harry Vane, the parliamentarian, who was executed in 1662. Tillie was knighted at Whitehall, 14th January, 1686-7, and he built Pengelly Castle. In one of the quadrangles of the castle is a leaden statue of the knight with flowing wig, a roll of papers in one hand like the baton of a field marshal, and with preternaturally short legs. In Luttrell's brief relation of state affairs there is some mention of the affair of the assumed arms. He says, under date November 26, 1687, Sir James Tillie of Cornwall was brought up upon an habeas corpus, being committed by the Court of Chivalry for refusing to find bail there, and was remanded. January 19, 1687-8. The Court of Chivalry sat, and fined Sir James Tillie £200 for his crime. Hulls, accordingly, was wrong in saying that he was fined £500. Hulls thinks, he does no more, that Sir James was mixed up in the coining business. If he got rich by nefarious practices, it was probably by filling his pockets out of the Corrigan estates, of which he was steward under two of the baronets. Sir James Tillie's will by no means carries with it the character of impiety attributed to it by Hulls. It is headed, De voluntas fiat, iti me hac performit. In it he mentions the date of his birth, November 16, 1645. It is a very long will, and in it he laboured in every conceivable way to found a family. As he had no children of his own, he made his eldest nephew heir, but in the event of his dying without issue, then his estates passed to his second, and so on. At the end he wrote, I desire my body may have a private interment at and in such a place in Pengelly Castle as I have acquainted my dearest wife, the Lady Elizabeth Tillie, with. And to have such monument erected and inscription thereon made as I have desired my said wife. The paper of instructions left with her is still extant, of that more presently. He proceeds, although I have made a provision for my said wife out of my lands, yet in regard to her kindness to me whilst living, and that tenderness to my memory which I know she will have after my death, for the uses hereinafter mentioned. I give and bequeath unto my said wife all her paraphernalia, apparel, jewels and ornaments of her person, all the books, china, portraits and toys in her closet at Pengelly Castle, my coach, chariot, calash and set of 6 horses with 2 such of my other horses and cows as shall please her to elect, and also 100 guineas in money for her life and then for her grandchildren. To Altmira Tillie go the £500 payable on the day of marriage with either one of my said nephews. But on her marriage with any other my will is that she shall have only £250. To my cousin Mary Maddock £50 to be paid on her marriage day with any other than William Parkes, but on her marriage with him this legacy is to be void. Then I give unto my said wife £50 for my funeral desiring 4 of my ancientest workmen may lay me in my grave, unto whom I give 40 shillings apiece. And to William Trenaman 10 pounds. And to my honest Richard Laureate in meat and drink for his own person to the value of 2 shillings and 6 per week at Pengelly during his life. To my domestique servants living with me at my death 40 shillings each, to Samuel Holman his tools, and to John Long a joint of mutton weekly during his life, as I have done. In witness thereof I have hereunto set my hand and seal this 22nd day of March, 1703/4, etc. One very curious and most unusual feature in the proving of this will was that the original was handed over to James Tillie, the nephew, in place of an attested copy, and only a copy retained in the consistory court. As Sir James had no right to bear arms, his nephew, James Tillie, obtained a grant from the Heralds' College, November 1, 1733. The arms given him were as follows: Arg, across fleury gules, in chief 3 eagles' heads couped, sable. And as a crest, on a wreath of the colours, a demi-phoenix rising out of flames ppr. And charged on the breast with a cross fleuris a. The memorandum referred to by Sir James in his will, containing instructions as to his burial, is still extant, and it is by no means as extravagant as represented by Hall's. Gilpin, in his Observations on the West Parts of England, 1798, gave currency to the story as amplified by tradition, and thenceforth it was generally accepted and obtained currency. Gough, in his Camden's Britannia, 1789, says, in the rocks of Whitsand Bay, Tillie, Esq. who died about 50 years ago, remarkable for the freedom of his principles and life, was enclosed by his own order, dressed in his clothes, sitting, his face to the door of a summer-house at Pengelly, the key put under the door. And his figure in wax, in the same dress and attitude in the room below. Gough makes several mistakes. Pengelly is a great many miles from Whitsand Bay, and he was placed not among rocks, but on the summit of a hill called Ararat. The figure carved in the attitude in which place to rest is in sandstone, and not in wax, and finally it is not in a summer-house, but in a lofty brick tower, erected after his death, the bill for the erection of which is still in existence. Notwithstanding all his schemes to found a family, his posterity failed in the male line, and the castle and Tillie lands passed as follows. John Tillie. Labour, S. Kevern. Plus. 2. Elizab. Equals, 1. Margaret equals Sir James Tillie. De equals Woolley. De. Sir R. De of Surby, November 16, 1645. Chiverton and H. Vane. Wit of Sir John Corrigan. Plus. W.M. Goodall equals Elizabeth, James Tillie Woolley equals Esther. De. Sir John A.L.S. Tillie, Sheriff. Corrigan. Of Cornwall, 1734. Plus. John Goodall equals Marjorie Major. James Tillie equals Mary. Plus. Peter Goodall equals D. 1756. Plus. John Corrigan equals Mary Jemima Tillie. Plus. John Tillie Corrigan. B. 1773, D. 1843. There was an illustrious and ancient family of Tillie, or Tilly, at Cannington, in Somersetshire, deriving from a de Tillie in the reign of Henry II, and the parish of West Harptree in the same county is divided into 2 manors. One of which is West Harptree Tillie. The arms of this Tillie family were only a dragon erect, sable, and as such appear in glass in the windows of Cannington Church. That Sir James Tillie could claim no descent from this family is evident from his not assuming their arms. Had the heralds been able to trace any connection whatever, they would have given to the nephew a coat resembling the Tillie arms of Cannington but not identical. It must be borne in mind that the possession of a surname of a noble or gentle family by no means indicates that the bearer had a drop of that family's blood in his veins. For it was quite a common thing when surnames began to be acquired for the domestic servants in a house to be called after their master, or that they should assume their patronymics. Much as in high life below stairs the menial servants assumed the titles of their masters as well as their names. This practice was so common that always in the neighborhood of a great house, that has lived on through many centuries, will be found among the villagers in a very humble walk of life persons bearing the surname of the illustrious family in the castle, the hall, or the manor. How a dependent of the Tillie family of Cannington drifted down to the Lizard is not easily explained. It may be that this Tillie was descended from one of the regiments that Charles I sent down to the Scilly Isles, and which was left there and forgotten.